It was the middle of a hot July day, and the heat was unbearable. I was sweating through my old shirt, but I didn't care. I was in a rush, clutching a bag with all the money I'd managed to gather. I had sold everything I could, and it still wasn't enough to cover my sister Xiao Zijian's surgery. My name is Xiaonan. When I got to her hospital room, I overheard her and my mother. Zijian was blaming me for her divorce, even though she'd had an affair, and my mother was comforting her. I felt a wave of hurt. They always put her first, no matter what. She'd even stolen Qinjun, my ex-boyfriend, years ago. My mother made me give up on him because she believed I was somehow at fault. Listening to them hurt. I was 40, still single because my mother wouldn't let me date, demanding all my earnings for herself and my sister. As I stood there with the money in hand, I felt a wave of resentment. They treated me like I owed them everything but respected me so little. Just when I thought I'd heard enough, I realized they wanted more than my money. They were planning to ask me to give up my kidney for Zijian. My mother didn't hesitate. She said it like it was expected. It was as if I was nothing more than a resource for them. I felt crushed. I turned to leave, and my mother came after me, screaming at me for abandoning Zijian. She yanked at my hair, and before I could break free, a car hit me. Through the pain, I looked up to see her watching me lying there in my own blood. She said, "If you're dead, at least your sister will have both kidneys and money." Her words were like knives. At that moment, I felt my heart shatter. I'd given them everything, and they still wanted more. It felt like I was on fire. After struggling for what seemed like forever, I finally opened my eyes, only to find myself back in an old, familiar room. I overheard my mom and sister, Zijian, talking outside. Mom didn't seem worried about me being sick. Instead, she sounded pleased, saying it might stop me from enrolling in school, which she'd always resented. That year, because of a fever, she convinced me to quit school and work to support Zijian. Suddenly, memories of that night came back. I remembered the heavy rain and how, somehow, my blanket had ended up on the floor, leaving the window open. Now, I realized it wasn't an accident. Someone had deliberately made me sick. As I got up, I heard a loud bang, and my mom and sister turned to look at me. Zijian was holding half a watermelon, something I'd only dream of having. Seeing her smug expression, I felt an old bitterness resurface. My mom didn't even try to hide her anger, snapping at me for interrupting. I asked for medicine, but she coldly told me there was none left. Ignoring her, I went to search for it myself. In my past life, I trusted her when she said we couldn't afford medicine, leading to a worsening fever that nearly hospitalized me. This time, I wasn't going to believe her. Enraged, she grabbed my hair and slapped me hard. The slap echoed, and my nose started bleeding, staining my collar. She tried to drag me back into bed, hoping to keep me too sick to enroll in school. I fought back, ramming my head into her. Startled, she let go, and I took off, running out of the house. I didn't have a plan, just the instinct to escape. I ran blindly until I bumped into someone. His deep, calm voice cut through my daze, grounding me. He held me up with a sturdy arm and noticed my fever, his expression sharpening. The man guided me to sit on a sofa and handed me medicine. I took it without thinking, finally able to relax. As I looked up, I noticed his chiseled face and intense eyes. He looked serious, almost disapproving, which made me feel a bit nervous. But for the first time in a long while, I felt like someone was actually looking out for me. "Brother Zhai?" I asked, needing to be sure it was really him. "Yes," he replied, cool as always. I felt a wave of relief. Xiang had been well known since childhood. He was the kind of person who excelled at everything: studies, sports, and even in the army, where he had risen through the ranks on his own merit. My mother always admired him and often mentioned we were lucky to live in the same neighborhood as him. I thanked him, noticing my nose had stopped bleeding, though my clothes were still stained. He told me to rest, and as he went back to reading, I suddenly felt exhausted. I drifted into a deep sleep, and when I woke up, I felt much better. I thanked him again, feeling nervous under his sharp gaze. He noticed and asked if I was afraid of him. Trying to cover my nerves, I said no, though his intense look reminded me of a soldier. As I prepared to leave, he told me to come to him if I ever needed help. I was touched but quickly said goodbye, embarrassed to stay longer. Just as I left, Xiang's sister, Hua, returned and saw the bloodstains. She jumped to wild conclusions, teasing him about bringing a girl home. He just glared and told her to scram, leaving her speechless. Walking home, I couldn't help but feel grateful to Xiang. After my fever cleared, I saw things more clearly. I thought back to everything I had sacrificed for my sister and family. This time, I vowed not to give up my education or let my mother use me to support Zijin's schooling. As I reached home, I saw my father pushing his bicycle home. I felt determined. This time, I'd live for myself. When I saw my dad, I called out to him, and he quickly noticed the blood on my collar. Without saying much, he put me on his bike and took me home, clearly worried. When we got there, Auntly, a neighbor, saw me and asked if I'd been hurt. I was unsteady, but my dad held me up. Meanwhile, my mom, Dingjai, looked annoyed. As soon as we got inside, I told Dad what had happened. How I'd been left alone with a fever while Mom and Zijin ate watermelon outside, and how Mom had slapped me when I tried to get medicine. Auntly, shocked, listened quietly and hinted that parents shouldn't play favorites, clearly disapproving of Mom's behavior. My dad was visibly angry and decided to take me to the hospital, but Mom grabbed the bike, refusing to let him take me, insisting I didn't need a doctor and that she'd already given me medicine, even though I knew that was a lie. After Auntly left, Dad took me inside, helped me wash up, and asked again for medicine. Mom still claimed there was none left, though I was certain we had some in the morning. That's when I got an idea and headed toward the kitchen. Zijin tried to stop me, but I pushed past her, went to the trash bin, and dumped everything out. She gasped, and I saw panic on both her and Mom's faces. It was clear they had something to hide, and I was determined to uncover it. I found the fever medicine in the trash before my mom could stop me. Seeing it there made me cry. My own mother would rather throw it away than let me have it, just to keep me from going to school. My dad, who'd followed me, saw the medicine too. He was furious, especially since my mom had lied, saying there was none left. When confronted, she tried to backtrack, claiming it had expired. But the date clearly showed it hadn't. Dad was even angrier. Realizing she'd lied to keep me from getting better, he decided to take me to the hospital, but Mom tried to stop him, insisting I'd get better without treatment. Dad ignored her and took me anyway. At the hospital, the doctor suggested putting me on a drip for faster recovery, which made Dad visibly worried. Meanwhile, Mom stayed back with Zijin, plotting how to convince me to quit school and keep focusing only on her. The difference in how they treated me versus Zijin was painfully clear. I knew from that moment on, I had to look out for myself. Then we will use the drip, Xiao Dongliang said without hesitation. He noticed that the doctor was looking strange. What's the matter? Does my daughter have other problems? The doctor thought for a while and asked, how's your family doing? Still all right. Xiao Dongliang was stunned, and his face was full of anxiety. Has my daughter contracted a serious illness that will incur high medical costs? It does not matter. If my daughter is sick, I must cure her regardless of how much money it takes. Doctor, please don't give up. Xiao Nan, who was seated to one side, was also stunned. During her previous life, she suffered a lot and had many minor ailments but not major ones. The doctor's frown softened. Don't worry, your daughter is not sick, it's just that. What is it? This doctor's speech was accompanied with heavy breathing. It made people anxious. Your daughter does not have any major illness. She is just a little malnourished and had been in hunger. If this continues, her health will eventually suffer. The doctor's words made Xiao Dongliang's face blush red. It was not as if they were in the 1960s and 1970s when they were dealing with famine. His younger daughter was actually malnourished. As it was not convenient for the male doctor to pose certain questions, they shouted for a female doctor to come in. After the female doctor came, she was direct in asking the questions. How old are you? 15. Have you started menstruating yet? Xiao Nan did not respond. Xiao Dongliang's face was red with embarrassment. Nan? Xiao Nan looked dazed and she shook her head. I don't think so. In fact, Xiao Nan was clearly aware that, to date, she had not had her first period. As per the doctor's account, she was malnourished. She often went hungry as she was growing up, and frequently had cramps when she was sleeping at night. Xiao Zijin was 2 years older than her, but had already had her first period 3 years ago. Xiaonan had helped her wash the stained pants. In other words, Xiao Zijin started menstruating when she was 14 years old. Xiao Dongliang did not know his younger daughter's condition, although he knew about his elder daughter's condition due to his wife, as she often mentioned matters regarding Xiao Zijin. Each time Xiao Zijin was having her period, his wife would wait on Xiao Zijin with hot water bottles and brown sugar soup. Xiao Dongliang calculated that when the eldest daughter grew up, she was 1 year younger than the younger daughter now. Upon comparing, Xiao Dongliang was a little nervous. "Is this too late for my daughter?" The female doctor said in an orderly manner. "Not really. Typically, a young girl's first period will occur between the ages of 12 and 16. But your daughter is too skinny. She hasn't been getting enough to eat. If this continued, her period may not come even when she has reached 16 years old." Xiao Dongliang was dumbfounded by the questions. Food, of course food was given. He could not possibly have given his younger daughter one less mouthful of food. However, both doctors said that the younger daughter was malnourished, which delayed her puberty. Xiao Dongliang's face was full of shame. Although his family did not often feast on delicacies, there were always protein dishes on the table from time to time. Xiao Dongliang was puzzled as to how his younger daughter had become malnourished. Xiao Dongliang did not know how she had become malnourished, but Xiaonan knew in her heart how it had came about. Since she was a child, her mother did not allow her to have her fill. She was only 50 to 70% full for each meal. She also had to attend school, which unfortunately was during the same time as her puberty. Xiaonan clearly remembered that her tummy often started to rumble like thunder when the second lesson began in class. In the previous life, one of the reasons that she was cajoled by her mother to quit school and work is that she figured with money, she would at least be able to feed herself with proper meals. Oblivious to the awkward situation of the father and daughter, the female doctor said responsibly, "You don't need to supplement too much, however, you must at least prepare some protein dishes. The child is at the stage of puberty, no proteins. Does your family favor boys more?" "No, I have 2 daughters." Xiao Dongliang shook his head. There were no grounds for such favoritism. Both daughters should be equally well. At this moment, a very loud rumble came from Xiaonan's tummy. As soon as she heard this, the female doctor knew that the child had been hungry for a long time. "Did you eat today?" Xiaonan's little face drooped. She looked listless. The female doctor was angry. "What kind of parents are you? The child is sick and you did not give her food?" Xiaonan was weak. Her voice was as soft as that of a mosquito. "Doctor, don't blame my dad. My dad goes to work and he doesn't know." "Your dad doesn't know? How about your mom? Or your mom doesn't care?" When asked about her mother, Xiaonan started to act dumb. At this juncture, Xiao Dongliang understood all that was happening. Xiao Dongliang had never felt this ashamed in his entire life. He wished that he could dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. Putting aside the matter of the medicine, the younger daughter was not even given a meal? Xiao Dongliang rubbed his face. "Doctor, my child still has a fever. Could you administer the drip while I get some food for her? Something light. She has been hungry for a long time and should not eat too much at once." The doctor gave the prescription and stopped talking. Xiaonan, whose head was still dizzy, was held and brought for the drip. Not long after, she smelt the aroma of porridge. Xiao Dongliang was full of sweat. This bowl was borrowed from the hotel next door. "Eat. I will return the bowl later." "Okay." After Xiaonan responded, she started eating the porridge in small mouthfuls. Seeing the younger daughter eating the porridge quietly and thinking of what the doctor said, Xiao Dongliang did not feel good at all. Nan, is it because of your poor appetite?" Xiaonan, who was drinking porridge, was stunned for a while. "My appetite is very good, but Mom won't let me have more, saying that there isn't much rice in the house and that it's better for girls to be thinner." Her father could not seem to believe that her mother would starve her to the extent of causing malnourishment, and therefore tried to find an excuse for the mother. "I love to eat." Xiaonan continued with a similar answer. "But Mom said you have to eat more as you work every day. It's hard, and my sister also has to eat more as she needs to study and work her brains out." Mom too, as she worked hard for the family. As for her, she made no contribution to the family and was considered an unimportant person leeching on the family, and was thus not fit to touch the better dishes. Xiao Dongliang took a deep breath and could not believe that his wife had said that to the younger daughter. When I'm at home, each time there were protein dishes, I saw your mom giving you some. Xiao Nan did not say a word. She finished drinking the bowl of porridge, then said, Mom has said, even if she gave me the food I should be too ashamed to eat it. So each time she passed me the food with her chopsticks, she would hint at me to go to the kitchen to put back the meat. Therefore, every time, the meat that her dad saw in her bowl just went through her bowl once and returned to where it came from. After that, Xiao Nan and Xiao Dongliang did the same thing. That is, they rubbed their eyes to wipe away the wetness at the corner of their eyes. Dad, am I yours and Mom's biological daughter? After wiping the corner of her eyes, Xiao Nan could not help but ask. If she was adopted, she would feel better. After all, it was natural that the adopted child may be treated differently from the biological one. Just as she said this, Xiao Nan did not really need an answer. She still recalled that before she traveled back in time, Xiao Zijin told her mother clearly that her compatibility level of her internal organs would be better. Therefore, she must be the biological child of her parents, and she and Xiao Zijin were real sisters. Xiao Zijin would not make such a joke. Since she was their biological child, why was her mother so heartless to her? Don't think otherwise, your mom was just confused. Xiao Dongliang was forcing a smile that looked uglier than a cry. If Nan Nan had been 3 years old, she might have believed him, but she was already in junior high school. Even Xiao Dongliang did not believe his own words. For the first time, he knew that the kind of life his younger daughter had been living this at home. Even now, whenever he thought of the conversation with the doctors and the look in their eyes, Xiao Dongliang felt so ashamed that he could not lift his head. Xiao Dongliang looked up at Xiao Nan. Nan Nan, in future, when at home, just eat whatever you want. I will tell Mom when we are back. Xiao Nan nodded. Dad, what if Mom doesn't let me study anymore? Why not? Xiao Dongliang shook his head. Your mother will not. In this age, education is important and your grades are so good. Why would your mom not let you study? Seeing that Xiao Dongliang did not have any idea of what was happening at home, or of the motives of Mom and Xiao Zijin, Xiao Nan sighed. No wonder she had been so miserable in her previous life. Her dad only took care of matters outside the household. All the other matters at home were left to her mother to manage. Of course, her mother would have a say in this. Dad, I want to study. I want to go to college. Well, study, as long as your results are fine. I am still young. I will ensure that you go to college. Xiao Dongliang's eyes lit up. He looked very pleased. To him, it was a good thing that his own daughter had ambition. Xiao Dongliang always knew that no matter how many good words his wife put in, and the younger daughter obviously had less years of education than the elder one, Xiao Nan's exam results were always better no matter which way he compared. The elder daughter's exam results were inconsistent and average. The younger daughter was different. She was always top in her class, and even in the entire school. After they were done with the drip, Xiao Dongliang had spent almost 20 yuan. He then took the medicine and rode the bicycle home with his younger daughter. As soon as Xiao Dongliang and Xiao Nan alighted from the bicycle, Ding Jai, who knew that they were back, immediately rushed out, tugged at Xiao Dongliang's hand and asked, how much did it cost? Xiao Dongliang's face was long, and the tone was not too good. Does it matter how much was spent? The important thing is that Nan Nan's sickness can be cured. It doesn't matter that the fever medicine had expired. The hospital has plenty of them. Look, with just a bottle of drip, Nan Nan's fever subsided. Although Xiao Dongliang did not care much about the domestic affairs, he was not a fool. His wife was all about the money. It was clear that she was reluctant to spend money on their younger daughter. The more the wife behaved this way, the more Xiao Dongliang wanted to spend money for the younger daughter. How could they save the money needed for seeking medical treatment? Xiao Dongliang's thoughts were stirred as he recalled the questions that Xiao Nan asked while they were at the hospital. His wife had even wanted to scrimp on expenses for the daughter's treatment. It would be worse when it came to her college fees. True enough, when she heard Xiao Dongliang's words, Ding Jai's face turned pale and she deeply regretted her actions. A trip to the hospital and the drip. Ding Jai pinched her fingers and counted. It would have cost at least 10 yuan. These two wastrels. If she knew this would happen, she would not have thrown away the fever medicine. She might as well have saved money by letting the wretched girl take it. That girl did not know how to earn money, yet she had a talent for spending. I already said that there is no need to visit the hospital. The fever medicine did not expire, right? You can just let her continue to take it. Having said that, Ding Jai could not bear to hit the man. She directly lifted her hand towards Xiao Nan, who was standing by the side, and gave her a few hard slaps on the back, causing a harsh sound. Xiao Dongliang's eyes were furious. He threw the bicycle away and pulled the younger daughter behind him. "What are you doing?" Xiao Zijin was shocked. She quickly stood up and said, "Mom, Nan is still sick. Nan, I will help you back to the room to rest." Money was already spent. There was no recourse even if her mother continued to make a fuss. Her dad could not possibly ask the hospital for the money back. Furthermore, the amount that Xiaonan spent today, she would be able to pay them back 10 or 100 times when she went to work. Her mother's anxiousness was uncalled for. Xiaonan gave Ding Jai a glance and allowed Xiao Zijin to help her back to the room to rest. She knew that, in her whole life, it was scarce for her to receive Xiao Zijin's help. She was always the one who assisted Xiao Zijin. The heat had subsided. After the turmoil today, Xiaonan was really exhausted. Furthermore, she had only had half a meal. She fell straight into a slumber. Xiaonan did not care about the things that followed. She went back to her room and fell asleep shortly after she covered herself with a blanket. In her blurry state, she seemed to have heard the sound of her parents quarreling. In the moment of deep sleep, Xiaonan secretly recited in her heart, "Go ahead, fight. Go ahead, fight." In her previous life, in order to let her parents get along with each other, she helped to persuade them each time her parents quarreled. As a result, she had to sacrifice herself all the time in exchange for peace in the family. In this life, she would never make the same mistake again. The next day, Xiaonan got up and was in good spirits. After the fever subsided, she did not even have a cough or runny nose. Her whole body was alive and kicking. Nan, are you awake? Awake. May I come in? Come in if you wish to." Xiaonan did not say whether she would allow or not allow Xiao Zijin come in. She let Xiao Zijin make her own decision. Xiao Zijin, who was standing at the door, was stunned. Xiaonan was acting strange since yesterday and was not her usual self. Xiao Zijin pushed the door, and of course, she came in. Nan, I have been tolerating this in my heart. Can I talk to you?" There was no expression on Xiaonan's face. Speak if you feel like it, or don't if you feel otherwise. Xiao Zijin was stopped by this attitude of Xiaonan. Nan, what's wrong with you? Are you angry with me? In the past, Xiaonan had not talked to her in this manner. Usually, Xiaonan would be concerned about her troubles and then helped her to resolve them. Although she was older than Xiaonan, the fact is, Xiaonan took care of Xiao Zijin more in their daily lives. Xiao Zijin disliked her sister, but she was used to Xiaonan being nice to her. When faced with Xiaonan's indifferent attitude towards her, she was not able to adapt immediately. Xiaonan laughed and looked at Xiao Zi. "Why do you think I am angry with you? Sister, what have you done wrong that I should be angry with you?" Xiao Zijin was stunned, and her face turned red. She could not respond to Xiaonan. Seeing Xiao Zijin's reaction, Xiaonan sneered. It seemed that Xiao Zijin was aware that she had done Xiaonan much wrong, and this made Xiaonan angry. At a loss for what to say, Xiao Zijin steered away from this topic. Her face was down and her eyes tearful. Yesterday, Dad quarreled with Mom. It was fierce, and Mom cried. My heart aches. If there is a way to make them stop fighting, I am willing to do it regardless of what it takes. Xiaonan looked down and she pursed her mouth. She did not say a word. Xiao Zijin stole a glance at Xiaonan and tried again. Actually, I know a little about what happened. Since our parents lost their cradle-to-grave jobs, Mom takes care of the family funds while Dad brings in the money. But Dad's income is so miserly and barely enough for the whole family's expenses. Moreover, both of us are studying. Sigh, our family do not have enough money, and our parents are definitely troubled by this. Xiaonan remained silent and did not speak. Xiao Zijin pursed her lips unhappily. Nan, how about this? I will quit school and find a job. If one of us is working, the burden on our parents will be lessened, then they won't quarrel. As long as our parents are fine, no matter what sacrifice I make, it will be worth it. Nan, I believe that you think so too, right? Xiang smirked, her smile full of sarcasm. Sister, it's great that you think that way. Since a young age, I have never objected to what you say. This time, I will definitely support you too. Your latest school results are average and not so good. It would be difficult for you to pick a school. My results are better than yours, and I will definitely continue to do better than you in the future. You can rest assured that I will study hard and find a good job in future to repay your sacrifice today. Sister, these years, Mom really didn't pamper you for nothing. You were willing to sacrifice so much for her. Xiao Nan did not take the bait. Xiao Zijin was mad and almost driven to her grave. After she heard these words from Xiao Nan, she rolled her eyes with fury. Xiao Zijin has been narrow-minded since she was a child and liked to compete in everything. In particular, she was not willing to lose to her sister, Xiao Nan. Unfortunately, besides gaining the favor of Ding Jai, she was not comparable to Xiao Nan in any other way. Particularly, after they attended school, the results of the two were often compared. For many years, Xiao Zijin had not once performed better than Xiao Nan in her studies. Xiao Nan's earlier words about their academic performance were like a needle pierced straight into Xiao Zijin's heart. Ding Jai, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, could not help but rush in. She pointed at Xiao Nan's nose and started scolding her. You are a brat with no conscience. For the sake of me and this family, your sister would rather quit school than to see your dad arguing with me. And you? Aren't you ashamed to let your sister quit school and sacrifice so much for this family? I have given birth to you for nothing. All these years spent raising you were in vain. For a moment, Xiao Nan was stunned. She then looked at Xiao Zijin. She had long known that Xiao Zijin was playing her tactics. What she did not expect was that her mother actually hiding behind the door and eavesdropping. Ignoring Xiao Nan's astonishment, Ding Jai continued and said, Let me tell you. If you still regard me as your mom, tell your dad tonight that you are stupid, that you have no ability, and you don't wish to attend school. You want to go out to work. Did you hear me? Xiao Zijin had already stood up and walked to Ding Jai's side, without saying a word. Wretched girl, I have said so much. Whether you heard it or not, make some noise. You are a jinx. You have neither heart or ears. Ding Jai rushed forward in a step and gripped Xiao Nan's hair, shouting in Xiao Nan's ears. In the previous life, Ding Jai scolded Xiao Nan a lot but did not hit her much. In this life, yesterday's event was like the activation of a switch in Ding Jai's body. As long as she was not satisfied with Xiao Nan's reaction, she would hit Xiao Nan with her hands. Xiao Nan's ears hurt badly and her eyes were red. She grabbed Ding Jai's other hand and bit her hard. Ding Jai screamed and let go of Xiao Nan's hair. Without a word, Xiao Nan rushed out of the house. Her father was not there. Xiao Nan dared not stay in this home. In this life, Xiao Nan refused to quit school and her mother hated her till death. You are a wretched girl. Xiao Nan, who ran outside the house, faintly heard her mother's curse. She had the wind at her back, and she ran as fast as she could like a rabbit. She seemed to have seen blood on Xiao Nan's clothes again. Was she wrong? Today, her mother had not slapped Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan could not possibly have a nosebleed again. Xiao Nan, who was running with her head down, was halted by someone's shoulders. Her whole body almost fell backwards. Xiang saw that Xiao Nan's neck, which was as fair and slender as a white swan, was covered in patches of blood again. There seemed to be wrath in his tone. Xiao Nan reached out and wanted to touch her ears. A while ago, when she was gripped by her mother, she felt pain, but the pain had worsened now. Xiang grabbed Xiao Nan's hand. Don't move. Xiang took a look and asked Xiao Nan to turn sideways. Who did this? Is there a child abuser in the quad? Xiao Nan's face dimmed. My mom. Xiang's eyebrows moved. He heard that Aunt Ding favored the elder daughter and did not treat the younger daughter well. But this was worse. This was abuse. Why did she do that? My mother asked me to quit school and find a job, but I refused to. As Xiao Nan opened her mouth, her tears started to roll. When she was at home, she could still hold her tears. Somehow, before Xiang, Xiao Nan could not help but cry. Perhaps Zhaisheng's voice was too calm. As her sense of security increased, the more wronged she felt. All right, wipe your tears away. I will take you to your dad. Zhaisheng reached out and wanted to wipe away the tears on Xiao Nan's face, but stopped before he could do so. Zhaisheng took Xiao Nan to the entrance of the factory where Xiao Dongliang worked. The tears that you were holding back just now, please let it all out later. You don't have to say anything. Just cry hard. Whatever is the matter, your dad will ask your mom when he goes back. Understand? Xiao Nan nodded obediently. Seeing that Xiao Nan had understood his words, Zhaisheng told the factory's security guard that he was looking for Xiao Dongliang. After a while, Xiao Dongliang came out. Following what Zhaisheng had taught her, Xiao Nan began to cry as soon as she saw Xiao Dongliang. Having accumulated the grievances for 2 lifetimes, how bad could Xiao Nan's crying get? The younger daughter's fever had just subsided yesterday. Today, the sight of the neck full of blood was stinging to Xiao Dongliang's eyes. What happened to you, Nan Nan? Don't cry. Tell Dad. What is this blood? Xiao Nan did not speak. She cried so hard. Her crying made Xiao Dongliang felt extremely bad. The security guards at the door were already staring at them. The blood on the neck of Xiao Nan had not only gained the attention of Xiao Dongliang, but also the others. Uncle Xiao, it's better that you take Xiao Nan to the hospital to treat the wound. Zhaisheng reminded him that even though the wound was not bleeding now, it had to be treated. Xiao Dongliang nodded many times. Yes, Nan Nan, don't cry. Dad will take you to the hospital. You. At this time, Xiao Dongliang remembered the young man that came. When he saw his daughter's misery earlier, he simply forgot about the man. There was no doubt that the young man must have brought Nan Nan here. Xiao Dongliang wanted to thank him, but he was stunned when he saw his face. Zhaisheng, of course. Xiao Dongliang knew who he was. What made Xiao Dongliang particularly stunned was the reputation of the Zhai family. Even if everyone lived in the same quad, Xiao Dongliang never once thought that his family would have anything to do with the Zhais. Zhaisheng, thank you for bringing Nan Nan here. Obviously, Zhaisheng was his junior, but Xiao Dongliang was not used to calling him by his name. No worries. Zhaisheng did not have much reaction. Uncle Xiao, I'll leave now. Uncle Xiao would deal with everything else properly. As soon as he left, Xiao Dongliang went straight to apply for half-a-day leave from the factory and took Xiao Nan to the hospital. News about the blood on Xiao Nan's neck quickly spread in the factory, so Xiao Dongliang's team leader also knew that his daughter had been bullied and was bleeding. He graciously agreed to let Xiao Dongliang take the time off. However, no one would expect that the person who hurt Xiao Nan was none other than Xiao Dongliang's wife Ding Jai. Why are you here again? The doctor could still recognize the patient who came yesterday. Most importantly, the case of malnutrition despite having the means to visit the hospital was very rare, so the father and daughter pair left a deep impression with the doctor. What is this? As soon as he saw the blood of Xiao Nan's neck, the doctor frowned and held Xiao Nan's shoulder to let Xiao Nan turn to her side. When he touched her ear, Xiao Nan shouted in pain. It takes a great deal of strength to be able to slit open the ears. You guys are really... Having taken a clearer look at the wound in the ear, the doctor's eyes were full of blame and disapproval. Yesterday was fever and malnutrition. Today was a bleeding wound. The doctor's suspicion now was not whether the family favors male over female, but whether this daughter was their biological one. Xiao Nan rubbed her eyes. Doctor, don't blame my dad. My dad doesn't know anything. Young lady, don't practice filial piety foolishly. Your dad doesn't know. What about your mother? To allow the child to be bullied to this extent, don't tell me the mother is already dead? The doctor noticed that, since yesterday, each time he mentioned her mother, this lady would not speak. What was happening? Xiao Dongliang was so furious that both his hands were clenched into fists. If the younger daughter was not bullied by the children in the quad, then there was only one person who could have done this to her, his wife. The nurse was quick to attend to her. First, she helped Xiao Nan clean the blood on her neck, then dealt with the wound by applying a red-colored medicine and bandaging the wound. Nevertheless, when the nurse was bandaging, Xiao Dongliang specifically asked the nurse to cover Xiao Nan's entire ear so that it would look more serious. The nurse looked at Xiao Dongliang strangely but acted according to his wish. In her heart, She felt bad about wasting the bandages. After leaving the hospital, Xiang awkwardly touched her ear which had become so heavy. She tilted her head and looked at Xiao Dongliang. Xiao Dongliang peered at his younger daughter who looked so clean, her black and bright eyes prettier than shining black pearls. His heart softened. Nan Nan, don't be afraid. Dad will protect you. Rubbed on the head by Xiao Dongliang, Xiaonan felt a little awkward. In her life, her relationship with her father was not good at all. Her dad didn't even want to look at her. In the previous life, she did not have a good relationship with her father. Her father was not even willing to take one more glance at her. Xiaonan knew very well that her father's attitude towards her was not his fault. She only had herself to blame. Every time her mother made her suffer because of Xiao Zijin, her father always disapproved and dissuaded. But at that time, she was totally brainwashed and she thought that as long as she cared for the family and her parents did not quarrel, it would be worth her sacrifice. Every time her dad helped her, she stood on her mother's side and begged for mercy. This resulted in him losing face and feeling heartbroken. Over time, her dad was not willing to bother about her anymore. Saddened by the misfortune, but angered by the lack of resistance. This quote portrayed her father's feelings exactly. Xiaonan stood over and leaned close to Xiao Dongliang. In this life, she would not let her dad be disappointed and sad anymore. She must first stand on her own 2 feet. When Xiaonan ran out of the house and disappeared for half a day, Ding Jai was initially indifferent. She expected Xiao Nan to have nowhere to go and would then obediently return home. She would then ask Xiao Nan to accede to her wants again. She did not believe that Xiao Nan would still refuse to agree unless Xiao Nan did not want to come back to this home forever. But an hour and 2 have passed and the sun was setting. It was almost time for Xiao Dongliang to be off work. Ding Jai still did not see any signs of Xiao Nan. She began to feel uneasy. This wretched girl, she was too spoilt. This wild girl, half the day is gone and she is still not back. I'll see how to deal with her when she is back. Mom, don't you think something will happen? Xiao Zijin's face was one of doubt. Since yesterday, Xiaonan had been acting strangely. She kept having this feeling that Xiao Nan was not the same as before. Though it was just a fever, her feverish head seemed to have been enlightened. It was not so easy to lie to and cajole her anymore. What could happen? After she comes back, I will give her a good discipline. When the elder daughter softened, Ding Jai sat up straight, displaying her protective behavior towards Xiao Zijin. Soon came the voice of Xiao Dongliang. Both mother and daughter's face could not help but change, and they rushed outside. But when the two of them saw that Xiao Nan actually came back by riding on Xiao Dongliang's bicycle, their faces, in particular Ding Jai's, turned black instantly. Ding Jai rushed forward a few steps and tried to pull Xiaonan down from the bicycle. At this time, when Xiaonan turned sideways and revealed her fully bandaged ears now white, fat, and without a single sight of flesh, she felt guilty all of a sudden. Ding Jai remembered that before Xiaonan ran out, she had grabbed Xiaonan's ears. At that point, Xiaonan looked like she was in a lot of pain and had even retorted by biting her. Could it be that, with that grip, she had broken Qian Nan's ears in her anger? She did not think she had used that much strength. Xiao Zijin was also shocked. She grabbed Ding Jai. Mom, when Nan Nan ran out, I saw blood on her clothes. Mom had hurt Xiao Nan. Dad must be angry. If Mom quarreled with Dad again because of Xiao Nan, would Dad still forgive Mom? At the sight of Xiao Nan's injury, Ding Jai quietened instantly. On the contrary, when Xiao Dongliang glared, the murderous look in his eyes simply scared Ding Jai, and her face became as white as a sheet. Xiao Dongliang was considered an old good guy. He does not lose his temper easily. But when the person who does not lose his temper had a slightest tinge of anger, it was even more frightening. Therefore, when Xiao Dongliang displayed the first sign of anger, Ding Jai hid her arrogance and forced herself to go along. Xiao Dongliang parked the bicycle and did not argue with Ding Jai in the quad. You come with me to the room. I have something to tell you. Having said that, he headed towards Ding Jai and his bedroom. Ding Jai held her breath and followed behind him. Xiao Zijin was so scared that she ran to Xiao Nan, pulling Xiao Nan's hand. Nan Nan, Dad's expression is not quite right. What's wrong with him? Do you think he will quarrel with Mom? Should we go and mitigate? Xiaonan pulled away Xiao Zijin's hand. You may go and mitigate if you wish to. I can't help to do so. I'm afraid of getting bashed. The moment before she died, Xiaonan's heart had already been broken by Ding Jai, her own mother. She was driven to her grave by Ding Jai's words. The time of rebirth in this life was also too coincidental. It was when she found out that her fever was deliberately engineered. The worst thing was that her mother would rather discard the fever medicine than to let her have it. Was she really Ding Jai's daughter? Nan, don't you want to see Dad and Mom get along well? Xiao Zijin started talking and tried to cajole Nan like she had in the past. If a few blows and a little suffering could let Dad and Mom mend their differences, I am definitely willing to do it. When she heard these words from Xiao Zijin, Xiao Nan was on fire. In the previous life, under Xiao Zijin's constant use of this type of heart-stirring tactics and brainwashing, Xiao Nan had become obedient and withdrawn. Xiao Zijin was all beautiful talk and no action. Xiao Nan was always the one left alone to carry out the silly tasks. Xiao Nan sneered. Sister, since you said so, then quickly go to the room and persuade them. Mom loves you so much, even if you are beaten, it's for the sake of Mom. Hurry, after you are beaten, Dad and Mom will mend their differences. Anyway, the one who got physical would not be Dad. Only Mom would use physical ways to vent her emotions. In the face of her most precious elder daughter, Mom would definitely not do it. Seeing that Xiao Zijin was in a daze and there was no movement, Xiao Nan even nudged Xiao Zijin. Sister, hurry up and go. If it's too late, Dad and Mom will start quarreling. Before Xiao Zijin could say word, her body gave an honest reaction. She twisted. How could she be willing to enter the couple's room? Xiao Zijin smiled embarrassedly. Dad and Mom are in the heat of an argument now. If I go in at this juncture, it will definitely be awkward for them. I will wait until they have finished quarreling before persuading them. With that, she ran straight back to her own room. Xiaonan sneered. She had long known about Xiao Zijin's self-centered personality. Only her mother would treat Xiao Zijin like a treasure. She did not know what Xiao Dongliang told Ding Jai. Since that faithful day, Ding Jai never lifted a finger to Xiao Nan. But whenever she cast her eyes on Xiao Nan, it was very unfriendly, as if she was looking at her enemy. Moreover, from this day onwards, Ding Jai began to ignore Xiao Nan. It was as if Xiao Nan did not belong to the family. Xiao Nan smiled. She understood this tactic. It is called psychological abuse. In her previous life, whenever she did not satisfy her mother's desires, her mother would either make a huge fuss or use this tactic. At that time, she also deserved it. She was unhappy as she often felt that her mother was ignoring her. So she would keep all the suffering to herself and think of ways to please her mother. In this life, with her mother ignoring her, she would also have one less person to scold her. Even better, sitting in her own room, Xiao Nan was thinking about how she could live this lifetime to the fullest. She must definitely continue her studies, but she could not recollect much of the knowledge gained during the days in junior high school. Although at this time, those who went to vocational secondary school were more promising than those in the high school, Xiao Nan knew best that, in future, the college students would be in demand as they valued the diploma in higher education. Xiao Nan rummaged through her entire room. She did not find a single piece of homework, not to mention the junior high school textbooks. In this way, how was she going to revise the studies for junior high school to advance to high school? Xiao Nan thought about it and went straight to look for Xiao Zijin. Sister, why have my secondary 1 and 2 textbooks gone missing? Xiao Zijin, who was eating a milk popsicle, said coldly. They're your books. How would I know where they are? Xiao Nan stared at Xiao Zijin's milk popsicle a few times. Then are your books still around? Can you lend me your secondary 3 textbook? Xiao Zijin still thought that Xiao Nan was greedy and eyeing her popsicle. Pettily, she bit her popsicle and finished it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Her teeth were so frozen in pain that her words became incoherent. I have completed my exams, so Mom sold my books. It's good to get some money back too. Of course, during that time, Mom had also conveniently sold Xiao Nan's secondary 1 and 2 textbooks. Mom was not prepared to let Xiao Nan continue her studies, so there was no point in keeping the secondary 1 and 2 textbooks. Even if Xiao Zijin was not explicit about it, Xiao Nan, who had crossed paths with Ding Jai for the second time in her life, knew her mother's character best. Did Mom sell my textbooks too? Xiao Zijin's face turned stiff. She did not know if she was frozen by the ice or stunned by Xiao Nan's reaction. How would I know? Anyway, my textbooks are gone. Xiao Nan pursed her lips and sneered. She did not believe that Xiao Zijin did not know anything about this matter. What are you going to do? Seeing that Xiao Nan was leaving, Xiao Zijin quickly stopped her. Because of you, our parents have already quarreled twice in 3 days. Can you stop ruining their relationship? Move away. Xiao Nan rudely pushed Xiao Zijin away and returned to her room. There was still a half a week before school starts. Not only must she learn the knowledge of Secondary 3, she must also pick up Secondary 1 and 2. Without the textbooks, it would certainly not work. If she could not rely on others, she would have to rely on herself. Xiao Nan's room was very small. It was so tiny that it could only fit one bed. But Xiao Nan dug a hole in her room. The houses in the 1980s and 1990s were not like the 21st century. All of them were built on cemented land. Xiao Nan's house was paved with neither cement nor bricks. It was paved with mud. Usually, Ding Jai would never give Xiao Nan any money. The red packet that was given to her during Lunar New Year, she would always retrieve it behind Xiao Dongliang's back. For the sake of putting up an act in front of Xiao Dongliang, a person like Ding Jai could even pretend to give Xiao Nan some meat with her chopsticks and ask Xiao Nan to put it back. How would she be willing to give Xiao Nan any money? Ding Jai would not. But Dongliang would occasionally give a little. Xiao Nan would save up everything as she could not bear to use it. It came in handy at this time. The times now were unlike the times before Xiao Nan's rebirth, where people usually paid with 100 yuan big bills. Looking at the stash of money in her hands, the smallest denomination was only 1 cent, and even the largest denomination was only 1 yuan. Xiao Nan counted the bills. It actually added up to a little more than 10 yuan. In the late 80s to early 90s, the value of money was much higher. This 10 yuan was worth so much more than 100 yuan in the 21st century. In her previous life, she had used this 10 yuan to buy a pair of black leather Western-style shoes for Xiao Zijin, matched with a dress. Xiao Zijin wore this outfit that she spent 10 yuan on to the new high school. In this life, she would not spend a single cent on Xiao Zijin anymore. Xiao Nan went out with that large amount of money. Xiao Zijin could not stop her no matter what she did. By the time Ding Jai reached home, Xiao Nan had already been away for more than an hour. Ding Jai wiped her hands and asked, "Where is Xiao Nan?" Xiao Zijin had a look of worry on her face. "Mom, Nan was looking for her Secondary 1 and 2 textbooks today." Ding Jai was lost for words. "Nan seemed to have guessed that you sold her textbooks. When she left just now, I wanted to stop her, but I couldn't." "Mom, do you think Nan would go to look for Dad?" This was very nerve-wracking for Xiao Zijin. Xiao Nan used to hate it when Dad and Mom quarreled because of her. But now why would she go to Dad for the most trivial things and cause them to get into an argument? I must have owed her in my previous life, and I had to pay the debts in this life. Ding Jai took off the apron that she just put on and threw it on the floor out of spite. "In order to have her, your dad and I lost our cradle to grave jobs. Your dad used to be a company commander in the army and was about to be promoted to battalion commander, but all because of her, your dad has nothing now. She ruined your dad's career, and now she still wants to ruin your life?" Ding Jai really regretted having a second child. If she had not had a second child, old Xiao would definitely be a battalion commander by now, and she would be the wife of a battalion commander. As for her government job, although it was just simple chores, it was leisurely work. Though without the second child, their family would not be the eye of envy of others. At least she would be able to hold her head up high in the quad. The Xiao couple's future was completely ruined because of the second child. It was not wrong of her to say that she owed her younger daughter in her previous life. She spent all those years bringing up the younger daughter, yet she was of no help at all. All she could do was to splurge and create troubles, causing a strain to her relationship with old Xiao. What sins had she committed to give birth to such a daughter? Xiao Zijin listened while Ding Jai raked up the old stories. It was a surprise that she kept quiet all along. Actually, deep down inside, Xiao Zijin hated Xiao Nan as much as Ding Jai. However, unlike Ding Jai, while she hated Xiao Nan for taking away her chance to be the daughter of a battalion commander, she also hated her parents Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jai. Why did they need a second child? Why did they need a boy? Weren't they happy with her? If Xiao Nan had been a boy, Her mother would definitely do everything for him, including spending all the money, not to mention losing her cradle-to-grave job. When the time came, instead of Xiao, the elder daughter would be the one to bear the wrath of her mother's anger. Xiao Zijin knew that there was nothing wrong with the birth of Xiao. The problem lay with the fact that Xiao was a daughter. She was not the son that her parents were willing to sacrifice their cradle-to-grave jobs for. Lost in thought, Xiao Zijin dug at a scar on her palm. She was 2 years old then, and her mother was pregnant. All she wanted was to hug her mother's leg, but her mother pushed her off to a side, for fear that she would knock into her protruding stomach. She fell and hurt her hand then. More than 10 years had passed. The wound had healed, but it left a scar forever. Xiao was totally unaware of what happened while she was away from home. She knew little of the complicated feelings that Xiao Zijin had. She took the money and went to a thrift shop. "Young lady, do you have scrap to sell?" The uncle at the thrift shop wore an old blue cotton hat. His face and hands looked clean, and his clothes did not seem to be dirty. Xiaonan shook her head. "Uncle, I am not here to sell things. Instead, I would like to buy some stuff." The uncle found it weird. "Why would you come to my place to buy stuff? What do you intend to buy?" Xiaonan took a glance and said, "Uncle, do you have textbooks here? I would like to take a look at secondary 3 books." The uncle blinked a few times but did not probe. "If you don't find it dirty, just go ahead and look for the books you want. We can decide on the price based on whatever you find." "All right, thank you, uncle." The slight smell and messiness of the thrift shop did not bother Xiaonan at all. She started to search conscientiously. Every year there would be a batch of junior high school graduates. And just like Dingjiai, there were quite a lot of people who would sell the textbooks. So it only took Xiaonan a while to find the junior high school textbooks. Xiaonan must have been lucky. Not only did she find the textbook she wanted, the notes were neat and tidy, with detailed solutions to the problems. At one glance, Xiaonan could tell which books belonged to the same owner of the textbooks she found. She took out all the books with the similar handwritings, including some exercise books. After some picking and choosing, aside from the main subjects, Xiaonan also managed to find a few workbooks from the same owner. Judging from the paper quality, Xiaonan surmised that the workbooks were not cheap and seemed to be foreign goods. "Oh, you have managed to pick a pile of books?" The uncle walked over and saw the big pile of books stacked nicely beside Xiaonan. He knew that these must be the books Xiaonan wanted. "Yes." Xiaonan's face was wet with sweat. She casually wiped it off with the back of her hand, leaving a few streaks of dirt on her fair and pretty small face. At the sight of the delicate pretty young lady with a dirty-looking face, the uncle laughed. "That's quite a few books. Will you be able to carry them back?" The uncle's question made Xiaonan stumped for words. The books she picked were pretty heavy. She could make a few trips to bring them back, but where could she keep them at home? If her mother saw the books, she would definitely throw the books away as soon as she bought the books home. Furthermore, there was no point telling her father. He had to work and could not stay at home every day. Once he leave for work, her mother would not let her keep the books. Xiaonan had painstakingly found the books she wanted. This was a chance she did not want to miss. What she could do now was to ask the uncle for help. "Uncle, I am buying these books. Could you put them aside for me? I will just be away for a short while. If you are worried, I can pay first." The uncle waved his hands. "It's all right. I'll keep the books for you." Aside from this young lady who came to the thrift shop to buy books, everyone came with the intention to sell things. "Thank you, uncle." Xiaonan smiled gratefully at the uncle and took off at a run. Over at Zhai's house, Zhaihua, who just woke up, was brushing her teeth with a cup in her hands. She saw a young lady pacing outside the doorway, contemplating to go inside the house or not. Zhaihua spitted out the toothpaste foam and rinsed her mouth. She did not know who exactly this young lady was. Face dripping with water, Zhaihua went to the study room and asked Xiang, who was reading. "There's a young lady outside. Go and take a look and see if you know her. I don't think you do." Her younger brother's hobbies were not inclined towards either gender. To think that last time, she thought that something rare had happened, that her brother had finally been enlightened. Xiang closed the book and walked towards the door. Zhaihua was stunned the young lady was really here for her brother. Zhaihua would not miss out on the fun. She craned her neck and peered outside through the window. Xiang, who knew Zhaihua very well, closed the door sharply right after he went out. Zhaihua could not even catch a glimpse of what was happening outside, stomping her foot in frustration. The young lady that Zhaihua mentioned was really Xiaonan. Xiang looked her up and down. Thankfully, except for the dirty-looking face, the young lady did not have any injuries or bloodstains. Is anything the matter? Xiaonan gave him a silly smile. Besides Xiang, there was no one that she could ask a favor of. Brother Zhai, do you have some space that I could put some stuff, but I would need to come over occasionally to use them? What stuff do you want to keep? Books. Xiang puckered his thin lips. Is your mom giving you trouble again? He remembered that Xiaonan mentioned yesterday that her mother did not intend to let her continue her studies. She wanted to sell your books? Xiaonan smiled bitterly. I have forgotten some of the knowledge learned from secondary 1 and 2. Middle school examinations will be coming in 1 year's time. I would like to sit for college entrance examinations and get into a college. Sure, come with me. Xiang nodded. After all, he had given his word to Xiaonan a few days ago that she could come to him for help if she faced any problems. Staring at Xiang's broad, dependable back, Xiaonan felt slightly at ease. Luckily, Brother Zhai was willing to offer his help. Brother Zhai appeared indifferent and aloof, but in fact he was a very kind-hearted person. Xiang brought Xiaonan to the backyard. There was a small hut by itself which was used to store groceries. But the hut had been emptied of groceries the past year, and had been vacant since then. Xiang handed 2 keys to Xiaonan. This is the key to the hut, while the other one is the key to the back door of my house. Don't lose them. Xiaonan blinked her eyes at Xiang, dumbfounded by his words. She knew that Brother Zhai was a good person, but this was too kind of him. How could he just give away the keys to the back door of his house so easily? Was this appropriate? Have you committed it to memory? Xiang asked coldly. Yes. Xiaonan nodded her head quickly. But is this appropriate? Good. Just bring the books over. Xiang did not answer Xiaonan's question, but wanted her to bring the books as soon as possible. Oh, all right. At the thought of the books, Xiaonan dashed out in full speed as if she had the legs of a rabbit. Once Xiaonan left, Xiang went back inside the house and took a new light bulb for the storeroom. The light bulb in the storeroom has not been working since half a year ago, but since it was no longer used to store grocery, no one had bothered to change it. After changing the light bulb, Xiang took his desk and chair from the study room and put it in the storeroom. Oh, why did you shift them here? Zhaihua was bursting with curiosity when she saw Xiang move the desk and chair to the storeroom. What exactly is happening here? Why are the desk and chair here? Hey, you even changed the light bulb? Zhaihua pulled the string. The storeroom, which used to be dim and dark, lit up brilliantly in an instant. This place is not for me. I lent it to Uncle Xiao's younger daughter. Xiang notified Zhaihua in advance for fear that it might cause a misunderstanding when Xiaonan returned with her books. Uncle Xiao's younger daughter? Do you mean Xiao Xiao? Zhaihua said. The young lady just now is Xiao Xiao? She looked quite pretty. Xiao Xiao? Xiang appeared clueless. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms there were the 2 Qiaos of Jiangdong. For us, it is the 2 Qiaos of the Quad. Zhaihua might not have known the people from Qiao family, but she definitely knew about the jokes going around the Quad. My brother, among the 2 Qiaos of the Quad, who is prettier, De Qiao or Xiao Qiao? Xiang shot a cold stare at Zhaihua. She froze over and gave an awkward smile. I was just joking. Little brat. He really could not take a joke. Brother Zhai. Xiaonan puffed hard from the run, bringing some books from the thrift shop. She saw a charming big sister, though she seemed unctuous. Zhai, is this your big sister? Xiaonan never thought that she would run into another member from the Zhai family so quickly. She became tongue-tied all of a sudden and addressed her in a funny way. Zhaihua had to bite her tongue. This was not the first time someone called her elder sister, but it was definitely the first time she had been called big sister. You could address me as Sister Zhaihua. Sister Zhaihua. There were only this many books? Xiang took the books from Xiaonan and put them aside. There are still more to go. I have to go for a few more rounds. You go. I will be here. Yes, all right. Xiaonan was still elated about resolving her 2 big problems. So when Xiang asked her to go ahead to bring the books, she ran out happily and did not bother to stay to chat with Zhaihua. Zhaihua blinked and was dumbfounded that she was treated as if she was non-existent. She had never imagined that there would be a day where she would be disregarded to such extent. Compared to her ice-cold brother, most people would be more than willing to be with her. Zhaihua touched her nose oddly and looked through Xiaonan's books. She saw the handwriting on the books and her face hardened. She now looked somewhat similar to Zhai Sheng's usual expression, particularly her eyes, which seemed sharp as razors. Zhai Sheng, what's all this about? Xiao Qiao was acquaintances with Peng Yu? Peng family did not get along well with Zhai family. Was there something suspicious about Xiaonan? Peng Yu was 2 years younger than Zhai Sheng, but he was as prominent as Zhai Sheng. Zhai Sheng was an all-rounder, while Peng Yu has been hailed as genius military counselor in the army, known for his foresight and vicious nature. If Xiao Qiao was sent by Peng family to get close to Zhai Sheng, she would stop at nothing to deal with her. Don't worry, Xiaonan had nothing to do with the Peng family. Zhai Sheng said calmly and matter-of-factly. Oh, gone was the Zhaihua who was all smiles every day. She now appeared very stern and serious. Zhai Sheng, although it was a rare occurrence that you have finally grown up and I am glad that you have taken a fancy to ladies, you do not put the Zhai family reputation at stake. I would not allow you to put our family at risk. Given Peng Yu's character, if Xiao Qiao has nothing to do with Peng family, he would rather throw them away than give it to Xiao Qiao. Zhai Sheng curled his lips. These books were thrown away by Peng Yu. What? Zhai Hua arched her eyebrows, a look of disbelief on her face. Didn't you notice the smell coming from Xiaonan? Even though the smell was faint, he could still tell. Smell? Zhai Hua asked uncertainly. It was only early autumn now. The weather was very hot. Everyone was drenched in sweat and smelled terribly. I just praised you for finally understanding the way of things, and now you're all muddle-headed again. How could you tell a young lady that she smelled right to her face? Zhai Sheng curled one side of his lips in a sarcastic manner. How did you even manage to get into the army back then? Just because you were all brawn and no brains and could serve as cannon fodder? Zhai Hua almost vomited blood. This blood brother of hers really had a sharp tongue. Xiaonan must have bought these books from the thrift shop. Zhai Sheng had really sharp eyes. Just from the smell of her and her dirty little face, he could tell where Xiaonan had been before coming to Zhai's house. Zhai Hua arched her eyebrows. When Xiaonan returned with another stack of books, Zhai Hua paid more attention to her instead of her gender. What she saw was exactly what Zhai Sheng said. With that, Zhai Hua finally relaxed and asked, why did you go to the thrift shop to get old books? And among all the books, you picked Peng Yu's books. Xiaonan smiled awkwardly. She could tell Brother Zhai of her family situation, but for no reasons, she just could not bring it herself to reveal it to Brother Zhai's elder sister. This is the study desk? This time round, Xiaonan noticed that the storeroom's light bulb was working, and it was refurbished with a sturdy-looking study desk. The study desk was sparkling clean and smooth. One could tell that it had been used regularly. That belonged to my sister. She seldom stays at home. Leaving it with her would only gather more dust. Zhai Sheng mentioned, thank you very much, Sister Zhai. Xiaonan thanked Zhai Hua from the bottom of her heart. Not only did she have a place to keep her books, but she also had a study desk. This storeroom was much better compared to Xiaonan's learning environment at her house. Xiaonan rubbed at her eyes quietly. Heaven seemed to be quite nice to her. She was given a chance to have a new lease of life, and was lucky enough to run into two kind-hearted souls. Zhai Hua arched her eyebrows and puckered her lips into an O shape. She threw a meaningful glance at Zhai Sheng. What was wrong with Xiao Qiao? Was she touched to tears? Have you brought all the books back? Zhai Sheng did not respond to Zhai Hua's look. Instead, he flipped through the books that Xiaonan brought back and realized that they were in series, from Secondary 1 to Secondary 3. Yes, I have brought everything back, Xiaonan said as she felt the pinch. She had painstakingly saved up the money for 15 years, and now she had to spend more than 3 yuan on these books. Xiaonan wondered how much her mother had sold her books for. Did it even amount to 3 yuan? All right, I will leave this place to you. Zhai Sheng dragged Zhai Hua, who did not seem to be leaving alongside with him, leaving no room for argument. What is wrong with you? Zhai Hua beat Zhai Sheng on the back of his hand and said sullenly, you are so nice to that young lady, offering her your study desk, and let me take the credit for it. I am your blood sister. Why aren't you so nice to me? By the way, what happened to Xiao Qiao? Why did she need to buy books from the thrift shop? What did you think was the reason? Zhai Sheng looked askance at her. Why would she ask when she already knew the answer? Zhaihua pulled at the corners of her mouth. Young brat, is that how you treat your sister? Xiang rolled his eyes at Zhaihua, not responding to her. Zhaihua glanced at Xiao Nan, who was already studying in the storeroom. She then caught up to Xiang and stopped making comments regarding Xiao Nan's matter. With no one around to bother her, Xiao Nan pored over the books. Xiao Nan had forgotten a lot of the mathematics knowledge points, but she had studied them before, so with some reading up of the lessons, she still managed to grasp the concepts fairly fast. As for Chinese, comprehension was pretty easy, but for those that required memorizing, she would have to do it from scratch. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Xiao Dongliang had came back home from work. The first person that he called out for was his younger daughter. Ding Jai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like Xiao Nan had not run off to look for old Xiao. That wretched girl still had some conscience. There is no need to shout anymore. Xiao Nan went out to play. She is not at home. Ding Jai told Xiao Dongliang head-on as he came in. She is undoubtedly a young lady, but she craved fun and excitement more so than a young man, spending her time outside every single day. With such behavior, I reckon that she would not survive secondary 3. Did she really think that she could ace her 3 years of school with her petty tricks? Xiao Dongliang had a sip of water, wiped his sweaty face with a wet cloth, and looked at Ding Jai. I have made my stand. If Nan would like to continue her studies, I will provide for her no matter what. All you say is you will provide. Doesn't that require money? Ding Jai was furious. Spend money? Can I not afford the money? My salary is not sufficient to pay for Nan's education fees? Xiao Dongliang was boiling with anger. He would provide for the daughter that he had. Ding Jai flushed with anger. Do you even understand our situation here? Xiao Zijin is in high school now. The expenses are much higher than before, and there's our household expenses as well. Everything needs money. If Xiaonan were to work, the household would have an extra income and incur less expenses. Wouldn't that be good? Xiao Dongliang pondered and said, even if Zijin wanted to enroll in high school and our expenses become higher, at most I could use my monthly pay to cover for all these and not set aside any money for savings. If there's any unforeseen circumstances, we still have some savings. What's there to worry about? Xiao Dongliang remembered that they have roughly more than 5,000 yuan of savings. Not much, but it should be enough for emergency use. Ding Jai turned green with guilt upon hearing Xiao Dongliang mention the savings. Xiao Dongliang did not notice Ding Jai's expression. He was lost in thought, pondering whether he should come up with ways to earn more. He would never know that the 5,000 plus yuan of hard-earned savings that he spent years sloughing his guts out for had in fact been used by Ding Jai as bribery to get their elder daughter to enroll in high school. The reason why Ding Jai wanted desperately for Xiao Nan to work was not only because she did not want to provide for Xiao Nan. Another reason was that they did not have any savings at all. A wrinkled purse, a flustered Ding Jai. Ding Jai stomped her feet in nervousness. Once riled up, there was nothing one could do to hold old Xiao back. Good thing was that old Xiao said that as long as that wretched girl agreed to quit school, he would not force her. So she would have to work on that wretched girl. Ding Jai thought for a moment. It was an easy feat to stop Xiao Nan from going to school. But what was most difficult would be getting Xiao Nan to quit school of her own accord. She had no idea what the wretched girl had been into these 2 days. Though useless, she used to be obedient. Nowadays, she even refused to listen to her and Zijin. How about Zijin? The younger daughter was not at home. The elder daughter was nowhere to be seen as well. Ding Jai raised her chin happily. Zijin said that she wanted to enter into the college. She did not do well for the middle school examination and wants to revise the knowledge points. Hopefully, after she has enrolled in high school, she can catch up on her studies. Okay. Xiao Dongliang was pleased that his daughter was studious and would like to strive for excellence. Make lots of good food for her, and don't think of bullying Xiaonan behind my back. Xiao Dongliang was full of anger. His wife passed the younger daughter food with chopsticks, but would ask her to put back the meat. Xiao Dongliang just could not understand why would his wife do such a thing. Ding Jai gritted her teeth, not rebutting what Xiao Dongliang said. Ding Jai still remembered that day when they had a quarrel. Xiao Dongliang had closed the door and stared at her as if he wanted to swallow her up. Xiao Dongliang's anger remained. Ding Jai did not dare do anything to upset him. Dad, Xiao Nan knew that Xiao Dongliang must have returned when she reached home. Xiao Dongliang smiled. Nan Nan is back. Where did you go to play? It's still hot now. You have just recovered from an illness. You must be careful not to go in the sun. Do you understand? Xiao Nan turned and looked towards Ding Jai. It was no doubt her mother who spoke ill of her in front of her father, saying that she has been out for fun. Ding Jai caught Xiao Nan's eye and glared at her, warning her to behave herself. Ding Jai stood behind Xiao Dongliang, so he did not see the warning look that she gave their younger daughter. Xiao Dongliang patted Xiao Nan's head. Her fever has subsided by now and said, Nan Nan, though your results and foundation are better than your sister, school reopens the day after tomorrow. If you have time, it would be good for you to stay at home to revise just like your sister. Xiao Nan smiled. Dad, Mom sold off all our junior high school textbooks. I would like to do some revision, but there's nothing for me to revise from. Middle school examinations will cover Secondary 1 and Secondary 2 content. Now I am worried and don't know what to do. Besides, elder sister also does not have her textbooks. I wonder what is she reading in her room? Sold? Xiao Dongliang was stunned. He could not believe it and turned to look at his wife. Where have you put Nan Nan's Secondary 1 and Secondary 2 textbooks? Nan Nan takes proper care of her books. Nan Nan mistakenly thinks you have sold them. Hurry up, take out the books now. Xiao Dongliang refused to believe that his wife would be so ruthless. He did not want to see the relationship between his wife and younger daughter turn sour. The elder daughter had just had middle school examinations. His wife kept the textbooks and insisted that the younger daughter who just started Secondary 2 to revise Secondary 1 and Secondary 2 knowledge points with the elder daughter. But when it was the younger daughter's turn to sit for the exams, his wife had sold the books. What was this? Ding Jai turned red. If not for old Xiao, she would have beaten that younger daughter of hers who was bent on going against her. What are you waiting for? Return Nan Nan's books to her now. Return her books. What's there to return? I was the one who paid her school fees. Is there any mortar and brick in the house that belonged to Xiao Nan? Xiao Dongliang drew a deep breath. You paid her school fees, but did you earn that money? Stop all this nonsense. Where are the books? Very well. I stayed at home and worked my guts out for you, keeping busy all day long. Now you are telling me all this money is yours, and I have no say at all. Old Xiao, how could you say this? Where's your conscience? What about all the efforts I put into this family? Aren't they considered contributions at all? Ding Jai burst into tears. Don't try to change the topic. Where are Nan Nan's books? Startled by Xiao Dongliang's bellow, Ding Jai stopped crying. She could not help but snarl. Everything is gone. There is nothing left. Since Zijin has graduated, there was no point in keeping the books. So I sold them off. But I sold her books by mistake as well. By mistake? Xiao Dongliang was amused by how Ding Jai was lying through her teeth. Did it really slip your mind? Or was it all part of your plan to stop Nan Nan from continuing her studies? Anyone could tell from these incidents whether his wife had done so intentionally or not. If Xiao Dongliang could not make out the truth, those years in the army were all for nothing. No wonder his wife had refused to give Nan Nan medicine for her fever and had even thrown the medicine away. Old Ding must have planned for Nan to be so sick that she could not enroll for school. Old Ding must have harbored this thought of not letting Nan enroll in school for ages. She definitely had not thought of it on the spur of the moment. To think that when Nan first told him that Old Ding wanted her to quit school, he thought that Nan had misunderstood Old Ding. So after all, it was his daughter who had seen through Old Ding's mind. Now that everything was out in the open, Ding Jai no longer bothered to explain. But she refused to admit that she was in the wrong. Didn't she always score well? Don't tell me she could not do well in her middle school examination, just because she did not have Secondary 1 and Secondary 2 textbooks? Nan, did you hear that? Your mom has agreed to let you continue with Secondary 3. Xiao Dongliang smiled coldly. He stroked Xiao Nan on the head and picked on Ding Jai's words. Don't worry, Nan, even if your mom does not allow, I am the breadwinner of the family. I will earn the money to let you continue with your studies. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom, Xiao Nan said at the top of her voice. No matter what, she had finally gotten the opportunity to continue her studies. She would not need to quit school anymore. Seeing that Ding Jai had turned green, Xiao Nan just couldn't help but shout out in joy with a wicked thought in mind. Dad, Mom has sold all the books. So what is sister reading in her room? What was Xiao Zijin so fascinated with? Her father and mother just had a big quarrel. Yet she as a good daughter did not turn up at all? Xiao Dongliang looked towards Ding Jiai, who stiffened and said, Zijin told me she wanted to read some books. How would I know what is she reading? Ding Jiai never doubted her beloved elder daughter's words. Mom, you have always been ranting about money, complaining that there was not enough to spend. You bought high school books for sister in advance. Wasn't that a waste of money? I didn't. Ding Jiai shook her head. She had spent all the savings in order to get Zijin into a good high school. How would she have money to buy high school books? They were stunned by Ding Jiai's denial. Flustered, Ding Jiai walked to Xiao Zijin's room. She knocked at the door lightly and said, Zijin, Mom is coming in. Upon knocking the door, Ding Jiai opened the door without waiting for Xiao Zijin's reply. Ding Jiai stepped into Xiao Zijin's room and saw that her elder daughter's face was covered in tears, her eyes clouded with sadness. Ding Jiai's heart skipped a beat. Her elder daughter must have felt sorry for her mom who was caught up in a quarrel with old Xiao. Ding Jiai's heart melted. Her elder daughter was such a dear. She had to give extra love to her. She must think of ways to pave the path for her daughter's future. Huh. Xiao Nan, who followed right behind, snorted and laughed when she saw the book that Xiao Zijin was holding in her hands. Sister, so you were reading a novel. Seems like you were so engrossed in your novel, it must have been tiring for you. The novel that Xiao Zijin was reading was none other than Mao Nainai's novels. Mao Nainai has been known to write novels regarding affairs in a marriage for quite a long period of time. Xiao Dongliang overheard them and knitted his eyebrows. You are reading novels, not revising? What is this novel about? By the time Xiao Dongliang snatched the novel from Xiao Zijin, only then did she realize that someone had entered her room. Xiao Zijin flushed with embarrassment and said to Ding Jiai, Mom, why did you enter my room without knocking? What kind of nonsense novel are you reading? Xiao Zijin had stopped at a page where there was some saucy material. Xiao Dongliang took a few glances and was exasperated. Did you coop yourself up in your room to read this kind of novel? Giving Xiao Zijin no time to react, Xiao Dongliang spread his two hands and tore up the novel. You refuse to let Nan Nan study, and yet you have spare money to buy this for Zijin. Old Ding, let me ask you, do we have money or not? Xiao Dongliang saw that the novel was not cheap, and there was the elder daughter's name on the book. It was undoubtedly hers. Ding Jiai was dumbfounded. Old Xiao wanted his daughters to be well educated and to have a promising future, so as to make up for his regret of being discharged from the army. This was the first time that she had seen old Xiao tear up their daughter's books. I didn't. Ding Jiai hurried to explain. I didn't give Zijin money, and I never knew that she bought books recently. Ding Jiai felt that she had been treated unjustly. She had saved and scrimped at home and kept tight control on the meat and fish dishes at home in order to save some money to pull strings for Zijin. She would never give Zijin extra money to buy these kind of novels. Ding Jiai had no idea what the novel was about. But judging from Xiao Dongliang's reaction, when he only took a glance and tore it into pieces, intuition told her that there was nothing great about the book. Out of curiosity, Xiao Nan picked up the book on the floor and flipped to the last page. She has been sisters with Xiao Zijin for 2 lives. She knew all the small habits that Xiao Zijin had. As expected, when Xiao Nan flipped to the last page, she saw some dates written on it. It dated back to more than half a year ago, around New Year last year. Looking at the pages, they weren't brand new. It meant that Xiao Zijin bought it more than half a year ago, and she had finished reading some time ago. Xiao Nan calculated the dates and realized that it had been during the most crucial part of the year where Xiao Zijin was sitting for her middle school examination. Xiao Zijin had spare money, yet she did not spend it on revision books, but wasted it on this kind of novel. No wonder Xiao Zijin had not been doing well in her exams, and that she only barely managed to make it to high school. Xiao Dongliang used to serve in the army. He was more insightful than others. Just one glance at Xiao Nan's flipping actions, and he knew what was going on. There was no need for Xiao Nan to say a word. Xiao Zijin was sitting for her crucial middle school examination at that time, and yet she had the time to read novels. Thinking back on her results, Xiao Dongliang felt extremely disappointed. Ever since he had been discharged from the army, he had pinned his hopes on his 2 daughters, hoping that they would have good prospects, and that was why he let them enroll in school. He thought she was not as gifted but had tried her best. Thus, with the adequate results that she had, he had not scolded her at all for 2 whole months. But now Xiao Dongliang knew the truth. Xiao Zijin did not put any effort into her studies at all. No wonder your results are less than satisfactory. This is where you have channeled your attention to. Xiao Dongliang was puzzled. At such a young age, how did Xiao Zijin know about these romance novels? Thinking back on the near 17 years that he had spent bringing up his elder daughter, she had never shed a tear for her dad. Yet she had cried her guts out for that book. Xiao Dongliang felt awful, but he could not take it out on his daughter, so he ran it at Ding Jiai. She was preparing for her middle school examination, and yet she was reading this sort of a moral book. How could she possibly get good results? Zijin's heart was not set on studying, and you forced her to study. On the other hand, Nan Nan had been performing well all along, yet you wanted her to quit school. What do you mean by that? Xiao Dongliang grabbed the book from Xiao Nan and threw it into Ding Jiai's face. Her face was not hurt, but her pride did. However, Ding Jiai could not rebut a word now. Zijin, why did she have to fumble the ball at such a juncture? Ding Jiai never imagined that her elder daughter would be reading novels instead of revising in such a crucial half-year period. On the other hand, even though Xiao Nan wanted to study at home, Ding Jiai would always order her around, asking her to run errands and to clean up the house. Xiao Zijin still had a buzzing sound in her ears. She was totally baffled, scared out of her wits. Whenever Xiao Zijin was reading, no one in the house would disturb her. In particular today, she made it a point to tell Ding Jiai that she was going to study. As always, Ding Jiai would not let anyone disturb her or go into her room. Because there was Ding Jiai around, Xiao Zijin read her novel without a care. Yet all of a sudden there were 3 people in her room. As for the revision that Xiao Zijin was saying, the content of this book had no relation whatsoever to her junior high studies. No, Dad, you are mistaken. This book? I only read it after exams were over, not before that. Xiao Zijin stuttered and could not utter a proper sentence. But everyone could tell that she was trying to make excuses for herself. Ding Jiai came to her senses and went to Xiao Zijin's rescue. Old Xiao, you heard it. Though Zijin bought the book way before exams, she only read it recently. How she fared in middle school examination had nothing to do with this book. Zijin was so sensible, she would not do things like that. Never read before? Does this look like a new book? Dad, I never read it, but I lent it to my classmate. Who did you lend it to? I have lent it to Wang Hua from the next class. But Wang Hua has moved house 4 months ago. She did not even sit the middle school examination. Her dad would not be able to find her. The one who moved, sister. Since when are you on such close terms with the classmates from the next class? Xiao Nan laughed. Xiao Zijin might be able to convince their mother, but definitely not Dad. This was obviously Xiao Zijin's intention. Wang Hua had moved house and Dad had no way of verifying with her. You shut up, Ding Jiai shouted at Xiao Nan. At this juncture, you are still adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Nan, what ill intentions are you harboring? If you do not know how to speak, just keep your mouth shut. Ding Jiai was startled by Xiao Dongliang's darkened face. Dad, I have to enroll for school the day after tomorrow. Where are my school fees? Xiao Nan tried changing the topic. The date for enrollment was just a few days away. Would she be able to get her school fees? Dad, I have used up all my pens and exercise books. Xiao Dongliang let out a deep breath. Give 20 yuan to Nan Nan. 20 yuan. We don't have so much. Ding Jiai felt the pinch. 20 yuan, that was a month of the family expenses. Anyway, Zijin has a lot of pens and notebooks. Can't she use them? Xiao Dongliang was both amused and angered by Ding Jiai's words. While Zijin has a poor learning attitude, she can have everything new. Nan Nan's results are so good, and she can only use the leftovers from Zijin? Let me repeat. Give Nan Nan 20 yuan. If we give her 20 yuan, what are we going to eat and drink for this month? Ding Jiai was not happy to provide the money. Mom, Xiao Zijin whispered to Ding Jiai, trying to dissuade her. She finally felt it. Recently, Xiao Nan's behavior was so bizarre that it was causing her bad luck. With her father's current attitude, her mother would never be able to override him no matter how determined she was. Xiao Nan would undoubtedly continue with her studies. Since this was the case, Xiao Zijin thought that her mother might as well agree to this immediately. This might even improve her father's impression of Ding Jiai. Ding Jiai pushed away Xiao Zijin's hands. Zijin, I know you don't want me to argue with your dad, but please leave this matter alone. Though he heard from Ding Jiai that she did not have money on hand, Xiao Dongliang did not feel like questioning her on where his salary for the month went to. If it's not enough, you can go to the bank to withdraw 100 yuan. That should do. Nan started school, so did Zijin. As Zijin continued her studies, she certainly needed money. Old Ding could not possibly let her suffer. She would not give even 1 cent, not to mention 100 yuan. At the mention of savings, all 3 women of the Qiao family became exceptionally quiet. Xiaonan need not say anything. The huge mess that her mother made would be found out sooner or later. Ding Jiai and Xiao Zijin had a look of guilt all over them. They dared not speak. Why are you standing there? Give me the checkbook. I will go to the bank with you tomorrow to withdraw 100 yuan. Xiao Dongliang stretched out his hands to Ding Jiai. Ding Jiai was scared stiff. Her face turned slightly pale, and she stuttered when she spoke. No, didn't you want 20 yuan? I will give it to you. We don't have to go to the bank. To ensure that Xiao Dongliang dismissed the thought of the passbook, Ding Jiai immediately took out 20 yuan from her pocket and threw it on the ground. Xiaonan's face was stiff. She took deep breaths. She remained silent. She must continue with her studies. At this time, it was not easy to get her mother to give any money out. She must cherish this opportunity. Xiaonan continued to comfort herself with such thoughts, but as an adult with dignity, her eyes were all red, and her hands reluctantly moved to pick up the money. Xiao Dongliang pursed his lips. Old Ding, although it is not the time to fight now, I don't think you want me to lift my hand against you. Ding Jiai was at the top of her anger. She not only had to give the money, but also had to wait on the wretched girl, Xiao Nan, as if she was their ancestor. Why should she? Before Xiao Dongliang could flare up again, Xiao Zijin stood up without a word, bent down and picked up the money. She blew and patted it dry before handing it to Xiao Nan personally. Nan, please don't misunderstand. Mom definitely loves you, but she hasn't been resting well recently and has a poor temper. Unlike the past, Xiao Nan was not so easy to sweet talk. If Mom continued with this attitude, whatever she said to Xiao Nan would not no longer have any effect. Xiao Nan held on tightly to the money but did not speak. Nan, let's go. Dad will get some egg noodles for you. Xiao Dongliang shot a look of disdain at Ding Jiai. Despite being years older, she was not as sensible as her daughter. Xiao Zijin was sloppy in her studies. Xiao Dongliang was of course angry and disappointed, but he still loved his own daughter. Seeing that Xiao Zijin was more gracious and sensible than Ding Jiai, his gaze quickly softened. Standing by the side and watching, Xiaonan sighed. They belonged to one family. The mistakes that Mom made were mostly petty ones. Regardless of how angry Dad was, he would at most argue a little. It would definitely not be that serious. To put it bluntly, her father was easy to appease. As she was fully aware of this, after the rebirth, Xiaonan only focused on protecting her own interests. She did not kick up a big fuss or sow discord between the couple. Dad, can you give me 2 eggs? Xiaonan perked herself up and smiled at Xiao Dongliang. Well, as long as Nan likes it, not to mention 2, 3 is also not a problem. Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiao Nan to the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves to prepare noodles for her. Handmade noodles are delicious, chewy and not sticky. Topped with some shallots and 2 golden eggs, they were especially fragrant. Having the freshly made noodles, Xiaonan smiled bitterly. The reason why her father personally went to the kitchen to prepare noodles were twofold. First, to make up it to her, and second, he hoped that she would forget what happened today and not take this matter to heart with her mother. She did not expect her mother to become fair, nor did she expect her father to become firm in taking her mother in hand. The only thing she hoped and strived for in this life was that she would study well, find a good job to support herself, have her own home, and quietly live through her days. As for her mother and Xiao Zijin, they could try to torture her as much as they would like to, but she would not participate with their ploys. She would earn her own keep and guard it jealously. This dinner, the Qiao family had a particularly quiet meal. Xiao Dongliang had only prepared the portions of Xiao Nan and himself, and Ding Jiai had to prepare for Xiao Zijin and herself. This was the first time that the Chow family was divided into two tables. Except for Chow Nan, the rest of the three parties felt strange and confused. After eating the noodles, Chow Nan washed her own cutlery, turned and returned to her bedroom and started reading. When Ding Jai saw that Chow Nan had only cleaned up after herself, she was so furious that she shouted at her. Xiao Zijin quickly stopped Ding Jai and hinted at her by shaking her head. She silently mouthed two words, the passbook. These two words were Ding Jai's Achilles heel. Before this, Ding Jai was like a balloon that was ready to blow up any time. Now, she seemed to be one that was out of gas and withering badly. Mom, let me wash up. Xiao Zijin endured the greasiness and discomfort while she immersed her hands into the water. Ding Jai took the dishes out of Xiao Zijin's hands. No, Mom will wash. My daughter does not need to do these rough chores. You just have to go back to your bedroom to rest. Zijin, the situation at home. Mom did not hide from you. Don't make your dad angry again and create trouble for Mom. Okay, Mom, you can rest assured it won't happen again. Xiao Zijin also began to regret letting her mother sell all of the textbooks. With none left, she could not even put up a pretense. What Xiaonan did not know was that Ding Jai had only intended to sell her books, and not those of Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin finally graduated from junior high school. She hated the sight of those textbooks and was eager to get rid of them. She even told Ding Jai if she did not sell her textbooks, and Xiao Nan's books were gone, what if she asked to borrow from her? Right from the start, Xiao Zijin's intention was to leave Xiao Nan with no alternatives. She never expected that the outcome was that she would dig her own grave. After Xiao Zijin came out from the kitchen, for a moment, she did not know what she could do. After some thoughts, Xiao Zijin prepared a cup of tea for Xiao Dongliang and then apologized to him in an honest and sincere manner. As for when the book was purchased, whether she read it before or after the middle school exams, she did not say a word. Xiao Zijin was quite street smart, especially when it came to appeasing her parents. Knowing the temperament of Xiao Dongliang, it was better to admit to the mistakes immediately than to argue and lie. True enough, with this, Xiao Dongliang was forgiving and softly persuaded Xiao Zijin not to make the same mistake again in future, to do well in her studies. The behavior was unlike that of Ding Jai, who kept shouting at Xiao Nan to quit school. After appeasing Xiao Dongliang, Xiao Zijin was certain that her younger sister Xiao Zijin had changed in these few days. Xiao Zijin constantly reflected on herself. Could she have accidentally let slip her intentions before Xiao Nan and resulted in Xiao Nan's current attitude towards her? Having successfully maintained the father-daughter relationship, Xiao Zijin decided to try again to mend the sister-to-sister relationship. Nan, can I come in? Xiao Zijin waited for a while, but did not hear the voice of Xiao Nan. After some thought, Xiao Zijin simply pushed open the door and entered. In fact, before today, Xiao Zijin would enter Xiao Nan's room as and when she wanted to. There was never a need to knock on the door. In the entire Xiao family, the family members only had the habit of knocking on Xiao Zijin's door before entering. Nan, what are you reading? As Xiao Nan's back was facing Xiao Zijin could see that Xiao Nan was flipping the pages of a book, but she could not see what book it was. Xiao Zijin's eyes lit up, revealing her excitement. All the textbooks had been sold by Mom. How could Xiao Nan have any decent books left to read? Xiao Zijin shouted straight at the top of her lungs. Her voice alerted Ding Jai, who was behind the stove, and Xiao Dongliang, who was resting in the room. When she heard Xiao Zijin's hoarse voice, Xiao Nan's face turned black and hid her books immediately. What are you doing in my room? Nan, what did you hide? Is there a secret between the two of us? Can I see? Nan, I am the living example. Don't pick up the wrong things from others and read those indecent books. If Dad knew, he would be so sad and angry. It is enough that I have made this mistake. I just promised Dad that it will not happen again. Nan, be obedient, hand over the book. I will help you to ask for Dad and Mom's forgiveness. You must also promise them that you will never make such a mistake in the future. If you are too afraid, I can help you to cover it up, but you must not keep this book. As Xiao Zijin spoke, she pounced towards Xiao Nan and wanted to grab the book was hidden in Xiao Nan's arms, so that she would have the complete set of evidence. Xiao Nan could not stop sneering. With the voice of Xiao Zijin as loud as an opera singer, Dad and Mom could not have missed it unless they were deaf. And Xiao Zijin was still trying to sweet-talk her by offering to cover up the matter. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Xiao Zijin, who had just done something wrong, to catch her red-handed. Xiao Zijin could not wait to let the whole world know. What is happening? Ding Jai rushed over with the spatula still in her hand. After she heard Xiao Zijin's words and also saw Xiao Dongliang who rushed over at the same time, Ding Jai began to bombard the father without any reservation. See for yourself, this girl is so wild at heart, not to mention that she is always outside. I don't even see her studying hard at home, hiding to read novels. Zijin had completed her middle school exams, but this is the critical year that she will be advancing to secondary 3. With her attitude, aren't you pouring money down the drain if you allow her to study? No, she must have a good talk with old Xiao. To let such a person continue her studies would be a waste of the family's money. Shut up. Xiao Dongliang was in a fix. You dare to scold Nan? You have sold her secondary 1 and 2 textbooks. What can Nan be reading? Xiao Dongliang had not forgotten this. I was still racking my brain. Nan also needed to take the midterm school exams. How is she going to revise her studies for this year? Just when Xiao Dongliang was thinking hard of ways to help the younger daughter borrow a set of the secondary 1 and 2 textbooks, she had also picked up the bad habit of reading novels. Xiao Dongliang felt so exhausted at heart. Nan, you see, both Dad and Mom are angry. Why don't you take the novel out? Xiao Zijin was quite happy and smug. At this moment, she was unable to hide her emotions from Xiao Nan. With more than a lifetime of experience, Xiao Nan's eyes were venomously sharper than before. She saw straight through Xiao Zijin at one glance. Xiao Zijin was gloating. I'm not giving it to you, or Mom either. Xiao Dongliang took a deep breath and said with his greatest patience to Xiao Nan, Nan, if you really wish to study hard, please give the book to me. Since he had forgiven one, he would have to forgive the other. He could not possibly be generous to his elder daughter and petty to the younger one. Xiao Dongliang could not bring himself to do that. Xiao Nan breathed a sigh of relief. She handed the book to Xiao Dongliang. If her book was with Xiao Zijin or her mother, she would not be able to keep it, even if it was a decent book. When Xiao Dongliang saw that the younger daughter had handed to him a secondary 1 math textbook, he was stunned. Isn't your book? Was it sold by Lao Ding? Xiao Nan's face was red. A summer vacation had passed. Maybe I really was a little crazy. I seem to have forgotten what was taught in secondary 1 and 2, so I wanted read more and pick up the knowledge again before the school starts. After all, she had not been studying for years. If she suddenly had to pick up her previous knowledge, Xiao Nan definitely needed some time. Xiao Nan was not afraid of other things. She was only afraid that if she flunked the midterm exams, she would have let down Xiao Dongliang. Her wish to study would also be dashed. After all, her mother would constantly try to influence her father. Her academic results were the only reason and source of motivation for her dad to continue supporting her. Oh, good. Xiao Dongliang felt at ease instantly. But your book? Yes. Where did the book come from? Ding Jai's face was as fierce as a tiger. She still wished that the wretched girl would fail her exams since she did not have the secondary 1 and 2 textbooks for revision. Old Xiao now insisted that the wretched girl should continue to study. But if she graduated from junior high school and did not do well, should she find a job instead? The country currently only advocated a 9-year compulsory education. It was not necessary to go to high school. The tuition fees were expensive. For her elder daughter, Ding Jai was willing to pay. However, at the thought of spending so much money on the younger daughter, Ding Jai felt the pinch. I bought it from the waste recycling station. Xiao Nan answered with dignity. Bought? Where did your money come from? Why didn't she know that the wretched girl had hidden some money? Nan, how can you spend money so indiscriminately? Xiao Zijin was not happy. She knew that the money that Xiao Nan had on hand was not much, and that she had saved it up over the years. She was actually thinking of asking Xiao Nan to spend the money on her, so that she could attend high school in a proud fashion. Xiao Dongliang's happy face turned dark. How is this a waste of money? The money is well spent. Xiao Dongliang knew that buying books from the waste recycling station were much cheaper than purchasing new ones directly from the school. Not only the money was not wasted, but it was also worth it. Let me ask you, where did your money come from? Ding Jai tugged at Xiaonan. How much did you spend on buying the book? How much do you have left? Take it out. Wretched girl. She even dared to hide money. What are you doing? Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiaonan behind him. Ding Jai did not dare to come forward to touch Xiaonan. The money was from me. However, he had not given much. It seemed that Nan had never spent that money. After so many years of savings, they were finally put to a good use at this crucial moment. Nan, is the money enough? Did you buy just one book? If that's not enough, don't be afraid, tell me. I will buy for you. It was obvious to Xiao Dongliang that the younger daughter would never be able to receive a single cent from his wife. No matter how small the amount was, any money that the younger daughter had would be confiscated by his wife. Fortunately, his wife did not know about this stash. Otherwise, the younger daughter would not have conceived the idea of buying books from the waste recycling station. Moreover, the elder daughter had spent all the money that he had given her and even bought those novels. With this, Xiao Dongliang began to pay more attention to the younger daughter who had been quiet all this time. Both daughters should be loved, but 5 fingers were not of the same length. In Xiao Dongliang's impression, besides performing better in her studies, Xiaonan did not have any other positive qualities. But today, or recently, Xiao Dongliang found out that, besides not as being as affectionate as the elder daughter, the younger daughter actually had many merits. Not only did she have the tendency to do the right thing, but she was also very intelligent. If old Ding was not the mother of the younger daughter, she might not be able to bully her. True enough, having heard what Xiaonan said next, Xiao Dongliang became very certain of this. No, I found the secondary 1 and 2 textbooks. Where are they? Ding Jai asked loudly. When she found all those books, she would not leave any for Xiaonan. At the very least, she would ask the school to extend an additional year for Xiaonan to complete her compulsory education. Not more than that. They are not at home anyway. Xiaonan snorted. Which book would you like to see? I will bring it back. When she brought the book home, Dad was already home. If Dad was around, Mom would not dare to grab her book, nor would she dare to tear it. When she heard Xiaonan's answer, Ding Jai was furious. On the contrary, Xiao Dongliang laughed. He touched the younger daughter's head. This is quite good. The younger daughter had also learnt guerrilla warfare with the old Ding. She had inherited the qualities of the old Xiao family. If Xiaonan had been a son, the old Xiao family would have a successor. This was a living soldier with great potential. Xiao Dongliang took a glance at Ding Jai, who had the cheek to be angry. Old Ding, remember what I said? Nan is good. We have to nurture her. Xiao Dongliang's words made Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin's faces change simultaneously. Not only were they unable to make Xiaonan quit school and work, but now they had to nurture her. How were they going to do that? If they nurtured Xiaonan, what about Xiao Zijin? Xiao Dongliang was the sole breadwinner, and all the savings in the family had been wiped out by Ding Jai. 1 earns and 4 spent. Out of the 4, 2 were big spenders, Ding Jai thought. She was at the top of her anger, and ulcers formed all around her mouth that night. Ding Jai, who was bitter in her heart, could not bring herself to tell Xiao Dongliang about this. She could only worry about this herself. The next morning when Xiao Dongliang saw Ding Jai had a mouth of ulcers, he only thought that his wife was heedy, but the 2 daughters knew in their hearts why Ding Jai were like this. Xiaonan could not even protect herself, not to mention that she had always been the one being sacrificed. No matter how anxious Ding Jai was, at this time, Xiaonan was not willing or able to help. So, one day before the start of school, Xiaonan continued to go to the Jai family to revise. In order to avoid Ding Jai, Xiaonan did not even go home for lunch at noon. She spent 5 cents and bought a loaf of bread to tide over her hunger. She waited until the evening when Xiao Dongliang got off work before she went home again. After revising for 2 days, Xiaonan became more aware of her current standard. After some consideration, Xiaonan felt that it was necessary to talk to Xiao Dongliang. Dad, is there something? Come in. Xiao Dongliang pointed to the stool in the room. Xiaonan sat on it. Dad, this is the situation. I have to let you know. Mom's attitude, as you know, during this summer vacation. Dad, this time after school starts, my results may not be as good as before, or may even be a little worse. Dad, can you not take into account the midterm exam results and wait for my performance at end of the term? Xiao Nan was really worried that with only half a semester of time, she might not be able to catch up, and then if her mother kicked up a fuss, her dad would relent and make her quit school. Xiao Dongliang thought about it. Yes, but Nan, you have to remember that since you have made a promise, I can disregard the midterm exam, but you have to give me a satisfactory answer in the final term. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to your mother either. In teaching a child, having flexibility is important. You can't pull the reins too tightly, neither can you let it loose too much. The fiasco of Xiao Zijin's middle school examination made Xiao Dongliang reflected for a long time. He felt that the couple had been too assured with their elder daughter and too lax in monitoring her studies. As a result, Xiao Zijin became who she was. He didn't want to make a second mistake twice, this time, on his younger daughter. Okay. Xiao Nan did not know Xiao Dongliang's thoughts, but she placed these words of Xiao Dongliang in her heart with great importance. In any case, she won more than half a year's time for herself. Dad, then I shall go and revise. Having given the opportunity that she fought hard for, Xiao Nan cherished it immensely and immediately went back to the room to read. Mom. Xiao Zijin stayed with Ding Jai at the stove, her eyes full of worries. Phew. Ding Jai breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Mom will find a way. The wretched girl will start school tomorrow, so don't bother about it this year. But after you go to high school, you have to save more money. Also, that savings of Xiao Nan, you didn't know? When she heard that she had to tighten her belt, Xiao Zijin was unhappy. Daddy only gave me and Nan a few cents. I thought that Xiao Nan also spent it all. I didn't know that she saved them up. In future, keep a tight watch for me and don't let her have any money on hand. Look at this matter. If she doesn't have money, she can't buy books, and when she fails her middle school exams, she will have to work. It will at most be delayed for a year. Now, Ding Jai had to admit that, in comparison to the elder daughter, the younger daughter's academic performance was better. The elder daughter could continue with her studies even though she flunked the middle school exams. If the younger daughter performed better in the exams, she would not able to convince old Xiao on this. However, if the younger daughter performed worse, she would have the opportunity to convince old Xiao to change his mind. Mom, don't mention this anymore. Talking about money, Xiao Zijin was more dismayed than Ding Jai. Xiao Zijin had long been aware of Xiao Nan's money, before Ding Jai's knowledge. Xiao Zijin was a spendthrift who spent all that her parents gave. She also knew that Xiao Nan did not spend a single cent, and gradually saved up. The reason that Xiao Zijin did not tell Ding Jai about the money was that if her mother knew, her mother would simply confiscate Xiao Nan's money and not let Xiao Zijin spend it. Xiao Zijin was reluctant to part with that money. Xiao Zijin thought that it was easy to sweet-talk Xiao Nan. As long as she wasted some breath and sweet-talked Xiao Nan, the savings would eventually have been spent on her. Xiao Zijin treated Xiao Nan as a living bank. Now, the money was not being spent on her and was giving Xiao Nan the opportunity to continue her studies. If she had known that this would be the case, she would not have allowed Xiao Nan to keep the money until this day. A few days ago, she would have cajoled Xiao Nan into buying new clothes for her. At this time, Xiao Zijin had a feeling that if it had been a few days ago, she was certain that she could get the money out of Xiao Nan's hands. But now, it was difficult. Well, don't mention the money. How about your learning attitude? Zijin, whatever happened in the past, Mom will not talk about it anymore. But after you go to high school, you need to buck up. Ding Jai thought of Xiao Zijin's academic results and could not help but start to frown. I understand, Xiao Zijin said, her heart on fire. She also wanted to study hard and be like Xiao Nan, who was always in the top 3 in the cohort, so that her parents would be proud of her wherever they went. She would also be proud of herself. But Xiao Nan is revising. You did not do well for your junior high school. You can ask her to teach you. Ding Jai's eyes lit up as she hatched this idea. In fact, she had used the same method before. Xiao Nan was in Secondary 1 and Xiao Zijin Secondary 2. When Xiao Zijin could not remember what was taught in Secondary 1 when she was solving Secondary 2 mathematical problems, Ding Jai would ask Xiao Zijin to check with Xiao Nan. However, to outsiders, Ding Jai would always tell them that the elder daughter guided the younger one, and thus the younger one's academic performance was good, that it was the sacrifice of the elder daughter to fulfill the younger daughter's wishes. Xiao Zijin's eyes lit up. Yes, why had she not thought of this? If she kept pestering Xiao Nan, wouldn't Xiao Nan have less time for revision? Nan. This time, Xiao Zijin did not knock on the door and went straight into Xiao Nan's room. Are you thinking of grabbing my book again? Xiao Nan did not even raise her head, as she was tackling a mathematical question. For Xiao Nan, to revise mathematics, you must master all the example questions in the book. The notes in the book that she had picked were more comprehensive, and the solutions to the problem were clearer, which allowed Xiao Nan to do more with less. No, I am here to ask you questions. When she peeked and saw that Xiao Nan was reading the subject that she had the most problem with maths, Xiao Zijin spoke with more confidence. Xiao Nan moved and closed the book. The corners of her mouth curled, and she looked at Xiao Zijin. Did you come of your own accord, or did Mom ask you to? In 2 lifetimes, since when did Xiao Zijin like to study? Of course I came of my own accord. Xiao Zijin helped herself to a place in the room and sat down. Nan, teach me how to do this question. Xiao Zijin arbitrarily turned to a page and pointed to a question. Xiao Nan grabbed the book back and then took out a workbook and copied the question that Xiao Zijin pointed to. When she saw Xiao Nan doing this, Xiao Zijin laughed. Just shortly after Xiao Zijin laughed, she heard the sound of Xiao Nan tearing the blank piece of paper which noted the question. Dad, what's wrong? When Xiao Dongliang heard the younger daughter's voice, he immediately came over. When Xiao Nan called, Xiao Dongliang came over without any hesitation. Xiao Zijin snorted unhappily. Dad, sister said that she did not know how to do this secondary 1 question. I need to revise. Dad, can you teach sister? Then, Xiao Nan simply handed that paper with the problem to Xiao Dongliang. She was now unwilling to waste any feeling or money on Xiao Zijin, not to mention time and energy, which were more precious than money. I'll look at it. Xiao Dongliang took the math problem over. At a look, he didn't know how to solve this. Xiao Dongliang was not highly educated. As both daughters went to school, Xiao Dongliang would occasionally pick up and read his daughter's books, thinking that they could make improvements together. It was rare that the daughter did not know something that he did. Xiao Dongliang was feeling motivated. Zijin, you bring your book and pen to the study room. I will teach you. Without waiting for Xiao Zijin to decline, Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiao Zijin and left. Seeing the unwilling Xiao Zijin being taken away, Xiao Nan laughed and opened the book to continue with her revision. Rested well for a night, the next day, with the 20 yuan from Ding Jai in her pocket, Xiao Nan reported to school. After paying the tuition fees, she was left with 3 yuan. With this 3 yuan, Xiao Nan simply spent it all on school supplies. She was used to using things that were left over by Xiao Zijin. All of a sudden, she had new things that belonged solely to her. Xiao Nan was in disbelief. With a handful of new books, Xiao Nan thought about it, and she did not take all the new books home. Instead, she placed everything at the Zhai family's house. She would rather trouble herself a bit more by waking up earlier to go to the Zhai's house to retrieve her books than to leave it at home. If she did not pay attention, her mother would scrap all her books. Where are the books? Seeing that Xiao Nan had only brought 1 book home, Ding Jai's pulled a long face. Who are you guarding them from? Xiao Nan's clear eyes stared straight at Ding Jai and said in a semi-loud voice, the books are too heavy. I can't bring them back. I've left them in the school. How about the money? Sick of mentioning the books, Ding Jai thought of the money. I remembered that your tuition fees are 17 yuan. Give me the 3 yuan left over. 3 yuan could provide a few meals of meat. Xiao Nan shook her head. I have spent all the money. Dad promised to let me buy me a pen and notebook. You are a wastrel. Ding Jai was furious. It is impossible to spend all 3 yuan. How much did you spend? Hurry, take your things and return them to the store to get a refund. Your sister has a lot of leftovers. Aren't they all good to use? Not waiting for Xiao Nan to answer, Ding Jai simply started searching Xiao Nan's body and vowed to take all the money from her. Ding Jai was not ashamed of what she was doing, but that did not mean Xiao Nan could tolerate her actions. Her mother had not changed at all in 2 whole lifetimes. In her previous life, when she was already working, her mother went to her workplace to find out her monthly salary. As soon as she received her pay, the first thing her mother would do was to search through all her pockets, making sure that she did not have any money left on her. Not waiting for Xiao Nan to suffer from humiliation, Xiao Dongliang, who had just returned from work, witnessed the entire scene. Xiao Dongliang put away his bicycle and shouted, "What are you doing?" Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiao Nan to his side. Seeing that her arm has been pinched to a bright red, he was all the more angry. "What are you up to this time?" Ding Jai was scared stiff. She pursed her mouth and did not say a word. "What? Have you lost your tongue?" Xiao Dongliang bellowed. He used to think that his wife showed favoritism and favored the elder daughter. But now from the looks of it, it was not just simple favoritism. Old Ding seemed to dislike Nan Nan. Nan Nan was already a 15-year-old young lady, yet she was treated like a thief, being forced to go through a body check. Wouldn't Nan Nan be hurting inside? "Dad, Mom wanted me to hand over the extra 3 yuan left from today's school fees. I said I have used them to buy exercise books, but she insisted that I return the books and get the money back. Mom said I could use the hand-me-downs from sister." Since Ding Jai kept quiet, Xiaonan went on to explain to her father. Ding Jai did not feel that she had gone overboard, but when she faced Xiao Dongliang, she felt ashamed and could not bring herself to say what she had done. Xiao Dongliang was enraged. Since Zijin's leftover stationery is still in good condition, she could continue to use it in high school. Why must you insist that she leave it for Nan Nan? All along the younger daughter had been using her sister's hand-me-downs. Her pencil was only a palm size long. On the other hand, for every new school year, the elder daughter would have an array of new stationery, from pencil and eraser to exercise books. Xiao Dongliang was beginning to feel very upset about this. If Old Ding wanted Nan Nan to be thrifty and frugal, increasing income while decreasing expenditure, Xiao Dongliang would definitely agree and be supportive of her. But Xiao Dongliang realized that Ding Jai did not manage to increase income, and she only requested her younger daughter to be frugal. What was more, she spent whatever was saved on the elder daughter. How would one say that this was being thrifty and frugal? "Nan Nan, don't pay attention to your mom. Let's go inside." Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiao Nan along with him into the house, not paying attention to the unreasonable wife who showed favoritism. On one hand, he persuaded Nan Nan not to harbor grudges, but on the other hand, his wife did not rein in her unreasonable nature. No matter how forgiving Nan Nan was, his wife should know her limits. This would not do. He must have a good talk with Old Ding tonight. Back in the house, Xiaonan had a drink and said, "Dad, you must be tired after a day's work." "I am all right. I am off to do some studying." Xiao Dongliang looked closely at Xiaonan's eyes. She really did not seem to mind whatever had happened just now. He felt really bad for her. "Nan Nan, your mom, that's her nature. She gets muddle-headed as she grows older. Don't take it to heart." Xiao Dongliang hoped that Nan Nan would not blame her mother. However, when he saw how unaffected she was, he felt really gloomy and depressed. "Okay." Xiaonan responded and carried her books into the house, all her thoughts on her studies. Seeing the younger daughter left quietly, returning to her room to study, Xiao Dongliang did not feel good at all. During dinner time, Ding Jai fried a total of 2 eggs. Xiao Dongliang gave half of the eggs to Xiao Nan, making Ding Jai turn green with anger. As soon as Xiao Dongliang put down his chopsticks, without a word, Ding Jai put half of the remaining fried eggs into the elder daughter's bowl and divided the leftover fried eggs with Xiao Dongliang. At night, Xiao Dongliang tossed and turned on the bed, finding it difficult to fall asleep. He could not forget the overly calm expression that he saw in Nan Nan's eyes. What's wrong? Ding Jai could not fall asleep either with his tossing and turning. "Old Ding, what do you think of Nan Nan? Zijin is your daughter, and Nan Nan isn't? Aren't you worried that your behavior will hurt Nan Nan? It would be good if she wasn't my daughter. You would be a battalion commander by now, and I would still have a job." Ding Jai, who was worried about finances, lost her temper on hearing what he said. If she and old Xiao still had a job, the savings at home would not be depleted after they were used to pull strings for Zijin, and she would not be so worried now. A depressed Xiao Dongliang said, "We can't blame this on Nan Nan. It was our decision to have a second child. We gave up everything willingly, and yet you have shifted the blame onto Nan Nan?" At the thought of his comrades from the same batch, every one of them valiant and heroic, and looking back on himself an ordinary salaryman, Xiao Dongliang felt suffocated as well. But Old Ding wanted to have a second child, and he really wanted a son. They discussed and came to an agreement. What they never thought was that after quitting their jobs and having a second child, What awaited them was not the son that they had dearly hoped for, but yet another daughter. But after all, it was their own child. Yes, they gave up everything for this child, and Xiao Dongliang could not deny that he felt disappointed, heartbroken, and even dejected. But life had to go on, and they had another child to bring up. Xiao Dongliang recovered quickly from his disappointment. Nowadays, men and women were equal in society. Women could hold up half the sky. If he put effort into bringing up his daughters, who would say that they were not as good as sons? Xiao Dongliang had come to terms with it, but not Ding Jiai. She still dreamed of being the wife of the battalion commander, with a chauffeur to fetch her around. She also wanted a government job, a simple job with ample pay. And all her dreams had come to an end when the younger daughter was born. Ding Jiai felt as if she had fallen from heaven to Hades. Whenever she looked at Xiaonan, she could feel bitterness and resentment in her heart. Who else to blame but her? This family was totally ruined by her. She has dragged down everyone with her. Shouldn't she sacrifice and make atonements? Seeing the agitated Ding Jiai sat up in bed, Xiao Dongliang lowered his voice and pulled at Ding Jiai. Quiet down. Do you want to wake the kids up? Just look at what you said just now. Is that something one would say? Why can't you tell right from wrong? I never knew that you bear such thoughts ever since Nan Nan was born. No wonder you treat Nan Nan in such a manner. Xiao Dongliang finally found out that his wife harbored such thoughts towards their younger daughter. Old Ding, let me tell you, you can't blame Nan Nan for what has happened. Your way of thinking is dangerous. If you don't reflect on yourself and do some serious soul-searching, one day you will lose your daughter, Nan Nan. I don't believe you. I gave birth to her and brought her up. No matter how good or bad I treated her, she is my daughter in this life. She owes me and has to repay her debts. She had married well and was the envy of everyone. But the birth of Xiao Nan had destroyed her whole life. Owes you and has to repay? Xiao Dongliang smiled coldly. Who was the one who suggested having a second child, trying for a son? Back then, it was old Ding who said that it would be too lonely to just have Zijin in the family and that they should have a second child. Even though it was against national planning policy, old Ding said that having a second child was more important than work or career prospects. Xiao Dongliang admitted that he was undoubtedly a traditional Chinese man who felt the need for a son to carry on his family name. But he also knew that such things could not be forced. Upon listening to his wife's suggestion, he was tempted or rather muddle-headed enough to give up his work and future, all to try for a son. Xiao Dongliang did not have any regrets having this daughter, Xiaonan. What he regretted was giving up everything for having a son. If not, his wife would not put all the blame of quitting their jobs and not giving birth to a son on Nan Nan. Old Ding, I kept quiet, but that doesn't mean I was unaware. You should know what it was like at Ding family and how you grew up at that family. So now you want Nan Nan to go through all the hardships you faced? Is it Nan Nan who owes you or you who owes Nan Nan? Ding Jiai grew up in a family that was extremely patriarchal. Back then it was the old friend of Xiao Dongliang's father, a veteran cadre who introduced Ding Jiai to Xiao Dongliang. The veteran cadre was hoping that they would lead a better life. Xiao Dongliang's parents had passed away, and he did not have any relatives. For people like him, it was very difficult to get married. It just so happened that Xiao Dongliang was only a platoon leader then, slightly better than an average soldier, but did not have good prospects. So it was difficult to find someone of matching status. People from lower rank would not do, while people from higher rank would not take a fancy to him. And so it was difficult to find a wife. As for Ding Jiai, she came from an average family, but she had 3 younger brothers. Her parents wanted to hold a grand wedding for their 3 sons, and they would each have their own house. And so there was not enough money to get by. So her parents decided to set their sights on their daughter, Ding Jiai. Ding Jiai brought up her 3 brothers single-handedly. In spite of this, she was like the servant in the Ding family. She had to do all the chores, but there was never enough for her to eat, and she still got frequent scoldings from her parents. But Ding Jiai was not stupid. She made use of the chance to read her brother's books while looking after him. At times, she could even coach her brother in his studies. And so with the on and off studying, Ding Jiai finally managed to grasp the elementary school syllabus through self-study. She managed to learn most of the Chinese characters. In Ding Jiai's time, her standard was considered very high. When Ding Jiai grew up, her parents had no intention of keeping her at home. They wanted her to work and earn money to support the family. Their idea was to find a good family for her, get a good bride price, and marry her off. At that time, Ding's parents had already sourced a family and even decided on a bride price. Even though they were marrying off their daughter, everyone could tell that they were in fact selling off their daughter. Ding Jiayi's future husband was not only short, he was already in his 40s, even older than her father. But the problem was, after the Cultural Revolution, he was considered a good catch. He knew how to have fun, served as a vanguard, and was a man of certain authority. Ding's father had in fact found a son-in-law who served the government. He was old and ugly-looking, but what was worse was his foul temper. No one had any idea what had happened to his previous wife who had passed away. Knowing that she was to be married to a man like him, Ding Jiayi almost wanted to die. News spread, and the veteran cadre knew about this. His old friend was framed by others. As a result, his son who served in the army had no good prospects. Furthermore, he did not have any relatives and had difficulties in finding a wife. He surmised that this lady was decent-looking and well-educated, except for the fact that her family was not really dependable. The two of them would make a good match. The veteran cadre did not want to throw two unknown people together. He informed Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiayi of the other situation and let them decide for themselves. Ding Jiayi said yes immediately when she learned of Xiao Dongliang's situation. At that time, being a soldier was the best occupation. No elders at home? That was fine. When she married into the family, she would be the mistress of the house, with no parents-in-law to order her around, and she would not need to take care of them. It was fine that he did not have any siblings. As long as he worked hard, it would be better. While Ding Jiayi agreed in an instant, Xiao Dongliang had some doubts. However, he accepted in the end, and so they ended up getting married. Because of Xiao Dongliang, the veteran cadre helped Ding Jiayi to secure a pretty decent job. She not only got married, but also led a much better life. At that time, Ding Jiayi felt that marrying Xiao Dongliang was the wisest decision she had made in her life. Ding Jiayi came from a very patriarchal family. Since a young age, she had to bring up her 3 brothers and handle everything by herself. Ever since having her elder daughter, Ding Jiayi came out of her disappointment quickly and doted on her daughter. She wanted her to have everything that she had missed out on when she was young. When Xiaonan was born, though she was also a daughter, things were totally different. Back then you said that we should sacrifice our jobs to have a second child. You begged me to have a second child. For that, I left my favorite army. Old Ding, I made a lot more sacrifices than you to have this child. Nan wasn't a boy but a girl. But can we blame her for that? You couldn't bear me a son, and you still dare to blame our daughter? Xiao Dongliang got all riled up as he spoke and raised his voice. After having their elder daughter, Xiao Dongliang sorted out his thoughts and consoled himself that daughters and sons were all the same. Furthermore, he really loved the army life. He enjoyed being a soldier. His father always said that he was born to be a soldier. For the sake of continuing working in the army, Xiao Dongliang decided to concentrate on nurturing his elder daughter. But when he finally stopped thinking of having a son, Ding Jiayi became bent on having one. Now you are blaming me? Ding Jiayi seemed like a porcupine who stuck out all its spines, who was the one who said that sons and daughters are the same, and that he would not blame me for not carrying on the family line, having no offspring. Old Xiao, you are so bizarre in your thinking. Ding Jiayi hated it the most when someone said she could not bear a son. She gave birth to 2 daughters consecutively and ended up losing both of their jobs. For this, her mother once came from far away with her grandson, mocking Ding Jiayi for being so heartless, saying that heaven had punished her and now she could not bear a son. I am backward in my thinking. Why did you not set an example for me? In short, if you uses the Ding's family old rules and thinking on Nan, I will not let you off. With that, Xiao Dongliang got up from bed, took his pillow and blanket, and went asleep in the study room. He did not wish to share a bed with Ding Jiayi anymore. He did not care how the Ding family treated people, but he would not allow his daughter to be treated like that. You, where are you going? Ding Jiayi was dumbfounded. Old Xiao refused to share a bed with her just because of that wretched girl? On the next day, Xiao Dongliang was just his usual self, but Ding Jiayi's eyes were puffy red and swollen. She had obviously been crying. Xiaonan started school at an earlier time than Xiao Zijin. She went out early in the morning, taking the deep-fried dough sticks that Xiao Dongliang bought along with her. She carried her bag and drank her soybean milk, making a stop at Zhai's house to get her books before heading off to school. Looking at the unfamiliar faces of her classmates whom she could not recall, Xiaonan started to feel anxious. She could not even remember where she sat in the classroom. She finally found her classroom by checking the class plates outside. She stood dumbfounded at the doorway. Xiaonan, why are you standing by the door? Go in now. Her class teacher, Teacher Chun, saw Xiaonan and smiled brightly. Xiaonan always ranked top 3 in her level and ranked first in her class. Every teacher loved a good student like her. With Teacher Chin's prompting, Xiaonan braced herself and went into the classroom. Xiaonan could no longer remember her classmates, but she still remembered Teacher Chin. In this country, everyone had to go through 9 years of compulsory education. In her previous life, Teacher Chun paid a lot of visits to her house when she stopped going to secondary 3. Every time Teacher Chin visited their house, her father would urge her to go back to school, but her mother would kick up a fuss. She was frustrated by all this and ended up doing a lot of stupid stuff, breaking Teacher Chin's heart. Looking at her junior high-class teacher, Teacher Chun, she felt a twinge of guilt. Upon entering the classroom, Xiaonan had no idea where she used to sit. At this moment, Teacher Chen said, Xiaonan, you had better sit in your usual place. Teacher Chen pointed towards the second row of the second group, at the seat to the right. That seat was the nearest to the blackboard and the teacher. This was undoubtedly the seat that teachers reserved for good students. Xiaonan let out a breath and with her bag behind her, walked towards the seat that Teacher Chen said. She put away her bag at the desk. When she was finally settled down, the rest of the classmates also streamed in gradually. Teacher Chen assigned seats to everyone but the good seat besides Xiao and still remained vacant. The summer break was over. Let's have a test. Everyone put away your books. Do not leave anything unnecessary on the table. Hurry up. At Teacher Chen's words, everyone started to complain. There was a saying that goes, examinations were a teacher's weapon while grades were a student's lifeline. Xiaonan turned as white as a sheet upon hearing Teacher Chen's words. Nobody knew the worry, dread, and guilt a top student like her was feeling at this moment. She had only spent a few days revising the junior high syllabus, and she had to sit a test now. There was no way that she could get a good result and match up to her usual standard. Xiaonan started to break out in a cold sweat. Teacher Chen was a mathematics teacher, so he must be testing them on their maths. She took a few deep breaths, gripped her pen, and started writing. Xiaonan had a systematic way of tackling the test. In order not to run out of time, she started answering the questions one by one. If she was stuck for 5 minutes, she would skip and move on. When she finished answering the questions she knew and had checked through once, she then went back to the questions that she skipped. It was a good thing that she could answer most of the questions. But in the past, she could start solving the problems as soon as she gets the papers without stopping for a moment to think. Now, she had to think through the solutions, and she was not as good as before in her mental and manual calculations. After finishing the paper, Xiaonan was drenched in sweat, with her clothes plastered to her back. Xiaonan only had time to check through once before the alarm went off. Teacher Chun then started to collect the papers. When class was over, Xiaonan headed for the washroom to wash her face. The maths test was finally over, but there must be other tests for the rest of the main subjects. On the first day of school, Xiaonan was kept busy taking tests for the 3 main subjects: mathematics, Chinese, and English. Her head was spinning from the tests. Xiaonan did not feel well after the tests. She barely made it back home. Oh, you were back so early today? Ding Jiai saw Xiaonan and pulled a long face, her eyes full of mockery. Your dad is not back yet. Didn't the wretched girl always come back at the same time as old Xiao? Pierced by Ding Jiai's mocking voice, Xiaonan came back to her senses. She felt the heavy weight of her books on her back. Without a word, she ran inside the house like a rabbit, sped past Ding Jiai, and went into her room, sliding the bolt in place. Mom. Xiao Zijin saw that Ding Jiai was about to follow after and stopped her. Dad is still furious. We can't help that Nan is not sensible, but you definitely do not want to keep on quarreling with Dad. Father was the sole breadwinner in the house. If Mother fell out with Father and he refused to give his pay to her, what was going to happen to her? Since Nan is not going to work to lighten Dad and your load this year, Mom, You should stop quarreling with Dad and making yourself unhappy. You are right. Your dad and I have been together for so many years, we have never had such a fierce quarrel before. It's not worth it to fall out with your dad for this wretched girl. Dingjai calmed down and said, You mentioned that secondary 3 syllabus is much more difficult and not as easy as before, right? Let's wait and see her results this year. She had made a promise with your dad. If she fails to score well, she would have to work no matter what. She finally managed to calm Dingjai down. Actually, Xiao Zijin did not tell Dingjai that secondary 3 syllabus might be difficult for her, but she had no idea if it was easy or difficult for Xiaonan. Xiao Zijin could not help but pray that just like her and the other female classmates in class, Xiaonan would find the secondary 3 syllabus difficult, and in particularly would fail terribly at maths and chemistry. Nan, it's Dad. Xiao Dongliang reached home 1 hour later and went to look for Xiaonan. Dad. Xiaonan opened the door to let Xiao Dongliang in. Xiao Dongliang knitted his eyebrows. Nan, your room is this small? Xiao Dongliang was a traditional man. He had never stepped inside his daughter's room before. Last time round was the first time he had stepped into his elder daughter's room, and today was the first time he went into the younger daughter's room. Because of this, Xiao Dongliang was shocked when he saw that Nan's room was only a third the size of Zijin's room. In fact, his study room was twice as big as hers. Dad. Xiaonan did not answer but stared at Xiao Dongliang, wondering what was the matter. Nan, wait a minute. The younger daughter might be used to it and have no grievances, but Xiao Dongliang could not bear it. Without a word, Xiao Dongliang went into the study room, packed everything and put it in the living room. He then dismantled Xiaonan's bed and brought it piece by piece to the study room. Old Xiao, what are you doing now? Dingjai heard noises and came out from the kitchen. She saw Xiao Dongliang bringing in Xiaonan's bed into the study room. Xiao Dongliang did not bother to look at Dingjai. He said curtly, Nan's room is way too small. I'm going to switch the study room with her bedroom. That will not do. That room is not big enough for a big man like you. You would be so cramped there. She is so petite. She doesn't need such a big room. Dingjai wanted to stop Xiao Dongliang. Though she disliked the younger daughter, she treated her husband fairly well. She couldn't bear to see a 1.8-meter tall man like him, cramped up to read in the room that was as small as a sparrow's nest. Since a big man like me might be uncomfortable, then let's have Zijin switched rooms with Nan. Xiao Dongliang was amused and angered. Old Ding was not showing favoritism. She was treating Nan like an outsider. That won't do. Xiaonan is the youngest in the house. Why can't she stay in a small room? A day has 24 hours. I only use the room for a few hours. But Nan has to sleep in the room. She has stayed there for so many years, so why can't I? Xiao Dongliang just could not get through to Dingjai. He harbored no hopes of Dingjai coming to her senses and offering to help him. He moved the bed into the study room and assembled it. Xiao Dongliang took out all his books, but the desk and chair had no place to go. Nan, I will leave them for you. I will think of ways to get some wood and make another set for myself. Compared to the elder daughter's room that was well furnished, the younger daughter's room was not only small, it was also without a desk and chair. All these years the two daughters had been doing their studying in their rooms. Xiao Dongliang could not imagine how the younger daughter had made it through those times. All along Dingjai had kept it from him, and Xiaonan was too quiet, never uttering a word of complaint. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. The saying was very true. Xiao Dongliang was an inattentive father, and furthermore Xiao Nin never once complained. So he had no idea that the elder daughter and younger daughter were treated so differently. If any, he thought it was only a slight difference in the treatment. Thank you, Dad. Xiaonan nodded and accepted her father's suggestions. Nan, I will get you a lock later. You are a young lady now. This room will be under your care. Xiao Dongliang thought for a moment and decided to get the lock and install it for her the next day. Xiaonan's eyes turned red and she felt warm inside. Her voice was choked up with tears. Okay. She was such a letdown in her previous life. Her mother disliked her, and her father gave up on her. In fact, her father was a good father. She did not know how to cherish him. She had let down the few people who really cared for her once and again. Dad, I had tests today. Xiao Nin once gave up in despair, but now she realized that she had family love. Xiao Dongliang was a good father to Xiao Nan. She could not help but start crying. I fear that I did not do well for my tests, Dad. Will you be disappointed in me and give up on me just as in the previous life? Xiao Dongliang was completely at a loss seeing the younger daughter in tears. He wanted to wipe away the tears. Don't cry. I have given you my promise that you have half a year's time. Even if you did not do well this time, you can strive for better results next time. I believe that you will definitely be able to catch up. Xiao Dongliang spoke with confidence. He truly believed that the younger daughter would be able to catch up on her studies. When the elder daughter flunked her middle school exams, she never even cried once for her results. Nan, no hurry. There's still half a year to go. Don't stress yourself out. Xiao Dongliang thought for a moment and added. He knew that some of the kids at the quad have always been doing well, but because they were too stressed, when it was time for the final exams, they failed to perform and fumbled the ball. Okay. Embarrassed, Xiaonan wiped the tears off her face. She was no longer a 15-year-old kid. Mentally, she was already 30 now, yet she was still crying her guts out in front of her father. Mom. Xiao Zijin went to the kitchen looking for Ding Jai. She heard Ding Jai ranting to herself. Mom, don't be angry. Nan is already in tears. Ding Jai was startled. What's there to cry about? I should be the one crying. Now old Xiao treats me just like the stepmother of that wretched girl. The whole world now revolves around her. What's there for her to cry about? I seem to hear Nan said that she did not do well in her test today. Xiao Zijin smirked. If Xiaonan did not do well, did it mean that it would not take 1 year's time? That within half a year, she would quit school and work? How is that possible? Ding Jai did not believe her. She was burning with fever when she had her exams in the final year of elementary school. Yet she came in 5th place in the school. When the subject was about the younger daughter's results, Ding Jai had no doubts at all. She trusted that she would do well for her exams. It was another story if those were syllabi that Xiao and had never learned. If not, she would never flunk her exams. Xiao Zijin was upset. Whenever she sat for exams, her mother would ask about her results anxiously. It was definitely true. Nan said it herself. She was shocked to tears. Mom, maybe she was down with fever a few days ago and it burnt her brain. She clearly remembered that right before Xiao Nan kicked up a fuss. She went into Xiao Nan's room that morning and felt her forehead. It was burning hot. Burnt her brains? Yes, but she burnt her conscience, not her brains. But, did she really said that she flunked it? Flunked it. Ding Jai thought for a moment. Don't be too happy. Your dad promised to give her half a year's time. We would have to see if she is able to catch up on her studies by then. Maybe she has been using gimmicks all along. She might have memorized all the content in the textbooks. That's why now that I sold all the textbooks, she could not study for 1 whole summer break, and has finally shown her true colors. Ding Jai has been through this before, so she could tell at once. Zijin, look at Xiaonan. No matter how bad she is very hardworking in her studies. You are as intelligent as me. If you put in more effort and time, you would definitely be better than Xiaonan. I would do anything for you. You must strive and work hard so that I can stand up straight in front of your dad. She has devoted everything into nurturing the elder daughter. She must be successful to prove that she was right all along. I understand, Mom. Don't worry, I will study hard. When I enter high school, I will catch up on my studies, and I will definitely make you proud. Xiao Zijin felt a twinge of guilt at using up all the savings at home. All right, school starts tomorrow. Remember to do more reading. Worst comes to worst, just memorize all the textbooks. If Xiaonan can do it, so can you. Ding Jai was brimming with confidence. It seemed that she could already see the day whereby the elder daughter enrolled into college. Okay, Xiao Zijin smiled happily, but she became depressed when she was back in her room. It did not matter whether Ding Jai was unhappy or not. The study room ended up being Xiao Nan's new room, and Xiao Nan's old room now became Xiao Dongliang's study room. Though Ding Jai bickered with Xiao Dongliang about this, seeing that he had made up his mind, that night she straightened and tidied up the new study room. The next day, Xiao Dongliang was home earlier than usual. As soon as he reached home, he headed for Xiao Nan's room, took a look inside and installed a lock outside her room. Ding Jai was boiling with anger. What was this lock for? To guard against who? It was definitely not to keep out thieves. It must be to guard against her. Xiaonan, who was at school, had no idea of this at all. Back in the classroom, people were discussing her unusual performance in the recent exams. Teacher Chen had intended to have a talk with Xiang, but when he saw how dejected she looked, he could not bear to say another word. Xiang, though you did not do well this time, you have a strong foundation, and your performance was still pretty good in the class. It's just that you did not maintain your usual standard. If you meet with any problems in your studies, feel free to come to me, understand? Xiaonan had never scored below 90 points for her maths exams. A full score was the usual case. This time she scored 85 points. To others it was a pretty good result, but to Xiaonan it was an unprecedented low score. In this round of pre-testing, there were more than 240 students from Secondary 3. Xiaonan used to be among the top 10, but now she was ranked at around 70th to 80th place. If it had not been for Teacher Chun, who noticed Xiaonan's results and insisted on finding out the ranking for individual subjects, Xiaonan would know her exact ranking among the cohort. Teacher Chen pondered for a while and walked up to Xiaonan. Xiaonan, how did you spend your summer break? Did you do some revision? In the past, Teacher Chun never had to worry about Xiaonan's studies, but this time he was shocked by Xiaonan's results. Xiaonan did not know if she should be sad or relieved. The best result in her class was a score of 92 points, and her result of 85 points was actually considered above average. Picking up what she used to study in school was really not an easy task. Xiaonan could feel despair sinking in. All my textbooks are gone. Gone? Teacher Chun looked at Xiaonan in surprise. Where have they gone? My mom sold them. After the rebirth, Xiaonan had sorted out her thoughts. She would no longer hide the deeds her mother has done. No, she did not want to gain sympathy. It was just that she felt it necessary for people concerned to understand her situation and to give her a helping hand when needed. She really needed her teachers' help to give her some coaching in order for her to work on her results and to catch up to her usual standard. Teacher Chun was rendered speechless. They would be doing revision in the second half of Secondary 3. There wouldn't be any new knowledge points. The middle school exams would cover a large portion of Secondary 1 and 2 syllabus. What kind of parents would sell all the textbooks when they knew that their child would be taking the exams soon? Was it intentional? Thinking of what he overheard recently, Teacher Chen asked, Xiaonan, I heard that your sister enrolled into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China was a good high school in the area, but it was not easy to enroll in. Yes, today is the enrollment. She will be starting school officially. Xiaonan was stunned for a moment. The saying was right. Good news went unnoticed while bad news travels fast. The act of using money to buy results might not be news 10 years later, but it was very rare now. Furthermore, her mother used that money to pull strings instead of buying results. If father knew that mother went to look for that grandpa all because of Xiao Zijin, he would surely explode in anger. Teacher Chen's countenance fell. If one would say that Xiao Nen could enroll into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, he would have no doubt about it. But Xiao Zijin? He did not believe it. Besides, it was hard fact that Xiao Zijin has always been an average student. There was no way that she could make it to that high school. Teacher Chen did not wish to speculate about how Xiao Zijin managed to enroll in that high school, let alone make wild conjectures about Xiaonan's mother purpose in selling her textbooks. Teacher Chen was puzzled when Xiaonan had only scored 85 points in the exams. But now he understood and felt sorry for her instead. It's all right if your textbooks are gone. I will come up with a solution. Your foundation is good. There's still a year to go. You can definitely catch up. You know the way to my house. Whenever you have any questions, feel free to come looking for me. Understand? Thank you, teacher. Xiao Nen no longer felt dispirited. She plucked up her courage and said, regarding my textbooks, I have already settled the problem. How? I went to the thrift shop to buy a set of textbooks. I have been reading up. I will definitely trouble you for areas that I am unclear of. Teacher Chen smiled. No troubles at all. Xiaonan, don't give yourself too much stress. You must learn to strike a balance between work and rest. Understand? All right, I will. Math results were out. Next would be Chinese and English. Xiaonan's grade for Chinese was about the same as her maths. She scored a few marks above 80. It was an average grade. For those questions that required memorizing, she scored 0 marks for them. Those students who did not know the inside story were all shocked when they found out that Xiao Nan had not fared well for 2 subjects in a row. Some were gloating while some were speculating that something must have gone wrong with her. Either she had become stupid or she had gone astray. The top student that they all looked up to had fallen from grace in just 1 summer break's time. Top student to slacker in 2 months' time? The Chinese subject was taught by a pretty and gentle female teacher. Teacher Li was exasperated when she saw Xiao Nan's results. She did not get a good sleep last night. Her mind was preoccupied with how she was going to knock some sense into Xiao Nan. She did not want her to feel that since her results has always been good, there was no need to put in hard work. She had thoroughly disappointed her with her results. Teacher Li looked through Xiao Nan's papers again and again. It pained her to see her scores. But Xiao Nan answered brilliantly for every subjective question. In particularly for her essay, she scored flying colors. As a Chinese teacher, it had been a long time since Teacher Li saw such a well-written essay. Aside from her neat handwriting, her essay was fair and reasonable. The language used though simple had deep meaning. It was logical and well-structured. All in all, she could not find any fault with it. Such a brilliant essay deserved full marks. However, the teachers from the Chinese team had multiple discussions and decided that Xiao Nan's use of words was too simple and deducted 1 mark for that. What did one mean by back to basics? This was back to basics? Actually, Teacher Li did not agree to the deduction and wanted to have a discussion with the Chinese team. But she was infuriated when she saw Xiao Nan's answers for the components in front. Memorization component accounted for a total of 10 marks. Xiao Nan did not get a single mark. As for the other 4 marks, it was all pure memory work. In other words, if Xiao Nan had studied what was taught in class while Teacher Li tried to fight for that extra 1 mark, this average Chinese test paper would then score full marks. It was common to have a full score for elementary Chinese paper, but for junior high level, in particularly secondary 3, it was rare to see full marks for Chinese papers. This could actually be the highest results among the cohort, a once-in-a-blue-moon full marks. But Xiao Nan wasted it all and ended up with 85 points, placed somewhere in the middle. How could Teacher Li not be angry? Teacher Li felt that it was a pity for Xiao Nan to score this kind of result. Because of this, Teacher Li did not sleep at all last night. She pondered over what she should say to Xiao Nan in order for her to understand and reflect on her mistakes. Teacher Li was even angrier when she realized that Xiao Nan also had not done well in maths, the subject that she was always good at. But now Teacher Li no longer thought that way. Teacher Chen knew that Teacher Li would be upset by Xiao Nan's results. When he learned of Xiao Nan's situation at home, he went back to the office and informed Teacher Li about Xiao Nan's complicated situation. After learning of Xiao Nan's situation, Teacher Li could only sigh in exasperation. No matter how hard-working the child was, if their parents were unreasonable, what could a child do? For those areas that require memorizing, no matter how hard Xiao Nan tried to commit the knowledge to her memory, if her parents had sold her textbooks, there was no way that she could revise. Teacher Li looked at Xiao Nan with mixed emotions. The other students in the class were bewildered. Xiao Nan had not done well in her exams. Why didn't Teacher Li reprimand her? Why did she stare at Xiao Nan but with no words of displeasure? Come on, Xiao Nan deserved a serious scolding. After the long summer break of fun, most of the students did not do well in the exams. They were bound to be spanked by their parents. But they would at least be comforted by seeing Xiao Nan being reprimanded by the teachers. A lot of the students were looking forward to seeing Teacher Li ran at Xiao Nan. However, after a while, Teacher Li said, "All of you should learn from Xiao Nan. Look at how well written her essay is. Then take a look at your own essay. Is that even an essay?" Teacher Li bombarded the students for not doing well. "Xiao Nan, write a copy of your essay and paste it on the blackboard at the back of the classroom. Of course, everyone should just learn from the way she wrote her essay. Xiao Nan, do you know that your results were a real pity? It should have been. Forget it. It was painfully agonizing to talk about it. Study hard in the future. You shouldn't lose these 10 points." Xiao Nan flushed red with shame at Teacher Li's criticism and praise. In particularly when Teacher Li gazed at her, she felt a twinge of guilt, as if she had done something wrong to Teacher Li. At this, Xiao Nan thought what a cruel mockery this exam was. After the lesson was over, Xiao Nan felt a shadow behind her. She turned and saw a girl glaring at her. She seemed to be unhappy. Xiaonan, hurry up and make a copy of your essay. I wanted to see just how brilliant it is. Xiaonan had not much impression on this classmate. Xiaonan was also not interested in making copies of her essay. Without a word, Xiaonan took out her essay from her exam paper and pasted it on the blackboard at the back of the classroom. Look at it yourself. After which she went on to study her maths exams paper, paying attention to the problems. Zhao Yu was enraged at Xiaonan's attitude. Well, there's nothing to be proud of. You only did well for your essay and scored an average score of 85 points. That's not the highest. There was no way to hide the fact that Xiaonan did not do as well for this exam and was told off by Teacher Li. She heard Zhao Yu grunting to herself and turned back to look at her. What exactly was wrong with this young lady? But she turned her attention back to the maths exam paper after one glance. Zhao Yu grew angrier by the moment, seeing how Xiaonan appeared to be unaffected and could not be bothered to bicker with her. With a look of disbelief, Zhao Yu snorted and went to look at Xiaonan's essay. She had intended to pick on every small error that she could find. But after a long time reading the essay, Zhao Yu had to admit the essay was very well written. So what? She might have lose out to her this time, but there was always the next time and the time after that. Zhao Yu clenched her fists and returned to her seat to read her essay book. Soon after, the class had an English lesson. Unlike Teacher Chen and Teacher Li, Teacher Yu was the only teacher who was all smiles on the way into the classroom. After a summer break, a lot of students have lagged behind in their studies. Of course, there are some who have improved. Do you all know what's the highest English score for the Secondary 3 cohort? And who is that student? How many points? 98? Bet it was not more than 99. There was an essay component for junior high English. Just like a Chinese essay, it would be difficult to score full marks. It is definitely not Xiaonan. Zhao Yu snickered and whispered softly. Zhao Yu also sat in the second row, very close to Xiaonan. So Xiaonan overheard what she said. Xiaonan arched her eyebrows. She must have messed with this young lady in the past. Today was the second time she had picked on her. Nobody has the answer? Well, I also didn't think that there would be a full marks this time. And the most commendable part is that this full mark score came from our class, Secondary 3 Class 1. Xiaonan, come and get your paper. Every teacher usually went by one of the three styles to hand out the exam papers. Firstly, from highest to lowest. Secondly, from lowest to highest. And lastly, randomly. As for today, Teacher Yu did not seem to be handing out according to the second or third scenario. If so, Xiaonan was the one who scored full marks? A lot of the students who were hoping that Xiaonan would flunk her third subject, so as to have an excuse to rebut their parents back at home, were distraught when the teacher called out Xiaonan's name. It could have been such a good excuse. Look at Xiaonan from their class who always ranked among the top 3. She flunked her exams this time. So should it not be acceptable that they did not do well? But Xiaonan deprived them the chance of using this excuse with her full marks English test paper. Liar. She must have copied the answers. Zhao Yu shouted, with a look of disbelief. There has never been a student who gets full marks in Secondary 3. Teacher Yu knitted the eyebrows. What was this? Who does she copy from? You? The student besides Zhao Yu blinked her eyes at her and asked curiously. The classroom resounded with laughter. Teacher Yu had said that among the 200 students, Xiaonan was the only who had full marks. If she had copied her answers, who could she have copied from? Zhao Yu flushed red in an instant. She knew that she was too agitated and had blurted out something silly. Xiaonan was the only student in the level who had the highest English results. There was no way she could copy from other classes, let alone her class. Xiaonan had the highest score. It was other students who would copy from her. If she was to copy from others, then she would not be able to get her full marks. Xiaonan walked calmly to the platform to get her test papers. Among all the subjects, she was most confident in her English. In order to earn more money to satisfy her mother and to let Xiao Zijin lead a good life, she would always take up part-time jobs. But after all, she was a human, not a machine. As time goes by, her body could not take it anymore. Then she found out that there was this job of English-Chinese translation where she could work from home. It paid well, and the work was not tough. Xiaonan worked hard to learn English and attained a level 6 certificate. She then started to take on translating jobs. up till the point where Xiao Nan was knocked down by a car and driven to her grave by Ding Jai. There were still a few translation documents at her rented apartment. Xiao Nan, I could tell that you did not waste your time in this summer break at all. The grammar was fabulous and way beyond your level. Teacher, you looked at Xiao Nan smilingly and commented on a line in her essay. Teacher, you had never taught them this grammar. It was not in the syllabus of junior high school either. It would only be covered in high school. A junior high student could use the grammar taught only at high school in her English essay. If this did not warrant full marks, what would? Xiao Nan's face stiffened. She paused for a moment before saying, This summer break, I met a foreign friend. He taught me all these. Well done. Teacher, you was extremely pleased. As I have said, if you want to muster English, you have to work up your courage. Do not be afraid to speak. This would be a good training to help you to speak the language well. Xiao Nan is a very good example. If you all have the chance, you can do so as well. Foreigners are usually more enthusiastic and friendly. This is an excellent learning opportunity. Because of an exam, Teacher Tan and in particularly Teacher Lee were dismayed. Teacher Yu was the only one who was all smiles to the extent that Teacher Yu seemed to be walking on air. Xiao Nan used to come into the top 5 places, if not top 3 places among the whole level. But this time round, she did not even rank among the first 10 places. Thanks to her English results, Xiao Nan's overall ranking for the 3 subjects did not fall very far behind. She was placed 49th in the level and around 10th place in her class. Xiao Nan let out a sigh of relief after knowing her results. There was no doubt that her results would suffer, but it was not as bad as she imagined. Xiao Nan knew that she was lucky this time. Aside from Chinese, she had picked up mathematics not long ago. She happened to have just finished revising on the knowledge points tested during the exams. Otherwise, not to mention 80 points, she might have failed her exams or scored only 40 points. It was the same for all the 6 classes. They were all discussing the exam results on the first day. After Xiao Nan's essay was pasted on the blackboard at the back of the classroom, most of her classmates took a look and had to say that it was truly well written. But what was weird was that the students from the remaining 5 classes all crowded around to look at Xiao Nan's essay. Her classmates was proud yet unhappy. You aren't from the same class. Why do you all keep coming to our class? Get out, get out. Xiao Nan's essay was considered a study resource for Class 1. Students from other classes should not be allowed to share the information. Students at this age were mostly sensitive and thin-skinned. They followed their Chinese teacher's words and plucked up their courage to go to the other class to look at the essay. But they all went back red with embarrassment when they were told off by Xiao Nan's classmates. This soon reached the ears of the 6 Chinese teachers. The teachers from the other classes went to speak with Teacher Chun and Teacher Lee, remarking that it was too overbearing of the students. After all, they were schoolmates, and everyone should learn from each other. Teacher Lee was still grouchy over the deduction of that 1 mark. She refused to give in. With a slight lift of her chin, she said, "Oh, what's there to look at? After all, it's 1 mark short of full marks. Xiao Nan's standard is good enough for our class. For other classes, they should learn from the better students." At her words, all the teachers from the Chinese team knew that Teacher Lee has not gotten over that 1 mark, so they gave an awkward smile and left. But for the Chinese teachers who read Xiao Nan's essay, they all knew that the results this time did not mean everything. Judging from her exam papers, if Xiao Nan was to memorize all the classroom knowledge, she would definitely emerge as the dark horse of the Chinese subject, and her results would no doubt be astounding. In that case, no matter how mischievous or lazy Xiao Nan was, Teacher Lee knew that she only had to get her to copy the knowledge points that had to be memorized for 1 whole semester, if not 1 whole year, and there was surely no way that she would score 0 for the memory component in her middle school exams. Besides, Xiao Nan had always been a good student. It's just that she did not perform up to standard this time. Teacher Lee finally sent off her colleagues. Wearing an excited expression on her face, she said proudly, "Xiao Nan, the little girl, she kept on fumbling the ball. Next time I must make sure to supervise her so that she do not commit the same mistakes again. No, I shall make her report to the office every day and to memorize a lesson a day." As a colleague, Teacher Chun could not tell if Teacher Lee said it out of anger or was in fact proud of her student. Teacher Lee had found a way to help Xiao Nan, but Teacher Chun was still very troubled. Teacher Lee only had to get Xiao Nan to memorize by heart, and she could catch up sooner or later. But what about her mathematics? Xiao did not mention, and he was unclear as well. Which part of the lessons was Xiao unfamiliar with? While Teacher Chen and Teacher Li were trying to think of ways to help Xiao, the English teacher, Teacher Yu was the only one who was sipping tea leisurely, saying that it tasted especially good today. A day passed by quickly. After getting her results for the 3 subjects, Xiao went home and realized that everyone had reached home, including Xiao Zijin. As soon as she stepped into the house, Xiao Zijin wasted no time to ask her, Nan, I heard your results were out. How did you fare? Xiao was stunned momentarily. She curled her lips and said, I didn't do very well. As expected. Xiao Zijin and Ding Jai heard this and their eyes sparkled. Ding Jai jumped in to bombard Xiao. Look at this, old Xiao. You insisted on letting her continue with her studies. All right, we let her study, but look at what kind of results she got. She has let you down and wasted all your hard-earned money. Never mind about the school fees that has been paid. After this half year, why not let her quit school and work? She is not good in studying and does not have any good prospects. She might as well start work early and earn more money. For all you know, we might be able to lead a better life. Ding Jai seemed like she was planning for Xiao, but among their family of 4, aside from Xiao Dongliang, the 3 of them all knew that if Xiao were to quit school and work, all her pay would be taken away by Ding Jai. Xiao Dongliang let out a deep breath. What are you shouting for? Nan did not do well this time, and whose fault is this? Fortunately, Xiao had given Xiao Dongliang a heads up, so aside from a slight disappointment at the start, he was able to accept it readily. Who is to blame? Definitely not me. Ding Jai flared up. She was not the one who went to school. Xiao Dongliang said bluntly, It's all your fault. Who sold off Nan's books? You sold her books. Even if she wanted to study, there was nothing for her to read. Nan won't even keep her books at home, and you still refuse to repent? If news gets out, won't you find it a disgrace? Xiao Dongliang never once asked Xiao about the books. He was doing it for Ding Jai, to preserve her dignity. A daughter had to guard against her mother. If people knew of this, Ding Jai would be so disgraced. He tried to maintain her pride time and again, but Ding Jai did not know her limits. She looked so high and mighty as if she was about to take flight. Nan, ignore your mom. It's all right. Don't you still have a semester to go? After lecturing Ding Jai, Xiao Dongliang went on to encourage Xiao. Let me have a look at the 3 test papers. Is there anything that you do not know? We can pick it up bit by bit. You can also ask your teacher. Take it easy. Okay. Xiao nodded and took out her test papers. The maths papers was on the top of the stack. Xiao Dongliang let out a breath of relief when he saw that Xiao had scored 85 points for it. When he heard from Nan that she had lagged behind, he was worried that she might have fared badly. But 85 points was not considered a low grade. Xiao had 85 points for both maths and Chinese. Xiao Dongliang's eyes brightened when he saw that Xiao had scored 100 points for her English test. The sparkle in his eyes was so much brighter than that of Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin when they learned that Xiao had scored badly for her exams. 100? Nan, is the English exam difficult? How many students scored 100 points? I am the only one in school who scored full marks. The student in the second place had 93 points. Xiao Dongliang moved his mouth, face flushed with pride. After a while, he only managed to say a word good. He patted Xiao and consoled her. Actually, this is already pretty good. What's good about it? How did you rank this time? Ding Jai did not notice that the elder daughter had turned pale. She carried on to rebut Xiao Dongliang's words. 49th. When Ding Jai heard that Xiao Nan ranked 49th place, she jumped in elation. Old Xiao, did you hear that? You spent all that money on her school fees, and this is how she repays you? 49th? In the past, she never even ranked below 9th place, which was already a bad grade, let alone 49th place. Look at her wild nature, and yet you still let her continue with her studies. Isn't that a waste of money? Xiao arched her eyebrows and smiled. Laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. Ding Jai was enraged. Mom, can you preserve some dignity for sister? Can't you see that she is on the verge of tears? Xiao said coldly. She ranked 49th place, but her worst results were in fact Xiao Zijin's best results in secondary 3. Did you hear what Nan said? Zijin, don't worry, I will treat everyone equally. I supported Nan to continue her studies, and that is the same for you. You just have to work harder in high school and buck up. Xiao Dongliang's expression turned cold. The younger daughter's worst results was the best results of the elder daughter. When the elder daughter made improvements last time, he even thought of having a celebration. If one were to judge the right to schooling based on results, the elder daughter would be the first to be disqualified. Old Ding, I suddenly find that what you said is very true. If one has the aptitude, then she should study. If not, there is no point in forcing them. After all, not everyone has the talent for studying. Zijin, don't be stressed out. If you feel it's all right, you can continue with your studies. If you feel that you are not cut out for studying, it's okay. You can start work earlier. Your mom is right. One won't make it big by studying. In that case, it might be good to pick up a skill and start earning money. You can also lead a good life in future. Ding Jia placed importance on results purely to go out against Xiao Nan. But Xiao Dongliang meant it with all his heart. Old Ding, there's no taking back of your words. Let's set some ground rules to prevent future arguments. You have always been supportive of Zijin in her studies, and you also enrolled her in high school. Let's do this. If Nan fails to do well in her exams, and the results are worse than the lowest results of Zijin's, then we will consider whether she should continue or not. Otherwise, if you bring up this topic again, my attitude towards you would not be this pleasant. Xiao Zijin paled at Xiao Dongliang's words, while Ding Jia's expression turned sullen. No matter how angry and unwilling Ding Jia was at Xiao Dongliang's words, and for comparing her beloved elder daughter with the younger daughter, she could not come up with words to rebut him, because they had to be fair. In fact, Xiao Dongliang's suggestion was not fair from the start. Why must Xiao Zijin's worst results be used as a benchmark to decide if Xiao Nan had the right to study? That was because Ding Jia favored Xiao Zijin, and Xiao Dongliang had to at least maintain her dignity. Xiao Dongliang was being considerate, but Ding Jia and Xiao Zijin did not give him any credit for it. The two of them had waited for ages before Xiao Nan finally flunked her exams this time. There might not be a next time. Besides, Xiao Dongliang said that the condition was that Xiao Nan must perform even worse than the lowest grade of Xiao Zijin. At the thought of this, Ding Jia and Xiao Zijin felt hopeless. They both knew, no matter how badly Xiao Nan did for her exams, there was no way that she could have performed even worse than the lowest grade of Xiao Zijin. Ding Jia paused for a moment. Since the younger daughter did much better than the elder daughter, why was she so sure that the elder daughter had better prospects than the younger daughter, and insisted that the younger daughter quit school? Old Ding, did you hear what I said just now? Xiao Dongliang repeated when there was no response from Ding Jia. I heard them. Ding Jia was about to continue her sentence, but she saw Xiao Zijin, pulling a long face and heading back to her room without a word. A look at Xiao Zijin's expression, and she knew that she must be angry. Zijin. Xiao Zijin and Ding Jia both left. Xiao Nan made a funny face at her father. Dad, you talked about sister's results just now. She must be upset. So her mother was on her way to console her. Your sister. Xiao Dongliang sighed and shook his head in frustration. I finally realized that your sister might be sensible, but that temper of hers. She has been spoiled by your mom. Nan was just back from school, yet the elder daughter rushed up to ask her about her exams. Xiao Dongliang thought of what happened just now and felt dismayed. When the younger daughter said that she flunked her exams, the elder daughter curled her lip and sneered. Why would the elder daughter find joy in Nan flunking her exams? Did she have the same perception as Old Ding? Did she hope that Nan would quit school? Nan, how is your relationship with Zijin recently? Xiao Nan pursed her lips. Could she say that they had never been close? It was only a one-sided relationship where Xiao Zijin cajoled and lied to her. She was the only one who was nice to her sister. As usual, Xiao Nan gave an objective answer of their relationship, but Xiao Dongliang failed to read between the lines. Nan, your sister. You are much more sensible than your sister. I am not telling you to give in to her, but if she gets stubborn, don't be mad at her or take it to heart. Unlike Ding Jia, Xiao Dongliang was fair and just. It is usually the elder siblings who give in to the younger siblings. He could not bring it to himself to tell Xiao Nan to give in to Xiao Zijin. The two sisters were not too far apart in age, so it was normal to have small arguments. But they were one family. Xiao Dongliang's only hope was that despite all the quarrels, they would not take it to heart. After the quarrels, they should make up and not bear grudges. Okay. Xiao Nan nodded in agreement. Xiao Dongliang did not make excessive demands of her. All right, you should go back to revise. You have lagged behind this time. You must work hard. Okay. Xiao Nan barely made it past the exams on her first day of school. For the rest of the school year, she diligently went to school every day and set more reading targets for herself. Teacher Chun and Teacher Li also gave her additional assignments to work on. Luckily, Xiao Nan was not in actual fact a 15-year-old kid. If not, she would not be able to handle the increasing workload. Even though they might understand that what the teachers did was all for the good of the student, but they might not be able to accept it after all. The two teachers were also worried that the huge workload would result in a backlash. But Xiao Nan had a very positive attitude and was serious in her work. She always did a great job on the additional assignments. The two teachers were pleased and always gave her special treatment. It was the second week after school reopened. This Monday, it was Xiao Nan's turn to be on duty. She had to stay back after lessons and could only go back at a later time. Xiao Nan let the other students go after they cleaned up the classroom. She checked the classroom, making sure that the windows were locked. With that, she closed the door, took her bag, and left. She had finished reading a volume of books within a week's time. She decided to stop over at Zhai's house in exchange for more books to revise. And so she did not take the main road home. Instead, she took the side road to the back door of Zhai's house. Beat him to death. In future, he won't dare to mess with us again. You disgusting piece of filth, try getting up and shouting at us again. As soon as she turned into the side road, Xiao Nan heard quarreling sounds. It sounded like someone was in a fight. Xiao Nan was scared stiff. She did not want to meddle in others' affairs and was about to turn and walk away. Zhu Baogua took blows from all directions. While he was in a daze, he heard footsteps coming towards him. Though light and almost inaudible, he could hear them clearly. His body was numb with pain, at the brink of losing consciousness. Zhu Baogua desperately hoped that someone would save him. But the light footsteps drifted further and further away. Holding his breath, a disappointed Zhu Baogua closed his eyes and was about to give in to his pain, letting out his breath. There was no one in this world who cared for him. Hurry up, right here. Soon after, the fading footsteps appeared again. It seemed like there were two other people. The footsteps were fast and hurried. What are you all doing? Run. The group of people who were punching Zhu Baogua looked up and saw a young lady running towards them with two police officers. They paled and ran off hurriedly without Zhu Baogua. They only knew how to throw fists. But the two people who ran towards them had guns. A bullet could take a life. Isn't he the son of Zhu family? It's not good. His injuries are very serious. We have to take him to the hospital as quickly as possible. Okay, you take him to the hospital. I will go back to inform them. We need to have someone around. This was the last conversation Zhu Baogua heard before losing consciousness. After making sure that Zhu Baogua was safe, Xiao Nan patted herself on the chest and finally relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. The kids nowadays were so vicious. Every blow was so ruthless. She could not even tell what the injured person looked like as his face was all covered in blood. Zhu Baogua, the name seemed familiar. Xiao Nan wasted a lot of time here and there. She quickly exchanged a new set of books and sped home. Nan, you were slightly late today. Xiao Dongliang saw the younger daughter and asked her out of concern. Oh, I am on duty today. I am the last to leave. From now on, I guess I will be slightly late every Monday. Xiao Zijin had started school. Unlike Xiao Nan, who walked to school, Xiao Zijin, who studied in high school, had to live on campus. She came back home at most once a week. Now Xiao Nan was the only child at home. It's already secondary 3. Your class should have selected their class committee. What did you get assigned to this time? Ding Jiai asked coldly, with a mocking tone in her voice. The younger daughter has always been quiet. She did not know how to please people. At home, she would not even speak up to 24 sentences in 24 hours. Unlike the elder daughter, who was a smooth talker and well-liked by everyone, she was guarded and reserved. People like her might be unpopular and found it difficult to adapt when they entered society. I heard Zijin was the literary committee member at school. Xiao Nan laughed. Mom, the high school curriculum is even more demanding than junior high school. Sister has been selected as a committee member? Does she not intend to study? Xiao Dongliang paused for a moment. At first he thought that it would be good to be selected as the committee member, but at the mention of results, he has some hesitation. Nan, if given the opportunity it would be a wonderful training, but it's okay if you aren't selected, studies are more important. Xiao Dongliang was more sincere, hoping to give the younger daughter some encouragement. What's so good about her? It's obvious that she was not selected. Who said that I am not the class committee member? Xiao Nan was pleased. Xiao Zijin was just a literature and art committee member, and her mother was so proud and flattered. Xiao Nan suspected that Xiao Zijin managed to land the role because of the money from her mother. In high school, literature and art was not popular. The fewer activities they had in school, the better. Literature and art had the most arduous but thankless jobs, unless Xiao Zijin was interested in a career path in this field. Otherwise, whenever there were school activities, the literature and art committee members worked the hardest. Could she still study? Xiao Zijin did not have good grades. By putting literature and art under her charge, was she being valued or mocked? It did not cross her mother's mind. Nan, what role did you take on? Xiao Dongliang smiled. To him, being a school committee member was a good matter. Vice class monitor in class. Dad, I've always been the vice class monitor. Every semester, I bring home the certificate of award to me for being one of the top 3 model students and outstanding class committee member. Vice class monitor? Xiao Dongliang was surprised. He did not know that his younger daughter had been the vice class monitor for years. Where's the certificate of award? I don't think I have seen it at home before. Top 3 model students and outstanding class committee member. These awards were worth being proud of. Each year, when Xiao Dongliang saw other children instead of his own receiving an award, he would console himself that it did not matter. As long as the elder daughter was obedient and sensible, and the younger daughter was good in her studies, these mattered the most. It only occurred to Xiao Dongliang today that his child had actually received awards before, and these were the best awards. It's just vice class monitor, not class monitor. What is so great about this? Ding Jiai's face was awkward. Aren't you quite pleased that Zijin became a literature and art committee member? Don't tell me that vice class monitor is worse than literature and art committee member. Xiao Dongliang was speechless. What was old Ding's logic? If this continued, even if the elder daughter's feet stank, old Ding would think that it was fragrant. Nan, 4 semesters have passed. 2 certificate of awards for each semester. You should have received at least 8. Take them out and show me. His child was an award winner. In future, when his colleagues from the same department asked, he finally had something else that he was proud of to talk about besides his younger daughter's academic results. Aren't they just a few pieces of lousy paper? There's nothing to see. It's already so late. Are we still eating? Ding Jiai interrupted Xiao Dongliang and quickly served the food. As Xiao Zijin was not at home, Ding Jiai initially did not want to buy any meat. After all, the family funds were low. But Xiao Dongliang requested, so Ding Jiai had no choice but to prepare meat for today's dinner. To shut Xiao Nan up, Ding Jiai filled Xiao Nan's bowl with meat using her chopsticks. Hurry up and eat, then go back to your room to revise your homework. Don't waste the money that was used to let you go to school. Xiao Nan's eyes flashed with sarcasm. She did not argue with her mother and proceeded to eat her meat. What do you mean? The then Xiao Dongliang frowned. Old Ding, Nan's awards, where have they gone? Ding Jiai slapped the chopsticks on the table. Aren't they just a few pieces of paper? How should I know where they are? They do not belong to me. It's paper, not gold. Isn't it normal for them to become rotten? Rotten? Xiao Dongliang's face changed. Even if it's paper, there is no reason that it would be rotten after 2 years. Tell me honestly, where did Nan's awards go? Nan had clearly received many awards, but he did not get to see or hear about them once. Of course, this was all his wife's doing. Xiao Dongliang pressed on and refused to stop. Ding Jiai wanted very much to throw a fit, but could not lose her temper when she saw Xiao Dongliang pulling a long face. She reluctantly said, I used it to start the fire while I was cooking. Yes, Xiao Nan's awards were always burnt and used to start the fire by Ding Jiai shortly after she brought them home. Therefore, it was impossible for Xiao Dongliang, who was always the last to reach home after his work, to see the awards that Xiao Nan had won. Start the fire? Xiao Dongliang raised his voice. Why don't you burn yourself? Aren't there any ignition straws at home? You have to use Nan's awards to start the fire? Do you want to go out and ask others? Which parent will use the awards received by his child to start a fire? You're really proud. What is there to be proud of? Isn't it just a piece of paper? Can keeping it make it produce gold or lay eggs? Ding Jiao was angry. She even used all the money at home, not to mention that few pieces of paper. Those few pieces of paper, keeping them would only take up space. Burning them would at least put them to some use. Fine, you're good. You can. Satisfied? Xiao Dongliang would not bother to talk to Ding Jia anymore. His wife could not hide the younger daughter's academic results as he would ask about them. As for these awards, they were all burnt by his wife. Nan said that she had won the awards, but that now they were just all words and no evidence. Fine. It seemed that for many years, his wife had hidden a lot of matters from him. Zijin became a literature and art committee member, and you were so pleased. You insisted to wait till the weekend to prepare food for her. Nan is vice class monitor, and that is not good enough. Even her certificate of awards are just waste paper. Okay, you dote on Zijin. I dote on Nan. Each of us will take care of one. No one is being left out. What do you mean by this? Ding Jia's face was red with fury. Zijin is not your daughter. Are you so biased? Then Nan is not your daughter? You only have Zijin in your heart. Both are my daughters. I will not treat one worse than the other. With you, I am not worried that Zijin will suffer and be wronged. With me around, I will not let Nan continue to live like she did before. This time, Xiao Dongliang was determined to stand on the side of his younger daughter. He really had not known that the younger daughter was so outstanding. At the thought of the younger daughter's words earlier and her results, Xiao Dongliang immediately figured out why the younger daughter was the vice class monitor instead of the class monitor. It was not that the younger daughter was not qualified to be the class monitor. It was because the teacher was afraid of tiring out the younger daughter with too many matters. Hence, she arranged for her to take on the deputy role. The teacher in the school had spared such a thought for his younger daughter. This went to show how highly they valued her. This also proved that the younger daughter was a person with a bright future and had gained the favor of her teachers. The child who was well liked by the teacher in the school was neglected to this extent by her own mother. Xiao Dongliang did not know what to say except to sneer. To think that half a month ago, his wife was still clamoring for the younger daughter to quit school and find a job. Xiao Dongliang broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Nan insisted on studying, and he also supported it. Otherwise, they would have held back Nan's future with their own hands. Nan, from today onwards, you don't need to tell your mother what happens in school. Your mother is busy and doesn't have the time. You tell Dad. Dad will help you think over the matters. A man should take care of external matters, while his wife take care of domestic affairs. This did not work for his family. Fortunately, he found out about the situation. Otherwise, he really could not imagine how much longer his younger daughter's future would be held back by his wife. Okay. Xiaonan chewed the meat in her mouth hard. Today, the meat seemed to be extraordinarily fragrant, extraordinarily delicious. Okay. You are happy and pleased to see Dad quarrel with me because of you. Are you dying for me to be in bad luck? Ding Jiai gave an angry stare and threw her chopsticks towards Xiaonan. Xiaonan was no longer the Xiaonan in the previous life who always turned the other cheek. When she saw that something was not right with Ding Jiai's emotions, Xiaonan immediately averted her gaze. Xiaonan swiftly gobbled up all the food in her bowl and mumbled to Xiao Dongliang, Dad, I've finished my food. I'm going back to my room to do homework. Clearly, she had not provoked her mother, but the latter was fiercer than her. Xiaonan knew very well that there was no point in fighting with her mother. She would not only lose the argument, but also cause an ugly sight, and her father would not be pleased about it. Having to go through another lifetime, Xiaonan found the way of life that would make it work. The reason why Xiao Zijin could please her mother and let her father think of her as a good daughter was because she knew how to put up a sensible front before her father. Being sensible was not difficult. She, too, knew how. The more her mother did, the more wrong her father knew Xiaonan endured. There was no need to defend herself. She just needed to walk away silently and, certainly, her dad's heart would ache for her. After being taken advantage of by Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin for a lifetime, Xiaonan knew that, even if they were one family and the closest of kin, she needed to play some mind games. Well, they were the ones who had started it. An eye for an eye. She did not wish to live like the way she did in her previous life, no dignity and pride, no sense of self-worth. Upon reflection, Xiaonan knew that the greatest mistake that she made in her previous life was to have done and said too much in the family. On the contrary, when she did and said nothing, she sensed that silence was better than words. Seeing that the daughter was already used to Ding Jai's bias and picking, and Xiaonan's eyes did not have any warmth in them though she was smiling, Xiao Dongliang's heart ached and his tone became more serious. Who are you throwing the chopsticks at? Pick up the chopsticks. I'm not picking them up. Why is Xiaonan doing her homework now? She saw the chopsticks drop to the floor and she did not even pick them up. If Ding Jai bent down and picked up the chopsticks, she would feel humiliated. So of course she was unwilling to and thus ordered Xiaonan to do it. Not picking them up? Xiao Dongliang laughed and simply walked over to pick them up himself. When Ding Jai saw Xiao Dongliang doing that, she thought he had relented and today's matter would come to a close. Just when she wanted to heave a sigh of relief, she was shocked and frightened by Xiao Dongliang's next move. It was just a pair of chopsticks, but Xiao Dongliang broke them into half with his hands and threw them on the table. Since you don't want this pair of chopsticks, there is no point in keeping them. Wash the dishes up. I am sleeping in the study room tonight. You. Ding Jai was shaking and finally said regretfully, it's just anger. Why take it out on the chopsticks? Now, we need to spend money on chopsticks again. As the family savings were low, Ding Jai was trying to cut the expenses by half, racking her brains on ways to gradually save money. Not to mention the recent expenses, the 5,000 yuan savings that was accumulated by the couple for over a decade. It was an impossible target by saving just 1 or 2 cents per day, even for 20 years. However, if any major event occurred at home, such as when illness struck, she definitely had to cough up this sum of money. Regarding the 5,000 yuan, Ding Jai was still terrified at the sight of the passbook. She often had nightmares, fearful that Xiao Dongliang would find out about this, unless Xiaonan quit school and worked. If not, she would not be able to make up for the lost savings by herself. Each of them are fiercer and tougher than me. All are my lord. The furious yet helpless Ding Jai slapped her thigh. She was full of humiliation and wiped her tears. But after she calmed down and finally regained her strength, a table full of stuff was awaiting her to clean up. In the past, she was always the one who prepared the meals, and Xiaonan washed the dishes. However, since Xiaonan's fever that holiday, she no longer took on any housework of her own accord. Both daughters were at home. In front of Xiao Dongliang, Ding Jai could not just request for one of the daughters, Xiaonan, to help out. While washing the dishes, Ding Jai sighed. Life in the past was good. She had the final say in everything at home. Xiaonan was also obedient. She took up almost half the load of the housework. Whenever she argued with old Xiao, whatever the matter was, Xiaonan would always take the blame on her own accord. It was bizarre. It was just a fever, and Xiaonan became a changed person. If she had not given birth to Xiaonan, Ding Jai almost suspected that Xiaonan was swapped by someone, and this was the fake one. Xiaonan, who was doing her homework, could not care less about what happened at home, and she totally forgot about what she had done tonight. She had forgotten, but it did not mean that others had also done so. The next day, Xiaonan attended school as usual, but upon reaching the school, she noticed that many schoolmates, some of whom she did not know, were looking at her strangely. Xiaonan frowned but did not take this to heart. When she arrived at the classroom, Xiaonan saw that the seat beside her was empty. She did not think much of it. She put down her school bag and started revising. At this time, Zhao Yu, who was seated nearby, casted her a look of disdain and snorted. What is there to pretend? Who are you trying to fool? Shameless. After hearing this, Xiaonan pulled a long face. She was as fierce as a tiger when she glared at Zhao Yu. She told herself that this was just a spoilt brat, and one that was rebellious and going through puberty. She would not take matters to heart with her. It had been half a month since school reopened. Of course, Xiaonan knew why Zhao Yu did not see eye to eye with her, and why her words always sounded like sour grapes. It was because Zhao Yu was the class's Chinese representative. In the past, Zhao Yu's grades in Chinese were not the best in class, but her essay writing certainly was. However, this trend was broken by Xiao Nan in the first model exam after school started. Zhao Yu thus started to dislike Xiao Nan. Recently, Zhao Yu was extremely motivated to read essay writing books and swear that she would score better than Xiao Nan in the next Chinese test. Xiao Nan was silent. Zhao Yu, who thought that she was feeling guilty because she did something wrong, was complacent. Why are you still coming to school? Don't tell me you think that we don't know the shameless thing that you've done. Though you are thick-skinned enough to do it, I am embarrassed to say it. Such a person is not fit to sit with us in the same classroom and be our schoolmate. Zhao Yu's words were neither too loud nor soft, but it was audible to the rest of the classroom. At the thought of the news that they heard this morning, everyone was silent. The way they looked at Xiao Nam was really awkward. I already thought it was strange. It was already secondary 3, and she could get full marks for the exam. No wonder. She had sent someone to steal the English paper and check the answers. This way, who in the class can't get 100 marks? She did not even wish to tolerate her mother and Xiao Zijin. Why would she tolerate an outsider? Zhao Yu was a spoilt brat, but she was only 15 years old, still just a child. Zhao Yu, your earlier words caused a dent to my reputation. Let me warn you, please stop your behavior of infringing on my personal rights. If not, I can sue you for slander. You are not of legal age, but you are already 16 this year. The country's law is that anyone 16 years or above can be legally charged. Are you prepared to be sued by me? Me, what crime have I committed? Zhao Yu was stupefied. She had merely stated a few facts. At most, they were just gossip about Xiaonan. What did that have to do with committing a crime? Don't you feel ashamed that you don't even know that you've committed a crime? Don't tell me that you think you don't need to be responsible for what you said? Xiaonan rolled her eyes. If you have nothing better to do, please read more books on politics. We are already in secondary 3. There's a lot of law information in those books. Threatened by Xiaonan, Zhao Yu was really scared. She started to flip the pages of this year's newly issued politics textbook. True enough, there was a lot of law-related knowledge in the textbook. Although there was no mention of slander in the book, she thought about the look of conviction on Xiao Nan's face when she had said those words, and did not dare to gossip about Xiao Nan anymore. The rest of the classmates had ears for themselves. They clearly heard Xiao Nan and Zhao Yu's argument. Initially, when everyone heard that Xiao Nan scored full marks because she cheated, they felt that it was unfair. Why should someone who cheated on the exam receive the best grade for an individual subject? But everyone did not have that deep an enmity with Xiao Nan. Besides, this was ultimately a rumor which had just started today. Not everyone believed this. Not long after, a girl came over and sat beside Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan, do you know why Zhao Yu said that about you just now? Why? Previously, Zhao Yu just sounded like sour grapes. Someone has been spreading that you are close to a group of hooligans. Those hooligans were bad and did not have clean hands and feet. They climbed into the school to steal things before. So someone said that your English grades were so good because the hooligans helped you to steal the test papers prior to the exam. That is why you scored full marks. Since when was she close to hooligans? It's ridiculous that people believe in such baseless rumors. Xiao Nan was shaking her head. Don't talk about the rest. If I had the means to get the test papers, why did I score 85 marks for Chinese and maths? Put aside maths. The marks deducted for my Chinese test were those that required memorizing. Upon hearing what Xiaonan said, her classmates felt that she had a point. True, since she was stealing, why would they steal for one subject and not all? That Chinese paper of Xiaonan, which Teacher Li was so angry about, all of the 14 marks were content that required memorizing. In the whole class, except for Xiao Nan, who scored 0 out of 14 marks, even the slower ones could get around 7 or 8 marks. The first thing that needed to be done after receiving the test paper was to find the answer and memorize them. Based on her results, it was illogical that she had cheated. True, I did not believe. That girl's face turned slightly red after hearing Xiaonan. Xiaonan replied with only laughter. Was the girl being nice by clearing her doubts or trying to gather more information? As an adult, she was not oblivious. If she really did not believe the rumor, why was she embarrassed? Xiaonan laughed. The other party seemed to know that she did not get what she expected and felt self-conscious, so she quickly returned to her own seat. When peace resumed, Xiaonan could not help thinking, Who was the one who could not see eye to eye with her? Who went around spreading such ridiculous rumors? Hooligans. Thinking about what happened throughout her aggregated 2 lifetimes, Xiang recalled one matter. This happened recently. It was yesterday. Yesterday, she saw a group of people surrounding, beating up and scolding a person. She directly found the policeman and saved the person. Was it because of this? While reading her book, Zhao Yu, whose mind was floating elsewhere, stole a glance at Xiaonan. Actually, the mastermind of the rumors about Xiaonan was not anyone else. It was none other than Zhao Yu. However, Zhao Yu's initial version of the rumor was not the same. Yesterday, Zhao Yu looked for Teacher Li to request Teacher Li's guidance on her essay. Hence, Zhao Yu left school late, slightly later than Xiaonan. The two of them headed home in the same direction. They had to pass the same main road. As she felt awkward, Zhao Yu would rather slowly follow behind Xiaonan's back than to catch up with Xiaonan to go home together. Upon reaching the quad, Xiaonan changed her direction as she wanted to go to the residence of the Zhai family. Zhao Yu, who followed behind, saw that something was amiss. Xiaonan should not be heading home in that direction. Where was she going? Out of curiosity, Zhao Yu decided to tail her after much consideration. When Zhao Yu caught up with Xiaonan, it was at the time when Xiaonan brought the police to save the person. Zhao Yu did not see anything else. She only saw Xiaonan running towards that group of hooligans. The hooligans had sticks in their hands and blood on their bodies. At the sight, Zhao Yu was scared out of her wits. Carrying her school bag, she ran all the way home. When Zhao Yu reached home, her heart was still pounding loudly. When the neighbor's children came to look for her to study together, Zhao Yu could not help but mention this matter, and told them she wondered when Xiaonan had gone astray she was even in such a good relationship with the punks. When the neighbor's children confirmed the identity of the few hooligans, they unintentionally revealed one matter. It was those people who came to our school during the summer vacation to steal things. If Xiaonan is close to them, she will certainly be able to top the class every year. Rumors are always spread the wrong way. The most recent version that was spread to the school was that Xiaonan had always scored well in her exams because she relied on this group of hooligans to help her steal the test papers. Xiaonan was a good student. That eye-catching name made it impossible for people in the school to not know her. When there's suddenly a scandal related to a model student, the speed of the news spreading was faster than that of the light. Xiaonan, Teacher Chen requested that you go to his office. The class's math representative said after he returned from Teacher Chen's office, where he sent the homework to. Zhao Yu laughed. Still not admitting, even Teacher Chen summoned her for a talk. Perhaps her parents will be called next. I've been Xiaonan's classmate for several years. I don't believe she is such a person. The student who was seated at the same desk as Zhao Yu started to argue with her again. Zhou, what is your problem? Why are you always putting in good words for Xiaonan? What benefit did you receive from Xiaonan? Zhou was the class's sports representative. Lean and energetic, he was certainly good at sports, especially basketball. His three-point shots were amazing. 10 years later, this was a full-grown little basketball prince who would make the young ladies' hearts throb. Most of the junior high school students would begin to develop feelings for the opposite gender. Zhou was good-looking, good in sports, and above average in studies. Zhao Yu was proud to be desk mates with such an outstanding boy. But when Zhou went against her to speak up for Xiaonan, Zhao Yu's mood was not good. Zhou looked at Zhou Yu with some disdain. I should be asking you this question. Xiaonan did not offend you. Why do you dislike her? Are you happy to gossip about Xiaonan? Will you gain anything because of this? I really don't know what you girls are thinking. If you think Xiaonan's language grades are better than yours, then score better than her next time. Don't you think it's ugly to gossip? Zhou, you side with Xiaonan so much. Do you like Xiaonan? Zhao Yu's face turned red with anger. Are you crazy? Zhou rolled his eyes at Zhao Yu and was not willing to talk to Zhao Yu anymore. Xiaonan did not know that, after she left, Zhao Yu and Zhou, the pair of desk mates, had argued with each other because of her. She gained all the teacher's attention once she stepped into the office. Teacher Chen. Xiaonan, you're here. Stand slightly nearer. There was a stool next to Teacher Chen. It was for Xiaonan to sit on. Xiaonan sat down. After thinking, she had the feeling that, most likely, Teacher Chen had called her in because of the matter that was mentioned by Zhao Yu minutes ago. Xiaonan, have any delinquent teenagers been pestering you lately, asking you for money? After hearing Teacher Chen's words, Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. This was because she knew that Teacher Chen's question implied that he trusted her. Xiaonan shook her head. Thereafter, she told Teacher Chen what happened yesterday. I don't know those people. It was so serious? Teacher Chen was shocked. Then the man who was beaten up. Do you know him? No, the man who was beaten. His face was swollen and covered in blood. I don't know who he is either. At the thought of the pitiful look of the beaten man, Xiaonan shivered. Gee. When the other teachers in the office heard this, they were shocked too. These hooligans were too merciless. If not for Xiaonan, who had sought the help of adults, the man could have lost his life. Teacher Chen was slightly undecided. He was not sure whether to commend Xiaonan for her bravery in helping others in need, or reprimand her for her boldness and disregard for her own safety. A group of punks were fighting, and a young lady, who had no means of defending herself, dared to run there to interfere in the commotion. She had too much bravery. Teacher Xiaonan did the right thing for this matter. She was smart and not impulsive. Didn't she look for someone to help? On the other hand, the rest of the teachers in the office was impressed by the way Xiaonan handled the situation. She not only protected herself, but also saved someone. There was nothing wrong with it. If Xiaonan had ran up on her own to shout at them, then she deserved to be criticized. Teacher Chen snorted. She would dote on her own students. What happened to the man? The policeman brought him to the hospital. True, you can go. You don't need to worry about the rumors in the school. I will help you to find a way out. Okay. With Teacher Chen's absolute trust in her, now, Xiaonan did not care about the rumors at all. It did not matter what others said. When the secondary 3 students saw Xiaonan coming back from Teacher Chen's office, she did not hide. Instead, she looked bright and cheery and had a gentle smile on her face. Judging by this, Xiaonan did not seem to have received a scolding from Teacher Chen. For today's math lesson, Teacher Chen solemnly and carefully used the first minute of the lesson to address the matter regarding Xiaonan. All of you are junior high school students. You have the ability to differentiate right from wrong. I hope that you will not be fooled by a few rumors. We are a team. We should be united. I trust my students, and you should trust your classmates too. As to the rumors spread by other classes, I will think of a way to resolve this later. But I do not wish to see our class having problems and having an internal conflict. Do you understand? Understood. Although teacher did not specify Xiaonan's name, everyone knew what matter she was referring to. Teacher Chen had made her stand. The whole class had dispelled their suspicions of Xiaonan. In the school, it was a very serious offense to steal the exam papers. The rumors about Xiaonan were passed on for a day, and the school did not take any action. On the contrary, it was a quiet week. Within a short 5.5 days' time, the rumors about Xiaonan had almost died down in the school. It was quiet at school, but not at home. Somehow, Xiao Zijin, who was in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, got to know about this rumor. Xiao Zijin reached home later than Xiaonan. Upon reaching home, she started to scold Xiaonan from the bottom of her heart as soon as she put down her school bag. Nan, even if you wish to study that much, you shouldn't do this sort of thing. If you explain nicely to Dad and Mom, can they disallow? Dad and Mom do not expect us to be very successful, but we need to be down to earth and do the right things. The cunning tricks you played, in exchange for the grades, are only short-lived. Can they last forever? You can do that for now, but when you reach the middle school exam, do you think you can still use this scrupulous way? For middle school exams, can you still do this? When she was scolded by Xiao Zijin, Xiaonan took a step back. Her face was cold. With disdain, she lifted her hands towards her face and wiped it once. Xiao Zijin had sprayed her saliva all over Xiaonan's face. Wasn't that dirty? Zijin, what happened? At the sight of the elder daughter being furious, Ding Jai quickly asked, Dad and Mom, you don't know the matter about Xiaonan. She made all of us lose face. My grades are not excellent, but they are not that bad either. I think a person should be honest and know their own ability. A man must be true to himself. But Xiaonan? In order to produce good grades, she actually befriended those people of dodgy background in the society and let them steal the exam papers for her. My heart sinks at the thought of this. Thinking that Xiaonan had relied on this method to score better than her over the years, Xiao Zijin was in a rage. She really thought that Xiao Nan was smarter than her, but actually, she had resorted to such tricks. Nan, explain yourself. Because of you, Mom and Dad argued many times. You hardly anger Mom, but because of you, Mom was angered a few times this month. You are the child of Mom and Dad. They raised you. Do you still have a conscience? What? Is there such a matter? Ding Jai immediately believed the words of the elder daughter. You little brute. Having said that, Ding Jai raised her hand towards Xiaonan's face. Xiaonan bent her head down, as agile as a monkey. She ran towards Xiao Dongliang and hid behind his back. The two of you are good. One is my real mother, and the other my real sister. You believe whatever the others said. You didn't even ask me, or allow me to explain. Dad, are they really my next of kin? For a moment, Xiaonan could not take it anymore. She asked this question from the bottom of her heart. Don't try anything funny. Xiao Dongliang shouted at Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin to stop. He was also shocked to hear Xiao Zijin's words, but Nan's performance had always been consistent. He had never heard Zijin mention such matters, hence, those must be false rumors spread by others. Nan, have you heard of it? Even the elder daughter heard it. It could not possibly be quiet at the younger daughter's school. Yes, because of this, Teacher Chin specifically asked to see me in the office on Tuesday. But unlike Mom and sister, when Teacher Chin heard about this, he asked me if any delinquent teenagers have been pestering and blackmailing me. In other words, outsiders did not even believe that Xiao Nan would do such a dishonest thing. But Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin heard merely the slightest ruffle in the wind and said it as though it was real. Was that the expected behavior of your next of kin? Teacher Chan did not suspect you at all? Xiao Dongliang blinked. After all, when he first heard this, even he, the real dad, had a second of doubt. No. Xiaonan shook her head. Teacher Chin even told the class straight, told my classmates to stop spreading such untrue rumors. So what exactly is going on here? Dad, I've been wrong till death regarding this matter. Except for this summer vacation where I could not revise at home. In the past, there wasn't once that I have not obediently stayed home and finished all the housework chores. Don't talk about being in contact with those hooligans. I don't even have time to read books. How I wish that there are 48 hours in a day. Xiaonan's words startled the others. Whether Xiaonan was busy in the past, Ding Jai knew best. When summer vacation came, Xiaonan had little opportunity to go out. As Xiaonan said, Ding Jai simply pushed all the household chores to Xiaonan whenever Xiaonan had the time. At most, Ding Jai prepared the meals. Every time Xiaonan had some spare time and wanted to read books, Ding Jai would definitely find an excuse to make Xiaonan work. So, 24 hours, besides sleeping for 8 to 9 hours in the bedroom, Xiaonan was within Ding Jai's sight for the rest of the time. Xiaonan simply did not have any chance to get to know those delinquent teens. Once again, Xiao Dongliang shocked by another truth. So, during summer vacation, when the younger daughter had spare time, she did all the household chores? Though it was not easy for Xiao Zijin to find fault with Xiaonan, she would not give up. Don't tell me that this matter sprang out of nowhere? She did not believe it. If Xiaonan had not done such a thing, then why would people spread the news with every detail vividly described? Nan, what do you say? Xiao Dongliang looked at Xiaonan. It made sense that no one would be so free to make up a story without any facts, but he too believed that the younger daughter would not do such a thing. That's right, you have to explain this matter properly to us. If not, you don't need to study anymore. In case you go astray, Ding Jai added as she regained her senses. Regardless of the truth of the matter, this was a good chance. Old Xiao, I think you better listen to me. Don't let Xiaonan study anymore. Her character has gone astray with studies. We might as well let her work and let others watch over her. Then she will not be able to mix with those bad guys anymore. The children of our Xiao family may not be the best in their studies, but they cannot have a bad moral character. Mom, do you mean that, regardless of the truth of this matter, you won't let me go to school to prevent me from going astray, and let me go to work? Mom, I am puzzled. Dad's income is not considered little. It's enough to pay for both sisters and my education. Why do you have to insist that I work, as if our family does not have enough to meet our needs? Xiaonan initially did not want to expose that Ding Jai had spent all the family savings because of Xiao Zijin. But Ding Jai kept using her education as a threat. Xiang could not help it and had to reveal Ding Jai's secret. It was time to let her father know the special situation at home, rather than foolishly allowing her mother to cover up the whole matter. Dad, how much savings do we have? Mom can't wait for me to sacrifice my future, quit school and work. Dad, if there is really difficulty at home and you can't afford our tuition fees, even if sister's grades are not as good as mine, I will abide by Mom's wishes. It is also a form of repayment to her for bringing me up. I will go to work. At last, Xiaonan was forced to agree to quit school and work. But when she heard Xiaonan's words, Xiao Zijin was furious. What did she mean by even if her grades were not better than Xiaonan? Xiaonan was also willing to sacrifice herself. This meant that it was a waste of money to let her study. Do you not understand my words? Xiao Dongliang was also angry now. The younger daughter's grades were obviously much better than the elder daughter. On what basis must she discontinue her studies? You really think that joining the workforce early is a good thing? Fine. Since Nan is not studying despite her good grades, then there is no need for Zijin to study either. Both will go to work and earn money for you. Since taking up a job now is so promising, how can you forget Zijin? If you want to favor Nan, you have to see if I agree to it. Xiao Dongliang was really furious. Ding had not figured out the bottom of the matter, yet she had come back to talk nonsense and create a scene. The neighbors could almost hear them now. If not for Zijin's nonsense, why would old Ding dig up the old matters? Mom, Xiao Zijin was frightened. Why are you shouting? Character comes before studies. If Xiao Nan was as obedient as Zijin, would I need to be so concerned? Zijin does not mix with bad company and go astray, so I don't need to worry about her, so she doesn't need to go to work. Don't you know it varies from person to person? Ding Jai sided much with Xiao Zijin. Clearly it was unreasonable, yet she said it as though she had some point. Dad, actually when school started, Teacher Chen asked me about something. Xiao Nan clenched her fists. What is it? Teacher Chen asked me. Sister's grades were obviously poor, so how did she get into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Isn't it the Pingqing High School? Both daughters' matters were taken care of by Ding Jai. Xiao Dongliang had only begun to interfere recently. He vaguely remembered that the elder daughter's grades were not good. It did not meet the admission score for the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, but could get into Pingqing High School. When did Zijin switch school? How come I did not know, and why? Xiao Dongliang's face was as fierce as a tiger as he sensed something amiss. Was the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China a place that you could get in as you wished? Old Ding, hand me the passbook. I want to see. As he recalled that Ding Jai flashed a strange look when they argued because of the passbook the last time, he suddenly understood. See? What is there to see the passbook for? Ding Jai was so scared that she stuttered, and her tone was faint. You aren't going to fetch it, right? Xiao Dongliang did not want to waste time with Ding Jai. He always handed all the money to Ding Jai. She was not the type to squander the family fortune, and so their savings had grown bit by bit. Xiao Dongliang entrusted everything under Ding Jai's charge, but that did not mean he was unaware of what was happening. He searched for the key and went to the room to open the drawer. He took out the entire drawer and saw the passbook lying deep inside. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Ding Jai had a guilty look on her face. She feared that Xiao Dongliang would find out that there was nothing left in the passbook. At that thought, she lunged at him, in a bid to take the passbook from him. Standing at 8 meters tall, if Xiao Dongliang did not give in, there was no way Ding Jai could have snatched it from him. Xiao Dongliang opened the passbook and had a look at the contents. Boiling with anger, he bellowed, "Where's all the money?" Xiao Dongliang's roar could be heard from outside. Xiao Zijin turned a shade whiter. She was scared stiff. She was done for this time. There was no way to keep it under wraps anymore. Xiao Nan, what do you mean by this? That's our mom. How could you do this to her? Xiao Zijin pointed at Xiao Nan and started scolding her. If it had not been for Xiao Nan, father and mother would never quarrel. Father had always listened to mother. If father was to know that the money was spent on her, how would he think of her? That's right. She is my mom. She spent all the savings on you so as to enroll you in a good high school, but she wanted me to quit school and start working. That's really what a mom would do. Xiaonan laughed sarcastically. How did you know? You did it on purpose. Xiaonan had set this up to bring her mother and her down. The best way to hide a misdeed is not to commit it. The teachers at our school all knew your standard. Besides, they are all in the education sector. What do you think went through their mind when they heard that you went to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? Xiao Zijin stomped her foot. The teachers at junior high school were such blabbermouths. This was their family matter. It had nothing to do with others. Why did they have to mention it in front of Xiaonan? No wonder no amount of cajoling could get Xiaonan to quit school and start working. Xiaonan had known all along that her mother had spent such a huge sum of money on her. Just then, an elder's voice could be heard coming from outside Xiao's house. Xiaonan paused. Grandpa Li? Xiao Zijin's countenance fell. This prominent elder rarely accepted their invitation to visit. Why would he come at such an inopportune time today? Xiao Zijin was not worried that Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jai would disregard the situation and quarrel in front of Grandpa Li. It was that her mother had sought Grandpa Li's help to pull strings for Xiao Zijin to enroll in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Her mother was lost for words when her father found out that she had spent all the savings. If her father was to know that mother asked Grandpa Li for help, he would be mad with anger. Xiao Dongliang's father passed away at an early age. It was Elder Li who brought him up. If not for Elder Li, who supported and guided Xiao Dongliang because of his friendship with Xiao Dongliang's father, it would have been even more difficult for him. In order to have a second child, Xiao Dongliang gave up on the path that Elder Li paved for him. He could have had a bright future. He had also let his late father down. Ever since then, Xiao Dongliang had felt too ashamed to face Elder Li. Given his situation now, he could only lead a simple life. There was no way that he could repay the debt of gratitude that he owed Elder Li. Whenever Xiao Dongliang thought of Elder Li, he felt ashamed of himself. Yet Ding Jai asked Elder Li to help her to pull strings on the account that her late father-in-law once entrusted to his son under his care. Once Xiao Dongliang knew of this, Ding Jai would be in deep trouble. She would not be able to hold her head up high in front of him. Xiaonan decided to set aside her quarrel with Ding Jai for now. Since her father had known about the passbook, he would definitely not allow Xiaonan to quit school. Xiaonan ran into their room and said, "Dad, let's stop quarreling. Grandpa Li is here." "Uncle Li?" Xiao Dongliang's tense demeanor slightly relaxed. In front of Xiaonan, Ding Jai always looked as if someone had ruffled her feathers. But right now, she seemed to be like a quail who was scared stiff, cowering in fear. It was Ding Jai's who had squandered their savings. Just like Xiao Zijin, when Ding Jai heard that Elder Li was here, she was so frightened that she could not wait to find a hiding place. "I will settle scores with you later on." Xiao Dongliang was so mad that he did not bother minding his words in front of their younger daughter. To think that Ding Jai had kept quiet about it after spending such a huge sum of money. He only found out about it after about a month. How daring was this woman? Xiao Dongliang patted the younger daughter on her head, and without another look at Ding Jai, he led her out to welcome Elder Li. After seeing the passbook, Xiao Dongliang finally realized why his wife insisted that the younger daughter quit school and start working. Poor results? Led astray by the bad guys? All these were lies. She had spent all the savings on the elder daughter, yet she wanted the younger daughter to work in order to cover the loss. His wife was too biased towards his elder daughter. Xiao Zijin saw Xiao Dongliang walked out of the room, but she did not dare to walk up to him. She quickly went into the room to take a look at Ding Jai. "Mom, it's really Grandpa Li who is here. What shall we do? If Dad knows about that matter, he would surely beat me, and made me quit the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China." "No, he won't." Ding Jai was just as scared, but she was reluctant to admit. "I know Elder Li's character. Elder Li knows how old Xiao's temper is, and that I hide the fact that I have been to see him from old Xiao. He won't speak of a word about this to your dad and affect our relationship." When Xiao Dongliang discharged from the army in order to have a second child, though Elder Li was disappointed, he had never scolded Xiao Dongliang. Ding Jai was fearless as she was confident that Elder Li would not want to affect the couple's relationship because of such a small matter. And judging from Elder Li's temper, if he has no inclination to help, he would reject her up front. But he would not mention this to Xiao Dongliang, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, lest the couple ended up in a quarrel. "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" Xiao Dongliang was very agitated when he saw Elder Li. He was ashamed to face Elder Li, but he also missed him dearly. Grandpa Li. Xiao Nan, who was right besides Xiao Dongliang, addressed Elder Li as well. Grandpa Li, have some tea. Xiao Zijin was more assured by her mother's words. Without another word, she came out with a cup of tea in her hand, hoping to perform well in front of Elder Li. Elder Li knew that Xiao Dongliang had 2 daughters, and they were not too far apart in age. Elder Li paused for a moment when he saw the 2 pretty young ladies. Xiao, you are really fortunate to have 2 daughters. Oh, Xiao Dongliang gave a vague smile. He used to think that way as well, but now he was not too sure. Grandpa Li, please have some tea. Dad has always wanted to visit you, but felt sorry towards you. We never thought that Grandpa Li would visit us. Dad, you are the junior. You should take the first step. Xiao Zijin knew of the situation between the 2 of them and was clever with her words, painting a nice picture. Elder Li looked at Xiao Zijin with satisfaction. You are Nan? Xiao Zijin finally had the opportunity to meet Elder Li, and he was all smiles when he saw her. She was so proud that she was well liked by everyone. She was about to say yes, but her words were choked up in her throat. Why would Elder Li mention Xiao Nan as soon as he started to speak? Xiao Nan was always bad with her words. She was not likable like her. Why would Elder Li have mistaken her as Xiao Nan? Xiao Zijin's words were stifled in her throat, and she ended up letting out a faint sound. Elder Li took it that she had acknowledged his questions. When he saw that this was the child that he was looking for, he became all the more amiable. Xiao, you have raised a good daughter. She really looked like the daughter of a soldier, full of righteousness. But Xiao, you should pay more attention to your children's health. Nan, are you still in shock from the incident last time? Have you fall ill, and hence your voice sounds weird? Xiao's family were speechless. Xiao Zijin's O was a slip of tongue. She tried to hold it in, but ended up going out of pitch. She was not admitting to having fallen sick. Uncle Li, you have the wrong person. This is my elder daughter Xiao Zijin. This is my younger daughter Xiao Nan. Nan, you must have not met Uncle Li before. Come and meet your Grandpa Li. Xiao Dongliang might not know why Elder Li was here today, but he had the utmost respect for him. Grandpa Li. Xiao Nan addressed him politely. Xiao Nan was also puzzled as to why Elder Li would come to visit and to call her name up front. Of course, Xiao Nan was not angry at him for calling the wrong person. In fact, she was happy. Xiao Zijin had made a fool of herself this time. Oh, you are Nan. You are really pretty. Xiao, you have brought up a good daughter. Nan might be quiet, but she is hardworking. Like us, she has the same down-to-earth attribute and mannerism of a soldier. Elder Li knew that he had got the wrong person. He gave a smile, not paying much attention to it. Ever since Xiao Dongliang was discharged from the army, he had never been to Elder Li's house. Elder Li knew that this matter had been weighing on Xiao Dongliang's mind. As for Elder Li, he was also disappointed in Xiao Dongliang. As a result, they had gradually lost touch. Elder Li had once carried Xiao Zijin when she was young, but he had never seen Xiao Nan since she was born. The 2 sisters looked alike. It was no wonder that Elder Li could not tell them apart. Xiao Nan could not help but smile at Elder Li's compliments. She found them familiar. Had he not said similar words when he mistook Xiao Zijin for Xiao Nan? This was the first time that Xiao Nan had seen Elder Li. He seemed to be a funny person to her. Xiao Dongliang was used to Elder Li's style. He smiled and said, Uncle Li, this younger daughter of mine is really a good daughter. She has always been good in her studies. Not only is she the vice class monitor in class, every year she is awarded the top 3 model students and outstanding class committee member. It's just that my wife is too careless to have burnt her certificates by mistake. At the mention of Xiao Nan, Xiao Dongliang turned into a boastful parent. Pride was evident in his voice. Ever since he discharged from the army, Xiao Dongliang dared not face Elder Li. His biggest wish was that Elder Li was still healthy, that his 2 daughters would be successful and have good prospects. In that way, he could bring his daughters to Elder Li and tell him proudly, Elder Li, I did not make the wrong choice back then. I did not let your efforts down. He was not successful, but he had nurtured daughters who were even more successful than him. Elder Li, I am sure you don't know. Nan is in the 3rd year of junior high school. She did not do well for her Chinese and mathematics exams at the first day of school. Her Chinese teacher was very angry as she scored close to full marks for her essay but lost some marks in the component that required memorizing. She could have scored 99 points, but had 85 points instead. But luckily Nan scored full marks for her English. She was the only one who scored full marks in her school. After finding out that Nan was not only the vice class monitor, but she also received awards for her good performance every year, Dongliang reflected on himself and began to pay more attention to her studies. This Wednesday, Dongliang applied for an hour off from his workplace. He went to Nan's school and spoke with the teachers who taught the main subjects, asking about her studies. If he did not ask, he would not have known. After the session, he could not help but feel proud of his daughter. Every teacher who taught the younger daughter were full of praise for her. Even though it angered and pained Teacher Li to talk about the younger daughter's Chinese results, he could tell that it was because Teacher Li wanted Nan to do well. Dongliang could tell from the criticisms and praises that Teacher Li meant that if only Nan had done her revision, she would have scored at least 99 points for her Chinese exam this time. 99 points, and that was for Chinese. Dongliang never imagined that this result would be attainable. At least for the elder daughter, it was considered a good result to score 89 points for her junior high Chinese exams. Dongliang was burning with embarrassment at the teacher's underlying meaning. But he could not blame the younger daughter for telling the teacher that her mother sold the textbooks. After all, what his wife did had really affected the younger daughter's results. But one should not wash dirty linen in public. It was a total mess. Nan has the worst results this time, but it was the best that she could do. It made Dongliang hold his head up high in front of Elder Li. Oh, really? Elder Li was somewhat surprised. He knew Dongliang well. He would not lie. Elder Li already had grandchildren, and they were still in school, so he was aware that in junior high school, it was difficult to get 99 points or even 100 points for exams. 95 points would already be seen as an excellent score. As expected, she was the industrious type. Elder Li looked at Nan with affection, as if she was his granddaughter. Elder Li was getting on in years. His only wish was that his grandchildren would study hard and be successful. So naturally, he had an affection for hardworking children like Nan. Besides, it was due to Nan's good upbringing and character that he had visited Xiao's house today. Xiao, do you know why I visited your house today? Dongliang paused for a moment and said, Is anything the matter, Uncle Li? I came on behalf of Zhu family to thank you and your family. Zhu family? Uncle Zhu's family? Dongliang was not close to Zhu family. Zhu family were in-laws with Uncle Li. The son of Zhu family married Uncle Li's daughter. Zhu family and Li family all stayed at the quad. They were well matched in terms of social status. Zhu family was fairly well-to-do. Yes, it's your Uncle Zhu's family. Uncle Li became agitated. He took a few moments to calm down before he continued. You must have heard about what happened to my daughter. Elder Li, it has been years. You must take care of yourself. At the mention of Uncle Li's daughter, Dongliang did not know how he could console him. Uncle Li had 3 sons and a daughter. He doted very much on the only daughter. Uncle Li wanted his daughter to find someone she loved and lead a happy life. He had no thoughts of establishing connections through her marriage. But Li Shu was lucky. It was by coincidence that she fell in love with the son of the Zhu family. Their relationship was going smoothly, and they tied the knot in around a year's time, and she was pregnant in less than 3 months' time. But what was heartbreaking was that Li Shu did not live to see the child. When she went into the labor, everything went smoothly. She had the baby through natural delivery. But no one would have expected that after giving birth, she would have a hemorrhage. Li Shu's blood type was quite common, but it just so happened that the blood bank ran out of that particular blood type on that day. Her mother stayed behind to take care of the daughter. But her blood type did not match, and so she could not donate her blood to her. When Elder Li and his 3 sons arrived, they were not in time to donate their blood to Li Shu. And so, only a few hours after she brought the baby into this world, Li Shu did not even get to take a glimpse of her child and she had passed away. Li Shu's death came as a blow to Li family and Zhu family. Elder Li even forbade everyone to speak of his pitiful daughter in front of him. Oh, Elder Li let out a long sigh. I am old. I am no longer as clear-minded as before. Now I always make mistakes and do silly things. Xiao Dongliang could not help but blush in embarrassment when he heard Elder Li's words. He was not as old as Elder Li, yet he had done quite a lot of stupid things, in particular, matters regarding his younger daughter. Forget it, he did not want to talk about them. He would only be more frustrated about it. Xiao Shu was gone. No matter how heartbroken we are, Xiao Shu will never come back. Xiao Shu left us with the only son Baoguo. She risked her life to have him. If he is gone, I wouldn't be able to face Xiao Shu when I died. Elder Li's eyes turned red. Has anything happened to Baoguo? Xiao Dongliang realized something was wrong. I remembered Baoguo is a year older than Nan Nan. He should be in secondary 3 now? Yes, he is in secondary 3 now. He is in the same school as Nan Nan. He is classmates with Nan Nan. They are all in the same class. Xiao Dongliang was surprised. He never thought that the maternal grandchild of Uncle Li would be in the same class as his younger daughter. Nan Nan, has something happened to your classmate? Zhu Baoguo, my classmate? Xiao Nan was confused. Half a month had passed since school reopened, but she had no idea she had a classmate by the name of Zhu Baoguo. Xiao Nan twitched her lips and did not know what to say. Among all my classmates, there isn't someone by the name of Zhu Baoguo, but I haven't seen my desk mate since school reopened. She connected the dots and realized that her desk mate was the maternal grandchild of Elder Li. But what did this have to do with her? Before coming to their house, Elder Li had no idea how she had fared in her exams. There was no way that he was here to ask that she coached his grandson in his studies. It's fate. It's all fate. Elder Li was shocked as well. He never thought that his grandson would be related to Xiao Nan in so many ways. Nan Nan, on behalf of Li family and Zhu family, I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving our Baoguo. The situation was different for Li family. Elder Li had 3 sons and 2 grandchildren, but Zhu family only had 1 son, Zhu Chengqi. After Li Shu passed away, Zhu Chengqi never remarried. He left his family and stayed in the army all day long. Zhu Baoguo was the only grandson of the Zhu family. If anything happened to Zhu Baoguo, unless Zhu Chengqi was willing to remarry, there would be no one to continue Zhu's family line. If something happened to Zhu Baoguo, Zhu family would be devastated. Save his life? Ding Jiai was confused. It was rare that Elder Li visited them, and Zhu family was involved as well. Ding Jiai was dying to have connections with these 2 prominent families, but she had never had the chance. Why would these 2 families have connections to their family? Why would Elder Li come all the way to Xiao's house to thank them? Nan Nan, do you want to tell them what happened, or should I tell them? But I guess it's better that you tell them. I might not have all the details. Elder Li, I will do it. Xiao Nan was still confused. After pausing to think for a few moments, she asked, is Zhu Baoguo the person who was beaten up this Monday? After all, in her 2 lifetimes he was the only person that she had saved. You are really a good child. Elder Li beamed and nodded. Elder Li was not surprised that Xiao Nan did not know Zhu Baoguo. His only grandson had been dwindling his days away. He knew that his grandson never went to school. Whenever he was reminded of how outstanding his daughter was, and yet her son was such a good-for-nothing, he would feel sorry for his daughter and did not wish to see his grandson. Nan Nan, you mean you have saved someone's life before? Xiao Dongliang was shocked. Dad, do you remember what happened just now? Xiao Nan shot a glance at Xiao Zijin, hinting at the incident minutes ago where Xiao Zijin tried to smear her reputation. It has something to do with this? Xiao Dongliang understood at once. I usually stick to my daily routine. There's no way to be in touch with those people. It was on this Monday after I was done with my class duty. I saw a person surrounded by a bunch of gangsters and they were throwing punches at him. He fell flat on the ground from the beating. I went looking for the police. The police arrived and the gangsters ran off. The police then took the injured person to the hospital. Since then, she never meddled with these fights anymore. But she never thought that she had unwittingly saved someone so close to her. Why? Is there something else? Elder Li noticed that something was amiss from Xiao Nan's tone and asked her to explain further. Nothing much. It's just a small misunderstanding. With that, Xiao Dongliang glared at Xiao Zijin secretly. The truth was finally out. Nan Nan had no contact with those gangsters and was not led astray by them. In fact, Nan Nan had saved Zhu family's son Elder Li's biological maternal grandson. Misunderstanding? Elder Li did not probe further at Xiao Dongliang's words, since if there was anything wrong, he would be able to find out himself. Xiao Qiao, all thanks to your Nan Nan. If not, I have no idea what would happen to my grandson. Elder Li, please do not stand on ceremony with us. Xiao Dongliang, who was unaware of the real situation, thought that Elder Li was being too polite. His younger daughter merely asked for help from others. They were all a bunch of teenagers. It was common to be engaged in small fights. No, they were my heartfelt words. Do you know why I only waited till today to visit when it was on Monday that Nan Nan saved Baoguo? Elder Li's eyes turned teary at the mention of the danger his grandson faced. Those people were really ruthless. 2 of Baoguo's rib bones were broken. 1 rib bone almost pierced his lung. If not for Nan Nan, Baoguo might be beaten to death by them. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time. Otherwise, he might die or become invalid. Everyone was stunned when they heard of Zhu Baoguo's condition. Those people were too ruthless. As Elder Li spoke of his grandson's condition, she found everything to be so familiar. 2 of the rib bones were broken. 1 rib bone almost pierced the lung. So in her previous lifetime, that person who was from the same quad, who became invalid from all those beatings and died from the extreme pain as no one went to his help, was actually Zhu Baoguo? In her previous lifetime, Xiaonan had already quit school and started working at this time. It was only when she came back then that she heard from others that someone from the quad was beaten to death, even though the injured person was still alive. Knowing that they had gotten themselves into trouble, those gangsters just ran off without him. A day has gone by the time he was discovered. His corpse had turned cold, and there was no chance of saving him. Because of this, Ding Jai started sending Xiao Zijin to school from then onwards. Xiaonan had just reached home for barely a day before Ding Jai took all her pay and sent her off to work again. She did not even have time to ask about this matter in detail. So after her rebirth, in this lifetime, Xiaonan had no memory of this incident. She did not know that the person who had died in her previous lifetime was actually Elder Li's maternal grandson. Baoguo sustained serious injuries and had just passed the critical stage. He had woken up but is still in recovery. He is still young. He should be able to regain his health by taking more tonics and healthy food. In the beginning, Zhu family and Li family were devastated and worried when they knew of Zhu Baoguo's injuries. They did not have the time and the mood to find out who saved Zhu Baoguo's life. It was only yesterday that Zhu Baoguo woke up and was able to speak. The 2 families felt slightly at ease. It was then did they remember that they should thank the person who saved his life. Zhu family and Li family found the 2 police officers who sent Zhu Baoguo to the hospital. They had wanted to thank them for saving Zhu Baoguo's life. But like the soldiers, the police officers were honest and upright. They told the 2 families that it was a young lady from the quad who found Zhu Baoguo and asked them for their help to save Zhu Baoguo. So the person that the 2 families had to be grateful for was in fact this young lady. Zhu family and Li family asked around and finally found out that the person who saved Zhu Baoguo was none other than Xiaonan, Xiao Dongliang's daughter. Elder Li felt most comforted at this news. Elder Li had always felt sorry regarding Xiao Dongliang's discharge from the army. Nobody would have known that it was Xiao Dongliang's younger daughter who ended up saving his only grandson. Xiao Qiao, don't blame Uncle Li for taking such a long time to visit. Your daughter Nan Nan has saved Baoguo. Li family and Zhu family owed your family a big favor, Elder Li said earnestly. Back then he helped and guided Xiao Dongliang purely on account of his friendship with his father. But it was different now. Xiaonan saved Zhu Baoguo's life. He owed Xiao's family a huge debt of gratitude. From now on, Xiao Dongliang no longer owed Li family anything. Rather, as Elder Li said, it was Li family and Zhu family who owed Xiao family. Uncle Li, we are one big family. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be what I am today. Nan Nan just did what she had to do. Regardless of whether it's Baoguo or not, when faced with such situation, Nan Nan would not turn a blind eye to it. Uncle Li, you do not have to worry about it. Xiao Dongliang stood straight and looked at Xiao Nan with pride and joy. Okay. Elder Li smiled. Xiao Qiao was never a person to request that someone return the favors. Xiao Qiao, you have taught your daughter well. It was all worth it. Xiao Dongliang discharged from the army due to Xiao Nan. Elder Li could not get over it for a long time, but he understood now and was fully supportive of his decisions. If Xiao Dongliang did not have a second child and had still served in the army, no matter how successful he was, there would have been no one to save his grandson. Elder Li was just like everyone, hoping for the best for his family. He would naturally prefer the current situation now. Uncle Li, I find it all worthwhile as well, Xiao Dongliang said firmly. Xiao Zijin was all flustered. Elder Li was all praises for Xiao Nan, and from the way he looked at Xiao Nan, it was as if she was his real granddaughter. Xiao Nan merely asked for help. It was not her who took Zhu Baoguo to the hospital. She did not deserve such credit. Xiao Zijin kept her thoughts to herself. She dared not speak of it in front of everyone else. With a look of worry on her face, Xiao Zijin asked, Grandpa Li, how is Brother Baoguo now? We think it would be better for him to rest in the hospital for another half a month. He needs at least 3 months for the injuries to the bones and tendons to recover. Right now my biggest worry is Baoguo's studies. Elder Li was worried, but at the same time angry at his grandson. After the near-death experience, Elder Li knew that he had to face up to his pain inside and to take the matter of Zhu Baoguo seriously. But Zhu Baoguo did not put his effort into studying. He did not do well in the first 2 years of junior high school. If he had not played truant and messed with those gangsters, he would not have suffered such injuries. By the time he was discharged from the hospital, a quarter of the 4-month-long semester would have passed. He could not just watch on helplessly while his grandson wasted his time away in junior high school, be content with a junior high certificate and join society, uneducated and without a proper degree. When his daughter was still around, she was very intelligent and quick to pick up new knowledge. She always did very well in her studies. Why would such an outstanding daughter give birth to a grandson who was such a good-for-nothing? At the thought of that, Elder Li gathered that it must be due to Zhu family. After all, Li family had good genes. Xiao Zijin had a bright idea and said, Grandpa Li, I just graduated from junior high school. Why don't I coach Baoguo in his studies during my free time? Li family and Zhu family were prominent and established families. If she was on friendly terms with Zhu Baoguo, Li family and Zhu family would help her along. There was no need for her to worry about her future. It would only take them a mere lift of the finger to arrange a good job for her. She did not need to have good results in order to have a bright future. This was only meant for people who came from poor background and who had no connections with the prominent people. If she had the connections, even if she was illiterate, she would still have a good job. I am of similar age to Baoguo. We would definitely get along. Xiao Nan stared at Xiao Zijin incredulously. Where did her confidence come from? Wasn't she worried that she might be doing Baoguo more harm than good? Ding Jai found nothing wrong with Xiao Zijin's words. She thought it was a good idea. Uncle Li, our daughter Zijin is very patient and good with children. Baoguo would love it to have an elder sister to take care of him. After all, Zijin is in high school now. She would find it easy to teach junior high syllabus. Elder Li looked at Ding Jai and smiled at Xiao Dongliang. Xiao, this is a good idea, but it's just that I thought Nan is in the same class as Baoguo. Furthermore, they are desk mates. Can we ask Nan to help Baoguo instead? Elder Li might not be able to tell Xiao Zijin and Xiao Nan apart. After all, he had not watched them grow up. But he still could tell the difference from the names. He remembered 2 months ago Ding Jai asked him for a favor. It seemed to concern Xiao Zijin. Elder Li shook his head while smiling. It was not difficult for Li family and Zhu family to find someone to coach Baoguo in his studies. They had no problem at all hiring an accomplished teacher for him. But it was just that Baoguo was very stubborn. Even if there were good teachers to teach him, he might not be willing to learn. Since Xiao Nan was desk mates with Baoguo, she could check on him and look after him while they were in school. Besides, how could Xiao Zijin's results be comparable to Xiao Nan's results? No matter what, Xiao Nan was the best candidate. Of course, that's not a problem at all. Xiao Dongliang patted his thigh and agreed readily. It just so happens that Nan has been revising her secondary 1 and 2 knowledge. She would have no trouble coaching Baoguo. The two of them can even supervise each other and help each other along the way. It was such a rare opportunity for Xiao Dongliang. Not only could he mend his relationship with Elder Li, he could also repay his debt of gratitude. Then it's settled. Xiao, if any problem arises in the future, you can still come to me for help. If it is beyond my limits, Zhu family will also try to come up with a way to help. Elder Li patted Xiao Dongliang on his shoulders. Actually, the Zhu family should be the ones to visit Xiao family. There were two reasons why Elder Li came instead. Firstly, Elder Li was acquaintances with Xiao family. Besides, Elder Li was the one who guided Xiao Dongliang. Secondly, the Zhu family was still in shock. They had been keeping vigil by Zhu Baogua's side. Hence, they would have to trouble Elder Li to make the trip. Xiao Dongliang had a puzzled look on his face. What did Uncle Li mean when he said that he could still go to Elder Li if he ran into troubles? He had never asked for his help in the past. Xiao Dongliang was not the ungrateful sort. He was thankful for Elder Li's guidance and mentoring. He did not dream of asking favors from him. He always obeyed Elder Li's words. He could not possibly have asked him for help. All right, it's late. I better head back. Looking at Xiao Dongliang's puzzled look, Elder had an as-expected look on his face. Just as he expected, Xiao was so honest. There was no way that he could have asked him to do such a thing. Xiao Dongliang did not understand. But Ding Jiayi and Xiao Zijin knew it instantly. Ding Jiayi remembered that Xiao Dongliang had just blown his top over the passbook. If he was to know that not only had she spent all the savings on the elder daughter, she had also sought Elder Li's help to get Xiao Zijin into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, he would be furious. Ding Jiayi shivered in fright at the thought of that. Fortunately, Elder Li did not mention anything about helping Xiao Zijin to enroll in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Ding Jiayi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he indicated that he was leaving. Uncle Li, let me take you out. Xiao Dongliang stood up and walked Elder Li to the door before returning to the house. Ding, what did Uncle Li mean when he said that we could still ask him for help in future? Ding Jiayi raised her voice. What? What other meaning other than the literal meaning? Uncle Li has forgiven us. He wants both of our families to keep in touch. We can also seek his help in the future. Nan has saved his only grandson. He would definitely be thankful towards us. Is that so? Xiao Dongliang arched his eyebrows in suspicion. He still found it weird. If not, what could be the case? Not wanting Xiao Dongliang to probe further, Ding Jiayi quickly changed the topic. Old Xiao, is Xiaonan really going to coach Zhu Baogua? She is still in junior high school. You saw her results this time round. All her teachers said that she needs to work on her basic knowledge. If she was to tutor Zhu Baogua, will she still have time for revision? Even if it was to repay Uncle Li, you shouldn't ask her to give up on her revision just to help Uncle Li's grandson. Xiao Zijin's eyes brightened at her mother's words. What do you want then? Xiao Dongliang dropped his voice, anger in his eyes. Ding Jiayi was way too happy to notice that. I think the suggestion just now was pretty good. Zijin can do the coaching. It was such a good opportunity. How could she wasted such a chance on Xiaonan? Zijin would naturally be the best choice. If Zijin was on close terms with Zhu Baogua and he acknowledged her as his sister, Zijin did not need to worry about her future anymore. As expected, her beloved daughter had Lady Luck smiling on her. Nan scored full marks for her English, and she was not capable of teaching Zhu Baogua. Yet Zijin, who paid money to get into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, could teach Zhu Baogua? Xiao Dongliang snorted. He did not mean to look down on his elder daughter. Ding Jiayi had let her imagination run wild. You heard Uncle Li's words just now. Even if Zijin is willing to teach, Uncle Li would not allow it. That's it. Stop messing around. You should consider Zijin's feelings as well. Xiao Dongliang was reminded of Elder Li's immediate rejection of Xiao Zijin's suggestion just now. He shook his head and said, Zijin, don't follow after your mom. Xiao Dongliang thought to himself, if he was his elder daughter, upon hearing what Uncle Li said, he would be so ashamed of himself. He had to admit, Xiao Zijin truly followed after him. When Uncle Li said that he would like Xiao and to coach his grandson instead, he saw Xiao Zijin's face turn red with embarrassment. But the benefits that came with tutoring Zhu Baogua were too good to be missed. Even if she had been rejected once by Uncle Li, Xiao Zijin still hoped that she would be able to take on this tutoring work, and Xiao Nan would not stand to gain at all. On account of the fact that she saved Zhu Baogua's life, the Li family and Zhu family would definitely help Xiao Nan if she needed help in future. They were siblings. This time she should give up the chance for her. Xiao Nan should not be the one to have the upper hand at all times. Nan, it was such a serious matter. You should have told us earlier, and we would not have had the misunderstanding. If you had told us earlier, I would not have believed the rumors. Xiao Zijin said cynically. Xiaonan laughed. Let Xiao Zijin know everything beforehand? If she told her beforehand, Xiao Zijin might have pretended to be her and taken all the credit. Besides, as she had said, she did not know the identity of the person she saved. Dad, now that we no longer have any savings, why not? Xiao Nan walked up to Xiao Dongliang's side and asked worriedly. Xiao Nan did not want to create trouble, but Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin kept on messing with her. In this lifetime, Xiao Nan was no longer the good-tempered girl that she used to be. No need. Xiao Dongliang grew mad at the mention of that. If there isn't enough money at home, it would not be your turn to earn money. Old Ding, our 2 daughters are in school now. They rarely spend time at home. From tomorrow onwards, you should look for a job. Regardless of how much you earn, you should make a monthly contribution as well. You are asking me to work at such an age? Ding Jia was stunned. Such an age? How old are you? I am much older than you and I am still working. Unless you are able to cover the loss, you have to find a job. With these words, Xiao Dongliang went straight back to his room without bothering about Ding Jai's reaction. Ding Jai's eyes welled up, tearing. She shouted at Xiao Nan. This is all your fault. Are you satisfied now? You're a jinx. There's no peace at home every day because of you. Did I somehow earn this in my previous life? Xiao Dongliang had insisted to see the passbook and found out about the matter because of Xiao Nan's words. At the thought of this, Ding Jai vented all her frustration on Xiao Nan. Nan, this time you're really too much. This is our biological mom. How can you harm her like that? Xiao Zijin was still jealous that Xiao Nan had the opportunity to get close to Zhu Baohua and did her utmost to malign Xiao Nan. I am not sure if she is my biological mother, but I am certain that she is yours. Your grades are bad. She spent all the savings at home to let you continue your studies. My grades are never bad. Yet she insisted that I quit school and work. Who is the one being owed to in the previous life? Who is the one paying the debts? Xiao Nan could not tolerate this any further. She questioned Ding Jai and Xiao Zijin. Even if she really owed Ding Jai, she had repaid her enough in her previous life. She was eventually driven to the grave by her own mother. She had even given her life to Ding Jai. Mom, you often say that I'm not good. Let me ask you. Sister is older than me. I do all the household chores at home. What does sister do? After all, I am the servant waiting on others while sister is the rich family's daughter. So you picked me up from the roads, right? Though I didn't say a word, it doesn't mean that I do not know. You are biased towards sister and spent all the money on her. Yet you wanted to cajole me to work so that I can help you to mend this hole. Mom, in doing this, don't you feel guilty? You. Ding Jai was filled with guilt. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to work. It's really for your own good. Even if you do well in your studies, you may not be successful or be able to earn money in future. Doing well in school may not give you a successful future, so we might as well join the workforce earlier. Mom, then with sister's average grades that are neither here nor there, aren't you afraid that she will not be able to earn any money in future? Moreover, you dumped such a huge sum of money just to allow her to continue with these useless studies. Mom, I'm 15, not 5. Do you think I believe what you said? Xiao Nan was furious yet amused by Ding Jai's words. Ding Jai actually said them she was treating her like a 3-year-old kid. Believe? Do I care if you believe me? With Xiao Nan's repeated pressurizing, Ding Jai was in a rage and simply spoke from her heart. Let me tell you, you owe our family. If not for you, your dad would still be in the army, holding the position of a battalion commander. I didn't even mention myself. Before I gave birth to you, I had a cradle-to-grave job. All these aren't they all your fault? Without you, would our Chow family have turned out like this? This is all because of you, a jinx. It is because of you that I am unable to lift my head up before others. Tell me, you caused so much harm. You're useless and only know how to waste the family's money. If I don't favor your sister, then should I favor a jinx like you? Xiao Nan was antagonized and she laughed. Don't make it sound so nice. Did I beg you to give birth to a second child? Did you willingly give up all that you mentioned earlier for the sake of me, your daughter? It is for your son. After you gave up everything that you were proud of, in the end, you still gave birth to a money-losing daughter, right? Ding Jai not only often called Xiao Nan wretched girl, but also money-losing daughter. Mom, don't think that I don't know anything. When you pestered Dad to have a second child and persuaded him to leave the army, you said you were willing to do so for the sake of your son. You gave up everything for a son, but finally gave birth to me. Can you blame me for this? I can't neither choose my gender nor my mom. It's the same reasoning. If there was a choice, she would not wish to be Ding Jiai's daughter, especially the younger daughter. You. How can you say that? Ding Jiai raised her hand and slapped Xiao Nan hard, until blood was dripping from the corner of Xiao Nan's mouth. Ding Jiai was always thinking how good things would have been if only she had not given birth to Xiao Nan. However, when she heard that the daughter whom she disliked also felt the same way, Ding Jiai was furious and humiliated. Old Ding, are you mad? Xiao Dongliang, who was feeling sullen in the bedroom, heard the argument between Ding Jiai and Xiao Nan getting worse, and he came out of the room. The first thing that he saw was Ding Jiai slapping Xiao Nan. Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiao Nan to his side. Didn't you give birth to Xiao Nan? How can you beat your own daughter like that? Did you not hear what she said earlier? She said I do not treat her as my daughter. Does she treat me as her mom? She doesn't want me to be her mom. Ding Jiai yelled, her neck straight. You have to reflect on your behavior first. Nan was not wrong in what she just said. Me leaving the army and your resignation, can we blame her for that? Blame yourself. Blame me. But Nan, what you just said was also too much. No matter what, she is your mother. How can you say such things to hurt your mom? Your mom has a strong temper. Her words are as sharp as a knife, but she actually loves and dotes on you. After Xiao Dongliang disciplined Ding Jiai, he also reprimanded Xiao Nan. Both were biological mother and daughter, but they argued as if they were enemies. Dotes on me, Dad. Is there a mother that will dote on me so much? Xiao Nan laughed. Earlier, her dad was angry, but he still harbored hopes of harmony and prosperity in the family. In this lifetime, she knew how to fight for herself and was not willing to give in. But her dad always wanted to be the good guy and play the middleman to the situation. However, between her and her mother, there was an inseparable knot in their hearts. It was no longer possible for them to get along with each other for a single day in this entire lifetime. Dad, I had a fever before school started. Do you know what I heard when I was lying on the bed in the bedroom? I heard Mom telling Sister that I have a wretched life, cheap and tough. I won't die with a fever. As long as I was delayed in enrolling for school, they would cajole me into finding a job. Dad, you should know by now why Mom insisted that I find a job. If I work and earn money, will Mom allow me to save a cent? It is not enough to dump all the family savings on my sister. She still wants me to work and support my sister's studies? Both are her daughters. Why? Is this how she dotes on me? Xiao Nan cried as she lamented. Her crying was more miserable than Ding Jiai. That day, my fever was so bad that I could not even get up. But my mother was so good. She bought a watermelon. Sister was hugging half of the watermelon and eating it with a spoon, all by herself. Sure, my mother really doted on me. I was sick and lying in bed. She threw away the medicine and refused to let me take it. I was so thirsty that I could not talk, but there was no one at home that would give me a single mouthful of water. Dad, can you tell me why Mom dotes on me so much? Such a doting mom. Who dares to want? Who has the life to do so? Initially, although Ding Jiai was not right, Xiao Dongliang felt that Xiao Nan's words about hoping that she was not Ding Jiai's daughter were too harsh and heartless. However, after hearing what Xiao Nan said, Xiao Dongliang's lips were as though they sealed with glue. He could not open his mouth to defend Ding Jiai. The matter regarding Xiao Nan's fever happened not more than 2 months ago. Xiao Dongliang could still remember how Xiao Nan retrieved the fever medicine that had not expired from the waste bin. That day, his wife insisted that she had given the younger daughter the fever medicine. But thereafter, she said the medicine was gone, expired, and thrown away. Did his wife really give the younger daughter the fever medicine? Did they really finish the fever medicine? Or had the fever medicine expired? No, not at all. The more his wife tried to cover up the matter regarding the passbook, the wife insisted that the younger daughter quit school to work. Was she really doing this for the sake of the younger daughter? Or did she have an ulterior motive? Would Xiao Dongliang not know? The more Xiao Nan said, the more awkward Xiao Dongliang's face looked. He breathed and snorted heavily. Dad, there is one matter that I have been keeping from you. I thought that was my hallucination, I too hoped that I was too sick to remember it correctly. The night that I was having fever, wasn't it raining heavily? I remembered that I had clearly closed the windows to prevent the rain from coming into the room. I clearly recalled that I was covered with my blanket when I slept. In the middle of the night, I vaguely felt that someone entered my room and walked to the windows. When I awoke in the morning, I had a fever. Half the blanket was not only at the end of the bed, but also on the floor. Even the windows were opened. Dad, Mom really dotes on me. Xiao Dongliang was shaken, and his whole body shivered. He looked at his younger daughter with disbelief. Nan, is what you said all true? You're talking nonsense. Ding Jiai's eyes were red, and her face was even redder. She was angered by Xiao Nan. You're a heartless thing. When did I enter your room and open your windows? Apparently after she woke up that day, Zijian told her that Xiao Nan's condition did not seem right. Her face was flushed, and she looked uncomfortable. She only knew that Xiao Nan was having a fever after she entered Xiao Nan's room and touched her forehead. How can you malign me? I am your real mother. Old Xiao, we lived in the same room. You think about it. Did I wake up in the middle of the night that day? Ding Jai was afraid that Xiao Dongliang would believe Xiao Nan's lies. She quickly asked Xiao Dongliang to search his memory. This had happened almost 2 months ago. Xiao Dongliang could not remember so clearly. Xiao Dongliang was in the army and a light sleeper. Usually, when Ding Jai woke at night to use the restroom or do other things, Xiao Dongliang would certainly be aware. But this happened too long ago, so Xiao Dongliang did not have much recollection. As Xiao Dongliang looked like he was racking his brains to recollect this, Ding Jai nearly fainted with anger. I didn't do it. Your health is poor, but you think that I open the windows at night. That room of yours, am I happy to go in? Furthermore, I have to wake up in the middle of the night to do so? If I had really planned for this, I would not have left only half a tablet of fever medicine at home to let you find it. Ding Jai's inappropriate words made everyone embarrassed and speechless. Xiao Dongliang did not know how to react. The wife's words had indirectly admitted that she had intentionally discarded the medicine, and the purpose was to let the younger daughter recover slowly so that she would miss the enrollment deadline. Regardless of whether the window was opened by his wife, the plot of quitting school and working was certainly her wife's doing. She had spent all the family savings for the elder daughter, yet she wanted the younger one to make up for this wrongdoing. Facing this, Xiao Dongliang was too ashamed to tell Xiaonan that Ding Jai, her mother, could not possibly not love her. As for what Xiaonan had said, this type of maternal love, who dares to want it? Mom, forget it. Didn't Nan say? She probably remembered wrongly. Perhaps Nan was already feverish at that time and mistook her dreams for real. No matter what, Nan was sick at that time. You try to put yourself in her shoes. Xiao Zijin, who saw the anger of Ding Jai rising, held on to Ding Jai and did not want her to continue arguing with Xiao Nan. When Xiao Zijin said this, Xiao Nan opened her eyes and stared at Xiao Zijin. At this time, Xiao Zijin appeared to be sincere in persuading Ding Jai to stop making trouble. Was that not strange? Xiao Zijin was never kind to her. After being pushed to the edge by Xiao Nan, Xiao Zijin guiltily turned sideways and hid behind Ding Jai, after which Xiao Zijin realized that the action would betray her. Lifting her waist, she stood out with a stiff face. Nan, why are you looking at me like this? What do you think? Xiao Nan laughed. Then she took a long breath. Till now, she had actually thought too lightly of Xiao Zijin. In the previous life, after Xiao Zijin committed adultery, she blamed her divorce entirely on Xiao Nan. When she knew she had uremia and needed a kidney, she wanted Xiao Nan's. Such a heartless woman, she had actually revealed her fox's tail at this time. That night, it was true that someone had entered her room. Not only had the person opened her windows, but they had also pulled away her blanket. However, that someone was not Ding Jai, it was Xiao Zijin. Dad, I can only say that I am certain that someone came into my room that night. If all of you think that I am dreaming, then continue to do so. Anyway, I didn't even have water to drink when I was feverish. My mother and sister were happily eating watermelon. They even treated fever medicine as expired ones by discarding them, insisting that I had eaten them. With this, you said my mom loves me. It's not surprising that I have that kind of dreams. Xiao Nan let out a huge sigh. she was badly shaken. Having said this, Xiao Nan did not wish to say anything else. She returned silently to her bedroom. The weekend that students always looked forward to had just begun, but Xiao Nan felt that she could not live through it. Was she really a child of the Qiao family? How she wished she could choose not to be. Xiao Nan's words were more formidable than 100 slaps. It stunned the rest of the 3 people on the spot simultaneously and set them thinking. Fight, fight, fight. Argue from day till night. Are you happy now? Nan Nan has become like that? Is your heart at ease? I told Nan Nan that you love her. When I think of it now, I feel my face flushed with embarrassment. You have wasted all our family savings and tarnished the relationship with Nan Nan. Are you satisfied now? I have said, from now onwards, you take care of Zijin's matters, and I'll take care of Nan Nan's. If you dare to treat Nan Nan like this again, always shouting and threatening her to find a job to tidy up your mess, let me tell you, we won't have a life anymore. After numerous shocks and provocations, Xiao Dongliang could not smile even when he looked at Xiao Zijin, who had been quite obedient and sensible all this while. He knew. Was the elder daughter not the source of all these matters? Zijin, let me ask you, was it yours and Mom's idea to study in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? Xiao Zijin did not expect that she would leave such a big loophole. That night, before she opened the windows, she had clearly called Nan Nan a few times and even pushed Nan Nan's shoulders to ensure that Nan Nan was sleeping like a log. She then daringly opened the windows and removed the blanket from Xiao Nan's body. She had not expected that Xiao Nan was actually pretending to be asleep. Suddenly being questioned by Xiao Dongliang, Xiao Zijin was scared out of her wits. She stuttered for a long while and did not manage to respond to the question. Why are you shouting? Didn't you just say, I will take care of Zijin's matters, and you will take care of Xiao Nan's? This matter, you don't need to ask anymore. Ding Jiai's face was serious. But I don't want you to misunderstand Zijin. This matter was decided by me. But the elder daughter mentioned it first. The elder daughter said that if she could get into a better high school, it would be easier to be admitted to a good university. Fine. Xiao Dongliang laughed. But this laugh gave Ding Jiai and Xiao Zijin's goose pimples. Except for the school fees, which we can negotiate, from now onwards, you take care of Zijin's living expenses alone. Anyway, the savings in the family have all been spent. Whether you want to find a job, that's up to you. You spent 5,000 yuan because of Zijin. Both are my daughters. It's not fair to let Nan Nan suffer because of this. So, my money, other than giving it to Nan Nan for living expenses, I will be saving it for her too. After he finished, Xiao Dongliang went back to his room again. He shut the door loudly with a slam. Ding Jiai sadly slapped her thighs. It has come to this. How is she going to live? If old Xiao really was not going to care for Zijin anymore, if Ding Jiai was going to find a job, how was Zijin going to survive? Ding Jiai knew that Xiao Dongliang was serious this time. Even if he still cared about Xiao Zijin, he would not treat Xiao Zijin the same as before. The elder daughter was raised by her. Ding Jiai knew that Xiao Zijin would not be able to endure this type of life. For the sake of her elder daughter, she must find a job. Ding Jiai did not expect that after fighting for a few months, finally, not only did Xiao Nan not quit school, but also Ding Jiai, who had been a housewife for 15 years, had to return to society and take a 9-to-5 job. There would not be a moment of leisure. The Qiao family had such a bad fight. All 4 family members were in terrible moods. Ding Jiai was washing the dishes at the same time and crying. She was not in the mood to eat, but Xiao Dongliang had to go to work tomorrow, so regardless of whether Xiao Dongliang would eat, she had to prepare the food. I really owe it to that pair of father and daughter in my previous life. The 2 of them argued with her till they were red in the face and treated her like enemy, but she still had to wait on and feed the 2 of them. She must have sinned a lot. Mom, I'll help you. Xiao Zijin, who never did housework, for the first time, did not pay lip service. She rolled up her sleeves and started helping. Mom, is Dad really going to care only about Nan Nan and not bother about me anymore? Having said that, Xiao Zijin's eyes were red. She was clearly supposed to be her parents' favorite child. When she saw that her elder daughter had come, Ding Jiai sniffed and wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeves. You don't need to worry about this matter. But Zijin, regarding Xiao Nan's fever, did you do it? Xiao Zijin, who was washing the dishes, paused for a while. No, Nan's fever had nothing to do with me. But Xiaonan said? Dingjai heard what Xiaonan said. She had definitely not done this, nor had old Xiao. There were only 4 people in the house, so it must have been the elder daughter. Is what Nan said certainly true? Mom, don't forget that Nan's fever was so bad that day. She was sick and confused and mistook her dreams for reality. Nan is paranoid. You mustn't become like her. Xiao Zijin swiped her hands. Mom, think about it. Dad just found out that we spent all the family savings so that I could study at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. If he also knew about Grandpa Li, he would be even more furious. We should try our best not to let Dad get angry again. Just now, Dad did not mention Nan's dream. You should not take it to heart, nor should you mention it to Dad anymore. There is no such thing. Nan was talking about her dream. Don't blindly believe and get involved. You think there aren't enough matters to provoke Dad? Only God knows that when Xiaonan mentioned what happened on that rainy night, immediately, Xiao Zijin was so frightened that her heart was in her throat. Fortunately, her father did not continue to pursue this matter. If not, she might let the cat out of the bag. Xiao Zijin was afraid of Xiao Dongliang, but not Dingjai. After Xiao Zijin's coaxing, Dingjai was no longer bothered about whether Xiaonan's words were true. There were enough troubles at home now. There would be no end if they pursued this matter again. Xiao Dongliang heard Dingjai shouting for dinner time. Initially, he was not willing to come out of the room. He was furious with Dingjai. But when he recalled that the doctor said the younger daughter was malnourished, Xiao Dongliang called Xiaonan out. Nan, you're at your puberty age. Don't be at odds with your body. The 2 of us let's go and have our meal. Okay, Dad. Xiaonan immediately agreed. Although she was at odds with someone, no matter what, she should not be at odds with herself. The family of 4 were seated together. Xiao Dongliang did not cast a single look at his wife or elder daughter. He was only focused on filling Xiaonan's bowl with the good dishes and repeatedly told her, Nan, eat more. You must eat your fill. You're too skinny. I know, Dad. You work so hard. Eat more too. Don't shortchange yourself. Xiaonan also helped herself and filled Xiao Dongliang's bowl with all the meat and vegetables. In the past, the same plate of meat could feed the family for 2 or 3 meals. Now, it was like one meal as Xiao and tried her best to eat as much as she could. The whole family scrimped and saved. In the end, the money were all spent on Xiao Zijin. What a waste. When she saw that the donpa meat, which she had specially prepared to celebrate her elder daughter's return, was almost finished by the father and younger daughter, there were only 3 pieces left. Dingjai felt the pinch. Zijin, you eat too. You studied hard and should eat more good stuff. As she said that, Dingjai placed 1 piece of meat into Xiao Zijin's bowl, added another, then placed the last piece in her own bowl. When she looked at the 2 pieces of meat in her bowl, Xiao Zijin moved her mouth. She felt very unhappy. It was such a big plate of meat. In the past, most of it would be for her. But today, it benefited Xiaonan. The matter that was argued about today, most of it had to do with Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin did not want to eat the meat. Unexpectedly, her dad was true to his word about not bothering about her anymore. He cared more about Xiaonan and gave all the meat to her. If not for her mom who gave her 2 pieces of the meat, this time, she might not even have any. That's right, Nan. You studied hard. Have better food when you are in school. Don't shortchange yourself. Xiao Dongliang took out 5 yuan from his pocket and passed to Xiaonan. Take this money and spend. Although we should not be extravagant, wasteful, or yearn for things that do not belong to us, but we also should not be harsh to or shortchange ourselves, understand? Dad, don't worry. I know. Xiaonan helped herself to the money and put it away in her pocket. Xiao Dongliang and Xiaonan were like a duet. Dingjai's face was red. Xiao Zijin was so embarrassed that she almost buried her face in the bowl. After returning to his room, Xiao Dongliang thought about it. It was true that his wife was very concerned about the elder daughter, but the wife was not familiar with the situation at the school. If the elder daughter had not mentioned anything before his wife would not possibly have had the idea of admitting her into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Most importantly, with his wife's character, it was not possible that she had instantly made the decision to spend the family savings to let the elder daughter switch school. If the wife was so decisive, she could entirely depend on her own ability, leave the Ding family and seek a life of her own. Although the wife had a strong temper, at the thought of it, Xiao Dongliang understood. He assessed that his elder daughter had taken great efforts in this. He did not blame the elder daughter for thinking of her own future. He could not accept that they had not discussed the matter with him, the head of the family, first. Instead, they had done it without consulting him, and he had to wait until Nan Nan mentioned it before finding out. Ding Jiayi wanted to let Xiao Nan quit school to work, but Xiao Zijin did not try to dissuade her mother. Moreover, the root of the matter was because Xiao Zijin had spent the family savings for her studies. At this thought, Xiao Dongliang felt a little uneasy. For the first time, he discovered that, for the sake of her own future, the elder daughter was scheming towards her family members. After placing the pieces of the puzzle together, now, Xiao Dongliang looked at Xiao Zijin and felt extremely awkward and uneasy. His earlier words were entirely for Ding Jiayi and Xiao Zijin to hear. Xiao Zijin understood the meaning in Xiao Dongliang's words. She clenched her chopsticks. With her head down, she finished the bowl of rice. "Dad, can I talk to you?" Coincidentally, Xiao Dongliang also finished his food at this time. Xiao Dongliang put down his bowl. He was still angry and actually did not feel like talking to Xiao Zijin. But, in the end, he said, "Follow me to the study room." As soon as father and daughter left, Xiaonan immediately put down her bowl of rice and returned to her room. From today onwards, she would not do any household chores if Xiao Zijin was not doing them too. When she saw that all three of them were each more arrogant than the others, Ding Jiayi endured and dared not breathe a word. She could only clean up quietly. After she returned to the room, Xiaonan stared at a book for a long time. Unfortunately, she did not register a single word in her mind. After a while, Xiaonan took a few deep breaths and told herself to stay calm. As of now, her mother and Xiao Zijin had only committed petty crimes. Xiao Zijin was a smart person. She knew that she could not offend Dad as he was the sole breadwinner in the family. She could not continue to disappoint him. Whatever it was, even if her father was appeased by Xiao Zijin, she no longer needed to be nervous and afraid. With so many things that had happened, Xiao Zijin could no longer enjoy the unique status that she had once held at home. Xiaonan did not expect much. She just hoped that she could continue with her studies. As for Xiao Zijin, as long as she did not provoke her, she would not bother about Xiaonan. Of course, if her mother and Xiao Zijin still tried to bully her like before, then she would definitely retaliate against them as she had done today. After she sorted out her thoughts, Xiaonan was finally able to read her books. In the study room, father and daughter sat facing each other. Once seated, Xiao Zijin's head dropped as tears rolled down her face pitifully. Xiao Zijin cried so badly, Xiao Dongliang gave a long sigh. "All right, don't cry. Tell me, what are you crying about?" When she heard Xiao Dongliang open his mouth to speak, Xiao Zijin felt momentarily relieved. She wiped her tears and said, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I was jealous that Nan Nan's grades were better than mine. Dad, today's matter, it was not intentional. In fact, I was so anxious today because of the matter regarding the passbook. I know Mom is good to me. She spent all the family savings to let me study at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. I also want to study hard, but there are no more books at home, and you discovered those indecent books? Dad, I'm anxious. I'm scared. I am afraid that the family paid so much for me to study, but I can't repay you with anything. The more nervous I am, the more I can't study well. But Nan Nan, no matter how bad she does, her grades are better than mine. And Nan Nan is the vice class monitor. She receives awards every year. I have nothing." Xiao Zijin sounded so helpless, like a trapped animal, groaning in pain. Although Xiao Zijin was not quite coherent, Xiao Dongliang understood her words. Basically, Xiao Zijin knew that she had spent too much money for her high school studies, yet her grades were poor during the summer period. In comparison to her own sister at home, the elder daughter was worried that she would make additional mistakes and cause her parents to dislike her. "Dad, I really didn't mean it, and I don't want to be like this. Nan Nan is my real sister. I am the elder sister. It's only right that I treat her well and take care of her. How can I be inferior because my grades are worse than her? I thought that if I went to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China where the teachers are better, my grades would improve and I could be as good as Nan Nan. At that time, Dad, you would have 2 outstanding daughters, and you would be proud to visit Grandpolly. Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. At the sight of Xiao Zijin crying so miserably, Xiao Dongliang could not help but soften. All right, don't cry anymore. Your eyes will be swollen if you continue. Dad, forgive me this time. I won't dare to do this again. In fact, for today's matter, I admit that I was trying to let you know that Nan Nan is also an ordinary person, and like me, she will make mistakes. It is also because Nan Nan is my sister, and I am anxious about her. I don't want to see Nan Nan mix around with people whom she should not be mixing with and go astray. Dad, you have to believe me, on this point. I have good intentions for Nan Nan and don't mean to harm her. My only fault is that I was too anxious to jump to conclusions from insignificant evidence. I also did not give Nan Nan a chance to explain before I concluded that she was wrong. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely not do this anymore. Xiao Zijin admitted her mistake with a good attitude. She even reflected on what she had done wrong. What could Xiao Dongliang say to her? Xiao Dongliang gave a sigh. Zijin, let me ask you. Nan Nan talked about another matter today. What do you think? Xiao Zijin gently clenched the fists placed on her knee. Thereafter, her face was innocent and stunned. Dad, which matter are you referring to? Nan Nan's fever. Dad, Nan Nan's fever has nothing to do with me. I trust that Mom did not do it either. Xiao Zijin denied on the spot immediately. Even if this was before her mother, she would not admit to this matter. Do you mean that Nan Nan is lying? I don't know who lied. What I know is that I didn't do it. Nan Nan and I are biological sisters. I may talk about Nan Nan, but I would never do this kind of thing. Xiao Dongliang sighed another time. He also did not believe that the elder daughter would do such a thing. Xiao Dongliang could remember his younger daughter's expression and words vividly. It was difficult for him to console himself that the younger daughter's matter was only her delusion and not what had really happened. Zijin, I'll say this again. Whatever happened in the past, I cannot pursue or ask anymore. However, I don't want a similar thing to happen a second time. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Zijin's fingernails had already created many dents on her hands. Upon hearing this from Xiao Dongliang, Xiao Zijin knew that her father did not fully believe what she had just said. Dad, I know. You watch my behavior in future. Xiao Zijin forced a smile and replied briefly, Dad, then I shall return to my room to do my homework. Go. While Xiao Zijin was returning to her room, she passed by Xiao Nan's room. Before she opened the door of her room, her eyes glared fiercely for a few seconds towards the entrance of Xiao Nan's room. Xiao Zijin locked the door of her room. Xiao Zijin only felt a little better after she filled a large page of the notebook. Xiao Zijin tore out this page, lit a match and burnt it to ashes. Thereafter, she then took out her homework to continue with it. Old Xiao. During nighttime, Ding Jai quietly went into the bedroom. She stuttered as she called Xiao Dongliang. What's the matter? Xiao Dongliang asked coldly. Old Xiao, Zijin will be going to school the day after. Ding Jai's face stiffened. Having spent half her lifetime with Xiao Dongliang, this was the first time that she felt so awkward to ask him for money. Even if Zijin's matters will be solely taken care of by me alone, I also need time to find a job, right? But what about Zijin's meal expenses? Xiao Dongliang looked at Ding Jai coldly. He took out 6 yuan from his pocket and passed to Ding Jai. Take it. When she saw 6 yuan, Ding Jai pursed her lips. Only 6 yuan? Clearly old Xiao had given Xiao Nan 5 yuan. 5 yuan for Xiao Nan for that week, but only 6 yuan for Zijin for 2 weeks? Furthermore, Xiao Nan was AA junior high school student, and Zijin was in senior high school. In the past, you only gave Zijin money. Nan Nan did not get a cent from you. Has Nan Nan said anything? Because of you, Nan Nan can only use and wear the leftovers from Zijin. Did Nan Nan say anything? 6 yuan is not much, but it's definitely enough for Zijin to have her meals. If you want to give Zijin more money, then find a job soon. With income, I will not interfere in how you manage Zijin. Similarly, Ding Jai should not interfere in any matter regarding Xiao Nan. Xiao Dongliang would manage everything. Xiao Dongliang said that because he had made up his mind, his wife's favoritism had not happened over 1 or 2 days, and it was very serious. If his wife continued to take care of both of them, the younger daughter would certainly be destroyed at the hands of his wife. The reasons why Xiao Dongliang dared to hand Xiao Zijin over to Ding Jia were twofold. First, Ding Jia had always been biased towards Xiao Zijin. As such, Xiao Zijin would not be neglected if Ding Jia took care of her. Xiao Dongliang was not concerned about Xiao Zijin being rebellious. After all, children would go through this stage during their puberty. By nature, the elder daughter was still a good child and he need not worry that much. Xiao Dongliang had put his words so bluntly, Ding Jia could not rebuke. She took the 6 yuan, and after consideration, she took out and added another 2 yuan from her own pocket, then passed the money to the elder daughter. Mom, shouldn't it be 10 yuan? Xiao Zijin was a little unhappy when she saw the money. Compared to the previous time, the amount was small. Ding Jia smiled. Have you forgotten what your dad said? Since I have not found a job yet, this family still depends on your dad. You think 8 yuan is little. Your dad only gave me 6 and I added 2 yuan for you. In the past, Ding Jia was also considered a responsible woman. However, she had been a full-time housewife for 15 years. All of a sudden, she had to return to society to work. Ding Jia felt awkward and unhappy. It was because of her elder daughter that she ended up in such a predicament. Xiao Zijin could see that Ding Jia was burning with anger inside. She quickly smiled. Mom, don't be angry. It's not that you don't know my grades. If I still do not work hard, how can I do better than Nan Nan? There's a lot of study materials for sale, but they are not cheap. Given the situation at home, I don't mean to ask you for more money. I could gradually save up some of my meal expenses then buy them on my own. It's just that, all of a sudden, I was short of 2 yuan. My plan was disrupted, and I probably have to buy the study materials later. Mom, don't be angry. Is it really for buying study materials? Ding Jia questioned suspiciously. The earlier matter regarding the novel had left a phobia on Ding Jia. If her daughter wanted to buy study materials, Ding Jia would use all means to squeeze out the money for her elder daughter, but not for buying those novels that were bad and time-wasting. The lack of family savings had now become the fear of Ding Jia. Of course it's for buying study materials. Xiao Zijin nodded her head hard. But don't be anxious, Mom. I can save up a little gradually. But the living expenses cannot be reduced anymore. If not, I don't think I will have enough to eat. Neither will I eat well. Those who attended the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China were either high achievers or from rich families. There were also quite a number who entered the school in the same way as Xiao Zijin. Most of them did not meet the entry criteria. Hence, the school simply arranged them to be in the same class, so that they do not affect the learning progress of the rest of the students. If not, if her friends were having good food such as protein dishes, Xiao Zijin could not possibly have vegetarian meals. Also, after attending the school, Xiao Zijin realized that there were many rich folk in this world. Her 2 weeks' living allowance was not even the 1 day's expenditure of the well-to-do students. At the thought of this, Xiao Zijin's lips pursed tightly, her eyes full of reluctance and jealousy. If Xiaonan went to work, she could also lead such a life. It was all Xiaonan's fault as she insisted on continuing her studies. She did not have any sisterly love for her, neither did she spare much thought for her. She should think of the past that year when her mother was pregnant with Xiaonan. She had to take so much suffering and humiliation. Xiaonan owed her, and it was only right for her to quit school and support her. As long as you are sensible, Mom is happy. Don't worry, Mom will find a job as soon as possible. When Mom has a job, you will definitely be given 10 yuan. But Zijin, you still have to save a little. Some of your school supplies can still be used. Don't dump it all on Xiaonan like you did before. The family's savings are gone, and Mom has to find a way to save some money. Otherwise, we won't have money to seek medical treatment if any of us fall sick in future. Now that there was famine in the family, there was a limit to how much Ding Jia could dote on Xiao Zijin now. I know, Mom. Xiao Zijin bit her lips and replied with a forced smile. After Ding Jia left, Xiao Zijin threw a tantrum and started hitting her own bed. National Day would be in half a month's time. Her class had thought of having a performance. She had to dance, but she was short of a costume now. Xiao Zijin was the lead dancer and she could not be dressed like everyone else. She had her eye on a dance dress which was selling for 10 yuan. Xiao Zijin had really been saving money recently. However, it was not for the revision materials, it was for the dress for the National Day performance. Unless, when Xiao Zijian went to school this time, she missed her meals for 2 weeks to save up the 10 yuan. If not, she would either have to give up the performance or the lead dancer role. After some consideration, Xiao Zijin stood up and went to knock on the door of Xiao Nan's bedroom. Nan Nan, are you in? Can I come in? Upon hearing Xiao Zijin's voice, Xiao Nan put away her books properly. Come in. After Xiao Zijin pushed open the door and went in. She did not look good. In the entire Xiao family, Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiai's bedroom was of course the biggest. Xiao Nan's room was originally Xiao Dongliang's study room. It was slightly bigger than Xiao Zijin's room, and the lighting in this room was particularly good. Initially, Xiao Zijin wanted to stay in this room, but Ding Jiai would not allow it. Ding Jiai's initial arrangement was, of course, to let the couple have the biggest room. This room with good lighting was for the son, and Xiao Zijin's current bedroom was supposed to be the study room. Of course, the room where Xiao Nan lived before was not arranged by Ding Jiai for Xiao Zijin. Just because Ding Jiai had given birth to Xiao Nan and not a son, Xiao Zijin now had the 3rd classroom and Xiao Nan the 4th classroom. But who would expect that, at the year that Xiao Nan was 15 years old, although she was obviously not the son, she now lived in the room that Ding Jiai had once prepared for the son. Xiao Zijin revealed this matter. Nan Nan, do you know, Mom originally prepared this room for her son. She would not allow me to do so when I wanted to stay here. So? Xiao Nan was not affected. Xiao Zijin was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nan's reaction was too cold. Shouldn't Xiao Nan feel as indignant as her and be dissatisfied with her mom's biased behavior? Any matter? There is something. Xiao Zijin recalled her motive. Nan Nan, I would like to ask you for a favor. I remembered that you have some money. Can you lend it to me? I will return it to you in future. Xiao Nan twisted her eyebrows. Borrow money? I don't have any. There was saying that talking about money hurts relationships, and talking about relationships hurt money. What sort of feelings would she have for Xiao Zijin? In this life, for any money that belonged to her, she would not give a single cent to Xiao Zijin. Why not? If you don't have money, how did you buy the old books? Nan Nan, we are biological sisters. You would rather let the money rot in your hands than to lend it to me. Are you so heartless? Upon thinking, Xiao Zijin softened her tone. Nan Nan, I need it urgently this time. Really, I am only borrowing from you. I will definitely return it to you. I have said, I don't have money. I have spent all my money. Xiao Nan insisted that she had no money. Also, what do you need the money for? Why are you so hard up? If you need it for a decent purpose, our parents will not shortchange you. Towards the end of the conversation, Xiao Nan's eyes flashed a look of sarcasm. Xiao Zijin was the family's elder daughter. From a young age, she was obedient and well-behaved. She also had a sweet tongue. Xiao Nan knew that her dad had always thought highly of Xiao Zijin. As they did not have a son, her dad had even toyed the idea of taking in a son-in-law that would bear the Qiao family surname for Xiao Zijin in future. Unfortunately, Xiao Zijin snatched Chen Jun from her. Given Chen Jun's family background, it was impossible for him to be taken in as a son-in-law. Xiao Zijin was even pregnant with Chen Jun's child. Her mother kicked up a big fuss. Her father had no choice but to allow Chen Jun to marry Xiao Zijin. Because of that, her father had once shifted this thought to Xiao Nan. Her mother would not be willing to give all of what the Qiao family had to her. If she had to give it away, she would rather leave it for Xiao Zijin's children. Knowing her father's thoughts, Ding Jiai had been watching Xiao Nan and forbidding her to talk about boyfriend and marriage. Similar to now, Xiao Zijin clearly did so many wrong things and schemed against her umpteen times. But her father still forgave Xiao Zijin. The family's treatment to Xiao Zijin would not change much. Xiao Nan sighed. Forget it. She did not want to think of this. Anyway, she just wanted to continue with her studies and protect her own interests. As for the other matters, she would let her mother and Xiao Zijin be. Why are you like this? Obviously I came to you because it's not convenient to ask Dad and Mom. If I could ask them, would I still need to borrow from you? All this while, Xiao Nan had acceded to all of Xiao Zijin's requests. Xiao Zijin had asked her to lend the money, but Xiao Nan was as tight-lipped as the shell of a clam. She would not open her mouth. Xiao Zijin's anger rose again. Xiao Nan laughed coldly. You can say whatever you like. 2 words, no money. Having said that, she continued to read her book and do her homework. She could not be bothered with Xiao Zijin. If you don't give me the money, don't expect to lead a good life. Xiao Zijin rudely snatched the book from Xiao Nan's hands. Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Zijin coldly. Do you want me to call Dad in? Call if you are capable of it. Dad. Xiao Zijin's face turned pale the moment that she saw Xiao Nan calling for her father. Yet, she continued to sit in Xiao Nan's room, seemingly self-assured. Why? When the younger daughter called, Xiao Dongliang looked quite happy when he came over. But he was surprised when he saw that the elder daughter was also present. Dad, nothing much. Nan Nan is still angry with me. I wanted to apologize to Nan Nan, but she is not pleased that I disturbed her while she is reading. Xiao Zijin's was a smooth talker, and she made it sounded like it was all Xiao Nan's fault. Nan Nan? Xiao Dongliang was going to reprimand the younger daughter for being so petty. They could not possibly continue their disagreements with each other. But Xiao Dongliang quickly held back. Dad, I can only say that I did not. Xiao Nan was also angered by Xiao Zijin's shameless behavior. Xiao Zijin was only 17 years old, and she knew how to tell lies without blinking an eye. No wonder. Before her death in her previous life, Xiao Zijin committed adultery and Qin Jun divorced her without giving any marital compensation. But, in the end, she could blame all this on Xiao Nan. Nan Nan, don't be angry anymore. Actually, I am truly concerned about you. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me, please? Xiao Zijin played the act as she spoke. Xiao Nan lifted her chin, both amused and angry. Sure, sister. Isn't this just a misunderstanding? Real sisters do not have enmity overnight. I forgive you. Come, to show that I have really forgiven you, let us have a hug. Xiao Nan came from the 21st century. There was nothing that she had not seen. In the 1990s, Generation Z were more introverted and would never say words such as I love you. Neither would they display any physical affection for each other. Without waiting for Xiao Zijin to respond, Xiao Nan opened her arms and gave Xiao Zijin a passionate hug. Sister, I have really forgiven you. We are on such good terms. Xiao Zijin was totally stunned by this sudden action by Xiao Nan. She stood there feeling stiff and did not know what to do. Without waiting for Xiao Zijin to react, Xiao Nan had already let go of her hands and returned to her place. Look who was more thick-skinned and better in acting. Seeing that the two daughters have reconciled, especially that the younger daughter used such an affectionate way to prove it, Xiao Dongliang smiled. Zijin is more like an elder sister now. Nan Nan is also good, not petty. I am not worried now seeing that the two of you have reconciled. Dad, I'm going to do my homework. Why don't sister and you leave the room? The play was over. It was time to go. Right, you study hard. Nothing was more important than the child's studies. Xiao Dongliang looked at Zijin. Zijin, we will leave. Nan Nan needs to do her homework. Xiao Zijin ground her teeth, to Hades with it. In the past, Xiao Nan was obedient and plain-spoken. When did she become as slippery as an eel, such that she could not even catch her? Dad, I have homework too. Can I do it together with Nan Nan? Xiao Zijin took a breath. Anyway, there was no way that she would be getting any money from Xiao Nan today. She might as well disturb Nan Nan these 2 days. Xiao Zijin was not only shameless, but also wanted to play rogue. Fine. Since she wanted to kick up a fuss, so be it. Dad, it's rare that the 3 of us, father and daughters, are together. Dad, why don't you also take a book to sit here and read? I will do homework with sister. In case we have any questions, we can also discuss with you. Dad, do you think this works? Sure. All the while, Xiao Dongliang was not close to his daughters. He wished to be a responsible and steady father who quietly supported his children with a lot of fatherly love. It was rare that the 3, father and daughters, could enjoy family time together. Xiao Dongliang did not have any reason to decline. He took a book from the study room and came back to have a seat. Xiao Zijin clenched her fists and secretly glared at Xiao Nan. If Dad was with them, she would not have any opportunity to ask Xiao Nan for money. Xiao Zijin had a plot. Xiao Nan also had her strategy. As a reborn old woman who was already more than 30 years old, she would have wasted her life if she could not even win the struggle with a 17-year-old girl. Although being reborn would not give a person more intelligence, it would give the person more life experience and knowledge, especially improvements in the way and attitude that they dealt with problems. Since the words were already said, even though Xiao Zijin was unhappy, she could only do her homework obediently. With the matter of money unresolved, Xiao Zijin, who already did not have an enthusiastic learning attitude, could not concentrate on her homework. After dawdling for a long time, she had only finished a page while Xiao Nan had almost completed hers. Xiao Dongliang, who was reading a book and silently observing, quietly furrowed his brow. True enough, the elder daughter was probably not cut out for studies. Nan was very focused on completing her homework. She was effective and not distracted at all. But Zijin completely could not do so. Fortunately, Zijin was the elder daughter. When she was older, he could take in a son-in-law that would bear the bride's family name and move into his house. Under his wife and his watch, Zijin would not be bullied even if her grades were not good. Xiao Dongliang glanced at Xiao Nan again, and his eyes shone brightly. Nan was very outstanding and would be promising in future. Xiao Dongliang was aware that whoever was willing to take the Xiao family surname might have lesser qualities, but he could also be an honest and down-to-earth chap. If Xiao Nan found an outstanding man, this man would also certainly not allow his child to take the Xiao surname. At the thought of this, Xiao Dongliang felt that this was quite a good arrangement. Then he continued to read his book. Such a heartwarming atmosphere continued until around 9 that evening. Xiao Nan had completed her homework as planned. She closed her books and stretched. It's quite late now. Both of you should turn in early. Once Xiao Nan made a slight movement, Xiao Dongliang started to perk up. Xiao Nan breathed a sigh of relief. She stretched, washed up, and went to sleep. Just when Xiao Nan thought that she had been released from this predicament, she saw Xiao Zijin wearing her pajamas and standing at the entrance of her bedroom. She was hugging a pillow with her hands. Xiao Nan frowned. What is the meaning of this? Tonight, I am sleeping with you. Xiao Zijin smiled. Anyway, she had 2 days. She did not believe that she could not find a way to get the money from Xiao Nan. Earlier, she told Xiao Nan that she was borrowing from her. If Xiao Nan had obligingly lent to her, she might really pay back the money when she had it. But after she kicked up such a fuss, Xiao Zijin made up her mind that she would never return the money to Xiao Nan once she received it. It was Xiao Nan's fault for not agreeing at the beginning. I remembered that you do not like to sleep with anyone. At the very least, Xiao Zijin never slept with her before. You are my biological sister. How could you be considered as others? Nan, you see, it's late. Let's sleep. Xiao Zijin affectionately pulled Xiao Nan's hands to return to the room. After they went in the room, Xiao Nan yawned. She knew that Xiao Zijin was set on hounding her until she get the money. Go ahead and hound. Who would be afraid? Are we sleeping or not? Sleeping. Xiao Zijin placed her pillow beside that of Xiao Nan, covered herself with a blanket, and proceeded to sleep. However, once Xiao Nan lied down and closed her eyes, Xiao Zijin started talking again. Nan, I'm a little restless. Can we lie down and chat with each other? Sure. What do you want to chat about? That Zhu Baogua, is he really your deskmate? I didn't know who my deskmate was, but now I think it is him. Anyway, she could not recall who her deskmates were in secondary 1 and 2. How did you know that Zhu Baogua would encounter danger, and it was so coincidental that you happened to be at the scene? Xiao Zijin's eyes flashed with doubt. That was the part that she could not understand the most. The place that Zhu Baogua was attacked was definitely not a place that most people would pass by. If not, he would not have suffered such a serious injury and needed to wait for Xiao Nan to call for help. Xiao Nan had her small secret, and this was found out by Xiao Zijin long ago. Till today, her mother and her had not been able to find where Xiao Nan hid her books. Xiao Zijin already noticed that, in the recent month when Xiao Nan was studying at home, she had been reading the content of the 4 volumes of the past 2 years. So, it was true when Xiao Nan said she had forgotten most of what she had learned in the past 2 years. If she could think of a way to get rid of this set of textbooks, Xiao Nan would not be able to revise. With the loss of 4 volumes' contents, she do not believe that Xiao Nan would do better than her in the exams. When the time came, Xiao Nan had no choice but to work. At the faint thought of this, Xiao Zijin was full of energy. It was a coincidence that I passed by that road. Xiao Nan turned her head and saw Xiao Zijin with her eyes lit up. She wondered what ideas Xiao Zijin was hatching again. Happened to pass by. Which path was so coincidental? Xiaonan pursed her lips. The quad had only a few paths. Which path can it be? Think yourself. Nan, Dad has allowed you to continue your studies. Mom could not have a say in this. You can keep those books at home now. Furthermore, Mom did not do it intentionally last time. She was careless and sold your books together with mine. This kind of mistake, she will not repeat for a second time. If you put them somewhere else, it's kind of troublesome to retrieve it as and when you need it. Not troublesome. Are you still angry with Mom? She gave birth to and raised us. How hard it was. Nan, and you can't be so petty, especially when you keep losing temper with Mom. That year, in order to give birth to you, Mom suffered a lot. You have never met the Ding family. I have seen them before, because Mom gave birth to you. You don't know how the Ding family laughed and made Mom so angry. She cried. Our grandmother laughed at Mom and said she had sinned in her previous life, that she did not do good in this life. So she could not bear a son and made the Chow family lose the family line. For this matter, after Mom gave birth to you, she did not even have a proper confinement. Nan, you have to be sensible and do more for Mom. She suffered so much for you. Not angry. There was nothing to be angry about since she had already been driven to the grave by her mom once. That's right. Don't be angry. In future, listen more to Mom at home. Just listen to whatever Mom tells you, and don't be stubborn. Mom will be finding a job soon, and it will be hard for her. The household chores at home, do as much as you can and lessen Mom's worries. A family that gets along with one another, that's the best, right? Xiaonan rolled her eyes. Her mother was going to work to support Xiao Zijin and to support Xiao Zijin's studies. There was no reason that Xiao Zijin should enjoy all the benefit, while she had to take on the responsibility of all the household chores. Wishful thinking. Nan, are you asleep? Xiao Zijin did not hear Nan's response. She smiled. You're like a child. Cover yourself properly with the blanket. Don't kick. If you catch a cold this time, don't blame it on others again. Xiao Zijin thought that Xiao Nan was asleep. Xiao Nan allowed Xiao Zijin to misunderstand, so that she could really sleep. Xiao Nan, who was really falling asleep, did not know that she had fallen for Xiao Zijin's ploy. At this moment, Ding Jiai and Xiao Dongliang were awkwardly pressing their ears to the door of the room. When they no longer hear a sound in the room, Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiai stopped eavesdropping. Two adults, who had a combined age of almost 100, had to resort to such a way to eavesdrop on their daughter's conversation. Both of their faces were a little flustered. However, at the thought of the elder daughter's words, Ding Jiai was extremely proud. See, I told you before that Zijin is an obedient and sensible child. She is so good at heart. Today's matter about Xiaonan, she was certainly too anxious, but her intentions were good. She doesn't want her own sister to go astray. She is the elder daughter in the family and should have such a heart and realization. There was a look of satisfaction in Xiao Dongliang's eyes. Xiao Zijin's words earlier had reflected her feelings towards her parents and concern, and also expressed her concern and warning for her sister. As an elder sister, she should discipline the younger one. Xiao Dongliang, who was brainwashed by Ding Jiai, did not realize that although Xiao Zijin was the elder daughter, she just knew how to talk and assign everything to Xiao Nan to do. The elder daughter should not only pay lip service. Why could she not prove it with her actions too? To put it bluntly, she was all talk and no action. Okay, we should sleep. As he heard that the daughters were asleep, Xiao Dongliang patted Ding Jiai's shoulders, and they returned to the room together. When both were lying on the same bed, Ding Jiai suddenly asked, Old Xiao, I did not bear you a son. Do you really not mind? The words from Ding Jiai's mother in the past had become an issue that weighed heavily on her heart. But what Xiao Zijin did not know was the magnitude of the impact of Ding Jiai's mother words on her. Ding Jiai's mother laughed at Ding Jiai and said that she could not bear a son as she did not do good. She would be a source of trouble to the family that she was married to. A few months after giving birth to Xiao Nan, Ding Jiai decided to stop breastfeeding and was prepared to bear a third child for Xiao Dongliang. At the most, they would pay a fine. No matter what, she wanted a son to prove that she was a fortunate person and not one who did not do good. Xiao Dongliang objected and said that after they raised up the daughters, They could take in a son-in-law that bore the Chow family name, and who would move into the Chow family after marriage. It would be the same, and there was no need to have a son. I don't mind. I have said before. Let's take in a son-in-law for Zijin. Don't think about this matter anymore. Xiao Dongliang sighed. His wife was unfortunate to have come from such a family. Old Xiao, it's so good to have married you in my life. Ding Jai leaned on Xiao Dongliang's shoulders and said emotionally. Xiao Dongliang did not say anything. He slept as he placed one of his arms around Ding Jai. To Ding Jai, this action was more comforting than 1,000 words. In Xiaonan's room, when Xiao Zijin confirmed that she heard the footsteps leaving, she revealed a smug smile on her face. When Xiao Zijin was washing up, Xiao Zijin had already told Ding Jai that she was sleeping in with Xiaonan. Thereafter, she told Ding Jai that she was afraid that Xiaonan would be furious, drive her out, or quarrel with her. It would be bad if they ended up in a fight. Ding Jai was afraid that Xiao Zijin would be at a disadvantage, so she dragged Xiao Dongliang from the bed and insisted on finding out about the situation of the two daughters. Thereafter, when Xiao Zijin closed the room of the door, she saw a beam of light emanating from the door of the Qiao couple's bedroom. She was thus certain that her mother would drag her father to eavesdrop on them. Xiao Zijin, who was lying sidewards and looking at Xiaonan sleeping, laughed. Xiaonan, oh Xiaonan, you're still too green to fight with me. Upon thinking, Xiao Zijin's face turned white and she gave Xiaonan a hard push. Why are you sleeping? I have not fallen asleep. Wake up and chat with me. Xiaonan, who was already in a daze, was soon awakened by this push of Xiao Zijin. Frowning and sleepy-eyed, she sounded fatigued. What do you want to chat about? Hadn't their conversation already ended? Anything. I can't sleep anyway. Xiao Zijin said shamelessly. Xiaonan pursed her lips and did not say a word. When Xiaonan was falling asleep again, she was again jolted awake by Xiao Zijin. Xiaonan, who was in the fit of an anger, unhappily shot a look at Xiao Zijin and realized that Xiao Zijin's face was full of gloating. Seeing that, Xiaonan wanted to scold her. Sick, and seriously sick. Nan, do you want to sleep? Do you know why I can't sleep? Sigh. I've been really short of money lately and I have to buy something. Dad and Mom spent so much money on me, and I was too embarrassed to ask them for it. Nan, can you help me? As long as my troubles are resolved, I'm sure I'll be able to sleep and then I won't disturb you. Once she got hold of the money, of course, she would not continue to stay in Xiaonan's room. She would definitely return to her own room to sleep. If my troubles are not resolved, I feel frustrated. I can't sleep when I feel the frustration. Nan, what do you say? If Xiaonan was a man, she might have crumbled under the spell of Xiao Zijin's questions, but she was a woman who did not have any good feeling towards Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin had made herself clear, and Xiaonan fully understood what she wanted. From the moment that she was reborn, Xiaonan had told herself that in this life she would not let Xiao Zijin take a single cent away from her again. As for her mother, she would still fulfill her duty as a daughter, but she would rather buy her mother things than give her money. The latter would only benefit Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin wishfully wanted to get some money from her. There was no way. I don't have money. I can't help you. Xiaonan rejected her flatly. Since Xiao Zijin would not let her sleep, she might as well not sleep. She could silently recite in her mind what she had revised today, not knowing that Xiaonan was reciting the knowledge in her mind. When Xiao Zijin saw Xiaonan closing her eyes, she counted the time and started to nudge Xiaonan again. What? This time, Xiaonan's voice was very clear. There was no sign of fatigue. Xiao Zijin put her hands back resentfully and ground her teeth. Nothing. I just can't sleep. You have to keep me company. If not, I feel so lonely. Okay, keeping you company. After Xiao Zijin finished revising her maths knowledge, she also recited in her mind a section of the secondary one syllabus that required memorization. She almost fell asleep, but was nudged by Xiao Zijin again. This time, Xiaonan simply opened her mouth and said, "Don't worry, I didn't sleep. Still keeping you company." Oh. Xiao Zijin replied briefly as she was feeling down. Most importantly, this word of Xiao Zijin was faint, and she seemed to have some difficulty saying it. After Xiaonan finished memorizing the last page of the syllabus, she heard that Xiao Zijin, who was beside her, was already snoring. Xiao Nan gave a long yawn and finally went to sleep with ease. The next day, when Xiao Zijin woke up, it was already daytime, and Xiao Nan was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Zijin gave a stare and jumped up from the bed anxiously. "Mom, where is Nan Nan?" Ding Jiai, who was drying the laundry, heard the elder daughter's voice and rushed to Xiao Nan's room. "What happened? Mom, where is Xiao Nan?" "Xiao Nan?" Ding Jiai rolled her eyes. "It's already 10 o'clock. Xiao Nan woke up at 6:30. She washed her clothes and left. I don't know where she went. A family of 4, but Xiao Nan only washed her own clothes. Of course, Ding Jiai had to wash the rest of the clothes for the remaining 3. In the past, when Xiao Nan helped her every day, Ding Jiai did not feel that she was helping her much. Moreover, she felt that Xiao Nan was expected to help. When Xiao Nan stopped helping with the household chores, Ding Jiai found herself busy all day long. There was never a moment of rest. Just the household matters alone. She wished that she was a superhuman with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ding Jiai was skeptical if she went out to find a job today. Who would do all the housework? "Right, Zijin. You should wake up and wash up. I need to go out to look for a job. There are some household chores, why don't you help out?" Ding Jiai really had no choice. She had to find a job. If not, she would not have money for the elder daughter. "Mom." Zijin woke up quickly, her face of full displeasure. "I don't even know how to do these things. Wait for Xiao Nan come back and let her do it." Last night, she clearly intended to pester Xiao Nan continuously. Unless Xiao Nan gave her the money, she was not prepared to let Xiao Nan sleep. But, in the end, she fell asleep herself and Xiao Nan woke up earlier than her. She was so mad. It was almost 11 o'clock when Xiao Zijin finished her breakfast. "Mom, Xiao Nan will definitely be back later. I don't believe she will not come home for lunch. This is already not the first time." Ding Jiai no longer harbored any hopes for the younger daughter. During the last few days of the summer vacation, every morning after Xiao Nan finished her breakfast, she would leave the house and only come back in the evening, when Xiao Dongliang was off work. That wretched girl was emboldened, as she had old Xiao's money in her pocket. Now that Xiao Dongliang gave money to Xiao Nan directly, Ding Jiai wondered how much her husband would give Xiao Nan each time. At the thought of this money, she could not help feeling the pinch. "All right, today, you're going to be alone at home. I will be out looking for a job. Zijin, it is rare that you are alone at home. Even if you are really reluctant to do the housework, at the very least, please read up more. For your sake, I did everything. But if you still can't catch up on your academic performance." Previously, Ding Jiai bit the bullet and was willing to take out all the family savings for Xiao Zijin to attend the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China because Xiao Zijin said that the school's teachers were more qualified. Hence, she would definitely be able to do well and catch up on her studies. To allow Xiao Zijin to study in a famous high school was not the only reason why Ding Jiai parted with so much money. Xiao Zijin's expression changed. She smiled thereafter. "Mom, I know. I'll definitely not let you down. The teachers in our school are so good, and I can understand all their lessons. I'll definitely be serious in my studies. Mom, go and find a job. Since I'm home, I will do whatever chores I can. I will leave those that I can't finish and read my books thereafter." Studying was the Achilles heel of Xiao Zijin. In the recent months, Xiao Zijin had put all of her thoughts to the road dance. How could she remember what the teachers had taught in the past month? There were more exams in high school than the experimental high school. She also recalled that when she went to school, the teacher mentioned about an important upcoming exam. At the thought of this, Xiao Zijin felt guilty. At other times, Xiao Zijin would always have ways to appease Ding Jiai. But when it came to exams, Xiao Zijin's words would not be more convincing than her grades, which would stare directly at Ding Jiai's face. Xiao Zijin saw Ding Jiai out personally. When Ding Jiai was further away from the house, Xiao Zijin then pulled a long face. "Xiao Nan, she thwarts my plans since she was a child. If only her parents had not given birth to another daughter, Xiao Nan. If Xiao Nan, this sister, did not exist, how good would that be? If her parents only had her as the daughter, regardless of how bad her grades were, they parents would definitely do their utmost to nurture her. There would not be a need for her to let the grades speak for themselves. I don't believe I can't find Xiao Nan's money." Xiao Zijin snorted and rushed into Xiao Nan's room angrily. She searched the entire room once, until she was sweaty and panting. Horrible, horrible. After much sweat, Xiao Zijin, who could not find a single scent, wanted to wreck Xiao Nan's room. Xiao Zijin sat on the bed and let out a breath, thinking of what to do about her future. During that rainy night, Xiao Zijin was really the one who had removed the blanket from Xiao Nan's body. She had also opened the windows. Xiao Zijin had everything planned out. Xiao Nan's grades were so much better than hers. If Xiao Nan wanted to study in a good school, the family would have to spend even more money. Her father's income alone would not be sufficient for this. Moreover, her father's income also had to provide for Xiao Nan's living expenses. If Xiao Nan went to work, the family would have fewer expenses and more income. As such, if there were two people working in the family, she would be able to continue her studies regardless of the situation. Most importantly, Xiao Zijian had long schemed about this once Xiao Nan quit school. Her grades in the school would no longer matter. Xiao Nan had already quit school. If her family discontinued her studies because of her poor grades, they would never be able to lift up their heads in the quad. To put it bluntly, Xiao Zijin wanted to be the only one. She had to be the only one. Xiao Zijin had it all planned. However, there was a large gap between the ideal and reality. Xiao Nan would not cooperate and stubbornly contended against her. In addition, with Xiao Dongliang's support, Xiao Zijin's plan was a fiasco without any success. If not for this, she would not look so awkward and guilty when Ding Jai asked her about her grades. The more she thought about it, the more anxious Xiao Zijin felt. She started rubbing her hands on her thigh. It would be too difficult to improve her grades. The teachers in the school were good, but the students were better. She was not in the same league of those who entered the school with their own abilities. Also, as she had not built a good foundation in her studies while she was in junior high school, it would not help even if the teachers taught well in the senior high school. If she did not do well for this month's test again, her parents might really discontinue her studies. Senior high school was not junior high school. It was not considered as part of the 9 years of compulsory education. Xiao Zijin had ants in her pants, and she was spinning with anxiety. She had not resolved the matter regarding the dance dress yet. Because of Ding Jai's words, she now had another problem, her studies, to worry about. She could not understand why senior high school had to be different from junior high school. There were 4 important examinations in senior high school instead of 2. Nevertheless, if there were no parent-teacher conferences after each month's examination, she could probably find a way to keep this from her family. By the time Xiao Nan came back home, she saw Xiao Zijin sitting in a daze at her bed and her room was in a total mess. It was obvious that someone had gone through her room. Xiao Nan twisted her lips and laughed. There was no need for her to ask anything. She knew what Xiao Zijin was up to. Without a word, Xiao Nan tidied up the room that Xiao Zijin made a mess of and read her books quietly. Xiao Nan was moving about tidying her room, but Xiao Zijin had yet to come back to her senses. It was only until Xiao Nan finished revising 2 pages of her book did Xiao Zijin snorted in shock. "When did you come back? Why didn't you make a sound? Don't you know how frightening it is to be scared by another person?" Xiao Zijin was startled by Xiao Nan, who had popped up right in front of her. Her reaction was much bigger than Xiao Nan's. Xiao Nan rolled her eyes and said, "I have already tidied my room. When do you think I returned?" "Well," Xiao Zijin smiled awkwardly. "I dropped something, but I couldn't find it. So I searched through your room. I finally found it in the end. Sorry, Nan. It's okay. I have tidied the room," Xiao Nan said pointedly. They all know she was looking for money. "Zijin, I am back." Ding Jai sounded tired. "Mom." Xiao Zijin's eyes brightened and dashed out of Xiao Nan's room to welcome her. "Mom, have you found a job today?" "Found it." Ding Jai dusted off the dirt on her clothes tiredly. Ding Jai has been a housewife for years, and yet she had to look for a job now. She almost could not bring herself to say that she was on the hunt for jobs. Ding Jai had always been very sociable. But when it came to job searching, it was as if her lips were glued together. She just could not bring herself to ask. Given her situation, even if she managed to find a job, it would not be an easy job. After a half-day's work, Ding Jai finally realized that it was not easy to make a living. Back then, she was so fortunate. "Zijin, why haven't you tidied up the house?" Ding Jai was unhappy when she went into the house and saw that it was still messy. Dingjai had finished washing the clothes before she went out, but the dirty dishes from lunchtime had not been washed. She hoped that the elder daughter could help with the washing and to sweep the floor as well. These were simple household chores the elder daughter should be able to handle, but she never would have imagined that when she came back, the house would still look as messy as when she left in the afternoon. Xiao Zijin knew that she was in trouble. She was in Xiaonan's room, pondering over her exams and her dance costume. She had forgotten all about the household chores. "Mom, but I have tidied Nan's room. Go and take a look if you don't believe me." Xiaonan came out from her room to get a drink and overheard Xiao Zijin's audacious lie. Xiaonan twitched her lips, did not say a word, and poured a drink for herself. Dingjai was tired to death after working for half a day. The look of apathy on her younger daughter's face made her boil with anger. What kind of attitude is this? Despite being yelled at, Xiaonan did not bother to argue. She said nonchalantly, "Mom, you are back. Mom, you must be tired. I am going back to my room to study." "What's there to study? You are all grown up, yet you needed your sister to help you tidy up your room? You are so useless." "What's this now?" Xiao Dongliang had just stepped into the house and overheard his wife scolding the younger daughter. She doesn't even know to be more understanding of her parents who are working, and she only know how to enjoy herself. Is that what the books taught you? If that's true, what's there to study? If not, what have you learnt all these years? Dingjai lifted her chin and lamented. She wanted Xiao Dongliang to know of the situation at home. Xiao Dongliang had been used to the house being neat and tidy. He could not help but knit his eyebrows when he realized the house was a little messy. Why didn't anyone tidy up? "I went out to work. I was out studying. Dingjai and Xiaonan gave their reasons for not tidying up, but Xiao Zijin was stumped for words. I tidied up Nan's room." "You took the whole day to do that?" Xiao Dongliang asked incredulously. "Besides, Nan always tidies her own room. Nan woke up earlier than me. She didn't tidy the room as I was still sleeping." "Dad, I have never done such chores before, hence I am slower." You, please don't be angry. Forget it. Anyway, it's not very dirty. Everyone helped to clean up the house." Xiao Dongliang sighed. I will wash the dishes." Xiao Zijin immediately volunteered for the easier chore, while stealing glances furtively at Xiaonan. Her only excuse was that she had tidied Xiaonan's room. But in fact, Xiaonan tidied the room herself. Only the both of them knew about this. Xiao Zijin noticed that Xiaonan was not a pushover like before. She was worried that she might expose her lies in front of their parents. But Xiao Zijin observed Xiaonan for a while. She did not make any comment. Instead, she took the broom and started cleaning up. Phew! Xiao Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaonan did have a temper now as compared to before. But deep down inside, she was still a pushover like before. This was good news to her. Xiaonan laughed dryly when she saw the look of relief on Xiao Zijin's face. She did not want to argue with Xiao Zijin regarding the room, not because she had given in to her, but that Xiao Zijin still had no idea of her importance to her parents. Cleaning the room was just a small matter. If she was to fight for the credit with Xiao Zijin, her dad might acknowledge it, but he would not be happy at all. Xiao Zijin was at home the whole day, yet she had not done any household chores. Even though this might make their parents realize how lazy Xiao Zijin was, it was not something to be proud of. After all, they were the ones who had brought up this lazy daughter. In fact, her dad would think that Xiaonan was too petty-minded. Even if Xiaonan was the one who did the chores, she should help her out and let Xiao Zijin take the credit. After all, they were a family. One should not haggle over every ounce. It was okay to be at a slight disadvantage once in a while. Her father asked the question not because he wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Zijin. In fact, he wanted to see her making progress. The eldest daughter, it was such a superior position. Her father might have given up on her in her previous lifetime as she herself did not fight. But the other reason was that her sacrifice was for the good of Xiao Zijin. Otherwise, if her father stood firm, there was no way that her mother would not listen. Back then, she was more submissive. If her mother had not insisted, she would not have quit school and start working. At the thought of this, Xiaonan sneered. Because of her, her mother lost her job and her father was discharged from the army. In the end, she turned out to be a girl. Actually, deep down inside, her father harbored some bitterness towards her. In her previous lifetime, she was always the one to be sacrificed. All the sacrifices she made were for the good of Xiao Zijin. In this lifetime, regarding important matters she would not give in anymore. Even if it was against her father, she would also not budge an inch. Xiaonan told herself this was the last time that she satisfied Xiao Zijin. Unlike Xiao Zijin, Xiaonan was nimble and quick in her chores. While Xiao Zijin was still doing the dishes, she was done with sweeping the floor and she had even thrown the dirt away. Forget it. You better stop washing. Ding Jiai, who was washing the vegetables, saw that Xiao Zijin had not done the dishes properly. The bowls were still dirty. She had a splitting headache. She might have to wash the dishes all over again. Xiao Zijin, you make a change with me. You wash the vegetables, I will do the dishes. Looking at the dirty vegetables, Xiao Zijin had a look of displeasure on her face. But she still changed with Ding Jiai. But while washing the vegetables, she came into contact with something hairy and soft. She took a glance and shrieked, "Mom, Mom, there's a worm! There's a worm!" At Xiao's house, Xiao Zijin had not seen cockroaches, let alone worms. Whenever there were cockroaches at home, Xiao Zijin would hide somewhere, and the remaining 3 of them would get rid of the cockroaches. Isn't it normal for vegetables to have worms? Ding Jiai was having a headache. Although she had only worked for half a day, she was not used to working. She felt tired to the bone. She could not even take a rest at home, and on top of that Zijin was not being helpful at all. She could not understand why Zijin was kicking up such a big fuss over a tiny worm. What's wrong? Xiao Dongliang peered in to check. What is the worm that you were talking about? Xiao Dongliang saw on the vegetables crawled a worm and understood what was the commotion all about. It's only a worm. If you are scared, you just have to pick it with the chopsticks. Xiao Dongliang picked up the worm and threw it away deftly. Don't be so flustered and kick up a big fuss. You have to learn from Nan Nan. When she was about 7 or 8 years old, she was already helping out with the household chores. Old Ding, Zijin is a big lady now. You can't just teach Nan Nan but neglect Zijin. Didn't you say that Zijin knew how to do all these chores? Back then, whenever Xiaonan helped out with the household chores, Xiao Dongliang would ask why the elder daughter was not helping. Xiao Dongliang was a traditional man. He felt that every female should learn to cook. Ding Jiai would always say that Xiao Zijin knew how to do all the chores. Xiao Dongliang did not give it much thought. But now, after seeing how the elder daughter was scared stiff by a worm, Xiao Dongliang began to doubt her words. I am just a little scared of worms. Xiao Zijin knew Xiao Dongliang's temper. She would not admit that she had never done any household chores before. She was worried that if she admitted that she had never done any household chores, Xiao Dongliang might want her to help out whenever she was at home. She did not want to be like Xiaonan, treated like a servant and made to do so many chores. Hurry up, Zijin. Nan Nan has already done all her chores and has started her schoolwork. Tonight you shall sleep alone. Have a good rest. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Xiaonan woke up early in the morning, about the same time as Xiao Dongliang. But by the time Xiao Dongliang left for work, Xiao Zijin was still sleeping. Xiaonan told Xiao Dongliang that last night Xiao Zijin had been chatting with her for the whole night. She might not have slept well, hence she slept in today. Forget about yesterday. Xiao Zijin had to go to school tomorrow. Xiao Dongliang would not allow her to sleep that late anymore. If Xiao Zijin was to develop the habit of sleeping late at night, she would not have enough sleep at night, but had to wake up early in the morning. How would she be able to study well? Xiao Zijin, who was washing the vegetables, almost plucked out the core of the vegetables. It must be Xiaonan's doing. If not judging from her father's character, he would be more than happy to see the 2 sisters spend time together. He would not have had any objections at all. All right, Dad. Xiao Zijin had wasted a night on Xiaonan, and yet she still could not get hold of her money. Exams would be coming in 2 weeks' time, and National Day would be just round the corner. Xiao Zijin's eyes reddened. She was all tensed up and filled with anxiety. Why were things not going smoothly? Now Xiao Zijin knew that Xiaonan was a miser. She would not lend her any money at all. Xiaonan would not budge no matter what she did. Xiao Zijin finally gave up on getting money from Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you are so heartless. We are biological sisters. Since a young age, we played together and I have always protected you. Now when I need your help, you refuse to help me. I have seen through you. I shouldn't have treated you so nicely. From now onwards, I won't be good to you anymore." Xiao Zijin snorted. "It's all right. You can be nicer to yourself. I will also treat myself well." Xiaonan smiled, a genuine smile. "Don't be too happy about it. We shall wait and see." She believed that one day Xiaonan would come begging to her. When the time came, she would let Xiaonan have a taste of her own medicine. Xiaonan paid no attention to Xiao Zijin's provocation. She went back to her room and revised the day's lessons. On the next day, by the time Xiao Zijin woke up, Xiaonan was already gone. Xiao Zijin left for school before Xiaonan was back. Xiao Zijin got on the bus and was still fuming mad at Xiaonan. Was she guarding against her as if she was a thief? She had no idea where Xiaonan had hidden the money. It was nowhere to be found. She had to come up with another way to get her dance costume. The atmosphere in her class was odd when Xiaonan went to school on Monday. Zhu Baogua had been under observation in the hospital for a week. He did not have other serious injuries and could go back home to rest. He had hurt his rib bones and would need plenty of rest. Even if he was discharged from hospital, it would be best to stay in bed to rest in the first month. As for the school, he applied for as much sick leave as possible so as to have a full recovery. Lots of people crowded around when Zhu Baogua went back home on Sunday. It was only then that the people from the quad found out that Zhu Baogua had been beaten up by a group of thugs on the side road on Monday. It was all thanks to the younger daughter of the Chao family who chanced upon him and asked for help that he was saved in the nick of time. Otherwise, he might not be alive. Everyone had a big shock when they heard the news. The hooligans nowadays were so ruthless, they had almost taken a life. The residents of the quad and the surrounding areas all knew about this. Everyone had children. Moreover, after the national planning policy was launched, for the families who only had one child, be it son or daughter, they all treated their child as their precious jewel. If something similar happened to their child, it would really harm everyone in the family. Therefore, every family was very uptight when they heard of the news. The rumor was very clear. Zhu Baogua was beaten by a bunch of hooligans, and if not for the younger daughter of Chao family, he would have died. For others, they would think that the younger daughter of the Chao family was really kind-hearted and was brave enough to help Zhu Baogua. But for some people, this rumor was bad news. Zhao Yu had cooped herself up in her room since Sunday. She did not wish to go out, and she had enough of her mother's nagging. "Zhao Yu, did you hear that? In the future, do not come home by yourself, walk home with your classmates. Also, if you chance upon such incidents, don't try to be meddlesome and stay away. That young lady must count her lucky stars. If the hooligans went after her as well, the two of them might have died there." Her mother kept nagging. She was frightened out of her wits. "Mom, that's enough. I understand." Zhao Yu rolled her eyes. Not everyone would chance upon incidents like this. So it seemed that Xiaonan ran into the small road to save Zhu Baogua. It occurred to Zhao Yu that Xiaonan was not alone at that time. There were two adults with her. But how would she know that Zhu Baogua was beaten up by hooligans and that Xiaonan had gone to seek help to save Zhu Baogua? If she had known earlier, she would not have let Xiaonan take all the credit. The person that Xiaonan saved was none other than Zhu Baogua. Zhao Yu had not grown up in the quad, but her house was not too far away. As a result, she knew that the children of the quad were the envy of others. Among all the male students in class, the person that Zhao Yu wanted to get close to was Zhu Baogua. Although his results was not as good as her desk mate Zhou Lei, Zhu Baogua was actually much more good-looking than Zhou Lei. Zhao Yu might still be young, but she knew that it did not matter that Zhou Lei's results were way better than Zhu Baogua's. Because in terms of future prospects, no matter how smart or hardworking Zhou Lei was, he would never be able to compare to the good prospects that Zhu Baogua had. Zhou Lei could be a good boyfriend, but Zhu Baogua was good husband material. But in the 2 years of junior high school, Zhu Baogua never went to the school. Even if Zhao Yu, who was mature for her age, had wanted to create a favorable position to get closer to him, to be in his good books and if possible become his childhood sweetheart, there was no way for her dreams to materialize as he never went to school. Zhao Yu would never have thought that she would miss the one and only opportunity. If she had followed Xiaonan on that day and discovered Zhu Baogua at the same time as Xiaonan, she would not have walked off. Instead, she would have joined Xiaonan to save him. If so, she would be Zhu Baogua's life savior. Even if she could not have any sort of relationship with Zhu Baogua, now that the Zhu family owed the Zhao family a debt of gratitude, her parents would be able to ask them for help if they met with any difficulties in their jobs. Such a good opportunity had just slipped away from her fingers. Zhao Yu, who had motives towards Zhu Baogua, found it such a pity. As for Xiao Nan, her hatred for her grew even deeper now. To Zhao Yu, if not for Xiao Nan, she would be the one who saved Zhu Baogua. Xiao Nan had taken the credit for it, but it should be hers in the first place. The news that Zhu Baogua was injured spread rapidly. So did the fact that it was the younger daughter of Qiao family who had saved his life. When Xiao Nan arrived at school, many students knew that the rumor was not true. Xiao Nan did not hang out with those hooligans. Xiao Nan, everyone now know that it was a misunderstanding. Congratulations, you have been cleared of all suspicion. Zhao Yu shot a smile at Xiao Nan. Zhao Yu's words made Xiao Nan felt uncomfortable and displeased. What did she mean by cleared of all suspicion? She was innocent all along. That rumor was fictitious. There was no eyewitness or material witness. How could she be labeled as a suspect? Zhao Yu, regardless of the reasons behind your dislike for me, the feeling is mutual. Just stay away from me in the future and mind your own business. If you use the cynical tone with me in future again, I won't be so polite anymore. Xiao Nan looked at Zhao Yu and told her in a very stern expression. Zhao Yu was a spoiled brat. Xiao Nan was the same age as her. There was no reason that she had to give in to her once and again. Moreover, if I wanted to check, I would be able to find out who started that rumor. Zhao Yu, do you understand my words? I am sure the teachers do not like students who start rumors and create troubles, especially one who does not pay attention to her studies but comes up with ways to frame her classmates. Zhao Yu, do you agree with me? What? What do you mean? What do I mean? You have to figure it out by yourself. But I won't allow this kind of incident to happen again. If there's a next time, I will make sure to get to the bottom of the matter. I have to let Teacher Chen know of the black sheep in our class, who created troubles and affected our relationship. Xiao Nan had purely made a guess when she said those words. When the rumors started to spread, Zhao Yu was the only one who seemed to be very happy, and she could come up with vivid and realistic accounts. Besides, whenever she brought up her suspicions, Zhao Yu would have a guilty look on her face. What Xiao Nan said just now was just to bluff her. But Zhao Yu turned red with fear. I don't understand. Zhao Yu was so scared that she started to stutter. She took out her essay book and buried her head behind the book. I won't waste time on you. I'm going to read my book. Don't disturb me. It was Zhao Yu who came looking for Xiao Nan. Yet now she said that Xiao Nan was disturbing her from reading her book. Zhao Yu was in the wrong, yet she put the blame on Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan could not be bothered with her. After all, she had brought the main point across just now. Huh? Made a fool of yourself? Zhou sneered. His smile was full of sarcasm. When bad rumors about Xiao Nan started going around last week, Zhao Yu was the only one in class who carried on spreading the tales around. Secondary 3-1 class used to be the best class in school. This incident almost affected the reputation of the class. Zhou had no liking towards people like Zhao Yu, who were not united and did not work as a group. Today was Monday. There would be a flag-raising ceremony. Previously, Teacher Chen was still agonizing over ways to clear up the rumor regarding Xiao Nan. After Zhu Baogua's incident came to light, Teacher Chen was no longer worried. Teacher Chen had discussed with the school's management. They have decided that during the flag-raising ceremony today, Xiao Nan would make a speech for acting heroically in a just cause. Teacher Chen had already prepared the speech and had passed it to Xiao Nan. She only had to read it accordingly. Xiao Nan stood onto the stage. All the students and teachers fixed their gazes on her. She faced them with confidence and ease. She had no stage fright at all. She read the speech that Teacher Chen prepared in a calm and steady voice. Qian Nan became well-known all around the school within a short period of time. There was no one who did not know her. Even when she went to the canteen to have lunch, a male student from Secondary 2 stopped in front of her, said sorry, and ran off with a red face. Xiao Nan found it ridiculous. Zhao Yu was fuming with anger. Wherever Xiao Nan went, everyone knew her name. It was as if she was a superstar at school. There was nothing to be smug about. Her results had deteriorated so badly, and yet she had the time to be concerned about other matters. As a student, what was important was one's results. Just like the mock exams last time, She would continue to surpass Xiao Nan in the midterm exams, which would be coming in a month's time. The reasons why all the teachers were nice to Xiao Nan was only because she had good results. As long as she continued to do better than Xiao Nan, the teachers would surely favor her and dislike Xiao Nan. Zhao Yu, hurry up, if not no dishes will be left. Zhao Yu's good friend pulled her ahead. Why are you standing here in a daze? What's on your mind? Nothing much. Midterm exams will be coming in a month's time. I have to do well for the exams. You have always been doing well, ranking in the top 5 in class. If Xiaonan makes a blunder like before, and you work harder, you might be in the top 3. The words of encouragement and concern from her friend did not comfort her at all. In fact, she was offended by them. Xiaonan did not do well last time. I don't believe that it was just a blunder. That was lagging behind. If not, how could one make such a big blunder? It's easy to lag behind, but it would not be that easy to catch up. Let's wait and see. I will definitely do better than Xiaonan. Without waiting for her friend's response, Zhao Yu walked off in anger. Her friend paused momentarily and grunted. What have I done to anger her? She must be sick. I am tired of coaxing her. I won't do it anymore. Xiaonan, who was absorbed in her studies, had no idea what was happening. But Zhao Yu was determined to fight it out with her. Even if she did know it, she would not give it much thought. As long as Zhao Yu kept her distance and stopped blabbering, she did not care if she saw her as a target and used all sorts of methods to study. In this lifetime, Xiaonan finally managed to secure her chance to study and was making progress according to the designated routine. But things were different for Xiao Zijin. After pooling all her money and borrowing from her friends, she had barely managed to gather enough money for her costume. She had settled the issue of the dress costume, but she had no idea what to do with her monthly exams. When she came back home after 2 weeks, gone was the troubled countenance. Instead, she was all smiles, a joyful expression on her face. Mom, Zijin, you are back. Ding Jiai, who just came back from work, was tired to the bone, but she beamed in joy when she saw her beloved elder daughter. Are you drained from all the studying these 2 weeks? It's all right. Xiao Zijin lifted her chin and said proudly, Mom, we had school exams last week. It's called monthly exam. Just like the midterm exams, it's very important. Is that so? How are your results? This was the first time the elder daughter talked about her results of her own accord. All her tiredness seemed to have vanished. Ding Jiai was in high spirits now. Mom, I was ranked in the 8th place in class. It's the 8th place. I would be able to do better in my exams next time. The 8th place, such a good result? Ding Jiai had the intuition that there would be good news today, but she did not know that it would be such a wonderful piece of news. The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China was a good high school. People who enrolled into the school were all very smart and good in their results. Her daughter could come in 8th place in such a good school among all the outstanding students. This was really a tremendous improvement. As expected, she had spent the money well. Zijin's results improved by leaps after enrolling in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. The teachers at the school must have adopted excellent teaching methods. Ding Jiai did not realize that the fact that Zijin could spend money to enroll into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. The school might have other students who, like Zijin, did not do well in their exams but had the money to enroll themselves into the school. Hence, the 8th place that Xiao Zijin had might not be the 8th place among the good students. Naturally, Xiao Zijin would not provide these details to Ding Jiai. She only had to say that she was ranked 8th place. Zijin. Ding Jiai pulled her elder daughter to the kitchen, took 5 yuan from her pocket, and gave it to her daughter. You have worked hard. Take this money and buy some good food to treat yourself. Don't shortchange yourself. Later you can get some more money from your dad. Understand? All right, Mom. You are so good to me. When I am successful, I will definitely be filial and treat you well. Xiao Zijin was elated at the 5 yuan in her hands. When Xiao Dongliang was back from his work, Xiao Zijin told him the good news that she came in 8th place in her exams. As expected, Xiao Dongliang was all smiles, and he gave 7 yuan to Xiao Zijin. Both Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiai rewarded Xiao Zijin with money. The money added up to 12 yuan. She remembered that Xiaonan had only taken 10 yuan from Xiao Dongliang last time. She could not help but smile that she had 2 more yuan than Xiaonan. She had said all along, She was the most important person in the family. Xiang could not match up to her. When her father had forgiven her, he would definitely treat her 1,000,000 times better than Xiaonan. After all, it had always been this way. Zijin, have more of the food. During dinner time, Ding Jiai could finally favor Xiao Zijin openly. She put almost all of the meat and fish dishes in Xiao Zijin's bowl, not leaving a single piece for Xiaonan. Old Xiao, did you see? Everything that I have done was for the good of Zijin and the family. The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China was such a good school. Their teachers are very capable. It was not a bluff. Of course, most importantly, Zijin is very smart. She had never ranked 8th in the past. Moreover, the students at the school are very outstanding and brilliant. It was not easy for Zijin to rank 8th in class. Look, Zijin has grown thinner. She must be tired from the studying and revision. Old Xiao, I won't admit it if you insist that I am biased towards Zijin. As compared to lagging behind in the studies, Zijin has made such a big improvement. This is what we call a good and positive learning attitude. Ding Jiai was full of praise for Xiao Zijin, but she did not forget to pour cold water on Xiaonan. Even if she knew that there was no way that she could have made Xiaonan quit school and start working, it would be good to pressurize her and make her suffer. Most importantly, she had to make old Xiao understand that Zijin was the smart daughter in the family. She was the only one who had good future prospects. Even if she spent all the money at home, as long as Zijin made improvements in her studies, it would be all worthwhile. She was not self-assertive. Everything that she did was for the family. What you said was. Xiao Dongliang found it amusing and angry at the same time. But if spending all the money would ensure that the elder daughter would catch up on her studies, Xiao Dongliang would naturally be happy. No amount of money could buy a child's future. The money spent might be all worthwhile. Zijin is good. Nan is not bad as well. Both of my daughters are good. Zijin, bear this in mind. Continue to keep up the good work. Don't be overly proud of your results. Xiao Dongliang was not like Ding Jiai, who praised Xiao Zijin without forgetting to put down Xiaonan. But when he heard that Xiao Zijin had made such a tremendous improvement, he was grinning from ear to ear. Dad, don't worry. I will put in more effort to maintain my results and to strive for better grades. She was overwhelmed to have the recognition of both her father and mother for doing well in her studies. The atmosphere was really good, to the extent that she almost forgot the truth behind her 8th place in the class. She was placed 8th in her class, but ranked poorly in her overall ranking in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Xiao Zijin straightened her back, a look of confidence on her face. As expected, as long as she set her sights on it, there wasn't anything in this world that she would not have. It was all right if Xiaonan refused to help her. She bought her dance costume, and the performance was a success. She also came in 8th in her exams. That's right. There's still room for improvement for Zijin. As for Xiaonan, it's not that I as her mom wanted to put her down. It does not matter if she did well in junior high school. She had to do well in her middle school exams to be able to enroll in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Anyway, she should be clear about the situation at home. If she wanted to enroll in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, she would have to rely on herself. We cannot possibly spend all our savings for her again. I have no objections that she wanted to continue her studies, but we cannot afford to have external debts. When she enrolls in high school, she would have to be responsible for her own studies. Ding Jiai had no qualms about insulting Xiaonan. She felt that it was of no use for Xiaonan to do well in junior high school. It was more important to be able to do well in high school. Everyone in the family knew that she had spent all the savings to enroll the elder daughter to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Ding Jiai was worried that if Xiaonan did not do well in a year's time, and she barely missed the cutoff point for enrollment, out of fairness, her husband might resort to borrowing money from outside in order to enroll Xiaonan into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Other people might not do it, but there was a possibility that Xiao Dongliang would. It did not make sense that they could do so for Xiao Zijin, yet they would have to shortchange Xiaonan and deprive her of the chance. Ding Jiai wanted to give a forewarning to Xiao Dongliang and Xiaonan. Xiao Dongliang hesitated for a moment. He really could not come up with a good solution for this problem. Although Ding Jiai had started to work, he harbored no hopes that she would earn lots of money. Her pay might be able to cover part of the daily expenses of the two daughters, but he would still have to provide for their school fees. In the past, he had never dreamed that the elder daughter would do well in her exams. Now that she had made improvements, if she could maintain the standard, she would be able to make it into college. The school fees for junior high school and high school were not as expensive. It was easy to provide for his daughters, but if the two of them made it into college, they might not have enough money to support them. What if Nan Nan did not do well for middle school exams and barely missed the cutoff point to enroll into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? They had depleted all their savings to enroll Zijin into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. If Nan Nan wanted to enroll in that high school, should he agree or not? If he disagreed, would Nan Nan blame him for being biased? Xiao Dongliang wanted to treat his two daughters equally, but there wasn't much money at home. Though Xiao Dongliang did not pour cold water on Xiao Nan, he agreed with what Ding Jai said. As they advanced in their studies, it would get more and more difficult. It was simple feat for Xiao Nan to have good results in junior high school since the syllabus was relatively easy. But it would be amazing if one continued to do well in high school. The elder daughter had good prospects. He had to provide for her school fees. But what about the younger daughter? Xiao Dongliang was stumped for words because of the problems with money. He remained silent for a long while. The atmosphere stilled because of Ding Jai's comments. Xiaonan finished her rice in silence, put down her bowl and said calmly, "Don't worry, Dad. I know my limitations and abilities. I wouldn't aim for something unachievable. I wanted to study. I give you my promise, when it's time for middle school exams, I would enroll in whichever school that my results can take me. I won't make things difficult for you. Regarding sister's enrollment in the high school, I won't take it to heart and won't say that you are biased towards her. I am content as long as I can continue to study." She had mentioned this long ago. Her father was biased as well. It was just that he was not as biased as her mother. Moreover, Xiao Zijin's results seemed pretty good this time. But she remembered that in her previous lifetime, Xiao Zijin always did badly in her exams. With that, she smirked and shot a meaningful glance at Xiao Zijin. In her previous lifetime, apart from fooling around and being good at networking, Xiao Zijin was not someone who was good at her studies. Only Xiao Zijin knew the actual value behind her results, the 8th place in the class, this time. By the way, sister, it has been a month since school reopened. I still didn't know which class you were at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. High School Year 1, 8. The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China has a total of 8 classes. Is that right? You are in High School Year 1, 8? Yes, there are 8 classes in total. What does it matter? We are divided into the classes randomly. Xiao Zijin had no idea why Xiao Nan had so many questions, but could not help but explain in detail, not knowing that her explanation in fact revealed what she was hiding. Randomly? Xiao Nan arched her eyebrows and smiled. She was not as gullible as her parents. Everyone who knew about the background of the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China would know that there was a special class in the high school. It was to take in people like Xiao Zijin. To put it bluntly, no one in Xiao Zijin's class was studious. It was not surprising that she came in 8th in her class. Nan Nan, aren't you going to do some revision? Time is precious. You better start your revision now. In the past, Xiao Zijin hated it when Xiao Nan did her studying and would find ways to disturb her. But not today. It had been years since Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jai had graduated from school. They would think that it was considered good to have come in 8th in class. But Xiao Zijin looked guilty in front of Xiao Nan. She was worried that if Xiao Nan was to probe, the image of the good daughter and good student that she portrayed would shatter to pieces. What about the bowl? Xiao Nan smirked. At least Xiao Zijin knew her own limits and stopped bragging about it. If she continued to boast about it, the cat might just slip out of the bag. After another 2.5 years, Xiao Zijin would need to sit for college entrance exams. She could not imagine the expression on her parents' faces when they, who had always thought that their daughter was the top student in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, discovered that she had done badly in her exams. I will wash the bowl. Nan Nan, hurry along to do your schoolwork. In order to shut her up, Xiao Zijin volunteered to help with the chores that Xiao Nan was supposed to do. You do not need to do the washing. I will wash them. You can go to do your schoolwork as well. Ding Jai was still on cloud 9 at the elder daughter's improvement. It would be good if she could devote all her time in her studies and target to do well for her next exams and do her proud. Xiao Nan, you said those words yourself just now. A person must keep their word. If you do not do well and yet wish to attend the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, please don't bring up Zijin's matter again. Mom, don't worry. I will keep my promise. Old Xiao, you heard Xiao Nan's words. So, don't work so hard and cause your health to suffer because of money. Zijin's grades have improved. In future, she will study in college and our expenses will increase. Health is the source of revolution and wealth. Don't be rushed when it comes to earning money. Ding Jia was worried that, in order to support the two daughters' studies and to prevent Xiao Zijin's situation from happening to Xiao Nan, Xiao Dongliang would take up side jobs to save more money. From Ding Jia's perspective, Xiao Dongliang's attempts to save were futile. All their savings over the years were gone, and she was the one who had asked Uncle Li to pull the strings to enable Zijin to enter the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. If old Xiao started to take up side jobs now, regardless of the number of jobs, would he be able to save up the 10 years' savings in just 1 year? Impossible. The elder daughter was Ding Jia's biological daughter. Ding Jia doted on her. Xiao Dongliang was Ding Jia's man. Ding Jia also loved him and was afraid that he would work too hard and tire himself out. To Ding Jia, only Xiao Nan, who was always suspicious and guarded, was like an outsider in this family. Nan, have you really thought about it carefully? Xiao Dongliang did not know whether to be happy or guilty about his younger daughter's sensible character. He had always said that he would treat both daughters the same equally well. The family had spent 5,000 yuan for Zijin to attend the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Why would the younger daughter be an exception? But if there was a need to bear another 5,000 yuan, Xiao Dongliang knew that he was not capable of affording it. He would not be able to come up with the 5,000 yuan within such a short span of time, even if he sacrificed his life. The more Xiao Dongliang thought about it, the more complicated and confused he felt. He could not stand and face his younger daughter with pride. Yes, I have thought about it. You will look at the results of my middle school examination. I have said that the results will determine which school I go to. I will not regret it. In this life, it was good to be able to continue her studies. As for other matters, she dared not expect too much. She further dared not expect her parents to give her the same treatment as Xiao Zijin. It did not matter if her parents were biased towards Xiao Zijin. She would favor and love herself more. Xiao Nan, who had her own plan in mind, clearly knew that there was an issue with Xiao Zijin's ranking in the 8th place. But she did not mention it in front of Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jia. If she raised this up, her mother would certainly assume that she had intentionally woven this lie as she was unhappy and jealous of Xiao Zijin. Her father would also believe this. This type of difficult and thankless matter, she would never do it again in this life. It was still the same saying, Xiao Zijin could create a din as she wished as long as she did not cause trouble before her. She and Xiao Zijin would not interfere with each other. Dad, I'll go and do my homework. To help Xiang and strengthen her knowledge and foundation for the past 2 years, her teachers were very conscientious in retrieving the past year's examination papers, selecting questions, and collating them into test papers for Xiao Nan to complete. So, the test papers and homework on Xiao Nan's hands were twice as much as that of her classmates. Go ahead. Xiao Dongliang, who felt guilty towards Xiao Nan, nodded. After Xiao Nan left, Xiao Dongliang said to Ding Jia, you also said it just now. I will take care of Nan's matters. You don't need to worry about them. In future, if Zijin performs well and you want to praise her, I will not object. But if you use Nan as a raft to stay afloat again, I will not be happy about it. Both are your daughters, even if Nan is only in junior high school now, and the curriculum is not as difficult as Zijin. It doesn't mean that her good grades do not matter. What was said today, I don't wish to hear it a second time. Xiao Dongliang, who felt guilty, simply gave Ding Jia a scolding to lessen the negative feelings in his heart. He thought that he was helping Xiao Nan to seek justice, but he did not know that the more he said this, the more Ding Jia hated Xiao Nan and could not see eye to eye with her. I know. All of you are masters, leaving your dishes on the table after dinner. After a long day of work, I still have to do all the housework. Fine. Ding Jia felt this was unfair. But no matter what, Xiao Nan was finally willing to agree. Mom, I help you to bring them over? Xiao Zijin stood up and wanted to help Ding Jai serve the rice. Ding Jai pushed Xiao Zijin away. No, quickly, go and do your homework. Having said that, Ding Jai gave a purposeful glance towards the entrance of Xiao Nan's bedroom, hinting to Xiao Zijin that she should not be overturned by Xiao Nan again. Xiao Nan was so conscientious. Xiao Zijin had to be even more so. Mom, then I shall go and do my homework. Xiao Zijin did not really want to do the household chores. The bowls were oily. She did not mind when she was eating with them, but when it came to washing, Xiao Zijin disliked the oily feel in her hands. Go. After both children had returned to their rooms to do homework and Ding Jai was also busy with the housework, Xiao Dongliang, who suddenly had nothing to do, felt a little confused. He did not know if what he had done earlier was right. Such a biased approach. Did Nan really accept it wholeheartedly without any feelings of unhappiness? Xiao Dongliang stood up and walked to the entrance of Xiao Nan's room. He raised his hands and wanted to knock on Xiao Nan's door but did not do so after a long time. This was because Xiao Dongliang did not know what to say to Xiao Nan. Should he say that he treated her and Xiao Zijin equally well and was not biased? These words, Xiao Dongliang did not have the guts to say. After a long time, Xiao Dongliang gave up and gave a sigh. He returned to his own room. Xiao Nan, who was holding a pen but did not write a single word, heard the sigh and footsteps. She also gave a sigh. Clearly both were biological sisters, but they were treated as though one was not. It was not that she did not feel sad or wronged. It was just that she had been too used to the suffering and hurt. Her heart was already numb. If you lean against a hill, it will collapse. If you lean against a person, he will run away. Relying on yourself is the most reliable option in this world. At this thought, Xiao Nan perked up and did her test papers. At the very least, she was not abandoned by all the people in the world. The teachers were very good to her and had high hopes for her. Xiao Nan hoped that she could deliver good grades, to the best of her ability, during the middle school examinations. It might be because of Xiao Zijin's good grades that the Qiao family was very peaceful this weekend. Ding Jai was in a good mood, so she did not find fault with Xiao Nan. Anyway, Xiao Nan had already promised that she would not use more of the family's money. Compared with having to let Xiao Nan work to make money, Ding Jai now had only one thought in mind. That is, she hoped that Xiao Nan would use less of the family's money. This was good enough. Monday came. When Xiao Nan carried her school bag to school, not long after she sat down, the long empty seat beside her was suddenly occupied by a handicapped person. Hey, you are the Qiao's family's Xiao Qiao. Are you the one who saved me that day? The person next to her asked impatiently with a draggy tone. Xiao Qiao? Hearing the name, Xiao Nan was shocked for a moment. That's right, our quad has a pair of Qiao, your sister is De Qiao, and you are Xiao Qiao. Zhu Baogua's right hand was in a cast, and he looked like he did not have a care in the world. He said in a flippant tone, not bad looking. It's not wrong to call you Xiao Qiao. I have not seen any pretty girls in the Eastern Han Dynasty, but I guess this Xiao Qiao is passable as one. Hearing that Zhu Baogua sounded like a hooligan, Xiao Nan pursed the corners of her mouth while sizing up her deskmate. When she looked at Zhu Baogua, he was opening his eyes uneasily and unable to look her straight in the eye. Most importantly, Zhu Baogua's ears actually turned red. Xiao Nan finally understood. The reason that Zhu Baogua had been saying all this was because he wanted to apologize to her. If you're really grateful to me, don't need to talk so much nonsense. Actually, saying the two words thank you is more than enough. You said I was talking nonsense earlier? Zhu Baogua stared at her. He was commending her for her good looks just now. In the past, numerous ladies yearned for his praise, and he could not even be bothered to glance at them more. Today, his praise had been shunned. Yes, nonsense. Xiao Nan nodded without giving any face. Now is the time for early revision. I need to read my books. Whether you are reading or not, I don't care and can't control, but I hope that you won't disturb my reading. Based on her experience in the previous life, Xiao Nan do not wish to get involved with a person like Zhu Baogua. In those days when she was having a relationship with Chen Jun, Xiao Zijin found out about his family background. Each time she had a date with Chen Jun, Xiao Zijin wanted to tag along. When she did not feel like going, Xiao Zijin even took the initiative to help her arrange the date. Of course, Xiao Zijin would be there as well. In the end, Chen Jun was probably wavered by Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin tried to create trouble for her before the date so that she could not turn up, and then she would attend the date on her behalf. Nevertheless, Xiao Zijin was still young now. She had not reached that stage with Zhu Baoguo. But with Xiao Zijin's stubborn character, she was afraid that the same situation as with Chen Jun would happen again. It was Xiao Zijin's own issue that she could not pull Zhu Baoguo on her side. Anyway, Xiao Nin would never agree to act as the bridge for her. Having thought clearly about this, Xiao Nin wanted to stay away from Zhu Baoguo. Furthermore, in her opinion, Zhu Baoguo was always absent from class. She was not close to him anyway. Who would have thought that he would attend class today? It was an uncertainty as to whether he would continue to come to class. For the first time in his life, Zhu Baoguo was shunned badly by a girl. He could only wrinkle his eyebrows and watch as he saw this thin and fair pretty lady ignoring him and taking out a book to read. Zhu Baoguo was very unhappy. He snatched the book from Xiao Nan's hands and blocked Xiao Nan's view with his face. Is the book better looking than me? Looking at the face in front of her, which had been magnified many times, Xiao Nan rolled her eyes. If I look at your face, my future will be bleak. But if I read the books, I can work hard for my own future. What nonsense, I am only asking you. Is my face better looking than the book? Zhu Baoguo frowned. He did not really like Xiao Nan's comments. The book is better looking. Nonsense. Shameless. Zhao Yu, who was seated beside them, saw this and was at the top of her anger. Having known Zhu Baoguo for so long, she had never seen him so close to any girls. What was the meaning of this? Did Zhu Baoguo like Xiao Nan and wanted to pursue her to be his girlfriend? Have you heard it? She said you were shameless. So, can I trouble you to keep quiet? Xiao Nan looked indifferent as she shifted Zhao Yu's target of hostility to Zhu Baoguo. What are you talking about? Zhu Baoguo slammed the table and created a big commotion in the classroom. His pair of round eyes opened widely and stared like the eyes of a tiger, scaring everyone. Who are you scolding? Zhao Yu shivered and stuttered. I didn't scold you. Then who are you scolding? I was scolding her for being shameless. Zhao Yu pointed her fingers at Xiao Nan clumsily. Zhao Yu thought that Zhu Baoguo would be happy to hear that she was scolding Xiao Nan as Xiao Nan had angered him with her earlier words. However, this time, Zhao Yu had guessed wrongly. Zhu Baoguo sneered. What are you? Are you fit to scold her? Why is she shameless? Zhao Yu, are you still going to say that Xiao Nan was in the bad company of the hooligans and had indecent relationships with them? Zhou stared at Zhao Yu as if she was crazy. He did not think that Xiao Nan was shameless. All of you are helping her and bullying me. Zhou, how many times have this been? Do you like Xiao Nan? That's why you have been helping her to chide me? If you are capable, tell Teacher Chun to allow me to change seats with Xiao Nan. Then you can sit together with your loved one Xiao Nan. Zhou gave a stare, like a leopard that was furious. Zhao Yu was again frightened. Zhao Yu, do you want a beating? The previous rumors about Xiao Nan, do you think no one knows how they came about? You're just jealous that she scored better than you in the exams and purposely weaved such lies to hurt Xiao Nan. And when we know to differentiate right from wrong, it means to you that we are biased towards and like Xiao Nan. Zhao Yu, do you have a problem with your brain? Do you believe that I will tell Teacher Chen? You keep thinking about this every day and did not concentrate on your studies. No wonder you can't score better than Xiao Nan. You're talking nonsense. Of course, Zhao Yu would not admit that the rumors started from her, especially in front of Zhu Baoguo. Do you dare to tell Teacher Chen, Zhou? You're still into this game when you're already out of kindergarten. Aren't you childish? As long as this is an effective way, I don't care if it is childish. Zhao Yu, if you continue to provoke me, don't blame me for being nasty. The usually bright and cheerful Zhou was in such a huge temper that he scolded Zhao Yu straight without any hesitation. 17 years old was a sensitive age. When he heard that Zhao Yu said he liked Xiao Nan in front of so many people in class, Zhou really wanted to beat Zhao Yu up. But you said something right. This seat should indeed be changed. If I continue to sit at the same table as you, I am unlucky. What do you mean? What is going on? Why is there another hooligan? Xiao, is anyone bullying you? Tell brother will support you. Zhu Baoguo changed his stand and called himself Xiao Nan's brother, as if he looked upon Xiao Nan as his sister. I am warning all of you. Xiao Nan is my sister. If anyone dares make trouble for Xiaonan again, that means you're not happy with me. Be careful on the roads then. Make sure that you have someone accompanying you. When Zhu Baogua said this, he deliberately started at Zhao Yu a few times. At one glance, he knew that there is nothing good about this woman. All right, it's self-study time now. Everyone should remain silent. Even if you do not wish to study, please do not disturb others. When she saw Zhu Baogua, who was standing up with one of his legs on top of the chair, Xiaonan rolled her eyes at Zhu Baogua. Put your leg down. I'm helping you. Zhu Baogua was not pleased. He felt so unappreciated. Did you really save me that day? The situation that day was so dangerous. That group of people who beat him up were completely furious and out of hand. Whoever dared to meddle would have to be beaten up as well. Zhu Baogua could not imagine how such a skinny and petite lady would be so courageous to care about the situation that day. She had even found someone to help out. Particularly, Xiaonan's attitude today was really cold and unfriendly towards others. She was even more aloof than him. The person I saved that day was covered in blood. I'm not sure if that was you. Xiaonan did not dispute. If not for someone who told her that Zhu Baogua was the one being beaten up, she would not have known who it was. Then it's you. Thank you. After confirming that Xiaonan was the one who saved him, Zhu Baogua said a word of thanks awkwardly. All right. Sit down. I want to read. Seeing that Xiaonan was very cold to him, Zhu Baogua felt that he was asking for it. He wanted to disturb Xiaonan a little and trigger her temper. I don't know how to do this question. Why don't you teach me? Zhu Baogua closed his eyes and picked up a book. He casually pointed to a question for Xiaonan. Sorry, I am learning too. If you do not understand, you can ask the teacher. I am injured. I'm asking you because I don't want to walk. Zhu Baogua shoved the book in front of Xiaonan and insisted Xiaonan guide him. Zhu Baogua did not like to study. He was also unwilling to attend school. However, after this incident, the Zhu family was no longer as lenient and indulging towards Zhu Baogua. Zhu Qingqi told Zhu Baogua straight that if he continued to play truant in school and create trouble, he would rather kill Zhu Baogua himself than to let others do it. Zhu Qingqi gave Zhu Baogua two options. First, to attend school abidingly. As for his school results, Zhu Qingqi did not harbor any high hopes towards his son. Second, he would break Zhu Baogua's pair of legs. If he did not behave properly and get himself into trouble, he might as well let him stay at home and take care of him for the rest of his life. The Li family had also changed their attitude towards Zhu Baogua. Of course, they insisted that Zhu Baogua had to return to school to continue with his studies. There would not be any other option. Elder Li even gave his son-in-law, Zhu Qingqi, a bad scolding. Zhu Baogua was the only son left by his daughter to Zhu Qingqi. Zhu Baogua had gone astray under the care and teachings of Zhu Qingqi. Would Zhu Qingqi still be able to face his deceased daughter? With pressure from the elders of the two families and Zhu Qingqi's intimidation, Zhu Baogua dared not play truant anymore. He could only come to school and sit around. If Zhu Baogua, who was no longer used to schooling, did not find himself any fun, he could only laze around in his current seat. As such, Xiaonan became the innocent sacrificial lamb targeted by Zhu Baogua. Xiaonan ignored him as she could hear that Zhu Baogua was not really keen to learn. She continued to read her own books. She was not even afraid of Qiao Zijin. Why would she be afraid of Zhu Baogua? Who would know that Zhu Baogua was really too bored? Xiaonan ignored him, so he patted Xiaonan's shoulder and nudged her. He even purposely made loud noises by opening his pencil box and moving his chair around. The whole classroom was full of the creaking and raucous sounds created by Zhu Baogua. It was so noisy that everyone could not read their books, but no one dared to chide Zhu Baogua. Only Xiaonan was not distracted and concentrated on reading her book. The rest could not do so. Xiaonan pursed her lips and glared coldly at Zhu Baogua with her shiny eyes. Do you have hemorrhoids on your ace? So you have to keep moving? PSHH. Many students in the class heard Xiaonan's words. They quickly covered their mouths with their hands to prevent laughing out loud. Zhu Baogua's face turned red instantly, like a monkey's ace. Who did you say has hemorrhoids? There's nothing wrong with my ace. Since there is nothing wrong with your ace, then sit properly. If you have so much excess energy that you need to vent out, then go and run a few rounds in the field. You? Zhu Baogua was so angry. Are you a girl? You keep mentioning the word ace in front of a male. Aren't you ashamed? You see, I already told you she is shameless. Zhao Yu smiled and added to the conversation. Your mother, what has this got to do with you? Zhu Baogua simply scolded Zhao Yu. It was up to him what he wanted to say. But who was this woman who dared to talk bad about Xiaonan? You deserved it. Zhou sneered. Zhu Baogua had a nasty temper. Zhou did not hit girls, but it did not mean that Zhu Baogua would not do so. Xiaonan had the guts to be so stubborn with Zhu Baogua. If the other girls dared to be so bullish before him, they were asking to be beaten. Zhao Yu was foolish in asking for it. Her enthusiasm was met with cold shoulders. When Zhu Baogua scolded Zhao Yu, he slammed the table and kicked the chair, displaying a strong and bad aura, as though a hooligan was making his grand entrance to the school. Many were troubled by his behavior. The class originally had a conducive atmosphere for studies, but when Zhu Baogua came, the learning atmosphere was completely destroyed. It would be better if he had not come. Zhu Baogua was not stupid. Also, as his mother was already not around since he was young, Zhu Baogua's feelings were more sensitive than others. Initially, he threw a tantrum as he did not see eye to eye with Zhao Yu. But after he created a scene, the whole class disliked and shunned him. Zhu Baogua was burning with anger inside, his eyes slightly red as if he was an annoyed bull. He straightened his neck and was preparing to leave the classroom. It did not matter if they disliked him. He did not like these classmates anyway. What was the big deal? Seeing that Zhu Baogua had the intention to leave, most of them were relieved. It's so early in the morning. Why are you creating a din? Come back. Zhu Baogua, who was leaving with big steps, was stunned by Xiaonan's slam. He stood at the podium and looked at Xiaonan. It's the morning revision time now. If anyone dares to make noise, get out and stand as a punishment. That slam by Xiaonan, the rest of the class, not to mention Zhu Baogua, was shocked. Astonished, everyone bowed their heads to carry on with their own stuff. No one dared to place their attention on Zhu Baogua again. Why are you standing there? Do you want to sit next to the teacher during the lesson? If you are willing to, I can help you apply for permission from Teacher Chun. Xiaonan started at Zhu Baogua whilst raising her chin and pointed towards the seat beside her to signal to Zhu Baogua to make a choice. Why? After Zhu Baogua regained his senses, he argued with Xiaonan again. Why should I listen to you? He did not even listen to his father all the time. Why would he listen to a young lady who was smaller in build and physically weaker than him? That would be so spineless of him. Why? Xiaonan laughed. Her laugh gave Zhu Baogua goose pimples. Fine. Since you like that place, you can sit there in future. Let me help you shift the table. Rest assured, you will know why I said that after Teacher Chen arrives. Zhu Baogua did not know the situation as he did not come to the school to study. However, the rest of the students in the class knew clearly that although Xiaonan was the vice class monitor and not the class monitor, Xiaonan's words were often better heard. Who asked her to be the teacher's pet? Most importantly, although Xiaonan had the power and ability, she was not arrogant. Typically, she did not bother about the matters in class. Neither would she abuse her powers to undermine others. She would only do whatever she needed to do. As such, it did not matter if Xiaonan did not say a word. But once she said something, the students in the class were more willing to listen. Zhu Baogua was the only rash fellow who dared to argue with Xiaonan. When Zhu Baogua saw that Xiaonan was serious in shifting his table to the side of the podium, he was so scared that he hurriedly ran over to hold his table. I don't need you to arrange my seat. I sit wherever I like. Then are you still going to make noise? Since when did I do that? Then sit properly if you are not making noise. Stop making a fuss. If you are not willing to read, then just sit and doze. You should know how to doze right. In short, don't cause disturbance to others. Do you understand? Zhu Baogua lay on his own table and gave a quiet snort. He indeed sat down and did not make strange noises to disturb others, like he did before. Zhu Baogua was willing to cooperate. The rest of the students in the class had no issues then. The morning self-study time was finally over, but they did not know whether it would be the same tomorrow. When the school bell rang, Zhu Baogua, who was lying on the table, bored and in a daze, came to his senses and thought of why he should listen to Xiaonan. Even if Xiaonan placed his seat elsewhere, he did not wish to study. How would that impact him? Just when Zhu Baogua just wanted to throw a fit, a few pieces of white paper with questions written on it appeared before him. Complete these questions. Why should I? Do you really want to know? Xiaonan looked at Zhu Baogua, half amused. I don't believe that Elder Li did not tell you about it. When you were in the school, I am in charge of you. You didn't want to teach me earlier, right? You said it yourself. That was earlier. Do it for me now. Xiaonan did not want to change her mind. She did not want to meddle in Zhu Baogua's affairs, but Zhu Baogua was really too stubborn. If she did not arrange something for him, he would always make trouble. At that time, Xiaonan's studies would also be affected. Preciously, when Elder Li requested Xiaonan to supervise Zhu Baogua in his studies, Xiao Dongliang simply agreed in the face of Xiaonan. If Xiaonan were to completely leave her hands out of this matter, with Zhu Baogua's temper, he would not abidingly stay in the school. If he left the school, he would certainly get into trouble again. Xiaonan would not be able to explain to Xiao Dongliang and Elder Li then. Xiaonan rubbed her forehead. Her father had really found her a very good job. She had not become a mother, yet she had to teach and raise a son. How unfortunate. Regarding Zhu Baogua's situation, the Zhu family had already mentioned it to Teacher Chen. So, when Teacher Chen entered the classroom, he was not surprised to see Zhu Baogua. He even said a few words to the students about this. Zhu Baogua had not fully recovered from his injuries. The students in the class should take care of him more. Besides this, although Zhu Baogua came to school, he would not participate in any lesson that required physical activities. Teacher Chen observed Zhu Baogua for a lesson. He realized that Zhu Baogua was seated in his own chair, writing and keeping quiet. He did not disturb others or Xiaonan. Teacher Chen then felt much better. It was lunchtime. Xiaonan stood up straight, looked at Zhu Baogua and asked, "Are you settling your own meal, or do you need someone to help?" "No need. Someone will bring me my food. You can go by yourself." With Xiaonan's concern, Zhu Baogua felt at ease. Fine. Having received this response, Xiaonan did not dawdle and simply left. When she reached the entrance of the classroom, Xiaonan saw a male stranger walking towards the classroom. Xiaonan raised her eyebrows. This seemed to be the person who was delivering the food to Zhu Baogua. After ascertaining that Zhu Baogua would not die of hunger, Xiaonan completely put down her worries and went to eat on her own. "Boss." After Ho Shan entered the classroom, he said jokingly while taking a glance at the direction where Xiaonan left. "Boss, you actually attended class obediently? Is the sun rising in the west? That girl is so beautiful. Is she my sister-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. She is my sister. She was the one who saved me." Zhu Baogua smiled grimly for a while. "She's called Xiaonan. Help me check if there is anyone plotting against her. How could I allow anyone to bully my sister?" Zhu Baogua was a very sensitive person. Even if Zhao Yu and Zhou Lei did not say much, Zhu Baogua also guessed a little. He was still injured, and it was not convenient for him to investigate, but he had some followers in the school. He could send his follower to handle such small matters. "So she is Xiaonan. Boss, you don't need to investigate this. I already know." Ho Shan simply told Zhu Baogua all of what happened recently in the school. "My sister is so obedient. It's impossible that she would mix with those people. My sister's grades are so good, and they said she cheated. Who made those rumors? I'll kill them." Zhu Baogua revealed a fierce look. After all, if Xiaonan was dragged into this, it was because of him. Zhu Baogua understood immediately that rumors were certainly related to the matter of Xiao and saving him. After all, before Xiaonan saved him, he already knew that the quad had to Xiao and Xiao Xiao, but he did not hear anyone talk bad about Xiao Xiao before. If Xiaonan had contact with those people, the only time would be when she saved him. "Boss, don't be anxious. This matter has already been cleared." Before the flag-raising ceremony, sister-in-law. "Boss, what do I call her?" Ho Shan felt awkward. If he could not call sister-in-law, what could he address her as? "Do I call her as sister? That's my sister. What has this got to do with you?" Zhu Baogua of course declined. "You can call her Xiaonan." "Oh, boss, you really dragged Xiaonan into this." That day, when Xiaonan saved you, someone with a loud mouth saw it and weaved tales that Xiaonan was friends with the hooligans. Moreover, they said that Xiaonan's grades were always good because the hooligans helped her to steal the test papers. You don't know how miserable Xiaonan was at that time. Many in the school looked down on her. Xiaonan was the top student in the school. When people in the school knew that she was a fraud, many took the chance to add salt to the wound. Ho Shan recalled that he also secretly laughed at Xiaonan at that time. No matter how outstanding she was, all the good grades were the credit of others who stole for her. This was worse than a student like him, who scored as much as he deserved. Of course, Ho Shan did not dare to say all this to Zhu Baogua, as he was afraid of being bashed by Zhu Baogua. I'll assign you a mission help to investigate who was the one who started this. Zhu Baogua's eyes were full of hate. The person had the gall of a leopard to dare to do this to his sister. Boss, don't worry. I assure you that I will help you to settle this properly. Ho Shan patted himself on the chest. Previously, he was not concerned about this matter. If he wanted to investigate, it would be easy. Where's my food? I'm starving. Here. The brother's follower, a guy who was always by Ho Shan's side, brought Zhu Baogua's food over. Zhu Baogua finished up his meal neatly and in the span of a few minutes. When Xiaonan was back, Zhu Baogua was already resting his head on the table and napping. Seeing Zhu Baogua, Xiaonan was more relieved. In the afternoon, after school, Zhu Baogua was taken home by the Zhu family. When the Zhu family saw Zhu Baogua coming out from the school, they heaved a sigh of relief and sent Zhu Baogua home as fast as they could. Without Zhu Baogua's disturbance, Xiaonan felt more relaxed. As usual, she went to the Zhai family's storeroom to change her books. When Xiaonan just reached, she found the storeroom unlocked. She opened the door and saw a person sitting inside. Zhai, Brother Zhai? She had not seen Brother Zhai for more than a month. Xiaonan was used to being like a little mouse in the Zhai family, coming and leaving quietly. When she suddenly ran into a person today, she was feeling a little guilty. Yes. Zhai Sheng put down the books in his hands. Do you come here often? Zhai Sheng had given his desk to Xiaonan. So, when he came back this time, he did not have a desk and he came to the storeroom. To Zhai Sheng, it did not matter where he read, as long as the environment was conducive. What surprised Zhai Sheng was that the storeroom was not only tidy but also very clean. He could see that someone had been cleaning this place often. The Zhai family did not come to the storeroom. The only person that would tidy this place up was Xiaonan. As a soldier, Zhai Sheng was used to settling everything in a slow and orderly manner. He could not stand messiness and disorder. Xiaonan was only a girl in her teenage years, and the place belonged to the Zhai family. Xiaonan made the effort to tidy up the place so nicely. Zhai Sheng did not expect this. Zhai Sheng nodded his head with satisfaction. From Monday to Friday when I need to attend school, I will come here to change the books. But I'll be here every weekend. Standing before Zhai Sheng, Xiaonan was as honest as a student with her disciplinary master, her little feet close together, little hands placed properly, body stiff, a pair of eyes that looked down at her toes and did not dare to look elsewhere. In particular, she did not dare to look Zhai Sheng straight in the eyes. Each time she stood before Zhai Sheng, Xiaonan felt very stressed. Since she knew about Zhai Sheng's success and future, she certainly saw him in a different light. Most of all, even though Zhai Sheng was not yet the chief, that intimidating aura that he exuded made Xiaonan felt that she was a soldier under his charge. Seeing that Xiaonan was seated in an intense manner, Zhai Sheng tried to relax. Was he too serious such that he was scaring Uncle Qiao's younger daughter? I remember that your name is Xiaonan? Heir. Yes. Xiaonan was stunned for a while, then nodded. Don't be so nervous. Sit down. When he saw the young lady looking extremely pitiful, similar to when he met her in the summer vacation, Zhai Sheng's tone softened. Of course, this softened demeanor was solely Zhai Sheng's assumption. To Xiaonan, Zhai Sheng's voice sounded more aloof and frightening. How are your grades coming along recently? Not that good. Xiaonan stammered and nearly bit her tongue when she spoke. Xiaonan's face was flustered. She turned away and patted her face gently. She felt calmer thereafter and continued to face Zhai Sheng. As I did not revise for one summer vacation, I have forgotten some of the knowledge. I have been trying to catch up recently. Taken your exams? Yes. What have you been tested on? How many marks did you score? Chinese, maths and English. Scored 85 marks for Chinese and mathematics, and full marks for English. Xiaonan realized that she had said the wrong things. Her and Brother Zhai's relationship was not akin to supervisor and subordinate. They were similar to that of parent and child. Zhai Sheng was only older than Xiaonan by 4 years, but in terms of aura, even Xiaonan, who had been through 2 lifetimes, did not feel worthy before Zhai Sheng. These grades. Do you have the test papers? Let me take a look. The papers were already returned to the teacher. I don't have it. Xiang shook her head several times. She felt nervous to let Xiang see the papers. Even when Xiao Dongliang asked about her grades, she did not have this feeling. Before Xiang, she did not know why she felt so uptight and formal that she did not know where to place her limbs. Are you afraid of me? Xiang realized that his several attempts to put down his airs and communicate with Xiao Nan peacefully had failed. Before him, Xiao Nan was like a rabbit who met a tiger. She was so scared that her limbs were wobbly and shivering with no strength to escape. Xiang could not help asking himself, was he really so scary? Not. Xiao Nan wanted to say not scary, but when she stammered not 10 times, she changed her mind and said a little. Just a little? Xiang did not believe. More, a little more? Xiao Nan showed her fingers, indicating that it was more than a little. Xiang pursed his lips. His sharp falcon-like eyes revealed a hint of a faint smile. It should be more than a little, otherwise who would dare to play tricks in front of him? If I am home, you can look for me if you have any questions. No thanks. Xiao Nan declined flatly. Xiang was not an ordinary man. His time was so precious. How could his time be wasted on her? You don't trust me? No, brother Zhai. You misunderstood me. I mean, if I seek your help, I am wasting your time as you have more important things to worry about. When she said this, Xiao Nan was quite coherent. All my teachers have assigned me homework. If I have any questions, it is sufficient for me to ask them. Brother Zhai, you are destined for greater things in life. In the previous lifetime, the Tian dynasty was able to achieve peace and prosperity with a wealthy nation and strong people, and Brother Zhai played a crucial role in this. Brother Zhai was an army genius and had a gifted brain. He was an extraordinary man. She remembered that once, there were strange activities at the border of the Tian dynasty. The local and the bandits colluded and killed the people of the Tian dynasty. They also framed the people for the crime of smuggling drugs. This matter was very serious and affected a lot of people. The exact situation, process, and extent of danger Xiao Nan heard about it, but she also knew that if the matter was not dealt with properly, there would be countless deaths in the Tian dynasty. The national interests would suffer greatly, but she also knew that his matter would eventually be fully resolved, with losses recovered, and it was all due to Brother Zhai. To Xiao Nan, Brother Zhai was a great character and a superhero in Xiao Nan's heart. Since ancient times, the peace and stability of the country depended on a soldier like Xiang. In her previous life, Xiao Nan did not pursue any idols. She only loved military uniforms and admired the army guys. Xiang was the leader of the army. He had a few identities that Xiao Nan liked. Hence, Xiao Nan could not help feeling nervous when she saw him. In the lifetime that Xiao Nan was reborn to, the youngsters were already crazy over idols. They would be so excited when they saw them. So, Xiao Nan felt that although she stammered before Xiang, and she could not make much sense of her words, she was considered well in control. If these words came from others, Brother Zhai might not believe it. However, when Xiang saw that Xiao Nan's eyes shone with so much admiration and passion when she said these flattering words, he smiled again. At this sight of Xiao Nan, he could not help but suspect if he had really done something great to be able to receive such a compliment from Xiao Nan. In particular, Xiao Nan looked at him with such passionate and burning eyes. Xiang was not used to it. It's late now, you should return home. Xiang reminded Xiao Nan as he glanced outside and realized that the sun was setting soon. Oh yes. Xiao Nan slapped her head. Brother Zhai, I am going home. Xiao Nan changed one of her books and ran as fast as a rabbit towards the house of the Qiao family. Seeing Xiao Nan, the stiff face of Xiang seemingly became gentle. The corners of his mouth was slightly curved upwards with a sign of smile, like the beautiful and short moment of the winter's first snow. Once Xiao Nan left, the storeroom resumed its quietness. There was occasional sounds of Xiang flipping his books. Dad. When Xiao Nan reached home, Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jai were already off work. Ding Jai snorted and went to prepare dinner. Xiao Dongliang asked with concern, "Why are you home late today? To save someone again?" Ding Jai said sarcastically. Xiao Nan laughed. "No, I wanted the place where I kept the books to change them. So, I took the longer route and came back late." Xiao Nan's words was akin to giving Ding Jai a tight slap in the face. Xiao Nan was not a policewoman. How could she save someone every day? However, the reason why Xiaonan came home was because she routed to another path to change her books, and Dingjai was the cause of this. Thus, when Xiaonan was home late, there was only Dingjai, who had done her duty as a mother so well, to blame. In the past, Xiaonan was very submissive and would do whatever chores that Dingjai asked her to do. Even so, Dingjai still disliked her. Now that Xiaonan had learned to rebut her words, Dingjai disliked her even more. Xiao Dongliang saw how the younger daughter rebutted her mother. Dingjai was flushed red and at a loss for words. Xiao Dongliang frowned and said, "Nan Nan. As the saying goes, parents always have their good reasons, no matter what. Old Ding was Nan Nan's mother. Nan Nan should not speak to her in that way." To others, the younger daughter's words might not mean anything. But Xiao Dongliang could tell that she was digging at her mother. Xiaonan curled her lips and mocked herself. She knew things would turn out like this, but it was okay. Like she said, she would pamper herself. Though her father did not favor her, she would not ask for more as long as he was not as biased as mom and only doted on Xiao Zijin, depriving her of the chance to study. "Dad, I will return my school bag to the room." Without much expression on her face, Xiaonan returned to her room, never once glancing at her parents. Xiao Dongliang felt uneasy at her attitude. Waiting for Xiao Nan to close door, Xiao Dongliang chided at Dingjai. "Nan Nan is not someone who is disobedient and insensible. You knew that she is a good child, yet you have to pick on her? Look at her attitude now. If you continue with your cold remarks, she may not treat you as her mother in future." Xiao Dongliang could feel that Xiao Nan had turned cold and aloof towards Dingjai. In the past, Xiao Nan would never disobey Dingjai's orders. At times, whenever she was free, she would take the initiative to do the household chores. Back then, Dingjai did not have to work and was still a full-time housewife. Even if Xiaonan was not very affectionate and did not always call her mom, from the way Xiaonan looked at Dingjai, Xiao Dongliang could sense the longing affection that Xiaonan had for her mother. But he could no longer see the longing affection in her eyes now. The younger daughter's expression had turned cold and detached. Xiao Dongliang could not help but be worried. "I gave birth to her. Regardless of whether she treated me as her mother or not, I am still her mother. Even when she is an adult, she still has to obey me." Dingjai had nothing to fear. She did not wish to listen to Xiao Dongliang's lectures anymore. She went off to prepare dinner. Dingjai walked into the kitchen. It did not occur to her that she was also brought up by her mother. But when her mother wanted to sell her off, she also did not obey her and married Xiao Dongliang instead. Nan Nan? Since his wife refused to listen, Xiao Dongliang went to look for his daughter, hoping to talk some sense into her. "Dad." Xiao Nan was writing. "Dad, I am doing my homework. Is anything the matter?" Xiao Dongliang was embarrassed when he saw that Xiao Nan was really doing her homework. "Nothing. Carry on with your homework. There's nothing more important than your studies. You carry on with your work. I won't disturb you." With that, Xiao Dongliang closed the door and left without saying anything. After he left, Xiao Nan sighed in exasperation. As expected, her father liked to see that his daughters were studying. She knew the reason why her father came looking for her, but she did not want to listen. As children, she shouldn't argue with her parents. But the saying parents always have their good reasons was not applicable to her mother. In her previous lifetime, she had already paid all the debts and given in to all her demands and requests. In this lifetime, she would not compromise anymore. After that, Xiao Nan tried to avoid Xiao Dongliang at all costs. Xiao Dongliang could not disturb her as she wanted to study. On the second day, everyone in the family went off to work and to school. Xiao Dongliang didn't have the time to have a word with Xiao Nan for a few consecutive days. This day Xiao Dongliang was back from work. He had just entered the quad when he was led away by Elder Li's men. Since Xiao Nan was born, this was the second time that Xiao Dongliang saw Elder Li. He was very happy to see him. "Uncle Li, what's the matter?" Xiao Dongliang pondered for a few moments and asked, "Is it related to Baogua?" Xiao, you should know that my grandson is not good in his studies. So I would like for Nan to tutor him. Is this weekend okay?" Elder Li smiled and nodded his head. Xiao Dongliang hesitated for a moment. "Uncle Li, it's not that I do not want to help. Nan's results have lagged behind recently. Will she be a hindrance to Baogua?" "Uncle Li, Actually, it might be better if you hire a professional tutor for Baogua. Xiao Dongliang was worried that Baogua's results might deteriorate with his daughter's coaching. If that happened, he would not be able to answer to Uncle Li. It never crossed his mind that Xiao Nan's results might be affected if she tutored Zhu Baogua. Right now, his main concern was how he could mend his relationship with Elder Li and to repay his debts of gratitude towards him. No need. I think Nan is a good choice. Elder Li shook his head, rejecting Xiao Dongliang's suggestion. Uncle Li, during school hours, Nan could take Baogua in hand. Don't worry. No matter what, I would like to thank Nan for this. Nan is the perfect candidate. Elder Li understood Xiao Dongliang's concerns. He laughed. You might not know, Baogua is very stubborn. If he dislikes someone, he would refuse to listen to that person. His grandson had, in fact, sent away several private tutors. At the mention of this, Elder Li had a splitting headache. After going back to school, I find that Baogua is much more obedient. He would stay in school every day. I heard that it's Nan who keeps an eye on him. I think Nan would be able to keep him in check. As for Baogua, he is already in secondary 3. I do not harbor any hopes that his results would improve. His grandson has missed a lot of the classes. Not to mention Xiao Nan, his teachers might not even be able to help him to improve his results. So you would like Nan to keep an eye on him? Yes, Baogua has not fully recovered from his injuries. But he is so full of energy that he can't keep still. Nobody can control him. Xiao Dongliang was shocked. He had heard of Zhu Baogua's temper. To put it bluntly, he was a bully. When they were still young, all the children in the quad were fearful of Zhu Baogua. They tried to keep themselves out of his way. Nan might be of the same age as Zhu Baogua, but they never played together when they were small. Would Zhu Baogua obey her? If that's the case, it might work. Nan is a quiet girl. Xiao Dongliang thought about it and agreed. Xiao, have you heard of this saying to govern the country and bring peace to all? One should first be able to govern one's family? Recently, I have heard quite a lot of rumors about your family. Xiao, what are your views? After settling Zhu Baogua's matters, Uncle Li touched upon his main topic. My family is doing well. Xiao Dongliang blushed. Why would Uncle Li ask this question? Did Nan spout nonsense to Baogua? One should not wash dirty linen in public. Nan had gone way overboard this time. Good? It's good that your wife sold Nan's books and wanted her to quit school? Xiao, your pay is pretty high. Why would Nan need to work? Nan's results are good, yet you wanted her to discontinue the 9 years of compulsory education and to start work. Is everything all right at home? Did your wife spend all the savings at home when she came to ask me for help to enroll the elder daughter into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? Xiao, I always taught you to be pragmatic. As the saying goes, there are 365 trades, and every trade has its master. If she is not good at studying, she can consider other options. Is it appropriate to spend all the hard-earned money on the elder daughter and to sacrifice the future of another daughter? It's useless to reach for what is beyond one's grasp. Instead, one should be earnest and down to earth. One should act according to one's ability. Teenagers nowadays are flippant and not down to earth. Xiao, why would you have this shortcoming as well? Don't forget, you were a soldier. After listening to Uncle Li's wise and earnest words, Xiao Dongliang was lost for words. He could understand every single word that Elder Li said, but when they formed into sentences, they seemed foreign to him. Uncle Li, it was through your help that Zijin was able to enroll into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? Xiao Dongliang paused for a moment before he asked. Xiao Ding came looking for me. She would like me to make a phone call. She was the one who made the other arrangements. Xiao, you should know my temper. I would never do these things, even if it was for my son or my daughter. You grew up with them. Have I helped them out in similar ways? Xiao, do you know how disappointed I was in you at that time? Uncle Li sighed. When Ding Jai came looking for Elder Li to help out with Xiao Zijin's matters, Elder Li was not very willing to help. He had always disliked these dealings. Even for his biological son and daughter, he wanted them to carve out a path by themselves. Yet he had to resort to getting in through the back door for someone else's daughter. Elder Li really wanted to turn Ding Jai down. Elder Li, I had no idea. Xiao Dongliang rubbed his face. Old Ding did such a thing behind his back and resorted to these methods to enroll Zijin into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. I knew you were unaware. If you were aware, you would have stopped Xiao Ding from seeking my help. Uncle Li nodded. After all, he watched Xiao Dongliang grow up. He knew him well. When Xiao Dongliang heard this, he felt slightly relieved. But Xiao Ding is your wife. You had no idea what she is doing or what she is up to. Even when your elder daughter really enrolled into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, you did not say anything. This is what disappointed me the most. Xiao, you are a soldier. Now that you are no longer in the army, is your heart discharged as well? Do you know what was on my mind then? I thought that fortunately you were discharged from the army. Otherwise, if you continued to stay in the army with your mindset, it's a small matter if you create troubles for yourself. But what if you dragged your comrades down as well? Xiao, you are the only person who can disappoint me. Of course, Uncle Li agreed to help as he had guessed that it was Ding Jai who made the decision to look for him. Elder Li was the one who introduced Ding Jai to Xiao Dongliang. If not for Elder Li, Xiao Dongliang would not have married Ding Jai. He had to help since it was Ding Jai. No matter how unhappy he was, he had to make the phone call. But he had told Ding Jai there and then that it was the first and only time that he would do her this favor. Xiao Dongliang was furious and upset when he knew that Elder Li was disappointed with him. He had thought that it was his wife who had created the trouble, and it was his younger daughter who told Elder Li of the situation at home, and that he ended up being so embarrassed all because of them. But after hearing Elder Li's words, he realized that he was the real problem. Elder Li was disappointed by his behavior. It had nothing to do with his family. Xiao, tell me honestly, regarding what I said just now, did you think that it was Nan who told Baogua and Baogua related to me? At Elder Li's questioning, Xiao Dongliang's expression turned grave and was red with embarrassment. He was speechless. Look at you. You do not have the attributes of a soldier. You did not look into it or probe, and yet you jump to conclusions and declare Nan guilty. When you were in the army, what did the officer teach you? They say Xiao Ding is biased. To me, you are biased as well. I did hear some stories from Baogua, but for the rest, it had already spread around in the quad. Xiao, should you do some reflections? Since some time ago, the people from the quad came to know that Ding Jai sold Nan's books, and because of that she almost could not continue with her studies. Everyone also knew about the fact that Ding Jai wanted the younger daughter to quit school and to start working. Lots of the people from the quad saw Xiao Nan coming back with the stacks of old books from the thrift shop. After seeing it with their eyes, the people from the quad all believed what they heard regarding Xiao family. In other words, everyone knew what had happened at the Xiao family these past 2 or 3 months. It was a textbook example of what not to do. Spread? Xiao Dongliang was dumbfounded. It was no wonder that the people from the quad gave him weird stares whenever he went work. Xiao, I am really disappointed in you. Uncle Li could not hide his exasperation towards Xiao Dongliang. Where is your heart? Why are you muddle-headed like a block of wood? All right, it's late. You should go back. Baogua told me that Nan is very quiet at school. Her character is just like what you said. This weekend send Nan to my house. You do not have to worry about her meals. With that, Elder Li waved his hands motioning for Xiao Dongliang to leave. He was annoyed and vexed. He did not want to see Xiao Dongliang anymore. Actually, when he visited Xiao's house to thank Xiao Nan, he had noticed the weird atmosphere then. When Zhu Baogua told him of the bad rumors circulating around the school regarding Xiao Nan, he had sent people to investigate. He was shocked at the results. Lots of things had happened at Xiao family recently, and all were scandals. Before school reopened, Xiao Nan was beaten by Ding Jai and dashed out of the house with blood dripping from her nose. After she was sent to the hospital by Xiao Dongliang, the doctor diagnosed that she was malnourished. Elder Li was speechless when he heard about this. The country was prosperous and the economy was doing well. There wasn't even famine here. Why would Xiao Dongliang's daughter be malnourished? This was really... Elder Li clearly remembered that when he saw the 2 sisters that day, Xiao Zijin was polite, well-dressed, and good with words. She was someone who was good at networking. One look at her, and one could tell that she was doted by her parents. On the other hand, Xiao Nan had been standing behind her, not uttering a single word. If he did not mention, Xiao Nan would be like a shadow, going unnoticed by everyone. It pained Elderly to see this. 2 daughters, yet one had a plump face and looked radiant, while the other one looked pale and yellowish, silent and reticent. They were both their biological daughters, and Xiao Dongliang was the one who wanted to have Nan Nan. Elderly could not understand why Xiao Dongliang would let such things happen at his house. Elderly looked weary and tired. Xiao Dongliang did not say a word, stood up and turned to leave. Xiao Dongliang had known Elderly for years. Even if it was when he left the army to have a second child, Elderly might be disappointed in him, but he had never said such harsh words to him. Nan Nan, you are back. When Xiao Dongliang reached home, Xiao Nan was already at home. Xiao Nan paused and called father. Xiao Dongliang sighed at the younger daughter's cold attitude. It seemed like Nan Nan blamed both Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jai for what happened. Are you going to read your books? Yes. Xiao Nan had no idea what Xiao Dongliang wanted to talk to her about. As usual, she refused to communicate with him. No matter what, she would not compromise regarding matters concerning her mother. Then go ahead to study. Oh. The conversation between the father and daughter ended with simple replies. During dinner time, Xiao Dongliang said, Nan Nan, make a trip to Li's house tomorrow. Li's house? Xiao Nan blinked in confusion. Elder Li's house? You shouldn't call him Elderly, call him Grandpa. Xiao Dongliang reprimanded Xiao Nan. Tomorrow Zhu Baoguo will go to Li's house. You will help him with his revision. Remember, put in some efforts and teach him well. Do you understand? Xiao Nan pursed her lips and replied coldly. Ding Jai was not too happy at this news. But when she saw Xiao Nan's response, she thought about it and curled her lips into a smile. This time, she did not give her objections. Xiao Dongliang had already promised Elderly. Xiao Nan had no other choice. On the weekend, she took her books and went to Li's house. Zhu Baoguo arrived earlier than her. Oh, you have arrived. Zhu Baoguo propped his 2 legs on the table, leaned back on the chair, twitched his lips and held his pen with his upper lips and nose. He did not look like he was here to study. In fact, he looked like he was on vacation. Seeing this, Xiao Nan frowned and said coldly, You have 2 choices. 1. You can't go out. You will do whatever you want while I read my books. 2. Put down your legs. You will do what I say. Zhu Baoguo's legs crumbled under him. He almost fell off from his chair. He never thought that Xiao Nan would be so firm. This was Li's house, but it seemed more like Xiao's house. Since Xiao Nan was here, shouldn't she talk to him nicely and patiently and only start teaching when he had accepted her? Why did Xiao Nan sound as if she did not care if he wanted to learn or not? If he did not want to study, she was not going to coax him into learning? She would allow him to do whatever he wanted? Grandpa asked Xiao Nan to coach him. Could Xiao Nan say all this? Are you serious? Zhu Baoguo was dumbfounded. What do you think? Xiao Nan sat at one side and took out her revision notes. Without another look at Zhu Baoguo's legs that was propped on the table, she started to read her books. But my grandpa asked you to teach me. Was Xiao Nan's attitude that of a tutor? The teachers were there to teach students. But if you refuse to learn, can they do anything about it? I couldn't possibly be better than a teacher. To Xiao Nan, who once lost the chance to study, she was very displeased with Zhu Baoguo's learning attitude. He did not understand how fortunate he was. It was up to Zhu Baoguo whether he wanted to study or not. If he was willing to learn, she would put in efforts to teach. If Zhu Baoguo was unwilling to study, she would just treat it as another place for her to study. Li's house was big and spacious, and there was no one to disturb her. If not for the good study environment, she would not have wasted her time on someone who did not want to study. You aren't going to persuade me to study at all? Aren't you worried that given your bad attitude, I might walk off in anger? Zhu Baoguo stood up, preparing to leave. Zhu Baoguo turned and looked at Xiao Nan while he was on his way out. He was waiting for Xiao Nan to come after him, but he had already reached the door, and he realized that Xiao Nan was still at the table. In fact, she seemed to have finished a few problem sums. Zhu Baoguo felt really foolish. Xiao Nan did not pay attention to him at all. She made use of the time to study. He only took a few steps towards the door, but she had already finished a few questions. Hey! Zhu Baoguo walked angrily to Xiao Nan's side. When Xiao Nan paid no attention to him, he snatched her books in anger. Xiao Nan squinted at Zhu Baoguo. I have lots of workbooks. It's all right if you snatched one of my workbooks. I can change to another workbook. But don't you find yourself to be very childish? What do you mean by this attitude of yours? Do you not want to teach me? Are you looking down on me because I did not have a mother since a young age? This time, Zhu Baoguo was really furious. He really treated Xiao Nan as his sister, but she had always been cold towards him. Did she think that he was beyond hope, and it would be a waste of time to teach him? Look down? I do not have the right to do that. Xiao Nan shook her head. It's just that I knew it better than anyone else. If you are willing to learn, you would be able to take in what I said. But if you do not want to learn, you would turn a deaf ear to what I said and my studies would be affected as well. It's not worth it. Do you want to learn or not? Xiao Nan did not use any flowery language, and her words might not carry a deep meaning, but what she said was the plain, simple truth. Xiao Nan was so calm and indifferent. Zhu Baoguo's outburst of temper did not affect her at all. You would teach me if I wanted to learn? Zhu Baoguo asked in some annoyance. Yes, if you want to learn, I will teach you. If you don't want to learn, I won't bother you. How do you intend to teach me? I don't even know what my standard is. Finish this first. I will decide on how to teach you after that. Xiao Nan handed a sheet of paper to Zhu Baoguo. It was a test paper to determine his standards. Zhu Baoguo was appeased when he saw the handwritten test paper. So you came prepared. Xiao Nan actually cared about him. Xiao Nan remained silent about Zhu Baoguo's demanding character. She was fine as long as he kept quiet. Zhu Baoguo took the handwritten test paper and started working on it while Xiao Nan was busy doing her problems. The room was in total silence. It was a good learning environment. Elder Zhu could not help but worry about his grandson. He decided to take a look. He was not worried that his grandson might bully the young lady. He was anxious that he might not be willing to study, and that he might head off to have fun after throwing a tantrum at the young lady. It would be disastrous if he injured himself again. What he saw came as a surprise to him. When he walked into Li's house, his grandson sat quietly at his side, with a pen in hand, writing diligently. Has Hades frozen over? Elder Zhu told the people around him not to make a sound, and went to look for Elder Li. Why are you here? Elder Li snorted when he saw Elder Zhu. His daughter was so smart. His grandson should be smart as well. Yet he was pampered to such an extent by the Zhu family. It was all the fault of this old man. But the Li family had not bothered to care about Zhu Baoguo's affairs, hence he had no right to chide Elder Zhu. Why bother with watering the plants? Are you really going to let that young lady teach Baoguo? What can a young lady be capable of? The Zhu family is capable of hiring a teacher. Let me tell you beforehand, if Baoguo's results is not good even with the tutoring, do not put the blame on the Zhu family. Even if Elder Li kept quiet about it, Elder Zhu knew what was on his in-law's mind. They had brought up their grandson by themselves. For people like Elder Zhu, who was conventional in his thinking, they would naturally dote and pamper their grandson. Discipline? Elder Zhu wanted to discipline him, but he had no idea how to discipline. On top of that, his grandson had lost his mother at a young age, and his father was not by his side to take care of him. It was already very painful for him to be all alone by himself. So Elder Li could not help but pamper Zhu Baoguo. Like you said, the Zhu family was capable of hiring a teacher. Didn't you hire a teacher for Zhu Baoguo before? And what were the results? Look now, Nan Nan might be a young lady, but you have to see Baoguo's attitude towards her. Elder Li smirked. The Zhu family had hired several teachers for his grandson, male and female. But when the teachers knew of the identity of his grandson, they dared not offend him. Moreover, his grandson was very mischievous. The female teachers all ended up in tears of exasperation, while the male teachers were too frustrated that they quit. For some matters, one could not judge a person's capabilities by his age or qualifications. One had to judge them based on the person itself. Do you mean that my grandson has been subdued by that young lady? Elder Zhu was unhappy. His grandson had been a bully at home, but he was intimidated by this little girl. What did this mean? Baoguo was willing to be subdued, and Xiao Nan was willing to subdue him as well. Elder Li had learned of what happened between Zhu Baoguo and Xiao Nan just now. Elder Li was slightly annoyed by Xiao Nan's cold attitude, but he could understand, since he knew of her situation at home. In particular, when his grandson asked, "Are you looking down on me because I do not have a mother since a young age?" Elder Li knew that this was hurtful for both his grandson and Xiao Nan. Looking at Ding Jiai's temper, having a mother and being without a mother did not make a difference. And though his daughter had passed away at a young age, his grandson still loved and missed his mother. But Nan Nan had no feelings left for Ding Jai. This young lady was so pitiful. After hearing about Xiao family's affairs, Elder Zhu was shocked. What does Xiao Dongliang mean by that? He had a daughter, but he did not bring her up well, and he did not say a word when his wife bullied her. He is a traditional man, favoring sons more than daughters. It totally clouded his judgment. Elder Li laughed coldly. He had seen through Xiao Dongliang, but he did not spell it out on that day. The reason why Xiao Dongliang did not put in efforts on Xiao Nan was simple. Xiao Nan was a daughter, not a son. If Xiao Nan was a son, even if Ding Jai favored daughters over sons, Xiao Dongliang would know of it if Ding Jai did not treat Xiao Nan well. Baogua is such a troublemaker, and yet you get him a young teacher. Is that suitable? Elder Zhu was troubled over this. His grandson was very stubborn and had a bad temper. He could not get along well with anyone. Judging from the family that the young lady came from, she must not be someone who was warm-hearted. Would a young teacher like her be able to teach his grandson? I only wanted Nan to coach him in his studies. She is not responsible for his character building. That is Zhu Qingqi's responsibility. Elder Li gave him an angry stare. He was full of complaints at the mention of his son-in-law, Zhu Qingqi. His daughter was no longer around. Zhu Qingqi should bear the full responsibility of teaching and guiding his grandson. Yet look at what Zhu Qingqi had done. It was a fact that his daughter had passed away, but Zhu Qingqi was always not at home. His grandson had been leading his life with the absence of his father. It was Zhu Qingqi's fault that his grandson was so disobedient and keep getting into trouble. All right, that's enough. Let's not talk about this. Elder Zhu waved his hands. He did not wish to talk about his son. Both of them were glad that his son and daughter-in-law had deep affections for each other. But who would have known that after the daughter-in-law died, his son would neglect his biological son and failed to take him in hand? Elder Zhu was boiling with anger at the mention of his son. When Zhu Baogua was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, Elder Zhu ordered Zhu Qingqi to come back from the army. As soon as he arrived, Elder Zhu gave him a few punches out of anger and exasperation. Elder Zhu might be old, but he was once a soldier. His fists were still very powerful. It would be painful to be on the receiving end of his punches. Baogua has very high self-esteem. He would definitely not accept someone who was warm-hearted and compassionate. Instead, Baogua would listen to Nan Nan, who was indifferent and cold. Facts speak louder than words. I think this arrangement would work. I did not expect Baogua to catch up on his studies. I only hoped that he would rein in his temper and stop being so irritable, and he would not be bullied by those hooligans. If Baogua is not good in his studies, I will send him to the army when he graduates from high school. Elder Li had his grandson's future all planned out. All right. It was rare to see that his grandson settled down to study. No matter who the tutor was, what was important was that the grandson would listen to her. You should make your way back. Baogua will stay over at my house tonight. What? How could Baogua not go home? Impossible. What do you mean by not go home? Li's house is also Baogua's home. Elder Li fumed in anger. Baogua is my biological maternal grandson. Why can't he stay over for a night in my house? Why didn't you ask Baogua to stay over in the past? Why did you begin to care for him now? Elder Zhu would not budge regarding his grandson. Zhu Qingqi was Elder Zhu's only son, and Zhu Baogua was Zhu Qingqi's only son. The saying is very true. The first grandson and the last son are the lifeline of the old lady. The first grandson and the only grandson were the lifeline of the grandpa as well. Zhu Baogua, who had finally settled down to work on the test paper, turned green when he heard the loud quarrel between his two grandparents. He looked at Xiao Nan in embarrassment and unease. Xiao Nan remained calm and composed. Why are you looking at me? Do your test papers? Don't waste your time. We are in secondary 3 now. There isn't much time left for revision, so we have to be efficient. Zhu Baogua twitched his lips and finally managed to settle down. Before the incident, Elder Zhu and his wife were the only people who cared about Zhu Baogua, but they had no idea how to discipline and care for him. As for the Li family, they never asked about him at all. Come to think of it, Zhu Baogua seldom went to Li's house. He knew that they believed that he had caused his mother's death. Up till now, even if the Li family had a change in attitude, Zhu Baogua still found it weird and uncomfortable to be around his grandpa, Elder Li. Zhu Baogua felt more at ease when he saw that Xiao Nan did not have any reaction to what she just overheard. Ever since Xiao Dongliang agreed to this private job on behalf of Xiao Nan, during the weekdays Xiao Nan had to keep an eye on Zhu Baogua in school. During the weekend she had to keep him in check at the Li house. The Zhu family and Li family did not harbor high hopes on Zhu Baogua's results. Their only wish was that he would mellow his temperament. During the past half-month where Xiao Nan tutored him, both of the families never asked about Zhu Baogua's performance. This weekend Xiao Zijin was back at home. She realized that Xiao Nan had gone out early on the Saturday morning. She frowned and asked her mother, "Mom, where has Xiao Nan gone? Where exactly did she read her books?" "Mom, Xiao Nan seems like a mouse nowadays. She seemed to have lots of mouse holes to go to. She spent the whole of the weekend outside instead of staying at home. You were just letting her be? Where did she keep her books? I don't suppose outsiders will keep her books for her without any charges?" "I have no idea." Ding Jai prepared breakfast and placed them on the table. "You better go brush up, have your breakfast and start studying. You must perform better than Xiao Nan. I am going off to work. As for other matters, we will talk later when I am back from work." Ding Jai went off to work, not waiting for Xiao Zijin's response. Everyone seems really busy. There was no one but her at home. The house felt so empty. Xiao Zijin felt uncomfortable. In the past, when it was the weekend, her father would be working while Xiao Nan would do the household chores. As for her, she would have a leisure chat with her mother. But now she was left all alone at home. Since she was free and she was not going to study if she stayed at home, why not she go out to look for Xiao Nan? She might discover her secret hiding place. But she had a change of mind when she opened the door and was about to go out. Not to mention the quad, the total area of Pingcheng was quite significant. Where was she going to find Xiao Nan? After some thoughts, Xiao Zijian rolled her eyes and took out the romantic novel that she borrowed from the library out of her bag. Xiao Dongliang had decreased the allowance that he gave Xiao Zijin. Even if Ding Jai was working now and would give some money to her, Xiao Zijin still owed some external debts for the dance costume that she bought last time. She had to save up money to return the debts. Hence, she has decided if she wanted to read novels, she would not buy them. Instead, she would borrow them from the library. Not only could she save the money, she could also return the novel after she had finished reading them. In that case, no one would find out that she had been secretly reading these novels. She laid down on her bed and read her favorite novel. A thought came to her mind. It was good to be at home by herself. If Xiao Nan was around, she might come into her room and discover that she was reading a novel and complain to their parents. Nan, now that I only come home once a fortnight, we don't have the time to have a proper chat. Where have you been all day long?" During dinner time in front of everyone, Xiao Zijin asked Xiao Nan this question. "Even if you were to stay out for the whole day, you should come back for lunch." In the beginning, when there was only Xiao Zijin at home, she was glad that she could have the house to herself and no one would be around to disturb her while she was reading her novels. But Xiao Zijin turned unhappy whenever it was lunchtime. Ding Jai was not at home, and Xiao Nan had went out. There was no one around to prepare lunch for her. Unlike Xiao Nan, Xiao Zijin was clueless when it came to household chores. She was already scared out of wits by the worms and the vegetables. There was no way that she could cook for herself. Ding Jai, who was in a rush, did not think of that and had rushed off to work. Xiao Zijin searched through her parents' room. She found a 50-cent coin and used it to buy instant noodles. That was how she settled her lunch. It was only when Xiao Zijin mentioned lunch that Ding Jai remembered that the elder daughter did not know how to cook. But it was inappropriate to ask what the elder daughter had for lunch in front of Xiao Dongliang. Xiao Nan looked up from her bowl and curled her lips mockingly. This weekend was not the first weekend that she had been away. It had already been more than a month since she did not come home on the weekend. Xiao Zijin only cared about her as her mother was off to work, and there was no one around to prepare her lunch. "Zijin, you don't have to worry about Nan. She is at the Li house. She's fine." Xiao Dongliang looked embarrassed at the mention of this. Elder Li specifically ordered that Xiao Nan have her meals at the Li house. Xiao Dongliang knew that Elder Li must have heard that she was malnourished. At the thought of that, Xiao Dongliang shot cold stares at Ding Jai. Xiao Dongliang was furious when he knew that Ding Jai sought Elder Li's help to enroll Xiao Zijin into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. But he did not pick a quarrel with Ding Jai. There was no use in quarreling. Xiao Zijin already went to that high school to study, and she had made tremendous improvements. No matter how he kicked up a fuss, there would be no use. Xiao Dongliang could only keep quiet about this and pretended that he didn't know anything. Why would Nan Nan go to Grandpa Li's house? Xiao Zijin was stunned. To help Baoguo with his studies. What? Nan Nan is helping Baoguo with his studies. Xiao Zijin shrieked. Her voice was jarring and noisy, sounding like a duck that has been grabbed by its throat. Dad, you must be crazy. Nan Nan is already in junior high. She has to sit middle school exams next year. Her results have lagged behind, and there was not enough time to study. Now she still has to tutor Zhu Baoguo. How is she going to sit for her middle school exams? Xiao Nan's hand paused in the middle of eating. She glanced at Xiao Zijin. Her eyes twinkled in surprise. But in the next instant she was back to normal. Indeed, there were risks involved for her to tutor Zhu Baoguo. But what Xiao Zijin said was definitely not out of concern. She must be worried that if Xiao Nan grew closer to Zhu Baoguo, she would have the support of the Li family and the Zhu family. This was what Xiao Zijin was anxious about. They were siblings and had been sisters for 2 lifetimes. Xiao Nan knew what was on Xiao Zijin's mind. If not for the connections with the Zhu family and the Li family, Xiao Zijin would not have volunteered to tutor Zhu Baoguo when Elder Li visited Xiao's house last time. It was just that more than half a month had passed. Xiao Zijin thought that nothing had been finalized. She never thought that it had been agreed upon, and Xiao Nan had already started to tutor Zhu Baoguo. Ding Jiayi, who sat beside her, gave Xiao Zijin a kick. Xiao Nan, and your dad knew what to do. There's no need for you to be concerned. This child must be stupid. It would be Xiao Nan's problem if she did not do well in her exams. Since Xiao Nan had already given her promise, if she did not do well in her exams, she would never ask her parents to fork out 5,000 yuan to enroll her into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. If she really did badly, she would not be shameless enough to continue with high school or college. It was an excellent idea for her to tutor Zhu Baoguo. Why would Zijin be so foolish? Nan Nan, can you cope with it? Xiao Dongliang was stunned as well. This had never crossed his mind. But now that he knew about it, Xiao Dongliang was merely paying lip service. He did not seem to be expecting a negative answer. Xiao Nan replied coldly, I am full. I will go back to my room. Go ahead. There's no one to disturb you at home. Study hard. Dad believed that you can cope well. Xiao Dongliang now knew that tutoring Zhu Baoguo might affect Xiao Nan's studies. At the Li house, Xiao Nan could not concentrate on her studies. But back at her house, she could pay full attention to her revision. Xiao Dongliang had told Ding Jiayi and Xiao Zijin not to disturb Xiao Nan when she was at home. He also forbade Ding Jiayi from asking Xiao Nan to help out with household chores. He wanted her to have all the time to study. This was Xiao Dongliang's way of compensating Xiao Nan. Since Xiao Nan could not help out, Xiao Zijin would have to do her share. It seemed like she also had some questions for her mother. Mom, why did you stop me just now? You are usually very bright. Why would you do such a foolish thing now? Ding Jiayi bent down and peeped outside, checking to see if Xiao Dongliang and Xiao Nan had returned to their rooms. She then lowered her voice and said, Zhu Baoguo is known for his bad temper. Everyone in the quad who hung out with him before was bullied by him. With people like Zhu Baoguo around, Xiao Nan will not be able to concentrate on her studies. He would not obey her as well. Xiao Nan has given her promise. If she does not do well in her middle school exams, it would be your dad's fault. Your dad cannot possibly blame us for this. As long as she does badly in her exams, I will be able to come up with ways to make her quit school to work. By that time, the 3 of us will work to provide for your college fees. You can go to the best college in the Celestial Empire. You could say that. Xiao Zijin pursued her lips in annoyance, with a hint of doubt in her voice. But Mom, Grandpa Li is a good man. He took care of Dad just because he was comrades with Grandpa. If Xiao Nan's studies fall behind after tutoring Zhu Baoguo, the Li family and Zhu family would definitely do something about it. In any case, if Xiao Nan really did badly for her exams and wanted to work, it'd only take one word from Grandpa Li to get her a good job. No matter how hardworking and studious one was, it was useless compared to a word from an influential person. That was why Xiao Zijin did not put efforts in her studies. She felt that it was a waste of time to study. That would be wonderful. Ding Jiayi was beaming with excitement. If Xiao Nan landed a good job, she would definitely be paid well. You can concentrate on your studies. I heard that lots of people who had good results went overseas to study. Though the expenses would be higher, if Xiaonan has a high-paying job, she would be able to provide for you. Ding Jiayi painted a beautiful picture in her mind. This was the first time that she felt that it was a good idea for Qiao Dongliang to take on the private job on behalf of Xiaonan. Xiao Zijin laughed bitterly. Go overseas to study? With her current results, not to mention studying overseas, she would have to do well for the next 2.5 years so as to get into a good college. Mom, Dad always placed a lot of importance on Xiaonan and my studies. Why would he make such a decision? Xiao Zijin could not understand Xiao Dongliang's attitude. Others might not understand your dad, but I have been living with him for years. I know him inside out. Your dad is indebted to Uncle Li. He wanted to repay the debt of gratitude that he owed Uncle Li. But he was discharged from the army when Xiaonan was born. This has always been a knot in his heart. Now that he finally had a chance to mend his relationship with Uncle Li and to repay his debts, your dad was willing to sacrifice Xiaonan's time for revision to help Uncle Li. If taking the exams for someone else was allowed, he would even ask Xiaonan to give up on her middle school exams and take the exams for Zhu Baoguo. Her mother's words gave her a scare. Xiao Zijin asked in shock, my dad will actually do this. If it's me, will he treat me in the same way? No, Ding Jiayi said with confidence. Why? Even if she might be an exception, Xiao Zijin had no confidence at all. When she heard her mother's words, Xiao Zijin was worried that what if there was a day that she had to be sacrificed in order to return Elder Li's favor, her father would treat her in the way that he treated Xiaonan. Do you think that it's only your mom who favored sons? Your dad favored sons as well. If not, we couldn't possibly have a second child. Though he kept silent about it, he wasn't that pleased after I gave birth to you. Ding Jiayi sighed. After giving birth to the elder daughter, she had been through disappointment and frustration. But she and her husband had stable jobs. The three of them would still be able to lead a happy life. But in about 2 months after Xiao Zijin was born, Xiao Dongliang started to spend all his time in the army, coming with all sorts of excuses not to go home. If Xiao Dongliang was to stay in the army and worked hard, aiming for promotion, Ding Jiayi would not have anything to complain about. But during that period, he committed several mistakes. He was thought to be the most likely candidate to be promoted to battalion commander, but after he committed the mistakes, his promotion was delayed for several years. On top of that, Ding Jiayi was antagonized by her mother for not being able to bear sons. She then decided to give up everything to have a second child, hoping that they would have a son. As expected, after she brought up this suggestion, it didn't take very long or much persuasion for Xiao Dongliang to agree to leaving the army to have a second child. Xiao Zijin was boiling in anger at the mention of the topic of having sons. But Ding Jiayi's words that followed after appeased her anger. After giving birth to Xiaonan, your dad was so disappointed that he was not in the mood to work. I told him we could always treat you as a son and give you all the support and guidance that we would give to a son. We could take in a son-in-law to bear the bride's family name. In that case, there would be no difference between a son and a daughter. That's the reason why you get to wear new clothes every year while Xiao Nan could only wear your hand-me-down and use those that you discarded. Your dad never said anything about it or take the initiative to buy anything for her. That's because Xiaonan would eventually get married and leave the family, but you would be staying with us. But I didn't know that your dad would give her some money here and there, and that she would seize the opportunity to save up the money. Xiao Zijin had no idea that there was more to it behind her differential treatment at home. If her mother told her father that Xiaonan should stay with the family and they would take in a son-in-law for her, would she and Xiaonan be treated in a vastly different manner now? Luckily, she was the child that her mother doted on, and Xiaonan was not. Xiao Zijin hugged Ding Jiayi's arm and said affectionately, Mom, you are so good to me. Of course, you are the only one that I dote on. Don't disappoint me, keep up the good work. When it's New Year time, do well in your exams and make me proud. Ding Jiayi was delighted at her beloved daughter's affectionate gestures. Mom, don't worry. I will work hard. Xiao Zijin smiled. If her father saw her to be as important as a son, even if her results are not satisfactory, her father would not ask her to give up on her studies. This piece of news was akin to granting her amnesty. To think that back then she feared that with her poor results and the lack of money at home, she might be the one who had to quit school and work. Hence she opened the windows in Xiaonan's room in the middle of the night. hoping that Xiao Nan would come down with sickness and she would be the only one at home who was still studying. After she had cleared all her doubts, Xiao Zijin was at ease now. She swung her barely wet hands and was about to leave. Xiao Zijin turned around and saw Xiao Nan standing by the kitchen doorway with a cup in her hand. She was staring directly at her. Xiao Zijin shrieked in alarm, her heart in her throat. Nan, Nan, why are you here? Had Nan overheard the conversation that she had with Ding Jai? How much of the conversation did she overhear? Ding Jai was also shocked at the sudden appearance of Xiao Nan, not to mention Xiao Zijin. Ding Jai might be capable of ruthless and shameless acts, but she could not bring herself to say it or admit it in front of Xiao Nan, especially when she had been caught unawares by her. I want to pour myself a drink. Xiao Nan waved at the cup in her hands and shot an aloof look at Xiao Zijin. Can I? Of course. Xiao Zijin smiled awkwardly. This was not her concern at all. Nan, let me pour you a drink? Xiao Zijin just found out the truth from Ding Jai behind her father's attitude towards she and Xiao Nan. She had a guilty conscience when she saw Xiao Nan and felt sorry for her. No need. I am okay. Her experience from the 2 lifetimes told her that whenever Xiao Zijin treated her with a slightly better attitude, there must be something that she wanted from her. She would rather be treated with arrogance and coldness than to face Xiao Zijin's smiling countenance. After Xiao Nan poured herself a drink and left the kitchen, Xiao Zijin asked Ding Jai, Mom, do you think Xiao Nan overheard our conversation or not? I don't think she has overheard our conversation. She would not have had this kind of reaction. Ding Jai breathed a sigh of relief as well. Luckily, she didn't. Xiao Zijin patted her chest. She had the shock of her life at seeing Xiao Nan. Ding Jai might have nothing to fear regarding Xiao Nan, but it was not the same for Xiao Zijin. She was not ready to lose this younger sister totally. All right, you should go and do your schoolwork. I will finish up the chores. Even if that wretched girl did overhear our conversation, it was nothing but the truth. Besides, it was all your father's doing. It has nothing to do with us. Good girl, go back to your room. Ding Jai patted Xiao Zijin on the shoulder. She was no longer preoccupied with Xiao Nan's attitude. Ding Jai had never been affected by Xiao Nan's attitude. Okay. Xiao Zijin returned to her room in high spirits. Even if her results were not as good as Xiao Nan's, she was the most important person in the house. There was no way that Xiao Nan could compete with her. It turned out that her father was also biased towards her. Though compared to her mother, he might be slightly fairer. At the thought of this, Xiao Zijin felt cool and refreshed, as if she had a glass of spring water in the hot summer. While Xiao Zijin rolled around in happiness on her bed, Xiao Nan, as usual, was poring over her books, studying conscientiously. The weekend flew past. Xiao Zijin went back to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, while Xiao Nan stuck to her usual routine going to school, the Zhai's house and Xiao's house. This day, someone from the reception office informed Xiao Nan that someone had left her a parcel, notifying her to collect it. Xiao Nan was confused. Someone sent her a parcel? Who would that be? That was impossible. Had the staff at the reception office made a mistake? There was only one Xiao Nan in the whole school, but could there be homonyms? Xiao Nan went to the reception office and raised her doubts. But the staff said that the person who made the delivery had gave her name and even stated the class that she was in. Unless there were 2 persons by the name of Xiao Nan in secondary 3-1 class, this delivery was meant for Xiao Nan. After hearing what the staff from the reception office said, Xiao Nan could only take the parcel with her. When she returned to the classroom, many of the classmates stole glances at her, staring at her while she walked in. The end of the 20th century was unlike the 21st century where parcel delivery was very common. It was very rare that someone sent a parcel and left it at the reception office. Humph! Zhao Yu snorted in annoyance. There was nothing to be smug about. It was just a delivery. If she wanted a parcel, she could also ask her mother to send her one. What's that? Her desk mate Zhu Baogua craned his neck like a swan, with his eyes fixed on Xiao Nan. He was dying to get his hand on the parcel and to see for himself what was inside. I have no idea. Unlike people her age who were impatient and fretful, Xiao Nan was calm and composed. She took her time to open the parcel. The parcel was squarish and heavy. Xiao Nan surmised that it might have been books. As expected, when she opened the parcel, there were books inside. In fact, there were revision books. There were revision books for the sciences subjects. Xiang flipped the books open. There were simple explanations and concepts inside the revision books. These books were hard to find in the times now. Most people would not be able to buy them. To Xiang, these books came at an opportune time. She was thrilled to have these books. Xiang had been worrying about her weak foundation in sciences subjects. Despite revising and grasping some of the simple arithmetic concepts, she would be confused whenever she applied all of the arithmetic concepts simultaneously. It was undoubtedly a timely help to Xiang. Xiang was not worried about those questions that required the application of a single concept. Her biggest worry was those complicated questions that required her to apply multiple concepts. In the Celestial Empire, the exams placed a big focus on doing huge amounts of exercises and problem sums. To Xiang, it would definitely be useful to do lots of practices and exercises. Oh, we do not have these books here. They are very popular in the national capital as well, but there aren't many in stock. Which of your friends is so nice to send you this as a gift? Zhu Baogua could tell at one glance that the books were not easily available. Of course, people like him could get their hands on anything they wanted. Zhu Baogua had a cousin who once flaunted this volume of books to him. His intention was to make him jealous. But Zhu Baogua was unaffected. He did not even bother to take a glance at the books. It was this popular? Xiang was stunned. She was unfamiliar with the consumer market here. But who would have sent her these books? Could it be? Impossible. A person came to her mind. But Xiang shook her head. Intuition told her that it could not be him. But if it was not him, Xiang could not think of another person who would do this for her. It was impossible that the relatives of Xiao's family would buy these books. Her father had no relatives. As for the relatives from her mother's side, it was all the more impossible for them to buy these books. All her blood relations would not buy it for her. If her closest kin would not put in these efforts, who in the world would be so nice to her? What's on your mind? Zhu Baogua prodded her shoulder. You really have no idea who bought you these books? No idea. Xiang shook her head honestly. Xiang, on the account that we are classmates, I must remind you, these books seem to be very costly. The reception office might have the wrong person. You had better handle the books with care, and do not make any scribblings. If not, you might not be able to pay for the books. Zhao Yu gloated at the thought. There was no way that someone would give Xiang these books as a present. It's only worth a few yuan. Why can't my sister afford it? Zhu Baogua glared at her in anger. Zhu Baogua, you may be rich, but that's your business. Xiang did not have the money. Xiang, you are not thinking of using Zhu Baogua's money to pay for the books? The more protective Zhu Baogua was of Xiang, the more frustrated Zhao Yu was. Zhao Yu was aware that Zhu Baogua and Zhu family had lots of money. She could tell from the fact that someone drove him to school every morning. In this school, there were not many students who had a chauffeur to take them to school. Zhu Baogua came from an established family. You do not have to worry about that. Xiang kept the books. Zhao Yu's words might be hurtful, but they made sense. Even if the staff at the reception office made it very clear that the sender had specified that the parcel was for her, it would not hurt to be careful. Besides, there was no need to make notes on the books. She had lots of rough paper. Her teachers were very generous with rough paper. Zhu Baogua found it incredulous that Xiang could maintain her composure despite Zhao Yu's hurtful words. She was trying to mess with you, yet you are not angry? That would be a waste of energy and time. Why does she always say that of you? Are you very poor? Xiang, who was reading the books, paused for a second. I have always been poor. In her previous lifetime, in the 8 years of school before she quit and started to work, she had never once used a new eraser or a new pen. All of her stationery was that which Qiao Zijin had no use of. As time passed, her classmates eventually noticed that. In her previous lifetime, part of the reason why Xiang quit school and submitted to Ding Jiai's wishes was also due to that. Unlike Zhao Yu, who would laugh and tease her to her face, in her previous life, most people would talk behind her back. Xiang had overheard their conversations for a few times. As a child growing up in that kind of environment, this gossiping and badmouthing would hurt one's feelings, not to mention the fact that children at this age were very sensitive. At that time, Xiang was only a child. She could not take all the gossiping and grew to be very quiet in class. Other than her teachers, no one liked her. In this lifetime, Xiaonan was still used to being alone. She did not intend to make friends. But at the very least, she would no longer feel ashamed when people made hurtful remarks, just like what Zhao Yu had said to her just now. Don't worry, I have the money. Zhu Baogua patted his chest out of loyalty. He had nothing except loads of money. Silly. Xiaonan rolled her eyes at Zhu Baogua. No wonder he was beaten up by hooligans. What a bad mouth he had. He was not good with words and was not likable at all. You are the silly one. Lots of people are queuing up to have my money. But it all depends on my mood. I am offering it to you, yet you reject me? When Zhu Baogua was not at school, he would always have a bunch of sidekicks with him. You are comparing me with them? Why didn't these people come to your help when you were beaten to a pulp? Xiaonan laughed. Zhu Baogua was just like a deflated balloon. He was stumped for words. I wanted to be nice to you. Cupping her chin in her hands, Xiaonan looked askance at Zhu Baogua. Your mom passed away at an early age. I have a mom. Shall I share my mom with you? If her mother had a son like Zhu Baogua, she would be thrilled. She would definitely treat him well as if he was her biological son. You are courting death. Zhu Baogua smashed his fists on the table, his eyes red in anger. Mother was a taboo for Zhu Baogua. Whoever said it would be in for trouble. Look, isn't it the same? Other people might be afraid of Zhu Baogua, but Xiaonan was not. I may be poor now, but I will earn lots of money in the future. I do not need your money. You. Zhu Baogua could not stay angry, but he was also displeased with her words. Looking at Xiaonan, he could not wait to bite at something to ease his frustration. Zhu Baogua jumped around in frustration, as if he had ticks on him. Xiaonan looked at him and sighed. This character of mine. I do not know how to get along well with others and would offend others unknowingly. I have a sharp tongue, and my words might hurt others. Xiaonan could sense that Zhu Baogua was sincere and genuine about making friends with her. It was rare that someone treated her with kindness. She could not bear to shut him out. But this was her personality. There were some habits that she just could not change. To put it bluntly, both of them were problematic kids. It would be difficult to get along with each other. I am a man. I wouldn't argue with you. Zhu Baogua's eyes spewed fire. But Xiaonan's explanation doused his anger. It was as if ice water was being poured over the blazing fire. Xiaonan arched her eyebrows in surprise when she saw that Zhu Baogua had calmed down and was no longer angry with her. Zhu Baogua was known for his bad temper. Most people would not be able to accept her explanation, yet Zhu Baogua accepted it. He was a good kid after all. What's there to look at? Didn't you say that you would rather look at the books than at me? Look at your books. Zhu Baogua blushed in embarrassment. He covered Xiaonan's face with the books, avoiding her eyes. Xiaonan laughed. It seemed like Zhu Baogua would make a worthy friend. What's there to laugh about? To show off your white teeth? Zhu Baogua had relaxed and was no longer angry. Zhu Baogua knew that those brothers that followed him around in the past were only after his money. They were not sincere in making friends with him. They hung around him for his money, but would be the first to run off when he was in trouble. But Xiaonan was different. Even if he wanted to treat her differently, she also refused vehemently. Zhu Baogua was not stupid. He could tell if one was sincere or not. If one could have a sincere and loyal friend, no one would like to mix with fair-weather friends. But it was just that Zhu Baogua had never had the chance in the past. Zhao Yu's eyes reddened. She was full of anger and jealousy when she saw how unaffected Zhu Baogua was by Xiaonan's blunt words, and that they seemed to be closer than before. She remembered there was once when someone mentioned about Zhu Baogua's late mother in front of him, and Zhu Baogua gave that person a furious kick. If not for the bystanders who stopped him, judging from his ferocious look, Zhu Baogua might have beaten that person to death. When other people mentioned Zhu Baogua's mother, he would beat them up. So how could Xiaonan escape his wrath when she spoke of his mother? This was unfair. Zhao Yu, who was thinking about this, did not realize that there was no fairness in these things. There was no valid reason behind her enmity towards Xiaonan as well. No matter how bitter Zhao Yu felt, Xiaonan and Zhu Baogua had been getting along well with each other. Time flew past. Xiaonan had just started to make changes to her sorrowful life that she had in the previous lifetime. But in a blink, half of the semester had passed. Xiaonan and Xiao Zijin were both preparing for their midterm exams. Xiaonan was better prepared compared to the last time. In fact, she was looking forward to the midterm exams. She wanted to know how her revision was going. Even if the exams might not be an accurate indication of how she did for her revision, at the very least, she would have a rough gauge of her standard. As compared to Xiao Nan, who was full of anticipation, Zhu Baoguo did not have confidence in the exams. If I did not do well, would you? Would you look down on me? Isn't it normal for you not to do well? Xiao Nan arched her eyebrows. She had only tutored Zhu Baoguo for about a month, unless he cheated in the exams. If not, it was impossible for him to do well. Right? Forget that I said it. Xiao Nan's words might seem like she was looking down on Zhu Baoguo, but what she said was the truth. They had known each other for more than a month. Zhu Baoguo had been used to her way of speaking. She would not beat about the bush, and she would always hurt others inadvertently with her blunt truths. School ended earlier as the students were having exams. Xiao Nan did not feel like going home, so she went to the Li house with Zhu Baoguo to do revision. Elder Li knew that according to the school schedule, his grandson was in the midst of his midterm exams. He thought of asking about his exams. Elder Li had neglected his grandson for years. Now that he wanted to mend their relationship, he realized that he had no idea how to communicate with him. Besides, his grandson never used to put his mind into studying. He should not harbor any hopes of him doing well for his exams, especially when he saw that as soon as his grandson and Xiao Nan reached Li house, he did not play around. Instead, he took out his books and started reading. Upon seeing that, Elder Li told himself it was within his expectation if his grandson had done badly for his exams. But even so, he was still happy with his change of attitude. By the time Xiao Nan reached home, everyone was home. Despite a day of work, Ding Jai was not tired. She hung around Xiao Zijin, asking about her results for the midterm exams. Ding Jai had a job now, and she got to know more people. Moreover, she had 2 daughters, thus she naturally knew that her daughters would be having midterm exams around this time of the year. Nan Nan is back. Xiao Dongliang was full of smiles, his tone full of affection. Xiao Nan arched her eyebrows when she saw the attitude of her parents. It seemed that Xiao Zijin had done pretty well in her midterm exams. It would be a festive mood in the Qiao family whenever Xiao Zijin did well in her exams. But when Xiao Nan had good results, she would only get a good from Xiao Dongliang. Nan Nan, your sister had her midterm exams. How about you? Unlike the cold and indifferent attitude of Ding Jai, Xiao Dongliang was concerned about Xiao Nan. I had my exams. I just finished them today. Xiao Nan put down her bag and poured herself a cup of water. In Elder Li's house, their nanny would always serve her tea, but she was used to drinking plain water. How do you think you did for your exams? No idea. I have to see the results to know. Xiao Nan felt good about her exams. She felt more confident compared to her last exams. But it seemed that Xiao Zijin had done well in her exams, hence Xiao Nan did not bother to say too much, lest she dampen her parents' high spirits. When Xiao Zijin was in the limelight, it would not be good for Xiao Nan to steal her limelight. If not, her mother would not let her off. Xiao Zijin was happy at Xiao Nan's words. She lifted her chin and said, Nan Nan, did you flunk your exams like last time? You should have an idea of how you do for the exams. But it's okay. Do not be too anxious. I can catch up on my grades, so can you. Besides, your results have always been good. You really flunked your exams? Xiao Dongliang's countenance wobbled. Could it be that Nan Nan's results were affected as she had to tutor Baoguo? If so, should she continue to tutor Baoguo? At the next moment, Xiao Dongliang put his heart to rest. If Xiao Nan did not do well in her exams, he would not need to say another word, and the Li family would get another tutor for Zhu Baoguo. After all, if Xiao Nan's results were as bad as Zhu Baoguo, she could not help him. By that time, when the younger daughter no longer needed to tutor Zhu Baoguo, she would have more time for revision and would be able to catch up. I am not too sure. It's more or less that way. Xiao Nan did not cherish much hope for Xiao Dongliang. She gave a faint smile and did not say much as usual. In terms of studies, as one advances to another level, it gets more and more difficult, but this should be the case. As the saying goes, a man at 5 may be a fool at 15. Zijin is so smart and hardworking. Ding Jai felt proud and elated. She could finally hold her head high. 5,000 yuan was nothing. No matter how much it was worth, it was incomparable to the future and prospects of the elder daughter. The teachers at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China were really capable, better than the others. When Ding Jai was at work, She would always chat with her colleagues about Xiao Zijin, who studied at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Everyone in Pingqing knew about the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Anyone who managed to enroll into the high school must have been very intelligent and had good future prospects. When her colleagues heard that Ding Jiai's daughter was studying at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, they were full of praise for Xiao Zijin, saying that she must be very smart and that she would be successful in the future. Ding Jiai could be assured that she could lead a good life. Ding Jiai found it inappropriate to tell them that her daughter did not do very well for her middle school exams, and that she spent some money to enroll her into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. If not, she would love to tell them that the teachers at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China were really capable. After studying at the high school, Xiao Zijin, who was once an average student, had improved tremendously and was the top student now. Ding Jiai had absolute trust in Xiao Zijin's words. It never crossed her mind that if the teachers at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China were capable of creating miracles, making a silk purse out of a sow's ear, the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China would be full of top students. No one would have bad results. Don't be anxious. Since Zijin managed to catch up on her results, Nan can do it as well. Xiao Dongliang looked at Ding Jiai in disapproval. How could it be the same? How can the teachers at the other schools be comparable to the teachers at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? In this life, Xiao Nan could never have the chance of studying at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Therefore, there was no way that she could catch up on her studies. That's simple. Since Zijin can study at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, why can't Nan? Nan's results used to be better than Zijin. It would be good if she could go to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. She would be able to catch up on her studies. Xiao Dongliang laughed coldly. No, she had already said that if her results are not satisfactory, she wouldn't go to that high school. We do not have so much money at home. Ding Jiai turned green with anger. She did not wish to see that Xiao Nan and Xiao Zijin had the same treatment. I have said before, you will take care of Zijin while I am in charge of Nan. I wouldn't take the money from our house. If she really did badly, I will think of other ways. Xiao Dongliang looked at Ding Jiai with a forced smile on his face. If I do not have the abilities, there would be someone who has the abilities. Mom, I am hungry. Shall we make dinner? Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiai were about to break into a fight, and the topic made Xiao Zijin uncomfortable. She cut in and tried to stop them. Her mother had spent all the money at home. If her father wanted to send Xiao Nan to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, he would have to seek Grandpa Li's help to fork out a sum of money. Her father would definitely have to borrow that money. Anything borrowed had to be returned. If their family had external debts and had not enough to feed all of them, given her character, her mother would definitely tighten the purse strings and cut down on her allowances so as to save the money to repay the debts. All said, the money that was supposed to be spent on her would then be used for Xiao Nan's enrollment. Most importantly, when Xiao Dongliang mentioned that he might look for external help, Xiao Zijin was worried that he might seek elderly's help. He might spill the truth about the secret to her enrollment. Her mother had gathered that the Xiao family and Li family had not been in contact with each other for ages. Since they had not been keeping in touch, Grandpa Li would help them on the account that it was the last request that the Xiao family had of him. By then, she would have settled the enrollment problem, and her father would not find out the truth. This would be kept a secret forever. But now that Xiao family and Li family were in contact with each other, if Grandpa Li was to tell her father about the truth, Xiao Zijin could not imagine the thunderstorms that would be stirred up in her family. After pulling Ding Jiai to the kitchen, Xiao Zijin said, "Mom, stop picking on Nan in front of Dad. We are the ones who would suffer in the end. In particular her. As long as Xiaonan has agreed to it, it doesn't matter how Dad thinks about it. But if you continue with your ways and agitate Dad, he might borrow money from Grandpa Li to get Xiaonan into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. By then, not only would we have a lot of external debts, Grandpa Li might mention my enrollment to Dad. What do you think his reaction will be? Even if there was no way for Xiaonan to quit school and work, her mother should try to cut down on Xiaonan's expenses, lest her father spent too much of his hard-earned money on her. Her mother had always been quarreling with her father. Because of all these quarrels, her father had given the money that was meant for her to Xiaonan instead. If he could seek Uncle Lee's help for Nan, he would not dare to raise his voice at me if he finds out that I have been to Grandpa Lee regarding your enrollment. Aren't they the same? Ding Jiai refused to admit defeat, but her tone calmed down. It would be a waste of my time and energy to pick on her. Mom, it's good that you can straighten out your thoughts. Xiao Zijin was relieved that Ding Jiai was willing to listen to her. Xiao Zijin noticed that whenever her parents quarreled, Xiao Nan would be the one who benefited from it, while she was the one on the losing end. During dinner time, Ding Jiai had a change of attitude. She no longer picked on Xiao Nan. Instead, she concentrated on praising Xiao Zijin, saying that she would definitely be able to get into a first-tier university and study at the capital. When Xiao Zijin found a job, settled down, and have a family at the capital, she and Xiao Dongliang would stay with Xiao Zijin at the capital, leading a life of leisure and comfort. Xiao Dongliang's countenance did not change when he heard Ding Jiai's words. In fact, his silence seemed to say that he agreed with her. Xiao Nan buried her face and laughed at her parents' reaction. In the previous life, Xiao Zijin was married to Chen Jun. She stayed in a small villa and had a limousine. But even so, she did not give a single cent to her parents. In fact, they had to give her money instead. In this life, it sounded amusing and hilarious to say that Xiao Zijin would take care of her parents and let them live in comfort. It reminded her of a popular saying years later: fantasy is always good, but the reality is always cruel. Xiao Nan, who was well aware of Xiao Zijin's selfishness, could not help but hand it to her when she looked to be in high spirits at her mother's words. The Xiao Zijin in this life would not have agreed to her mother's words as well. When her mother said that Xiao Zijin would have to bear the responsibility of taking care of her parents, she could still talk animatedly without batting an eyelid and nodded in agreement to her mother's words. Xiao Nan smirked. It was no wonder that she was totally defeated by Xiao Zijin in the previous life. Even in this life, she could never match up to the glib-tongued Xiao Zijin. On Sunday, Ding Jiai sent off Xiao Zijin in high spirits, with hopes that she would bring back good news with her. The next day morning, Xiao Dongliang thought for a while and said to Xiao Nan, "Don't be too worried or give yourself too much stress. It's okay if you did not do well. It's only half of a semester. Besides, there's still half a year to go. We can take things slowly. Even if you really did badly, as long as you wanted to study, I will definitely support you." As for whether he would fork out the money for Xiao Nan to enroll into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China like Xiao Zijin, Xiao Dongliang dared not make a promise right now. "Thank you, Dad." Xiao Nan gave Xiao Dongliang a relaxed smile, took her bag, and left before him. She is really shameless. She could still smile when she did badly in her exams. Ding Jiai had a look of disdain on her face as she watched Xiao Nan left the house. "What did you say?" Xiao Dongliang snarled and chided Ding Jiai. "Have you forgotten what I said previously? You have no say over Nan's affairs. Since you don't wish to take care of her, then you have to relinquish all your authority over her. Not a word from you ever." "Fine," Ding Jiai muttered grumpily. "I am going off to work. Remember to close all the doors and windows before leaving." She did not have the time and effort to pick on Xiao Nan. Rather than wasting time on Xiao Nan, she would rather think of ways to work hard and to earn more money so as to send Zijin to the university and for overseas studies. "You are here?" Zhu Baoguo reached school earlier than Xiao Nan. "You are so early?" Xiao Nan's eyes flickered in surprise. Has Hades frozen over? Ever since coming back to school, though Zhu Baoguo did not play truant or arrive late, he was never this early before. "I woke up early today. Is there anything wrong?" Zhu Baoguo turned his face sideways, avoiding Xiao Nan's eyes. Whenever she looked into his eyes, he had the feeling that he could hide nothing from her. It was so strange. After all, she was just a young lady. No problem at all. Xiao Nan knew when to draw the line. She knew that if she was to continue, Zhu Baoguo might turn hostile. The first lesson in the morning was the form teacher, Teacher Chen's lessons, mathematics. Teacher Chen walked into the classroom in high spirits. Most of the students breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Teacher Chen's expression. It seemed like they did not do too badly in the exams. It was the midterm exams after all, the second most important exams in a semester. Very few students could be indifferent towards their results, especially when they were in a good class. For this midterm exams, the class's results were satisfactory. I am very pleased that some of the students have made improvements. Teacher Chun cast a glance in the direction of Xiao Nan. Those students who noticed Teacher Chin's expression make noises at their seats. It seemed that Teacher Chun was in high spirits as Xiao Nan had done well. The teacher was so good to Xiao Nan. But everyone must bear this in mind. One must be humble in victory and gracious in defeat. We must continue to work hard and make improvements. I will hand out the papers now. Xiao Nan. Teacher Chun did not announce the results, but Xiao Nan's paper was placed on the top of the stack. It was obvious that Teacher Chun had taken a look at the papers before arriving at the classroom. A lot of the students craned their necks trying to get a glimpse of Xiao Nan's results. But she folded the papers in half as soon as she received it and returned to her seat. Everyone could only see the ticks on the questions, with no indication of any deduction in marks. 100 points? Zhu Baogua arched his eyebrows. His desk mate was so extraordinary, her results were truly outstanding. It would be good if it's 100 points. Xiao Nan sighed. 98 points. Xiao Nan had a rough gauge of her marks before receiving her papers. She was confident about the new knowledge learned in this semester. But the last question in the fill-in-the-blank section of the maths paper was much more complicated and difficult. Even though she did not leave it blank, she had no confidence in getting it correct. As expected, she saw a cross on that question and 2 marks being deducted. That's a very good result, Zhu Baogua said in surprise. Did you think that it would be that easy to score 90 points and above, and that it was that common to score 95 points and above just like in the elementary school? He clicked his tongue. For him, it would be marvelous if he could score 89 points, not to mention 98 points. Though Xiao Nan and Zhu Baogua were whispering to each other, a lot of the students had overheard their conversation. They were all surprised at Xiao Nan's grade of 98 points. No wonder Teacher Chun said that Xiao Nan had made tremendous improvements. She was only a few marks short of a perfect score. It was not easy to get this result. She was the top student after all. It was only not long ago that she fell below her standard. Yet she had got back on track in such a short period of time. By the time everyone got their papers, Teacher Chun said, the highest score in our class for mathematics was 98 points. But the highest score in the level was 99.5 points. That student left out a period in the answer. We must put in extra efforts and to take this as a learning example, not to commit the same mistake. This deduction of half a point is a pity, isn't it? A sheer pity. If not for the period, it could have been a perfect score. There was nothing that was more unjust than this. All right, let's analyze the papers now. Teacher Chun went through the papers quickly, highlighting the parts where most of the students did not answer correctly. Of course, the question in fill-in-the-blank section with a 100% failure rate was the main highlight of the discussion. All right, the lesson is over. Xiao Nan waited for Teacher Chun to leave the classroom before stretching her hand towards Zhu Baogua. Don't hide it anymore. Let me take a look at your paper. No. Why should I give my paper to you? Zhu Baogua stiffened. He wished that he could tear up his papers right in front of Xiao Nan. As compared to Xiao Nan's paper, which had such pretty results, Zhu Baogua's paper was just like the scene of a traffic accident. It was a horrible sight to see. Would I not know where's your standard? Do you think I would have other thoughts after looking at your papers? Xiao Nan sighed. If she was to judge someone based on results, she would not have wasted her time on Zhu Baogua. Elderly only wanted me to keep an eye on you. He did not want me to make sure that you do well for your exams. I wanted to look at your papers as I treated you as my friend. If you do not wish for me to look at your paper, I won't. Go ahead and have a look. Zhu Baogua was appeased by Xiao Nan's words. He relaxed his tight lips and handed the papers to Xiao Nan reluctantly. Xiao Nan was as calm as the Dead Sea when she looked at her papers, but when she looked at Zhu Baogua's papers, she widened her eyes and had a look of surprise on her face. Zhu Baogua's face reddened in anger. You hand it back to me. Didn't she say that she would not judge someone based on results? What does Xiao Qiao mean by her expression? Were his results way below her expectations? Zhu Baogua, I have realized that you are very bright. Xiao Nan praised him while looking through his papers. Xiao Nan, are you praising Zhu Baogua or mocking him? Zhao Yu smirked. Everyone knew where Zhu Baogua's standard was. It would have been difficult for someone like him who never turned up for school to pass the exams. How could Zhu Baogua be associated with being bright? Zhu Baogua glared in anger. What do you mean by that? Xiao Nan might not be the type who would mock him, but it would be impossible to praise him. Nobody would praise him for having such a bad result. He could not bring himself to say his own grades. Take a look at it yourself. Xiaonan placed the papers in front of Zhu Baoguo. You haven't been to school for a long time. I went through the new knowledge that was taught in this semester with you. This few questions, and this question, and the other few questions. You have got the answers correctly for most of the questions that tested on the topics that I covered with you. As for those that you answered wrongly, they were all those that I did not go through with you. Zhu Baoguo, you are really quite brilliant. I only went through them once with you, yet you can take in all the information and concepts. Xiaonan meant it with her sincerest heart when she praised Zhu Baoguo. Zhu Baoguo definitely had the knack for science subjects. After Xiaonan's detailed explanation, Zhu Baoguo knew that Xiaonan meant it from the bottom of her heart when she praised him. Zhu Baoguo was used to being scolded. As it was the first time someone had praised him, he blushed in embarrassment and felt awkward. As long as I put my heart into it, there's nothing that I wouldn't excel in. Of course, you have done a good job teaching me. Compared to the teachers that his grandpa hired for him previously, other than their temper, they were also not good in teaching. He could not take in what they said at all. Keep up the good work. You would surpass me and make huge improvements in the future. Xiaonan could feel the pressure. She had been through Rebirth. Her comprehension skills and receptive abilities should be stronger than her peers. More importantly, she had a goal in mind, hence she would put in efforts to work towards her goals. It was normal for her to improve gradually, but it was different for Zhu Baoguo. He was not the least bit interested. He was dragged into studying by Xiaonan. He did not put in much effort yet he made tremendous improvements. Compared to her, Zhu Baoguo had the talent for studying. Come, explain to me how to solve this problem. Zhu Baoguo lifted his chin, proud of Xiaonan's surprised expression. All right, let's bring out your mathematics book first. Let's go through some knowledge points before we talk about the solutions. The second lesson was Chinese. As compared to the joyous expression on Teacher Chen's face, Teacher Li only looked slightly better than last time. Hand out the papers, have a look and do some reflection. Obviously, Teacher Li's words was directed at Xiaonan. Teacher Li, I will give out the papers. Zhao Yu smiled. She scored lower than Xiaonan for maths, but judging from Teacher Li's expression, she definitely scored better than Xiaonan. She was all thrilled to hand out the papers. She still remembered that previously Xiaonan scored 85 points, while she scored 89 points. All right, take them. Teacher Li passed the papers to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu knew which group the students belonged to. She only had to hand the papers to the person sitting in the first row, and they would pass down the papers. She was quite efficient in handing down the papers. While handing out the papers, Zhao Yu saw her results 88 points. It was not too bad, though her result last time was higher by 1 mark. She finally reached Xiaonan's papers. As soon as she saw Xiaonan's name on the papers, her eyes searched for the results. Her smile froze on her face. 92 marks? Zhao Yu was stunned. She stopped handing out the papers and started to flip through Xiaonan's paper. She couldn't believe that Xiaonan would score above 90 marks for her Chinese in such a short period of time. The teachers must have made a mistake. She saw that Xiaonan's essay had the same score as before. Only 1 mark was deducted from the essay. On the other hand, 5 marks was deducted from Zhao Yu's essay. Looking at Xiaonan's essay, she felt as if she was being slapped on the face. Zhao Yu, this is Xiaonan's paper. Aren't you going to give them out? The student who sat in front of Nan saw that Zhao Yu stood frozen on the spot with Xiaonan's papers and made no move to hand them out. The student said out of impatience, no matter how you stare at it, Xiaonan scored 92 points for her Chinese. It couldn't be wrong. The student's accusation made a defeated Zhao Yu flush in embarrassment. She clenched her fist and tried to contain the tears swimming in her eyes. She handed out the rest of the papers in silence and returned to her seat. She did not hear a single word of what Teacher Li said thereafter. When the school bells rang, Zhao Yu sat bent motionless over her desk. When it was time for lessons, her desk mate Zhou noticed that Zhao Yu's eyes looked red and puffy, as if she had just cried. Zhou twitched his lips. What was there to cry about? She must be sick. Like the last time, the results for the 3 subjects were out. As compared to last time, Xiaonan's total score for the 3 subjects had increased by 20 points. Her ranking in the level had jumped to the top 10, and she was ranked among the top 3 in her class. She had gotten back on track. to her usual standard. You are really awesome. Zhu Baoguo was all excited at Xiaonan's results. No wonder his grandpa would get him a peer to coach him. He never imagined that Xiao Xiao would do so well for her exams. It was average. Xiaonan was not really happy. She could have these results as it was only junior high exams. If the exams were on the combined knowledge points of the 3 years of junior high school, she had no idea how she would fare. Xiaonan's focus was on the combined exams, not on the exams right now. The results for the common tests did not matter. What was more important was the final results for the middle school exams. You are too modest. Zhu Baoguo patted Xiao Nan on her shoulder. Your father and your mother will be thrilled to death when they know of your results. If he could have the same results just once, his grandpa and grandma would be extremely happy. Zhu Baoguo grew frustrated at the thought of his cousins. They would always brag about their results in front of him, teasing him for being a slacker. At first, Zhu Baoguo detested top students like Xiao Nan. But during that time, he heard that Xiao Nan's results was dropping. Moreover, she was his life savior. Hence, he agreed to having her as his tutor. If Xiao Nan had been a top student all along, Zhu Baoguo might have just thanked her for saving his life and rejected the idea of taking tutoring lessons from her. Thrilled to death? Xiao Nan was amused at this. Her father would be thrilled. As for her mother, it would mean death to her. If she put the two expressions together, it would be thrilled to death. Zhu Baoguo had no idea what Xiaonan was smiling about. He thought that she was just happy. That night when she reached home, Xiao Dongliang asked about her results. Ding Jiai pricked her ears and listened carefully. When Xiaonan told them of her results, Xiao Dongliang was thrilled, while Ding Jiai pulled down her face and gave Xiaonan a disdainful stare. But Ding Jiai had been warned by Xiao Dongliang umpteen times. This time she did not badmouth Xiaonan. She snorted disdainfully and went to prepare dinner. Zijin would be back 2 weeks later. She would definitely do better than Xiaonan. It was of no use to do well in junior high. What was important was to do well in high school. Doing well in junior high would only get you into a good high school. But doing well in high school could make sure you enter a good college. Upon entering a good college, one could be ensured of a high-paying job. Nan, you have done well this time. How about Zhu Baoguo? Xiao Dongliang was concerned about Zhu Baoguo after he was done asking about Xiaonan. He is pretty smart. He gave the correct answers for all the questions that I taught him. How much did he score? He did not pass. This will not do. Xiao Dongliang frowned. Nan, since you are tutoring Baoguo, you must make sure you do a good job and help him to improve his results. It's not good enough that you do well. You must make sure that Baoguo had good results as well. You should know Grandpa Li took great care of me in the past. You have to repay the debts on my behalf. You have to make sure that Baoguo does well in his exams as well. Do you understand? Xiaonan pursued her lips, looked at Xiao Dongliang for a while, and replied coldly, I understand. Nan, I know that you might find it difficult, but I have my own difficulties as well. You can spend the weekend tutoring Baoguo. You do not need to help out at home. During the weekdays, you can make use of your time to study. You must juggle your time between both and place the same importance on these two tasks. Her father quoted the words of the great leader just to get her to tutor Zhu Baoguo. Xiaonan twitched her lips and forced a smile on her face. I understand. Good. You must make sure to study hard. Dad will not disturb you. Leave all the chores to your mom. Xiao Dongliang patted Xiaonan on her shoulder happily. He then instructed Ding Jiai not to disturb Xiaonan when she was studying at home. Ding Jiai was displeased at his words. I had a long day at work. I am tired to the bones. There are so many chores to do. Why can't she help me out? Old Xiao, don't you think you have gone way overboard? There's nothing wrong with it. Wasn't it the same for other people? Xiao Dongliang laughed in anger. In his department, there were a lot of his female colleagues who had to work and take care of their children. They have in-laws to help them to take care of the children. I had 2 daughters. Nobody was around to help me. Can other people be compared with her? But you were not working at that time. You basically just stayed at home to look after the children, and I helped to bring up Nan as well. Xiao Dongliang might have kept his silence, but that did not mean that he was unaware or had forgotten about it. If not for the fact that Ding Jiai complained that milk powder was too expensive, she would not have bothered to breastfeed Xiaonan. After feeding her for less than half a year, she complained that it was too toilsome on her and had stopped feeding her. Luckily, the families nearby reared goats. The goats had just given birth and had milk for its offspring. The families felt that Xiao Nan was very pitiful, and they boiled the goat's milk and gave it to her. At times, Ding Jia found it too troublesome. It was Qiao Dongliang who prepared the milk for Xiao Nan. Ding Jia did not really do her part in bringing up the child. Even if Xiao Nan had closed her door, she could still hear the quarreling sounds of her parents. Xiao Nan pursed her lips and continued to do her work. In the past, she had to help out with household chores and had no time to study. Now that she had to tutor Zhu Baoguo, at the very least, she had the weekdays to revise. She stood to gain from this arrangement. Ever since the rebirth, she had learned to set her thinking straight. In this lifetime, she had the chance to study. There was no need to compare herself to Qiao Zijin. She only had to make sure that she led a better life than herself in the previous life. Given that she had 5 days' worth of study time at home and she would no longer need to do housework, as compared to the previous life, this current life was already so much better. In the previous life, she had to work during the day and help out with household chores at night. On the contrary, her mother stayed at home the whole day long. Apart from preparing meals, the rest of the housework was done by Xiao Nan. Sometimes Xiao Nan even had to wash the clothes for the whole family. In this life, besides washing her own clothes, Xiao Nan did not need to do other chores. She had more time for her studies. With that, Xiao Nan felt better. Her weakness was Chinese. Besides Chinese, she also had no confidence in chemistry as well. But the books that she received previously basically covered almost all of the subjects and topics that Xiao Nan was not good at. Who would have such a clear understanding of her studies to have given her the exercise books on the topics and subjects that she was weak in? In the beginning, Xiao Nan had doubts about the intended recipient of these books. But after looking at the contents, she was sure that these were for her. If not, it would not be such a coincidence. Maintain your strengths while working on your weaknesses. To get the results, every subject must be tackled. Ding Jia had to obey Qiao Dongliang's words. There was no way that she could make Xiao Nan share the burden of the housework. This weekend, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Zijin was home. Zijin, aren't you supposed to be back next week? Why are you back this week? Ding Jia poured her a glass of water and asked her. Our school is having a sports meet, that's why I am back. Mom, how did Xiao Nan do in her exams this time? The results should already be out. Zijin did not forget about Xiao Nan's exams. Don't mention it. What she said that day was purely to hoodwink us. She had gotten back on track with her exams this time. She was among the top 10 in the level and the top 3 in her class. Ding Jia looked defeated at the mention of this. Xiao Nan made such a tremendous improvement. Her results rose and fell just like a rocket. How about you? Your results are out as well. How did you do this time? Ding Jia's eyes sparkled. She was more interested in the elder daughter's results. That's right, Zijin. How are your midterm exams? Qiao Dongliang, who just came back, overheard their conversation and asked in concern. Similar to what I had before, not as much improvement as Xiao Nan. Xiao Zijin was not quite pleased. That's incomparable. The students at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China are the cream of the crop. Can all of the students at Xiao Nan School enroll in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? The ranking is incomparable. Ding Jia praised Xiao Zijin. It's all right. You just have to maintain your standard. The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China was the key high school in Pingcheng. A significant percentage of their students could make it into the first-tier key university. If Zijin could maintain her standard and stay in the top 8 places in her class, she should be able to get into the first-tier university. If not, a second-tier university would be just as good. As for Xiaonan School, one still could not say for sure how many of the students would make it to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, not to mention getting into a first-tier or second-tier university. Still the 8th place in class? Well, it is more than enough. Xiao Dongliang sounded slightly disappointed. He thought that the elder daughter would improve in her ranking. He did not expect that she would still be ranked 8th in class. How was your ranking among your level? Xiao Nan told them her ranking in both the class and the level. Naturally, Qiao Dongliang would like to know how Qiao Zijin did in detail as well. In our high school, we only have the ranking within the class. We do not rank the students according to the level. This is not the final year exams. Xiao Zijin rolled her eyes and thought of an idea. It was the truth that she ranked the 8th place in class. But she was way behind Xiao Nan in terms of her ranking in the level. Xiao Zijin had originally planned to tell her parents of her ranking in the level. But when she heard that Xiao Nan ranked in the top 10, she decided to keep silent about her ranking. If she was to tell them, her poor results would be a stark contrast to Xiao Nan's good results. Xiao Nan had just entered the house. She laughed to herself when she overheard Xiao Zijin's words. In junior high school, the students would always be ranked according to the level, so it was amusing that the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China did not rank students according to the level. But seeing that her parents had believed Xiao Zijin's words, Xiao Nan made no other comments. "Dad, I will bathe first." Xiao Nan put down her stuff in her room, took her clothes, and went to bathe. Both Xiao Zijin and Xiao Nan had sports meets in their schools. Unlike Xiao Zijin, who only cheered from the sides, Xiao Nan took part in the actual sports events. She knew that there would be questions related to sports and microcomputer experiments in the middle school exams, so her participation would be an added bonus in the exams. "Go ahead." Xiao Dongliang smiled widely at Xiao Nan. Xiao Zijin, who was not too pleased, pouted when she saw how Xiao Dongliang smiled affectionately at Xiao Nan. She knew that the reason behind her father's change in attitude towards Xiao Nan was that she gave Zhu Baogua tuition and, in a way, helped her father to repay the debt of gratitude towards Grandpa Li. She could do it as well. "Dad, I have no more pins left. I will get one from Nan's room." Ever since the decrease in her monthly allowance and the money that she spent on her dance costume, Xiao Zijin was more careful in her spending. She could no longer stock up on pins or buy new stationery. If there was not a real need, she would not buy new stuff. Now that she had no more pins, she would just borrow a few pins from Xiao Nan. But there was no way that she was going to return them. Xiao Zijin opened Xiao Nan's bag and made it a point to empty the contents. Xiao Nan had a total of 3 pins. Their designs were shabby and they all looked the same. It was not the type of pins that she used to buy. Xiao Zijin grunted and grabbed one of the new pins. "Oh?" Xiao Zijin chanced upon one of Xiao Nan's books. There were millions of words on it. Xiao Zijin took a closer look at one of the pages. At one glance, she realized that it was an essay. Xiao Zijin had never seen or heard this essay before. Xiao Zijin might not be good at writing essays, but she could tell if it was well written or not. Xiao Zijin thought for a while and twitched her lips. She not only took one of Xiao Nan's pins, she also tore off the page with the essay. In order not to be discovered by Xiao Nan, Xiao Zijin tore off the empty page connecting to the essay page as well. She made sure to tear it off nicely, so that Xiao Nan would not realize it in an instant. With that, she took the 2 items and left Xiao Nan's room. By the time Xiao Nan returned to her room from her bath, she saw that her bag was being opened and the contents were scattered all over the room. Xiao Zijin was the only one in the house who was capable of this. If it was her mother, she would rather throw the bag away than wasting her efforts to search through it. "Nan, your sister came into your room just now to get a pin from you." Xiao Dongliang came at the moment to notify Xiao Nan. Xiao Dongliang could not help but frown when he saw the contents of the bag being scattered all around. "Your sister is so insensible. It was just a pin. Did she have to make such a mess? Nan, you would have to tidy up later." "Oh." Xiao Nan could not think of anything to say. Her father knew that it was wrong of Xiao Zijin to do this, yet he could only make such a remark. What made Xiao Nan speechless was that he could say this to her, but he would not utter a word to Xiao Zijin. Xiao Nan knew that Xiao Dongliang was only paying lip service. He did not really mean it, so she gave her response absent-mindedly. In the previous life, after Xiao Zijin committed adultery and left the marriage without any maintenance or marital compensation, she blamed her divorce with Chun Jun entirely on Xiao Nan. Besides her mother who pampered her, her father was also responsible for this temperament of hers. Xiao Nan could only tidy up the mess that Xiao Zijin made and put them in the study room. During dinner time, Xiao Nan did not notice that Xiao Zijin kept stealing furtive glances at her. It was only when Xiao Zijin was sure that Xiao Nan did not think anything was amiss that she settled down to eat. "Xiao Nan, Teacher Li wanted to see you in the office." On Monday at school, Zhao Yu passed the message to Xiao Nan in disgruntlement. "Thank you." Even though Zhao Yu was merely relaying message for Teacher Li, Xiao Nan was still polite to Zhao Yu. Xiao Nan did what she had to do. Zhao Yu sat down in her chair, puffing in anger. Her good friend leaned in and asked, "Why would Teacher Lee ask Xiang Nan to go to the office?" Everything except to reprimand her. Even if Teacher Lee was not satisfied with Xiao Nan's results, Xiao Nan scored 92 points for her midterm exams. Teacher Lee might be dissatisfied, but it was only because the teacher had high expectations of Xiao Nan. Not everyone would be able to score 90 points and above for Chinese in junior high school. Teacher Lee said that there is an essay competition in the province and would like Xiao Nan to participate. What about you? You are the representative of the Chinese subject. It made no sense that Xiao Nan could participate while Zhao Yu could not. Of course I would participate. Zhao Yu arched her eyebrows. This is only the preliminary round. The school will hold a selection to cut down to 5 participants. I am one of the 5 participants. I thought the students can just participate in the essay competition directly? Of course not. This is the province essay competition after all. But there were 5 slots. Her essays were pretty well written. It could not be wrong. She was definitely one of the 5 participants. You must work hard. We have lost out to Xiao Nan in terms of results. We must squash her in the essay competition no matter what. Zhao Yu, you can do it. I have to. Let's wait and see. Her friend was egging her on, and Zhao Yu was so boastful and arrogant. Zhou could not help but laugh at them. Like Zhao Yu said, Teacher Lee asked to see Xiao Nan with regards to the essay competition. Teacher Lee and all the teachers in the Chinese team knew that given Xiao Nan's standard, if she did not participate in the essay competition, there was no one else who would be qualified enough to participate. Teacher Lee, can I not participate in the competition? You should know my results. I have a lot of knowledge points to revise. It would take up too much of my time to participate in the competition. One had to go through 1 round of selection in school and then proceeded to take part in the province competition. All these rounds would take up too much time. Even when she tutored Zhu Baogua during the weekend, Xiao Nan spent most of the time doing her own revision. Xiao Nan did not want to waste more of her time. Xiao Nan, I would recommend you to take part in the competition. If you manage to get a prize, it would add points to your middle school exams. Teacher Lee knew that Xiao Nan was most concerned about the exams and used that to persuade Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan was so concerned about not wasting her time so that she could revise. It was all for the sake of doing well in the middle school exams. She believed that Xiao Nan would take up the offer if she knew that it would add points to the exams. But I would have to go through 1 round of selection in school. Xiao Nan frowned. After selecting the 5 students, we would still need to go for essay training? Let's do it this way. I will try to make special arrangements for you. You do not need to sit for the preliminary rounds, and you do not need to go for essay training as well. You will skip all these and just participate in the province competition. What do you think? Teacher Lee adjusted the spectacles and said in a steadfast tone. Teacher Lee was confident that these arrangements were feasible. There was no need for Xiao Nan to go for the preliminary rounds. She could just use any 2 essays of her recent Chinese exams to participate. She would definitely be able to secure one of the 5 slots. To put it bluntly, Teacher Lee knew that it had been decided that Xiao Nan would be one of the 5 participants. Even if she agreed to Xiao Nan's request of not participating in the competition, the other teachers in the Chinese team would not agree to it. Hearing Teacher Lee's words, Xiao Nan wanted to cheer. Since Teacher Lee made this arrangement, I will definitely listen to Teacher Lee. You and your sweet tongue. All right, go back. Although you don't have to participate in the training, you should also make some preparations. Teacher Lee was pleased by Xiao Nan's words. Teacher Lee, don't worry, I will definitely be well prepared. When Xiao Nan was back, Zhao Yu glanced at her a few times. As the Chinese representative, Zhao Yu had seen Xiao Nan's essay more than once, so she was aware of the standard of Xiao Nan's essays. If Xiao Nan also took part in this essay competition, it would be difficult for her to win, not to mention to be one of the 5 participants. At the school's preliminary round of selection, Zhao Yu was relieved that she did not see Xiao Nan. It turned out that Xiao Nan had declined to participate in the essay writing competition this time. That would be great. Zhao Yu's essay writing skills were of some standard. Indeed, she managed to grab 1 out of the 5 places for the competition. During training, Zhao Yu realized that there were only 4 attendees, although there were a total of 5 participants. For the sake of doing well during the essay writing competition, Zhao did not inquire further. She was motivated and focused on competing with herself so that she could produce good essays and win a prize. Is this woman sick? Every time Zhao Yu passed by Xiao Nan, She looked like an arrogant rooster who could not wait to lift its tail to the sky. Zhu Baoguo was angered by this. What does she mean by this? What can she mean? She is happy that she can participate in the essay writing competition. Xiaonan did not have a care. She would do whatever she needed to do. Xiaonan had long heard the words spread by those who were on close terms with Zhao Yu. They were saying that it was useless that Xiaonan had good grades, as she could not even participate in the essay writing competition. In the critical times, the class still had to depend on Zhao Yu to do them proud for the Chinese language. What about you? You're not participating. Zhu Baoguo was not pleased with Zhao Yu's attitude. It was just an essay writing competition. If you wish to participate, I can help you think of a way. I can ensure that the 5 places are changed to 6. No need, I have a place. I am also participating. Xiaonan shook her head. You too? How come I don't know? I didn't see you attending the training. Zhu Baoguo raised his eyebrows. His sister was so capable and did not even need his help. Teacher Li specially granted me an exception for this, but please don't tell anyone about this. Xiaonan also knew that this matter was confidential. Although this matter was decided by Teacher Li and had nothing to do with her, it was not good for others to know about it. Cow. Zhu Baoguo also lifted his chin. Why was Zhao Yu acting like a bird? After all, his sister took one of the 5 places without even the need to take the preliminary test or attend the training. Yes. Xiaonan nodded her head. She believed that Zhu Baoguo would not say this to others. There was no point in doing so. Zhu Baoguo would not say, but there were a number of classmates around them. Although the voices of the 2 of them were not very loud, someone vaguely heard that Xiaonan would also be participating in this essay competition. 1 spread to 2, 2 to 3. Before the lesson ended, Zhao Yu already knew about this matter. Impossible. Xiaonan is lying. During the day of the preliminary round of selection, she did not even come. Moreover, she was also not qualified to attend the daily training session. How could she be one of the participants? What's wrong with Xiaonan? She dared to say this to save face. After hearing the insider information from Zhao Yu, who confirmed that Xiaonan did not join these activities, most people held the mood of watching a show to jeer at Xiaonan. So what if Xiaonan's grades were good? She loved to brag and was not a model student with good moral character. There was nothing to be proud of. No hurry. Let's wait till the day to see how she falls on her own face. This lie would not continue for long. We will see how she brag. The more she brags now, the more her face would be hurt on the day of the competition. Zhao Yu was extremely happy that she could participate, while Xiaonan weaved these nonsensical stories as she could not do so. Not long after, she would like to see how Xiaonan would lose her face. How merciless. So, Xiaonan was also capable of doing such things. After the Zhao Yu knew about this matter, she became very tolerant. Contrary to usual, she stopped talking bad about Xiaonan and would even praise Xiaonan occasionally in front of others. Upon Zhao Yu's publicity, besides the Class 1 of Secondary 3, the whole of Secondary 3 knew about this matter. Many were spreading this rumor furiously. Zhao Yu. Xiaonan's rumors were so widespread. Will teacher help her to clarify? We won't be able to watch the fun then. Zhao Yu's classmate was a little anxious. She was watching the buzz with fun and hoping that there would be more to come. What's the hurry? Even if Teacher Li clarified, Xiaonan would also lose her face. Now, the whole Secondary 3 students already knew that Xiaonan would participate in the essay writing competition. If Teacher Li clarify now, won't Xiaonan also lose her face? Anyway, this time, Xiaonan will not get away with it. What goes around comes around. Zhou Yu was overjoyed as she said this. True. The classmate laughed and returned to her own seat, while waiting for Teacher Li to expose Xiaonan's lies. But to everyone's surprise, Teacher Li did not say a word about this matter at all during the whole lesson. Until the bell rang, upon leaving the classroom, most were astonished. Teacher Li was not going to take a hand in this matter? I must clarify, I did not breathe a word to anyone about that matter. Once the class was over, Zhu Baoguo was the first to clarify to Xiaonan. He was not a busybody. It was enough that he knew about this matter, and there was no need to publicize this to the whole world. Don't worry. I will surely help you find out who was the one who spread the story. I will teach him a lesson. No need. I did not suspect you. Xiaonan said nonchalantly while she ignored the classmates who were watching the fun. You and me are not the only ones in the class. There is a saying, the walls have ears. Let the rumors pass. There is no need to investigate. Really not investigating? Did Xiao Qiao need to be so forgiving? If it were him, he would ensure that the person who treated him this way was dead. Fine. There's still one more lesson. Get ready to go home after that. Xiang packed her books and put away all the books that she needed into her school bag. Half a semester passed. Xiang felt more at ease as she had made a lot of progress in catching up with her knowledge. Coupled with the recent receipt of a revision book, Xiang felt that her current learning journey was as smooth as a God-sent gift. Who was so brilliant to have known her situation and bought her such a good book? Even if she had the money to pick it up in the bookstore, she might not be able to choose a book that suited her so well. When Xiaonan reached home, Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiayi were already around. Xiaonan put away her school bag. She saw that Ding Jiayi had a look of excitement on her face. Both eyes were as bright as the daylight. Did she pick up some money from the streets? Zijin is so capable. A prominent school lives up to its name. The high school affiliated to Renmin University of China is excellent. I feel that I have made the best decision in my life by admitting her into the school. It's not bad. Have you gotten someone to bring the money over to Zijin? Xiao Dongliang was all smiles too, with expression full of glory. Zijin is not at home. Today, you should prepare a good meal too. We can celebrate. The elder daughter was so capable. Xiao Dongliang was really pleased. Fine. Ding Jiayi agreed without any hesitation. Good food today, all thanks to Zijin. While saying that, Ding Jiayi shifted her glance to Xiaonan. If not for the sake of celebrating for Zijin, she also did not wish to prepare a good meal when Zijin was away and benefit the wretched girl. Nan is back. Xiao Dongliang, who was in a good mood, saw everything positively. Nan, Zijin got a place to participate in the provincial city essay writing competition. Your sister has really improved. Provincial city essay writing competition? Having heard this, Xiaonan raised her eyebrows. Such a coincidence? But, with Xiao Zijin's essay, was she qualified to join the competition? Yes, Nan. When you study in the senior high school, like Zijin, you will also have the opportunity to participate in the provincial city essay writing competition. At the thought that the younger daughter's grades were better, Xiao Dongliang believed that she would certainly have the chance to do so in future. Zijin asked someone to pass the message that the whole school only sent 10 people. 1 out of 10? There are so many students in the school, and all these are good students. Zijin has done us proud. Ding Jiayi became more excited as she continued. You used to control Zijin. Zijin told me that, putting the storyline aside, the writing in the novels that she read previously is good. Reading more will help greatly in essay writing. You see, Zijin did not waste money or read the books without giving any thoughts. She had a reason for reading those books. While drinking her water, Xiaonan casually asked, Dad, when is sister going to the competition? Your sister will not be back next week. She has to stay in the school for training because the essay writing competition is on the weekend of the week after next. Oh, same for me too. Same? Xiao Dongliang blinked his eyes. Nan, you are also joining the competition? Yes. What yes? Zijin is participating in the provincial city essay competition. How can it be the same? Ding Jiayi casted an unhappy look at Xiaonan. I am also joining the competition, and at the same timing as sister. That's why I said it's a coincidence. Xiaonan's words should be good news for the family, but at that moment, the smiles on the faces of Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiayi were frozen for a while. Xiao Dongliang was happy, but at this moment he had further thoughts. Xiao Zijin was able to participate in the competition and would not be coming home next week. She specially asked someone to send a message to request money from the Xiao couple to buy an essay writing book to read. When the child has progressed in her learning, performed well, and wanted to buy a decent and proper essay writing book, there was no reason for the parent to reject this request. So, Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jiayi had come up with 10 yuan and asked the messenger to pass it to Xiao Zijin. There comes the problem. Both daughters would be joining the competition. He had given the elder daughter 10 yuan to purchase learning materials. It would be unfair not to give the same to his younger daughter. Xiao Dongliang, who always liked to advocate fairness, justice, and transparency, was hesitating as he thought about the amount of money in his pocket. There was famine in the family, and without savings, Xiao Dongliang did not feel assured and had been finding ways to save up a little here and there. The 10 yuan earlier was already an extra expense. If he had to give away another 10 yuan, that would be really hard. If he did not give, Xiao Dongliang felt bad about being biased, but if he give, that would be too much expenditure. Xiao Dongliang was feeling the pinch. Ding Jai quickly pulled Xiao Dongliang. Xiao Nan was not at home, and was not aware that they had given 10 yuan to Xiao Zijin. That's a good thing. I'm going to prepare dinner. You may return to your room quickly to read your books. For the first time, Ding Jai was so willing to watch Xiao and go to her room without helping in any household chores and read her own books. Yes. Xiao Nan replied with a word and went to her room while carrying her school bag. Before the couple could breathe a sigh of relief, at the moment where Xiao Nan opened the door of her room, she turned her head and asked, "Sister will be joining the competition. Did you all give her money to buy the learning materials?" Ding Jai's smiling face turned stiff at that instant. Xiao Dongliang was full of embarrassment. He already said he could not let his child suffer no matter how poor he was or how hard he had to work. Xiao Dongliang bit his tongue and reached into the pocket of his trousers. "Yes, I just asked someone to bring 10 yuan for your sister. Xiao Nan, come, take this 10 yuan. If you need any learning materials, go and buy. It is rare to have this opportunity. We have to cherish this." Ding Jai wanted to open her mouth to shout when she heard that they were also giving 10 yuan to Xiao Nan. Xiao Dongliang glared at Ding Jai. "If you are not willing to, sure, I will make a trip to Zijin's school later and retrieve that 10 yuan. Is it the same? Zijin is in senior high school and the materials are expensive. 10 yuan is fine, but she is only in junior high school and joining different competitions, not together. Can't you just give her a few yuan?" Ding Jai was making a lot of noise. "Why don't you just give 1 or 2 cents? Xiao Dongliang rolled her eyes at Ding Jai. "Equal treatment. If Zijin gets 10 yuan, of course Xiao Nan should also get 10 yuan. This matter is decided. Nan, take the money." Looking at the 10 yuan that was forced into her hands, Xiao Nan initially felt bad, but she felt more at ease now. At least her father tried his best to be fair to both Xiao Zijin and her. "Dad, I don't need it. Sister bought so many essay writing books. If I really need it, I will read hers. But next week when we are at the competition outside, 10 yuan is not necessary, but you still need to give me 2 yuan. I can't possibly let the teachers treat me to the meals." After returning Xiao Dongliang 10 yuan, Xiao Nan separately asked for the money. Xiao Nan's words made Xiao Dongliang felt quite bad. The elder daughter had so many revision materials. In his impression, the younger daughter had never bought any. Fairness. The family had never been fair. But he had no choice. Zijin would be taking in a son-in-law in future. The child of Zijin would bear the surname of Xiao. If he could treat Nan better, he would try his best to do so. "Fine. Here's 3 yuan. Keep it." From 10 yuan to 3 yuan. Although Ding Jai still felt the pinch, there was a 7 yuan savings. Ding Jai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and went to prepare the meal. Looking at Ding Jai, Xiao Nan tugged the corners of her mouth with sarcasm. If she had taken the 10 yuan earlier, probably the good news of Xiao Zijin's participation in the essay writing competition could not save her mother's loss of appetite. The thought that spending some money on herself would make her mother lose her appetite and suffer insomnia, she had nothing to say. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. On the early morning of Saturday, Zhao Yu was prepared to go to school to wait for the teacher. When the school's rented car came, she picked a seat and sat. "Hey, why are there only 4 of us today? Didn't our school select 5 students?" Everyone was quite early. Before long, Zhao Yu saw the 3 students who attended training with her. "Not sure." The other classmate was also puzzled. "Zhao Yu, you're from class 1? The classmate seated behind Zhao Yu had a sneer on her face. "Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? What do you mean by this?" She did not provoke her. Xiao Nan's essay is so good. She scored nearly full marks in the 2 exams. Who do you think this 5th person will be? Xiao Nan's participation was already decided by the school long ago. As Xiao Nan's case was an exception, some people are not happy, but regardless, whoever that has seen Xiao Nan's essay would be convinced of her ability. She was more sensitive than Zhao Yu. Clearly there had been 5, but only 4 came for the training. She had already asked the teacher about it. In the end, that was what the teacher told her. She was not convinced and happy initially. But after the Chinese teacher showed her Xiao Nan's essay, she had nothing to say. Although she accepted this, she did not feel too good either. When she heard Zhao Yu saying this now, the classmate was even more unhappy. What? Xiao Nan's participation had long been decided by the school. Zhao Yu gave a stare. No wonder Xiao Nan was really 1 out of the 5. Then why didn't she join the training? Teacher Li. At this time, Xiao Nan's voice could be heard from outside the car. I hope I'm not late? No. The timing is just right. Hurry and get on the bus. Teacher Li smilingly let Xiao Nan board the bus. Do you have motion sickness? If you do, it's best to take the seat in front. These were students who would be competing. They had to be in their best form. Teacher Li, I do not have motion sickness. I can sit anywhere. After boarding the car, Xiao Nan sat down once she saw an empty seat. It did not matter where the seat was. When Zhao Yu saw Xiao Nan passing by in front of her, her face was white. What about the slapping of own face, lies and bragging? Why did Xiao Nan really come? It's so unfair. The 4 of them were selected from the school and went through half a month of training. On what grounds was Xiao Nan qualified to compete when she did not even attend anything? Was that fair to other students? She had these thoughts in her mind. But before the teacher, Zhao Yu ultimately did not dare to raise her doubts. She could only endure this and sit quietly in her seat. When it was about 1.5 hours into the journey, Xiao Nan already finished her nap. Amongst the 5 students in the car, only Xiao Nan had the mood to sleep. The rest of the 4 were either constantly revising their essays that had been marked and commented on by the teachers, or reading essay writing books. During the period of training, the teacher gave them many model essay questions to work on. First, it's a practice. Second, they were in luck if they guessed the question. The 4 students held the hope that the teacher had guessed correctly and were doing their utmost to memorize their own essays. However, when they turned and saw Xiao Nan sleeping soundly, with her head wobbling from side to side, they gritted their teeth. This Xiao Nan was really too much. All of you should relax too. Don't be too nervous. When the teachers saw the situation, they all laughed. Xiao Nan was clearly a young lady but was so relaxed. She could still sleep so soundly at this time. But those who sat on a moving car before knew that it was boring to be in the car. It was not conducive to read something, and sleeping was the best way to pass time. Okay. Teacher Li, the 4 students replied weakly. Who could relax at such a time? If they could attain a good score for this essay writing competition, they would be given merit points for the middle school examinations. Xiao Nan, wake up. We have arrived. Upon reaching the location of the competition, it was Teacher Li who woke Xiao Nan up. We have arrived? Xiao Nan rubbed her eyes. She had put on a little weight recently. She looked so pretty. Her tiny face was as rosy as an apple. Yes, we are here. Teacher Li's eyes were gentle, as if she were looking at her own child. Drink some water and sober up. Don't be sleepy and muddle-headed during the competition. Okay, I will wash my face when I go to the restroom later. Xiao Nan nodded her head and left the car, but she left behind her school bag. After Xiao Nan finished washing up, the teacher was already leading the students to the exam hall. Teacher Li, I need to go back to the car. I left my school bag there, and the pins are inside the bag. Xiao Nan told Teacher Li and hurriedly took her school bag from the car. Zhao Yu, who was standing behind Teacher Li, saw this and she smiled slyly. Fine, quickly enter the exam hall. The teachers swiftly settled the students in their respective seats. When the competition starts, the bell rang and all the competing students began to lower their heads and review the question. When she saw the question, Xiao Nan had a little surprise. She had previously written an essay that was appropriate for the subject. This time, she could slack a little. She had only written that essay once, and it still needed a little touch-up. This was her second time writing it. With some touching up, there should not be any major issue. After thinking through, Xiao Nan took out her pen and prepared to write. She finished her first word, but she could only see the strokes of her writing, without any ink. Xiao Nan blinked her eyes. This was a new pen. How could it be? Xiao Nan, who refused to believe in fate, tried to rub the tip of the pen with paper, just in case the tip was covered with wax. But after a long time, she still could not write a single word. Xiao Nan shook the pen vigorously, but to no avail. Xiao Nan quickly took another pen. She brought a total of 3 pens, but strangely, All 3 pens that used to be easy to write with could not produce a single word now. Zhao Yu, who was seated behind Xiaonan, was secretly watching Xiaonan. When she saw Xiaonan spent a long time messing with the pen and did not manage to write anything, her smile broadened. This time, she wanted to see how Xiaonan could compete with her. Xiaonan took a deep breath and then raised her hand. What is the matter? The invigilator walked to Xiaonan's side. Teacher, I brought 3 pens. They are all broken and I can't write with them. Can I borrow a pen? Well, said the teacher awkwardly. I only have a red pen. Does anyone have a spare pen to lend? Faced with the invigilator's question, the exam hall was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was busy writing their essay and nobody answered. Some students even secretly hid their spare pens in case the invigilator asked. Seated in the same exam hall, but only a few would be winners. Everybody was a competitor who would lend their spare pen. At least in this exam hall, nobody was willing to. Well, said the invigilator. Faced with this situation, the invigilator was at a loss of what to do. He had to invigilate and could not leave. If the other students were not willing to lend, he could not force them to lend either. Xiaonan took a deep breath, pursed her lips and said, Teacher, if there is no other way, could you lend me your red pen? That will not do. This essay's rules state clearly that it must be written in blue or black ink. Red ink will not do, replied the teacher sympathetically. The teacher pitied Xiaonan for being so unlucky. She could not participate in the competition. She did not have a pen. Xiaonan's eyes started to well up. She had not thought of participating earlier, but now that she was here at the competition, she was faced the possibility of giving up because she did not have a usable pen. Xiaonan was very unhappy and unwilling. Most importantly, she had prepared 3 pens. There was a new one, and the rest were her usual pens. The pens were clearly still working last night, yet it was broken today. If somebody had told her it was a coincidence, she would never believe it. Somebody must have plotted against her. Teacher Zhou, what is the matter? A voice came from the few people standing outside the classroom. Principal. Teacher Zhou spotted an old man and hurriedly walked over. Teacher Zhou explained that students' pens are all broken and other students do not have spare pens to lend. At this rate, she will not be able to participate. The old principal paused before continuing. Oh my, the children these days. Whilst academic results are important, moral education should also not be neglected. Use mine, Xiang said rather nonchalantly before taking out a pen. Xiang had his eyes fixed on Xiaonan, and he noticed her sweating profusely due to the anxiety. Today, Xiang had come to the school on behalf of his father and unexpectedly met Xiaonan. Even more surprisingly to Xiang, Xiaonan seemed to be very unlucky. In the few times that he has met Xiaonan was always in trouble. However, Xiang looked at the students in the exam hall, and his eyes were filled with disapproval. I thank you on behalf of that student. The invigilator replied with a relief. He had really felt pity for Xiaonan. Looking at the attention given to Xiaonan by other teachers earlier, the invigilator deduced that she must be a good student and her essay writing skills should be up to par too. Do not mention it. Here is the pen you wanted. Use it quickly without further delay. The invigilator handed Xiang's pen over to Xiaonan. The invigilator gently reminded Xiaonan, this is a fountain pen. Pay extra care when you write. Wait for the ink to dry, or else it will smudge when you put your hand over it. Thank you, teacher. Xiaonan's eyes lit up. Don't thank me. The pen was loaned to you from him. When you finished, remember to return it to him. The invigilator pointed to Xiang. This pen was quite heavy and had a good feel. It must be pretty expensive. Xiang? Xiaonan had spotted Xiang. Okay, teacher. Noted. All right, make full use of your time. The other students have already written a lot, said the invigilator. Okay, replied Xiaonan. She was already late by more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, she had a draft in her mind. Otherwise, given the situation, she would not be able to continue writing. Xiaonan actually preferred writing with a fountain pen, and coupled with the fact that Xiang's pen was of a high quality, it allowed Xiaonan to write swiftly in tandem with the ink flowing smoothly out from the nib of the pen. It was even faster than if Xiaonan had used a ballpoint pen. In no time at all, Xiaonan had caught up with the progress of the other students. Due to the pen incident, the invigilator paid extra attention to Xiaonan and stood by Xiaonan for a moment. The invigilator saw that Xiao Nan had written so much in such a short period of time. His eyes lit up as he was taken aback. When he further read the contents, coupled with the elegant writing of the fountain pen, he was genuinely surprised. Before the bell rang, Xiao Nan had already finished with her essay. When it was time to exit the exam hall, some of the students had not finished and were making a scene. Xiao Nan walked out relaxedly and wanted to find Xiang to return the pen. Xiao Nan had only taken a few steps when Teacher Li came up and asked, "Xiao Nan, how do you think you fared in the competition?" Xiao Nan replied, "Similar to the usual." "That's good," Teacher Li said with a sigh of relief. If Xiao Nan was able to perform normally, she should at least be able to receive a third prize minimally. "Xiao Nan, what are you doing here?" A voice rang out from behind Xiao Nan. "I came to participate in the provincial composition competition." Xiao Nan turned around to face Xiao Zijin. You also came to participate?" Xiao Zijin stammered, somewhat shocked. She had never heard that Xiao Nan was participating. "Hi Zijin, it's you. You also came here to participate?" Teacher Li asked. Teacher Li was somewhat shocked. Teacher Li knew the standard of Xiao Zijin's essay. How was Xiao Zijin able to participate? Wasn't the school afraid of wasting a nomination slot? There were merit points for winning a junior high school essay competition, and of course the same for a high school competition. As such, the high school competition's nomination slots would be more keenly contested. Xiao Zijin's words had coincided with Teacher Li's. Xiao Nan smiled and replied, "I had heard from father and mother that you were participating, but I did not expect us to be in the same school participating." Xiao Zijin forced out a smile and said, "Such is fate." Nan, how did you fare?" "Not too bad," said Xiao Nan, who raised her eyebrows whilst noticing Xiao Zijin's increasing discomfort. She deduced in her mind that Xiao Zijin had not performed well in the competition. Otherwise, why was her face so pale? "All right, it is getting late. We should get going," Teacher Li said whilst patting Xiao Nan's shoulder. Teacher Li did not speak much to Xiao Zijin. Xiao Nan followed Teacher Li, nodded to Xiao Zijin, and then simply left. Once Xiao Nan had left, Xiao Zijin's face turned downcast and quickly went to find her classmates. Xiao Zijin asked, "I heard that for this competition, junior school students are also here. Do you know what their essay question was?" "I think it was the same as ours." The classmate replied before adding, "The teachers are too lazy, setting the same question for junior school and high school. They did not even make the effort to think up another question." "Xiao Zijin, did you manage to finish your essay?" Xiao Zijin's Chinese teacher walked happily towards Xiao Zijin. The teacher added, "I read your previous essay. That would have been suitable, and you need not think up a new essay. Did you use that essay for submission?" Even the Chinese teacher was surprised by Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin's normal performance was average, but she did demonstrate a flair for writing when it came to essays. Otherwise, how would Xiao Zijin be able to participate based on her academic results? It was submitted. Xiao Zijin replied dryly without a hint of happiness. Only heaven knows that when Xiao Zijin saw the essay question, she was so happy that she wanted to let out a scream. The heavens were on her side. She had not expected her luck to be so good. She had used Xiao Nan's essay for submission earlier and won the nomination slot for the competition. Even more unexpectedly, Xiao Nan's essay was also suitable for the exam question. She could fully make use of one essay from Xiao Nan. However, once Xiao Zijin saw Xiao Nan, the good mood dissipated. Xiao Nan must be here to participate in the essay competition. Both junior school and high school questions were the same. Surely Xiao Nan did not write the same essay? Impossible. She should not have. Xiao Nan had written this casually. Surely she would not be able to regurgitate and she would write a new piece? The more Xiao Zijin thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Her mind was hurting from all the thinking. She prayed silently that her essay and Xiao Nan's essay did not coincide. Xiao Nan was very good at essay writing. She could easily write a new piece. Surely, she would not be so lazy to regurgitate an old piece? After the competition, Xiao Zijin could finally go home. However, on the way home, Xiao Zijin's mind kept going through the various scenarios. It was very torturous. "Zijin, you are back. How was the competition? Are you confident?" Ding Jai asked excitedly, warmly welcoming Xiao Zijin home. "Mom, where is Nan Nan?" asked Xiao Zijin. "She is reading in her room. replied Dingjai. Mom, I have to find Nan first. Talk to you later, Xiao Zijin replied. Once Xiao Zijin heard that Xiao Nan was back, she threw her school bag to Dingjai and went to Xiao Nan's room. Xiao Zijin said, Nan, I have something to talk to you about. Go ahead, Xiao Nan said. She threw away the 3 broken pins into the dustbin. When Xiao Nan came back and inspected the pins, she found that the pins had signs of being thrown, which led to them being broken. Anyone who uses ballpoint pins knows that once you smash the pins onto the floor, the pins will be broken easily and you cannot write with them anymore. The pins were obviously smashed onto the floor by somebody. Xiao Nan's school bag was on the school bus all this while. The person who did it was surely not from another school, and the teacher would not do it either. Could it have been one of the other 4 people who joined her in the competition today? Such bad behavior at such a young age. Nan, what was your essay question today? Xiao Zijin asked. If the question was different, then there was nothing for her to worry about. Teacher Li told me that the question for junior school and high school is the same, Xiao Nan replied pointedly. It was really the same. Xiao Zijin's face froze. Nan, what did you write for the competition then? Is there a problem? Xiao Nan blinked her eyes. Sister, why are you suddenly so concerned about my studies? I am your sister. Is it wrong to be concerned about you? Xiao Zijin smiled embarrassedly. Tell me honestly, what did you write for today's essay? I didn't write much. If you really care about me, I can tell you. I feel that I did quite well. You don't need to worry about me. Sister, you need to work hard too. Xiao Nan smiled. The more Xiao Zijin asked, the more Xiao Nan refused to answer. I don't need you to worry about it, Xiao Zijin said unappreciatively. I just wanted to know what you wrote. You can just tell me directly. Won't that do? Then, sister, why don't you tell me what you wrote today? We were given the same question. Shall we discuss? Xiao Zijin said a sentence, and Xiao Nan said another. After haggling for a long time, Xiao Zijin did not gather anything useful. Instead, she nearly let the cat out of the bag. Xiao Zijin did not know what to say. You are really too much. Just be straight to the point and answer me. When I asked you, you didn't reply either. Xiao Nan, did you do this on purpose? Xiao Zijin's heart was in a flurry. Do it on purpose? Xiao Nan raised her eyebrows and asked Xiao Zijin to make herself clear. No, nothing. Forget it if you don't want to say. Xiao Zijin could not continue with the conversation any longer. She could not possibly tell Xiao Nan that she had stolen one of her essays and plagiarized it for today's competition, then asked Xiao Nan if she had written something else or regurgitated that old piece of work. With nothing in return after trying for a long time, Xiao Zijin was burning with anger inside, yet she could not vent it at Xiao Nan. She could only stamp her feet and left with a pale face. Xiao Zijin had just left Xiao Nan's bedroom when Dingjai came looking for Xiao Nan in a fearsome manner. Did you bully your sister just now? How could I bully sister? Coincidentally, we were at the same place. Furthermore, the test question for both junior and senior high school were the same. So sister came and asked me how I fared. It's that simple. Xiao Nan was happy. She bullied Xiao Zijin? She would be lucky if Xiao Zijin bullied her less. It's really so simple? She clearly saw Xiao Zijin looking unhappy when she came out of Xiao Nan's room. Yes, it's that simple. Mom, you can ask sister if you do not believe what I said. You will surely believe whatever sister said? If I bullied her, would she not let you know? It would not be Xiao Zijin if she did not complain. That better be. If not, I'll not let you off. Dingjai was so protective of Xiao Zijin, like a cow shielding her calf. She scolded Xiao Nan even before anything happened. Although Dingjai got a reply from Xiao Nan, she still felt uncomfortable. As such, she specially looked for Xiao Zijin to find out more. Xiao Zijin did not look good when she glanced at Dingjai. That's what it is, Mom. I just finished the competition and feel really tired. I would like to take a break. Sure. Mom will not disturb you. Rest well. I'll call you after preparing the meal. Seeing that the elder daughter seemed troubled, Dingjai dared not disturb, so she quietly left Xiao Zijin's room, closing the bedroom door along the way. Alone in the room, Xiao Nan took out her essay book and opened it. Xiao Nan touched the page that was missing, her eyes revealing that she was deep in thought. Yesterday, she suddenly found that she was missing a page in this essay book, as if the page had been torn off. To prevent from being discovered, the person had torn away the other side of that page as well. Xiao was not sure who had torn the page. Until today, all her pins were broken. Xiao could not help suspecting that this was the doing of one of her classmates. After all, during the times when she was in school, her school bag was not by her side at all times. There would be opportunity for someone to tear the book. However, a while ago, Xiao had finally confirmed the person who tore the page of her essay book. It was not someone else, it was Xiao Zijin. During today's competition, Xiao had a great shock when she saw the question. For a while, she hesitated and wondered if the person who tore her book would simply copy her work. This idea flashed briefly in Xiao head, but she decided to use it eventually as she did not see any reason not to, and it was her own essay. As for the person who would copy her essay, she was too daring. After putting the essay book away, Xiao sneered. Xiao Zijin always thought that she could continue to bully Xiao. Now, starting from this essay book, Xiao would show Xiao Zijin that this was not so. During mealtime, Ding Jiai dared not ask a word. On the contrary, Xiao Dongliang asked his two daughters how they fared in today's essay writing. Xiao laughed nonchalantly, as usual. How about Zijin? Not sure. Xiao Zijin nearly choked on her rice. Initially, in such a situation, Xiao Zijin wanted to proudly proclaim that she had done very well. However, Xiao Zijin was no longer in the mood now. Not very sure, it will depend on the teacher's views. No anxiety, it is extremely good that you can join the competition this time. It will be great if you receive a prize. If you did not, take it as a learning experience. Xiao Zijin did not sound confident. Hence, Xiao Dongliang dared not harbor high hopes. In comparison to the past where the elder daughter did not have any involvement with such activities, he had obviously seen significant improvements. Both of you have worked hard. Eat more. Xiao Dongliang lovingly filled the two daughters' bowls with lots of protein dishes. Ding Jiai opened her mouth but did not say a word. She then quickly filled Zijin's bowls with a few more servings of vegetables with her chopsticks. While Xiao Zijin felt extremely uneasy, the teacher reading the test essays was in a good mood. The teacher of the high school's language team held an essay in his hand. This essay is really good. You all have a look too. Oh, let me take a look. Yes, it's really quite good. So good? After reading it once, all the teachers in the Chinese language team gave a score to the essay based on their criteria. As expected, the final score was good. Why don't we do this? Set 1 for the first place, 2 for the second place, and 3 for the third place. After picking out 6 essays, the teacher submitted the list of winners and the respective essays. After the high school department had finalized this, the junior high school team had almost done so too. During the last review, something was wrong. Why, you see, this essay is for the first place in junior high school, and this is for the second place in senior high school. The similarity of the two is more than 90%. But, when the two essays were placed together to compare, someone immediately saw the problem. But what? The team leader reviewed the two essays. True enough, the contents of the two were indeed almost exactly the same, with only some differences in some of the rhetorical writing. As for what the other teacher was referring to when he said but, the leader also noticed. The second-place essay for the senior high school was not as good as that of the first place of the junior high school. The essay for the junior high school displayed a better style in writing and succinct phrasing of words. The two essays were identical. There must be a problem here. However, the essay from the senior high school was not better than that from the junior high school. Why was this the case? Perhaps the two students did not write these essays, and instead plagiarized them from someone. The difference was that the quality of the essay of the junior high school student was better. The leader removed his spectacles. Find out immediately the identity of the students who wrote these two essays, and the schools that they are from, then ask their teachers to come. This type of matter has to be dealt with. We must clarify this. Teacher Li, who was resting at home during the weekend, received a call from the school's management asking her to go to the provincial city. Vice Principal, what is happening? After Teacher Li prepared the items that were requested by the Vice Principal, when she rushed to the provincial city, she discovered that the Vice Principal had also come. I heard from the management that Xiao Nan's essay had a clash of garments with someone else's essay. The high school had another essay that is almost identical. The similarity is as high as 90%. What do you think is the issue? The vice principal was anxious and sweating profusely. If Xiao had copied the work of others, the school's reputation would be adversely affected. How is Xiao as a student? Is there a problem with her essay? The vice principal knew that one of the 5 students who participated in the competition was jointly decided by the school's language team, and this student belonged to Teacher Li's class. Thus, the vice principal had every reason to suspect that Xiao was that student. Teacher Li and vice principal arrived. The subject teacher and the leader of Xiao Zijin's school had also arrived. Both parties knew the situation, but as education professionals, they were civilized people. They greeted one another reluctantly before entering the office. Both sides' teachers are here. Take a look at these. The 2 essays were placed side by side on the table. Teacher Li and Xiao Zijin's language teacher bowed their heads and reviewed them. Upon the sight of the familiar essay, Xiao Zijin's language teacher said immediately, "Leader, this essay was indeed written by my student Xiao Zijin." What? This essay belonged to Xiao Zijin? Teacher Li was surprised. Why? This teacher knows both the students. The leader looked at Teacher Li. Oh yes, it seems that the 2 students who wrote the essays bear the same surname, Xiao. In response to the leader's question, Xiao Zijin was also from my school. She is the biological sister of my student, Xiao. Both are born from the same parents. Biological sisters? The leader was stunned. Then did the younger sister copied her elder sister? However, the younger sister's essay was obviously better than that of the elder sister. The leader read in detail that younger sister's essay could also clinch the top place in the senior high school category. It was placed second now because the elder sister's essay was not as good. Impossible, Teacher Li said with certainty. Xiao would never copy Zijin's essay. Xiao Zijin's teacher's expression changed. If the younger sister did not copy, then it meant that her student had copied her younger sister? Leader, I have proof that this essay is undoubtedly written by my student Xiao Zijin. As she said that, Xiao Zijin's teacher took out an essay book. Leader, see, this was written by Xiao Zijin in the school half a month ago. At that time, I was impressed by the essay and recommended her to join the competition. Coincidentally, this essay was appropriate for the subject of the essay for this competition. Xiao Zijin wrote this half a month ago. The school had the records. Then, this teacher, what do you have to say? He saw that Xiao Zijin's essay, that was written half a month ago, was indeed identical to that essay, just short of a few words and adjectives. Leader, to tell you the truth, I have not seen this essay from Xiao before. Hearing Teacher Li's remark, Xiao Zijin's teacher smiled complacently. Seeing the expression of the teacher, Teacher Li smiled. However, I still believe in my student. Leader, I have proof too. My proof are 2 test papers. One is our first semester's model exam paper, and the other is the midterm exam paper administered half a month ago. Leader, you may take a look at the essays written by Xiao before. She dared to say that if these 2 essays were taken to participate in the competition and were appropriate for the question, they would definitely also be winning essays. The leader took a look at the 2 test papers. First, the words written on the paper were neat and tidy and pleasing to the eyes. He also acknowledged the scores given to the essays, but when he read the contents, his eyes lit up. This essay, it is well written. After reading one essay, the leader picked up and read the second one. This one is also very good. Both essay standards are not bad and similar to the one who clinched the prizes. All the 3 essays are rather good. Have you thought of submitting the drafts for this student? Also, how old is this student? It was not easy for a junior high school student to compose an essay of such a high standard. The student is a literacy talent. In response to your question, leader, Xiao is 15 years old. She is younger than her sister by 2 years, but studied early for a year. Teacher Li introduced proudly. I see. The leader was again surprised regarding Xiao writing and also her young age. Did you bring the essays written by Xiao Zijin in usual days? After reading Xiao essays, the leader did not conclude immediately. Yes, I did. Xiao Zijin's teacher's expression turned awkward. An essay that could gain the liking of the leader was definitely not bad. On the contrary, Xiao Zijin's teacher knew, although Xiao Zijin did not write many essays, the only piece that was brilliant would be the piece that was used to participate in this competition. Initially, she thought Xiao Zijin was suddenly enlightened, and her words flowed smoothly with her feelings to create this wonderful masterpiece. However, at this juncture, Xiao Zijin's teacher was in doubt. Let me take a look. Xiao Zijin's teacher reluctantly passed to the leader the two other essays written by Xiao Zijin. The leader only glanced at it a couple of times before he passed Xiao Nan's two essays to Xiao Zijin's teacher. You can take a look at these two pieces. A student's essay, she might have improved or even progressed rapidly. However, it was impossible for certain situations to occur. After the student had made some progress, the essays that she write would typically stay at a certain standard. The three essays written by Xiaonan had proved this point. On the contrary, the standard of the essays written by Xiao Zijin's during the monthly and midterm exams, especially the latter which was written recently, was too different from the winning essay. They were not that bad, but definitely not comparable. Xiao Zijin's teacher quietly finished reading the two language papers of Xiaonan. Then she turned pale. Both are Chinese teachers. After seeing Xiaonan's essays, Xiao Zijin's teacher understood everything. The standard of Xiaonan's essays were consistent. Having seen the two essays by Xiao Zijin, it was without a doubt that Xiaonan was the one who wrote the winning piece. People would believe that Xiaonan wrote the essay, whereas for Xiao Zijin, logically, no one would believe that Xiaonan copied the work of Xiao Zijin. Furthermore, both were biological sisters who lived under the same roof. As long as Xiao Zijin had the intention, it would be easy for her to obtain the essay that was written by her sister. There was definitely this possibility. After comparing, it was obvious who was the copycat. Do you have anything else to say? Seeing the attitude of Xiao Zijin's teacher, the leader need not say more. No, it's our fault for selecting such a student. Leader, our sincere apologies. The teacher from the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China quickly apologized to the leader, Teacher Li, and the rest. After all, the student in the wrong came from the school. Fortunately, Xiaonan was outstanding. Otherwise, she could be easily disadvantaged in such situations, where others would misunderstood her as the copycat instead of Xiao Zijin. After all, who would believe that the senior high school's elder sister would copy the essay of her junior high school's younger sister? Had it not been that the combined competition of the junior and senior high school on this occasion, Xiao Zijin would have received the award even if she had copied Xiaonan's essay. Since the misunderstanding has been clarified, the matter has been decided. Teachers from the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, do you have any other views? Now that the matter was clear, Xiaonan would continue to clinch first place, but Xiao Zijin's second place was gone. Clearly, Xiao Zijin had copied her sister. It would not be fair to other students if she won a prize. No comments. Xiao Zijin's teacher's face was red with embarrassment. She wished that she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. In addition to copying the work of others, her student even had a clash of garments during a competition and was caught red-handed. This time, the face of the school was entirely lost. At this juncture, Xiao Zijin's teacher was particularly disgusted with her. If not for Xiao Zijin, today's matter would not have happened. The school's reputation had always been very good. If the principal knew about this, she would definitely be criticized and she could forget about receiving her year-end bonus. The reputation of the school and her future had been destroyed by the hands of this one student Xiao Zijin. Teacher Li smiled gently. What could the teachers from the other school say? They were not stupid. What was so great about the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China? Their students were of such inferior standard the high school student had to copy the works of the student from their junior high school. As a teacher in the junior high school, would Teacher Li not know about Xiao Zijin's academic performance? To say that Xiaonan would copy Xiao Zijin's work would be really out of this world. It would be a joke if Xiaonan, who was a top student, needed to copy Xiao Zijin's essay. Who did not know that Xiao Zijin entered the school because of money? It was a myth that all the students in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China were outstanding. At the thought of Xiao Zijin losing the prize and Xiao Nan clinching the top place, Teacher Li's face was full of pride and glory. The year-end bonus of Xiao Zijin's teacher was in tatters, but that of Teacher Li would probably be better than before. Most of the students in her class joined the school with the help of money, but she did not expect Xiao Zijin would be so unreliable. Regarding this matter, Xiaonan had no knowledge. On Sunday morning, Xiaonan took some time to make a trip to the Zhai family, then she went to the Li family to give tuition to Zhu Baogua. As usual, when Xiaonan entered the quiet place of the Zhai family, she felt a little down. After the competition, she did not manage to find Brother Zhai. Thereafter, she was led away by teacher Li. When she wanted to return to the quad so that she could return the pin to Brother Zhai, he had already returned to Pingxing instead of the Zhai family residence. Just when Xiaonan was hesitating on whether to simply leave the fountain pen in the storeroom, she saw a few new books on the table. Xiaonan went over to take a look and discovered that the books were similar to those that she received at the delivery room. Xiaonan opened the books, and they looked extremely new. Most likely, they had just been bought. Did the Zhai family have any children that were studying in high school now? Did Brother Zhai specially buy these for her? So the books that she received previously at the delivery room were indeed from Brother Zhai? In the face of the revision books with neither name nor note, Xiaonan was in much hesitation. These books would be of great help to her, but Brother Zhai did not leave any notes. If he really wanted to give them to her, should she accept them? Or, similar to the previous books, she would carry them with her but would not write anything in it. If it was a misunderstanding, she could take it that she borrowed from Brother Zhai. Oh, there's new books again. Say, who was the one who gave them to you? When he saw Xiaonan carrying the new books to the Li family, Zhu Baogua ran to Xiaonan's side to see, as if he was a monkey. Xiaonan was never stingy with Zhu Baogua. As long as Zhu Baogua did not write or draw on the books, she had never declined to lend any of them to him. It was the same this time. Don't be such a busybody. I can lend them to you if you wish to read them. Don't forget the old rules. Sitting down, Xiaonan was focused as she opened her school bag to proceed with the revision plan today. Zhu Baogua's mouth twisted. In his entire life, he had not treated the books with such an attitude before. The books in his hands were not books. They were clearly akin to the ancestors that he prayed to 3 times a day. Although he had these thoughts, Zhu Baogua dared not provoke Xiaonan, so he abided by Xiaonan's rules when reading. Zhu Baogua was better at science than humanities and art subjects. Since both the Zhu family and Li family had laid down the conditions, Xiaonan might as well focus on revising the science knowledge for Zhu Baogua and strive to improve his grades in this area. These are the test questions that I drafted for you yesterday. Complete these 2 papers. During almost every weekend, Xiaonan would come up with a science test paper that was catered to Zhu Baogua. Oh, already used to the revision method of Xiaonan, Zhu Baogua consciously took out his pen and started to work on the questions. Elderly, who came downstairs with the excuse of getting some water to drink, saw this and felt very comforted and relieved. After the midterm exam, when he saw the few test papers that Zhu Baogua had failed, one could imagine Elderly's huge disappointment. Clearly, he had known that his grandson had never learned well. He also told himself more than once that, by letting his grandson learn from Xiaonan, he just wanted to tame his temper and prevent him from getting into trouble. However, at this juncture, Elder Li was inevitably hopeful. But dreams are often beautiful and reality cruel. The grandson's flunking of the tests was undoubtedly a slap in the faces of both the Zhu and the Li family. For this reason, Elder Li picked a time to speak to Xiaonan. Nan, what do you think of Baogua's progress? Can he catch up? Elder Li, Zhu Baogua is actually quite intelligent. It is not difficult for him to catch up, judging that at the beginning of next year, most of his results will be improved. Xiaonan replied with certainty. Elder Li smiled bitterly. Nan, you're still a child. Don't talk to me so diplomatically like an adult. You also don't need to comfort me. Tell me the truth. I have heard about Baogua's midterm exam results. He did not pass any subjects. Elder Li, I am not comforting you. You don't know Zhu Baogua's situation. That's why you only looked at his marks. Zhu Baogua's midterm exam grades may be a failure in your eyes, but they are no different from scoring full marks in my opinion. Why do you say that? Zhu Baogua did not go to school in junior high school. As primary school is not difficult, Zhu Baogua picked them up very quickly. But picking up the knowledge of junior high school is certainly not as easy. That test paper of Zhu Baogua, he got every question that I had taught before correct. For those that have not been taught, it is not realistic to expect him to answer them correctly or score well in the test. Xiaonan felt that she was in a difficult position. Grandpa Li, you may not quite understand, Putting aside junior high school, even in primary school, the loss of any knowledge will result in difficulty in catching up. These students are easily given up by teachers. Zhu Baogua is learning very swiftly now. His IQ is certainly not low. Grandpa Li, did you criticize Zhu Baogua because of the midterm exam? If so, then you have wronged Zhu Baogua. No, I didn't. Elder Li was stunned as he listened. He did not expect that a failed test paper could give so much insight. That means that although his grandson failed the exams, he had not done badly. In fact, he had done well. Nan, is what you were saying true? Baogua is really so smart that you would give him full marks for these few tests? Elder Li was someone open-minded. He initially did not understand, but after listening to Chao Nan, he understood. A full 100 marks. If Zhu Baogua continued to study seriously from the beginning, his grades will not be bad, and he will be well-liked by the teachers as he could grasp concepts at his fingertips. You know my situation, Grandpa Li, but I never had the feeling that Zhu Baogua was wasting my time. Zhu Baogua can learn things without much effort. Basically, he understood whatever I have taught him just once, and answered the questions correctly. Anyway, she had never been a teacher, but after teaching Zhu Baogua, she had never been in a bad mood. Which teacher would not like a student that understood at the first attempt? Elder Li, who just picked up the responsibility of a grandfather, was grinning from ear to ear when he heard Xiao Nan's praise on Zhu Baogua. Is Baogua really so good? To put it bluntly, it was the Zhu family who did not know how to bring up the kids. See how good Baogua is now after being taken in hand by the Li family. Good. Xiao Nan nodded. Actually, Zhu Baogua's temper is a bit stubborn, and he is very sensitive. Grandpa Li should understand the reason more than me. People like Zhu Bao, you have to use the soft approach and coax him. Don't always question, criticize, or look at him with disappointment. This is not fair, and will let Zhu Baogua feel rebellious. Grandpa Li, if you have the time, go and buy some books on teen psychology. I think it hasn't been easy for Zhu Baogua. Elder Li smiled. You're a mature little one. You talk with logic as though you know more than me. What book? Teen psychology, fine. Next time I'll send someone to buy some for me to read. Baogua did not have it easy, but you have a more difficult life than Baogua. Through his grandson, Elder Li already knew that the rescue of his grandson had caused so much trouble for Chao Nan. Fortunately, the teachers trusted Chao Nan. Otherwise, Chao Nan would be criticized instead of commended that day in the school. No, I feel that I am living quite well now. My dad recently. Grandpa Li, thank you. Chao Nan could feel that his father had been tightening his rein over her mother. Her mother no longer assigned household chores to her to cause her to have less time to study. Most importantly, she also stopped addressing her as the wretched girl, at least before her. In this world, her father was the only person that could suppress her mother, and Elder Li was the one who made her father realize it. Nan, probably the best thing that I have done for Baogua is to have found him a little teacher like you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to Grandpa, understand? Elder Li, who knew that Ding Jai had the notion of wanting Chao Nan to quit school and work, was afraid that the saga had not ended. Thank you, Grandpa Li. But for the sake of Zhu Baogua, the things that we talked about today, Grandpa Li can also let the Zhu family know. You must not only dote on him, but also assure him. Their conversation ended with this advice of Chao Nan. Elder Li went back and thought carefully about Chao Nan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a point. Everyone goes through the stage of being young and foolish. Elder Li thought how he felt at the time when he was still young, and he really understood the meaning of Chao Nan's words. True enough, the Zhu and Li family cooperated with one another. Even if they were unable to change their attitude towards Zhu Baogua, they could not deny that under this atmosphere, Zhu Baogua's temper had toned down. Unlike the past, he would no longer jump and get angry at the slightest issue. Elder Li drank his freshly brewed tea and went upstairs at a leisurely pace, avoiding creating any disturbance for the two that were learning. When Xiaonan finished her tuition with Zhu Baogua and went home, she did not see Chao Zijin. Chao Nan was not surprised. However, even Ding Jai was not home. Dad, did Mom send Sister to school? No, the school rang and asked your mom to make a trip to the school. Mom and Sister went to the school? What is the matter? Is there a parent-teacher conference? It was strange to hold a parent-teacher conference at this time of the year. She thought that it would usually be held after the midterm examination. Not sure. There's probably some matter. When he said this, Xiao Dongliang looked happy. Xiaonan raised her eyebrows. Given the expression of her father, perhaps Xiao Zijin had done a good thing. They say it's regarding Zijin's participation in the essay competition. It's probably a good matter. Xiao Dongliang's smile deepened. Xiaonan, your sister has made great improvements recently. If possible, Dad will definitely try to get you into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China as well. Thereafter, Dad will wait for the day when both of you become successful. So what if he did not have a son? The daughters he raised were more successful than the sons of others. That was better than anything else. Essay competition? Hearing these two words, Xiaonan smiled with deep thoughts. If the school invited the parent because Xiao Zijin scored well in the midterm exam, then undoubtedly, she would be praised during the meeting. However, if it was pertaining to the essay competition, unless she guessed it wrong, it was definitely not a good thing that her mother had been invited to the school. Xiao Zijin's good performance worked like a miracle pill for her mother. It was more nutritious than the supplement that her mother took. Her mother must have fought for the right to make the trip to the school without her father. Did Mom say she will go by herself? Dad, you're not going? If her father was going, it would be interesting. It's okay. There will be other opportunities in future. Xiao Dongliang shook his head as if he could not help it, but his mood was not sour. When the school called and requested Xiao Zijin's parents to make the trip, Xiao Dongliang initially wanted to send Xiao Zijin to the school and also to find out why they made the request. But Ding Jai said it first. She chided Xiao Dongliang straight. Old Xiao, we agreed before that I will solely take care of Zijin's matters, and you will handle Xiaonan's matters. Zijin performed well. I will be the one making this trip. If you want to go, wait for Xiaonan's turn. Since Ding Jai already said so, Xiao Dongliang had nothing else to say. The elder daughter had done well, and this was the first trip to the school to receive some commendation. He regretted that he was unable to be there. Fortunately, the younger daughter's performance had always been good. The chances of the younger daughter being praised would be higher than that of the elder daughter. With this thought, Xiao Dongliang did not feel so bad anymore. Is there a parent-teacher conference for your school? Teacher Chun said that there would be one after the final term exams. Good. I will attend your parent-teacher conference. Okay. Xiaonan was laughing secretly. She already knew that it was her mother who grabbed the chance to make the trip to Xiao Zijin's school. She hoped that her mother could still smile when she was on the way back. Ding Jai sent Xiao Zijin to the school early, so it was not particularly late when she came home. However, when she was back, her face was all black. Xiaonan, tell me, why are you so lazy? Who did you say is lazy? Xiao Dongliang's face turned black. Did you forget what I told you? Without a reason, why was Nan being scolded again? After the trip to the school, why are you furious? What did the teacher tell you? Logically, old Ding should be happy if the elder daughter had been commended. But the attitude as if she had consumed a ton of gunpowder outside and was waiting to explode at home. What did the teacher say? Ding Jai laughed in a strange and sinister manner. She then reached out her hands and tried to pinch Xiao Nan's arms. Seeing the situation, Xiao Dongliang pulled Xiao Nan behind him without saying a word. Tell me what you have to say. What exactly did the teacher tell you? Did Zijin make a mistake? If the purpose of the trip today was to commend Zijin, old Ding would not have this attitude. Made a mistake? Zijin is so obedient. How could she make mistakes? She is the one who harmed Zijin. Ding Jai became spiteful when she did not manage to hit Xiaonan. You're still defending her. You don't know that she caused harm to Zijin. She caused Zijin to receive a warning in school. Zijin lost all of her face. Xiaonan, tell me why you are so cruel and malicious to hurt your sister this way. You are really driving me to my grave. Old Xiao, you still want to defend this heartless thing. What nonsense. Xiao Dongliang's face turned black. He was confused by Ding Jai's words. When you stepped into the house, you said Nan was lazy. And now, you said she harmed Zijin. What has Nan's laziness got to do with harming Zijin? You also scolded Nan for being heartless. How are all these related? Nan, do you know what is going on? His wife was not talking sense. Xiao Dongliang could only ask Xiaonan. Xiaonan knew what was happening, but she could not breathe a word. I don't know. Then tell me, Tell me properly, what exactly happened? Didn't you say that Zijin was doing well in the school recently and was ranked 8th in her studies in class? She even participated in the essay writing competition. Why was she issued with a warning? Will this affect Zijin's future? Xiao Dongliang could not help feeling nervous. Being given a warning was not a small matter. Ask her. Ding Jiai pointed at Xiao Nan's nose while glaring at her. Mom, what did I do? Yes, what did Nan do? If you tell me Nan would harm Zijin, I won't believe it. Moreover, even if Nan would really cause harm to Zijin, one was in junior high and the other in senior high. It was impossible for Nan to cause harm to Zijin. This was utter nonsense. During the competition, she wrote a piece of essay that was exactly the same as that of Zijin. Exactly the same? Xiao Dongliang was stunned. Nan, did you copy your sister? 2 identical essays appeared in the competition. Xiao Dongliang understood the outcome immediately. If Nan had copied Zijin, then Nan should be the one being warned and not Zijin. Zijin was warned, hence, she was the one who made the mistake, and that was the reason for the parent-teacher conference. It meant that Zijin copied Nan. Having understood this, Xiao Dongliang's face was really black. Zijin copied Nan's essay, and you were scolding Nan? Coming to the end of the conversation, Xiao Dongliang felt ridiculous. If she's not lazy, who is? It's not that she doesn't know how to write. If she had written a new piece during the competition, then there would not be any issue. I heard that Zijin's essay nearly clinched the 2nd place. 2nd place, such an excellent ranking. If Zijin clinched it, she would also receive merit points for the middle school examination. Don't you think your words are too ridiculous? Xiao Dongliang was furious and stunned by the shameless words of Ding Jiai. Were old Ding's words acceptable? If these words got out, they would be a laughing stock. Zijin copied from Nan. Do you think Zijin is right? If Zijin is capable, why didn't she write it herself? Why does she have to copy? Nan was being labeled as lazy for using her own essay. What about Zijin who copied Nan's essay? Xiao Dongliang was confused. He couldn't think. The elder daughter copied the younger daughter's essay and almost copied her way to a prize. When he heard that, Xiao Dongliang had no idea if he should be glad or angry. He was happy that the younger daughter's essay was good enough to get a prize in high school. There was no way that the same essay would not get a prize in the junior high school competition. But he was furious as the elder daughter used such underhanded methods to copy the younger daughter's essay and was issued a warning for it. As a sister, she resorted to copying from her younger sister. If he was not trying to keep his temper in check, he wanted to ask the elder daughter, why would she be so shameless? But his wife gave the younger daughter a lecture as soon as she reached home. Xiao Dongliang felt so outraged for the younger daughter. The elder daughter was caught copying from the younger daughter, but the younger daughter was being blamed instead. What right does the elder daughter have to copy from her sister? What's wrong? Zijin bought a stack of essay books so as to learn. What do we mean by learn? Isn't it similar to copying? Besides, this is our essay. If not for Xiaonan, nobody would know that it wasn't Zijin's idea. She has to be blamed for it. Ding Jiai was totally brainwashed by Xiao Zijin, who bawled her eyes out at school just now. She believed that all articles were created by copying. Besides, there were no outsider involved. How could it be considered copying? Zijin merely borrowed it. If Xiaonan did not write this essay but wrote another essay, everything would be all right. Who told you all this? You are so downright shameless. Old Ding, are you really this shameless? Xiao Dongliang lashed out at her. This is not our property. This is Nan's essay, her own essay. Can Zijin take and use Nan's property as and when she wish? Who said this? Nan's works belong to her alone. You can't say that it belonged to the family. Isn't Zijin her biological sister? Zijin treated her so well. Shouldn't she help her as well? Ding Jiai refused to back down. We are one family. Why do we have to be so calculative? Huh. All right, if that's the case, does it mean that Nan can use Zijin's things and has it all for herself? Xiao Dongliang was boiling with anger at Ding Jiai's arrogant and unreasonable behavior. He almost felt like giving a slap to her face. Zijin took credit for Nan's essay. No matter how we look at it, it's Zijin's fault. How can you say that Zijin is being good to Nan? Xiao Dongliang stretched out his hands to pull at Ding Jiai. Since you insist that Nan Nan is at fault, that she shouldn't be lazy and she should write another essay, go outside with me now. I dare you to repeat what you said to me and Nan Nan just now to the people at the quad. If you dare to do that, Nan Nan and I will admit that it's our fault. What do you think? What are you doing? Ding Jiayi paled in fright. She slapped at Xiao Dongliang's hands, refusing to step out of the house. Ding Jiayi felt that it was all right of her to make unreasonable requests to Xiao Nan, and that Xiao Nan was obligated to do according to her wishes. But she felt ashamed to repeat what she said to others. Ding Jiayi dared not tell the others that instead of the person who wrote the essay, the one who copied the essay had the right to use the essay. She dared not tell them such shameless things. So you also realize that what you said just now was shameless, and you dared not let others know. But why would you treat Nan Nan in this way? You only dare to take it out on the family and to bully Nan Nan? How unlucky Nan Nan must be to have a mom like you. Do you know that what you said just now will affect the relationship of the two sisters? If they fall out with each other and turn their back against each other, you will have to bear the full responsibility. As you said, Zijin is Nan Nan's biological sister. If she runs into any troubles in the future, she has no one to seek help except Nan Nan. Yet you want to create troubles. Xiao Dongliang's words was to serve as a reminder to Ding Jiayi and Xiao Nan. Ding Jiayi did not get it, but Xiao Nan understood. Xiao Dongliang had two meanings to his words. First, Ding Jiayi's ramblings was all her own doings. It had nothing to do with Xiao Zijin. He wanted Xiao Nan not to have any misunderstandings and not to affect the relationship between the sisters. Secondly, Xiao Dongliang understood that even if the elder daughter has been making improvements, her results was still far behind the younger daughter's results. In the society now, those who could study would have a brighter future. The younger daughter might have better future prospects as compared to the elder daughter. If the elder daughter ran into any troubles, she could only seek help from the younger daughter. If Ding Jiayi continued with her ways to spoil their relationship, the younger daughter might not be willing to help the elder daughter when she was in trouble. His wife would only hinder the elder daughter. Xiao Nan's lips dropped. She could no longer feel the surge of warmth when Xiao Dongliang jumped in to defend her just now. That surge of warmth was not enough for her to feel comforted and warm. Instead, his words were just like pouring a bucket of cold water over her. Her mother wanted her to be the source of income for Xiao Zijin. She would do anything that was beneficial for Xiao Zijin, even if it meant taking everything away from Xiao Nan. As for her father, he wanted Xiao Nan to be Xiao Zijin's nanny, to take care of her no matter what. How am I creating trouble? Ding Jiayi refused to admit. Zijin was the victim here. You decide what to do. Old Xiao wanted to take in a son-in-law for Zijin. She did not believe that he would not be anxious that she was being issued a warning. If not for the fact that Xiao Zijin's teacher had told Ding Jiayi outright that it was only possible that Xiao Zijin copied the essay from Xiao Nan, Ding Jiayi might have dragged Xiao Nan to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China and forced her to admit in front of the teacher that she had copied from Xiao Zijin. Not only did Ding Jiayi refuse to admit her mistake, she acted justified and confident. Xiao Dongliang had a splitting headache. Old Ding was so muddle-headed. Nan Nan. He could only work on the younger daughter since his wife refused to listen to reasons. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Xiao Nan had always been obedient and sensible. Hence Xiao Dongliang was used to the fact that she should give in and suffer in silence, and try to be more understanding towards Ding Jiayi and Xiao Zijin. Your mom has a bad temper. She was muddle-headed to have said those words. Do not take it to heart. She is a good person. It's just that she cared too much for your sister. Dad, did you also think that I should let sister copy my essay? How could that be? Xiao Dongliang denied adamantly. He was not as muddle-headed as old Ding. But Nan Nan, you must understand. If there's peace at home, everything will prosper. You should know your mom's temper. You can't possibly ask her to apologize to you. They were one family. They could not possibly stay at loggerheads with each other forever. Even if mom is wrong, I would still need to obey, listen to her and please her. Her father did not seem happy when she did that in her previous life. I am not asking you to obey your mom. Xiao Dongliang had a terrible headache. If Nan Nan was to obey old Ding in whatever she asked, the house might be even more chaotic. What does Dad want me to do? When Mom reprimanded me for being lazy and that I should have let sister copy my essay, I did not even say a word. Dad, am I not submissive enough? Which areas should I improve on? You can tell me and I will change. Xiang spoke in an exceptionally calm voice, in a composed manner that was beyond people her age. The more Xiao Nan appeared to be calm and composed, the more Xiao Dongliang felt guilty. Xiao Dongliang used to think that as children, they were obligated to obey their parents. Since old Ding was muddle-headed, Xiao Nan would just have to suffer in silence. It might sound irresponsible, but it was Nan's fault to have such a mother. But when he looked into Xiao Nan's dark eyes, her calm and still expression halted him in his tracks. It was as if his mouth had been glued. No words came out of his mouth. If Xiao Nan threw tantrums and cried in anguish, Xiao Dongliang could chide her for being disobedient and insensible. But Xiao Nan stayed silent all the while. Xiao Dongliang didn't know what to say. He tried multiple times to persuade Xiao Nan, but he could not make any sound. Given Ding Jai's personality, there was no way that Xiao Dongliang could persuade Xiao Nan. He had reached a dead end. If Xiao Nan was to give in to Ding Jai, there would not be any chance that she could continue with her studies. She would be responsible for writing essays for Xiao Zijin to copy. But this was against Xiao Dongliang's worldviews. In that case, how could he tell his daughter to obey his wife? And what exactly should she do to obey her? Xiao Dongliang had no answers to his own questions. He was lost in thoughts. After a while, an upset Xiao Dongliang said in disgruntlement, "All of you have such a bad temper." With that he returned to his room. His wife would not listen to him, and his daughter had her own views. She would no longer listen to her parents. He could no longer take his wife and daughter in hand. Xiao Nan could hear the censure from Xiao Dongliang's words. She twitched her lips in self-mockery. No matter what, she would no longer give in to her mother and Xiao Zijin. That was impossible. If her parents knew that she had done the essay incident on purpose, she wondered how her parents would react. But Xiao Nan was not foolish. She would not admit it out of her own accord and invite trouble for herself. She returned to her room right after Xiao Dongliang left. But in a while Ding Jai came storming in. Without a word, Ding Jai searched through Xiao Nan's school bag, throwing all the contents onto the bed, searching through them book by book. "Mom, what are you doing?" Was her mother so furious about Xiao Zijin's incident that she wanted to tear up her textbooks? "Dad." Xiao Nan knew that there was no way that she could stop her mom. She could only shout for his help. But Xiao Dongliang was still angry over the incident just now. Upon hearing Xiao Nan's call for him, he stayed in his room and did not utter a word. "Let me ask you, where's your essay book?" After searching through all the books, Ding Jai could not find the essay book that Xiao Zijin mentioned. She demanded it from Xiao Nan. "Give your essay book to me. From now on, you are not allowed to use any of the essays in your essay book. Do you understand? If there's a next time, I will not let you off. Hurry up. Hand me your essay book." Xiao Nan smirked at Ding Jai. "I don't have it." "Don't have it? I don't believe you. Give it to me now. If not, don't blame me for being unruly. Even so, I do not have it with me." Xiao Nan ran out of the room. "Dad, Mom wanted to tear up my books." "You wretched girl." "What? Old Ding." Xiao Dongliang bellowed and rushed out. "Old Ding, I didn't flare up recently, but that doesn't mean that I am good-tempered. When did I say that I want to tear up her books? I merely wanted her to give me her essay book and not to use them in future." Ding Jai glared at Xiao Nan furiously. This wretched girl lied to frame her. "Dad, do you think I should hand them over?" Xiao Nan was not afraid of Ding Jai. She turned and asked Xiao Dongliang, "What's there to give? Don't give them to her. There are other components besides essays in the college entrance exams. Even if Xiao Zijin could copy Xiao Nan's essay, there is no way that Xiao Nan could sit for the other exams on her behalf. You are so foolish." Xiao Dongliang chided Ding Jai. "I don't care. It would be good if Zijin can do better for her essay. When you are in high school, every mark matters. I will do whatever I can to help Zijin. Besides, it would not kill her to help her biological sister. Why is she so stingy? That's the only way that she can be of use at home." Ding Jai refused to listen to reason. "Come out with me." Since Xiao Dongliang could not talk reason into Ding Jai, he could not be bothered to talk sense into her anymore. He stepped into Xiao Nan's room and dragged Ding Jai out with him. Nan, keep an eye on your books in the future. If the worst comes to worst, don't bring them home." Xiao Dongliang had no other choice. There was no way that his wife would change her ways until she had gotten what she wanted. Xiao Dongliang had a sudden thought. It might be a good idea for Xiao Nan to put all her books elsewhere. Nan could no longer take things lightly. His wife was beyond reasons. She would go ahead to take Nan's stuff without any reasons. Before this, Xiao Dongliang was still angry at Xiao Nan. But after looking at Ding Jiayi's unruly behavior just now, all his anger had dissipated. Nan was plain unlucky to have such a mother like old Ding. Oh, I understand. Xiao Nan was relieved that Xiao Dongliang seemed to have cooled down, even though her father might be fickle-minded at times. But Xiao Nan knew that he was the only one in the family who would defend her. If she enraged and offended him, Xiao Nan would have an even more difficult time at home. Xiao Dongliang dragged Ding Jiayi away after Xiao Nan's affirmative answer. Xiao Nan breathed a sigh of relief as soon as Ding Jiayi left the room. Elder Li knew that she had an essay competition today and asked her to leave the essay book with him. Xiao Nan had no idea why he would want the essay book, but she did not bother to find out. No matter what, Elder Li was not like her mother, who would give her essay to someone else to copy and forbid the original writer from using it. Her mother was getting way out of hand. No wonder when she was knocked down by the car in her previous life, her mother was happy enough to cry, saying that Xiao Zijin finally had the money and the kidney to cure her illness. After being dragged to her room by Xiao Dongliang, Ding Jiayi ranted at him. Old Xiao, are you foolish? Instead of giving money to Zijin to buy essay books, we should just let her look at Xiao Nan's essay. That wouldn't do. Those were Nan's essays. They belong to her. Zijin cannot use them. If others find out about this, Zijin may find it a disgrace. You must consider Zijin's future. Is she still going in to take in a husband? Xiao Dongliang said in exasperation. We can keep it to ourselves. Oh, so you do realize that what you are doing is wrong, and you do not want others to know about it? Xiao Dongliang mocked her. Do you think that we can keep such things under wraps? We have to count our blessings that things didn't blow up. Zijin had already been issued a warning in school. Of the students in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, at least everyone at her class would have known about it. Xiao Dongliang's head hurt at the thought of that. Look at what happened. Now that Xiao Zijin has been issued a warning, do you think she wanted to stay in that class? Will she be looked down upon by others? It was so disgraceful to cheat with one's own sister's essay. Xiao Dongliang blushed in embarrassment at the thought of that. No, they won't. Ding Jiayi was lost for words. She stuttered. It's only. Besides, the essay is Xiao Nan's. It's our family affair. What has it got to do with outsiders? They have no right to look down on Zijin. Keep your words to yourself. You should know that Zijin only had a chance to enter the competition because of Nan's essay. If Zijin did not participate, another student would have the chance to take part. Apart from the other students, how do you think Zijin's teacher will view her after this incident? Will the teacher be displeased with her? Zijin has been issued with a warning. Her teacher might have been disciplined for this as well. Do you mean that Zijin could have offended her teacher because of this incident? It cannot be so serious, right? Ding Jiayi was shocked. She did not really care about the reactions of other students. Instead, she was worried that Zijin's teacher might be displeased with her. Don't you know what kind of school the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China is? Even if you kept saying that it's okay, but that fact that Zijin cheated in the competitions would remain a record in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Not to mention the teachers. What do you think the principal will think? What should we do? At home, Ding Jiayi might have insisted that it was normal to copy from one's sister. But it was a different matter outside. I have no idea. This is a complicated matter. Why would Zijin be so foolish? As for you, did you even use your brains to think? Do you think that Zijin's reputation is not in tatters yet? Do you want her teachers to dislike her further? Now her teachers are well aware of her standard. If she used Nan's essay again, do you think they would not find out? Xiao Dongliang had given up on making Ding Jiayi understand that what she did would affect the sisters' relationship. Instead, he tried to make her see the impact of the incident on Zijin. It was only in this way that she would take in his words. It would turn out this way? As expected, when Xiao Dongliang pointed out the ramifications of this incident and how it might affect Xiao Zijin, Ding Jiayi was willing to listen to every single word that he said. Then what should we do? I thought it would be useful to Zijin if I gave her Xiao Nan's essay book. That wretched girl, as expected. She was of no use to Zijin at all. Not even her essay book could help her. You do not need to meddle in this matter. I am not trying to help Nan Nan. Instead, what you should worry about is whether what you do would be doing harm to Zijin. You yourself know if you are doing this for Zijin or for Xiaonan. But as for Zijin, I would have to think about it. If her teacher is displeased with her, what should we do about it? Ding Jia knew that what she could do next was to help Zijin make up for her mistake. An absurd weekend passed by for the Qiao family. On the next Monday at school, Zhao Yu had just sat down when the other classmates crowded around her and said, "Regarding the competition last weekend, do you know what happened to Xiaonan?" Zhao Yu pulled her face. They were obviously rubbing someone's nose in it. She was boiling with anger when she was reminded of how she passed all the rounds, went for half a month of training, and yet it has been decided that Xiaonan would be one of the participants. All right, stop probing. Xiaonan was one of the 5 participants who took part in the essay competition. Really? All the students who were hoping to see some fun were dejected. Stop talking about this. I am so frustrated. I am going to read my books. Zhao Yu placed her books vertically in front of her and buried her face in them. She had thought that since she had broken Xiaonan's pins, she had no pins to write her essay and she would have to give up on the competition. Who would have known that some busybody would lend her a pin? Hopefully she did not do well in her essay this time. At the thought of this, Zhao Yu shot Xiaonan a guilty look. All her pins were broken. Would she be suspicious? But nobody was there when she broke her pins. Even if Xiaonan suspected her, she could do nothing about it. Here's your essay book. Take it back. Zhu Baogua gave Xiaonan the essay book that she left with Elder Li. Thank you. Xiaonan was relieved when she finally had her essay book back. Luckily, she did not bring her essay book home. If not with her mother's temper, she would have given it to Xiao Zijin. In this life, the money that she earned belonged to her, and it was the same for the essay that she wrote as well. She would never let Xiao Zijin copy another word from her. Because of this, Xiaonan's words of gratitude sounded even more sincere and agitated than before. Are you running a fever? Zhu Baogua, who was used to her cold attitude, was shaken up by the tone in her voice. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Go away. Xiaonan shot a disdainful look at Zhu Baogua. He laughed at her instead. That's better. Xiaonan twinged the corners of her mouth. She did not know that Zhu Baogua was like that. Before we begin lessons, I have a piece of news to share with all of you. During self-study sessions, Teacher Chen stood on the stage in a good mood. We selected 5 students from the school to represent the school in the essay competition. I am very proud to announce that among the 5 of them, 2 of the students were awarded prizes. One of them came in the 3rd place while the other student came in the 1st place. The student who came in 3rd is from another class, but the student who came in 1st place is in our class. Teacher Chen and Teacher Li were exhilarated. They were very proud to have their student to come in 1st in the essay competition. Of course, if it was a mathematics competition, Teacher Chen would be even happier. The 1st place? Who is it? Zhao Yu is the only one from our class that participated in the essay competition. It must be her. Being awarded the 1st place in the essay competition, this is much more difficult than coming in the 1st place in Chinese in school. One really can't tell that she is so intelligent. The students were full of murmuring. Most of them guessed that it must have been Zhao Yu, while Zhu Baogua lifted his chin and kept his silence as if he knew something. The student who came in the 1st place in the essay competition is Xiaonan. Teacher Chen announced in excitement. Xiaonan did very well for her essays. Why didn't anyone guess that it was her? The classroom was in total silence at Teacher Chen's words. Most of them were in shock. Although there were many rumors that Xiaonan participated in the essay competition, she did not take part in the preliminary rounds organized by the school, nor did she go for the essay training session that was specially organized for this competition. Hence, even if there were rumors that Xiaonan was among the 5 students who participated, everyone treated it as a joke and wanted to see how Xiaonan would make a fool of herself. But now the only person to come in 1st place was Xiaonan? That's right, Xiaonan did very well in the 2 Chinese exams this semester. Teacher Li even pasted them on the blackboard. I have taken a look. They were really well written, even better than the essay books that I bought. Yes, Xiaonan deserved the 1st place. Zhao Yu was not good enough. After hearing Teacher Chen's announcement, a lot of the students corrected themselves. Previously, they looked at Zhao Yu enviously, but now they only had contempt for her. Zhao Yu paled and bit her lip. She hung her head and sniffed. Everyone, let's give a round of applause for Xiao Nan. She has made us all proud this time. Teacher Qian started to clap, and the students followed thereafter. Xiao Nan, you have to get ready to receive the prize from the principal after the morning exercise. Teacher Chun, I understand. After Teacher Chun has left, Zhao Yu glared at Xiao Nan with bloodshot eyes. Xiao Nan, don't be too smug. Are you crazy? Zhu Baoguo pulled at his sleeves and gave Zhao Yu a fierce stare. What's the hurry? Xiao Nan stopped Zhu Baoguo. Don't be too smug. I am going to laugh smugly. I am going to laugh smugly. When she was participating in the essay competition, someone must have broken her pins on purpose. She did not want to pinpoint Zhao Yu, but she was being too obvious. Zhao Yu had told Xiao Nan not to be too smug, yet Xiao Nan sang laugh smugly at her. Zhao Yu longed to throw her books at Xiao Nan and to scratch at her face. She wanted to see if Xiao Nan would still be able to laugh smugly after that. But before Zhao Yu could do anything, Zhu Baoguo had already pulled Xiao Nan aside. He lifted his chin and looked askance at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and lowered her hand. Zhao Yu, I brought 3 pins to the essay competition, but they were all broken and could not be used. Do you know who did that? Xiao Nan arched her eyebrows and looked at Zhao Yu. Eyes flickering around, Zhao Yu could not hide her emotions. She dared not look at Xiao Nan in the eyes. Your pins were broken. It's none of my business. What do you mean by do I know who did it? Your pins were broken. There's no one to blame. How could 3 pins be broken in one go? Xiao Nan smirked. Could all the pins have ganged up together? This is a coincidence. Why would you ask me? I have no idea at all. You are really getting on my nerves. I am done talking to you. Zhao Yu could feel her heart thumping. She was stuttering and her face was flushed red. At this time the school bell rang. It was time for morning exercise. While the class monitor lined up the students, Xiao Nan stared coldly at Zhao Yu. If Zhao Yu really broke her pins, this was no longer a simple matter of throwing tantrums or playing pranks on other students. If Zhao Yu, a junior high school student, could come up with the plan of breaking her pins to prevent her from writing her essay, nobody would know if she would do more terrible things next time. You just wait and see. Xiao Nan had gone to line up, but Zhu Baoguo, who purposely trailed behind, said in a vicious tone when he passed by Zhao Yu. Xiao Nan may not take it to heart, but that doesn't mean I will let this matter rest. Did you break Xiao Nan's pins? No, I am innocent. Xiao Nan framed me. Zhao Yu might not be scared of Xiao Nan, but she feared Zhu Baoguo. She was scared of his family status and his gangster attitude. At his command, not to mention outside the school, a lot of the students in the school would be willing to be his hatchet men. By that time, Zhu Baoguo would escape unscathed while she was being bullied. Would I believe you? Zhu Baoguo smiled coldly and walked off to line up. Zhao Yu was angered and scared at the same time by Zhu Baoguo's attitude. She stomped her feet in frustration. What should she do now? She thought that no one would know about the pins, and Xiao Nan would suffer in silence. After all, no one could tell for sure how the pins were broken. She had no idea that Xiao Nan would have guessed that the pins had been broken. So what if the pins were broken? Xiao Nan still managed to borrow a pin and came in first place in the essay competition. What more did she want? During morning exercise, Zhao Yu looked on in anger and frustration when Xiao Nan was called up to the stage by the principal. She received the certificate and prize from the principal and was the center of attention of the whole school. The thunderous sounds of applause was painful to Zhao Yu's ears. It hurt even more inside her heart. Where's Xiao Nan? After morning exercise, Zhao Yu was anxious when she didn't see Xiao Nan. She seems to have gone to look for Teacher Chen. Zhao Yu, Xiao Nan was in the limelight today. She came in first. I wonder how many marks would be added on to her middle school exams. The students remarked bitterly. What? She went to look for Teacher Chen. Xiao Nan has gone way overboard. How could Xiao Nan tell the teacher? It was just pure speculation on her part. Hey, Zhao Yu, where are you going? In a flash, Zhao Yu ran out and a classmate was trying to pull her back. Is Zhao Yu mad because Xiao Nan clinched the top place? Teacher Chen. Zhao Yu ran to Teacher Chen's office. True enough, Xiao Nan was also there. Zhao Yu's eyes welled up instantly in front of Teacher Chen. What is the matter? Teacher Chen was shocked that she was crying without an apparent reason. What is wrong? Come in, Teacher Chen. Xiao Nan is maligning me. Zhao Yu wiped away her tears as she sobbed quietly, looking so pitiful. Xiang shot a glance at Zhao Yu coldly, without saying a word. Obviously, youngsters do have the tendency to lose their cool. Xiang maligned you? Teacher Chun looked at Zhao Yu strangely. How did Xiang malign you? And about what? Zhao Yu did not decipher the meaning of Teacher Chen's question. She was absolutely certain that Xiang had complained against her. To Zhao Yu, Teacher Chen was interrogating and not questioning her, as Teacher Chen had always believed in whatever Xiang said. After all, Teacher Chen had always liked Xiao and treated her exceptionally well. Teacher Chen even gave Xiao a place for the essay competition behind closed doors. It was impossible that Teacher Chen would not believe Xiao words. Teacher Chen, I was wronged. Those pins were not broken by me. Xiao cannot malign others and blame it on me just because her pins were broken. Unless Xiao had evidence, otherwise, she would never admit to it. Zhao Yu cried in front of Teacher Chen. I know I have a bad temper and Xiao doesn't like me, but we are classmates. Even if she disliked me, she shouldn't bully me like that. Teacher Chen, trust me, I really did not do it. At the sight of Zhao Yu, who was crying miserably, Xiao did not know what happened, but she suddenly saw a hint of Xiao Zijin in Zhao Yu. In the previous life, when Xiao Zijin was broke, she cried to her mother in this manner too. When Xiao Zijin was pregnant with Chun Jun's child, she also sat by the side and sobbed quietly while she watched her mother hit and scold Xiao and to force Xiao to give up the relationship. At the time when she was just reborn to this life, her ears were hurt by her mother, and brother Zhai also taught her to use a similar crying tactic on her father. Crying was so handy. The pins were broken. All broken? When teacher heard this, he felt that something was not right. Although his mood had been dampened by Zhao Yu's tears, he remained calm and managed to grasp the point made by Zhao Yu. Xiaonan, what exactly is happening? During the essay competition, I brought 3 pins. One is the usual pin that I used. The other 2 were brand new. However, strangely, none of the pins worked during the competition. Fortunately, someone lent me a pin. Otherwise, most likely I would not have been able to participate in the competition. Xiaonan told Teacher Chen honestly. Borrow a pin. Who lent you the pin? Teacher Chen was alarmed. If Xiaonan did not manage to borrow a pin, they would have a close brush with the first place and would have let slip the championship that was already in their hands. It was a big brother from my neighborhood. He happened to pass by and lent me a fountain pen. Zhao Yu was in the same exam hall as me. When the invigilator was helping me to borrow a pen, Zhao Yu did not say anything. Zhao Yu also only brought 1 pen. I can understand this. Zhao Yu, I did not blame you. Xiaonan smiled at Zhao Yu amicably. Teacher Chun was not the only one present in the office, and every teacher brought their brains to work. Which student would bring only 1 pin to participate in the competition or exam? In other words, when Xiaonan's pin was broken, Zhao Yu was not willing to lend one to her. This was a fact. Also, the 3 working pins that were prepared by Xiaonan were all broken at the same time. This was strange. They thought of Zhao Yu running to the office, crying that she was maligned and emphasizing that she did not do this. At that moment, the teachers in the office had a feeling that Zhao Yu had exposed her own deed. Zhao Yu did not know the teacher's thoughts. After she heard the conversation between Teacher Chun and Xiaonan, she was dumbfounded. Hadn't Xiaonan come to the office to complain about her to Teacher Chen? Then, whatever she said just now, was it not? Teacher Chen's face was gloomy. Obviously, he was not in a good mood. Teacher Chen's chest heaved up and down, and he looked at Zhao Yu a few times. Zhao Yu, no one is maligning you. You may return to the classroom. Teacher Chen's words were like a double-edged sword. Zhao Yu's face turned red with embarrassment. Teacher Chen, leave. Teacher Chen's attitude was firm. Furthermore, there were many teachers in the office. Zhao Yu was still young and not thick-skinned enough. When she heard Teacher Chen, she cried more miserably than before, and tears rolled from her eyes uncontrollably as she turned and left. Xiaonan, why didn't you tell the teachers? Does Teacher Li know? Teacher Chen let out a frustrated sigh. He looked at Xiaonan sullenly. Xiaonan was good in everything, but she was too kind and easily bullied by others. As the form teacher, he knew that Zhao Yu had been making things difficult for Xiaonan. I don't know. Xiaonan shook her head. When the car arrived, I went to the restroom to wash my face and left my bag in the car. When I came out, everyone was preparing to enter the exam hall. I discovered that all my pins were broken only when I was attempting the question in the hall. After the competition ended, the teacher sent the students home without any ado. Xiaonan did not have any chance to mention this matter to Teacher Li. Furthermore, it was difficult for Xiaonan to say it. She could not possibly tell Teacher Li that all the 3 pins that she brought were broken, and she suspected that someone had intentionally broken them. Teacher Chen guessed Xiaonan's thoughts. Fine, I understand. You have to pay more attention in future. The kids nowadays. Really, they are not as simple as the kids during my generation. They are still so young. Teacher Chen did not continue further. Anyway, everyone knew what was going on at heart. Teacher Chen, then I will go back. As she left Teacher Chen's office and passed by the corner, Xiaonan was held back by Zhao Yu, whose eyes were as red as a rabbit due to the crying. Zhao Yu was crying as she choked on her words. Xiaonan Yu, did you set me up today? If Xiaonan did not look for Teacher Chen in such a hurry, she would not have misunderstood that Xiaonan was making a complaint about her. After all, Xiaonan just told Zhu Baogua about this. Guess yourself. Zhao Yu was stunned. At this juncture, what was there to guess? Xiaonan, you did it intentionally. You wanted to malign me. Teacher Chen already favored you so much. Why do you still have to smear my reputation? Then tell me, how did I set you up? What did I do intentionally? What did I malign you about? If you can narrate the full story to me from beginning till end, I will pay you respects and apologize to you. Not one thing less. Having heard Xiaonan's words, Zhao Yu was so furious that she nearly vomited blood. Was Xiaonan purposely being unreasonable? Would Xiaonan not know what she was referring to? Didn't Xiaonan purposely look for Teacher Chen to cause her to misunderstand that a complaint would be filed, and then made her lose face in front of Teacher Chen and many teachers in the office? My classmate Zhao Yu, why are you silent? We should clear up this matter. How did I set you up? What did I malign you about? Xiaonan crossed her arms and looked coldly at Zhao Yu, while she asked Zhao Yu to explain. You know what I mean. Zhao Yu was so angry that she forgot about crying. She only managed to say one sentence. You still dare to instigate Zhu Baogua to bash me up? Xiaonan, how can you be so bad? First, I don't understand. Second, I didn't ask Zhu Baogua to hit you. You're maligning me. Xiaonan laughed. Zhao Yu, don't say the wrong things next time. I did not malign you. Leaving these words behind, Xiaonan walked past Zhao Yu and returned directly to the classroom. This time, both Xiaonan and Zhao Yu knew that Xiaonan did it in purpose when she went to Teacher Chen's office. Xiaonan did not talk bad about Zhao Yu in front of Teacher Chen, but she already guessed that Zhao Yu would lose her cool and expose her own deed. If what Zhao Yu said in the office earlier had exposed her own deed, then what Xiaonan said to Zhao Yu now had the same effect. The only difference was, Zhao Yu was foolish, she also denied her involvement, whereas Xiaonan was openly mocking Zhao Yu for trying to be smart. Yes, Xiaonan did it on purpose. What could Zhao Yu do to her? Xiaonan left. Zhao Yu remained rooted to the spot with a face full of menace. The students who came out of the classroom to make their way to the toilet had a bad fright when they saw Zhao Yu's menacing look. They nearly turned back. Aren't you Zhao Yu from class 1? Why are you standing here? Like being punished, you're scaring others. The other party was a male student. He was utterly shocked by Zhao Yu's expression. Zhao Yu was quite good-looking and talented. Many in the school knew who she was. 15, 16 years old were the age where romantic thoughts starts to blossom. It was not uncommon for a few male students to have a crush on a girl like Zhao Yu, and the student in front of her was one of them. However, when he saw Zhao Yu's expression, all the positive feelings that the student had for Zhao Yu vanished into thin air in a second. The seemingly gentle and crisp-looking girl had turned into such a state. It was insane. Zhao Yu had not been treated in this manner by boys before. At this juncture, her expression turned even uglier, scaring the male student who ran away without further thoughts. It was as if a dog was chasing him. I'm so mad. Everyone is opposing me. Zhao Yu's face was pale with anger, but to prevent others from seeing this dysfunctional side of her again, she could only revert to her normal self before returning to the classroom. At the thought that she made such a big blunder all because of Xiaonan, Zhao Yu lifted her eyes and wanted to glare at Xiaonan. Without waiting for Zhao Yu's glare, Zhu Baogua raised his eyebrows and cast an unfriendly look at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was so scared that she bowed her head and returned to her seat quietly. See, A kind person is liable to be bullied. A tamed horse is often ridden. Zhu Baogua snorted and boasted to Xiao Nan. I know this kind of person well. They bully the weak and fear the strong. She only picks the soft persimmons to pinch. You're too good-tempered. If it were me, I would bash her till she was toothless. I have a good temper? Xiao Nan was amused. She was not good-tempered. She had been stabbed in the back numerous times, and as a result, she was now used to playing similar tricks. She did not take revenge on Zhao Yu openly, but she also did not let her off easily. Zhao Yu wanted to be a model student, an obedient teacher's pet. What Zhao Yu said in Teacher Chen's office today, not only Teacher Chen, Teacher Li would definitely know about it soon. If any of the teachers had a loud mouth, Zhao Yu's reputation among the teachers in junior high school would be tarnished. However, Zhao Yu was already in secondary 3, and the semester was ending soon. Otherwise, there would really be a good show to watch. At these thoughts, Xiao Nan really did not think that she was a pushover with a weak character. If you're not good, then who is? Zhu Baogua rolled his eyes. Xiao, let me tell you, you can't be like this. When you enter the society next time, you are designated to be bullied badly by others. People like Zhao Yu has to be dealt with, till she is fearful so that she dare not give you troubles in future. I agree with what you said. Xiao Nan nodded her head. She ignored Zhao Yu previously, but in the end, Zhao Yu broke all her pins before the competition. So the ignoring tactic did not work on Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was singing a one-man show and was getting more enthusiastic as she went along. Thinking, Xiao Nan took a glance at Zhu Baogua. The reason that Zhao Yu created so much trouble was probably somewhat related to Zhu Baogua. The matter regarding the essay competition, as per Xiao Nan's prediction, after Teacher Chen told Teacher Li, one of the teachers disseminated this widely, and Zhao Yu became infamous amongst the teachers. Nevertheless, as everyone were teachers and the other party was just a student who, most importantly, did not belong to their class, they passed around the story but did not magnify the matter. Furthermore, Zhao Yu denied that she ever did this, and there was no evidence. What could they say? But this was enough to make Zhao Yu embarrassed and uneasy. Moreover, after Zhu Baogua's threats, Zhao Yu was fearful every day and dared not go home alone. She had to pull along a few friends to accompany her before she feels safe to go home. Seeing Zhao Yu, Zhu Baogua snorted with disdain. The winter in Pingcheng was especially cold. Everyone was already in their thick and padded winter attire. As the north wind blew, the weather was unbearable. During this time, the students who were holding part-time jobs took the hardest hit. The weather is so cold. Xiao Dongliang put away his bicycle while he rubbed his hands and stomped his feet. Nan, is your school having the final year examination soon? We are taking the exam next week. Xiaonan poured Xiao Dongliang a cup of hot tea to warm him up. As Xiao Dongliang held the cup of warm tea in his hands, he suddenly felt revived. His frown relaxed. So soon? How's your preparations going along? Still fine. During the past 6 months, Xiaonan had caught up with what she had missed. In the coming final year examination, they would mainly be tested on what the teachers had taught them during this semester. Hence, Xiao Nan was more confident. That's good. Then how about Baogua? Can he do well? After asking about Xiao Nan, Xiao Dongliang immediately asked about Zhu Baogua. Not sure. It'll depend on his specific performance. Xiao Nan did not inflate hopes, although Zhu Baogua had been conscientious in his studies during half of this semester. However, there are a few cases in this world. Those who did not do well usually but performed in the exams, those who did well usually but failed to perform in the exams, or those who have consistent results during the normal days and exam. Xiao Nan was not sure what category Zhu Baogua belonged to. No issue. Before the exams, you can give him another push and help him to guess the questions. At the very least, let him pass his exams. Xiao Dongliang did not expect too much. Zhu Baogua failed the last round of exams. He hoped that Zhu Baogua would pass on this occasion. That should not be a problem. Not a problem, you're so certain? That's good. Xiao Dongliang was delighted. If Baogua could pass the exams, he would have progressed significantly in his studies. Nan, do you wish to buy anything during the Lunar New Year? Tell Dad. Dad will buy for you. Xiao Dongliang was rarely generous. Dad, can I have a set of new clothes of my own? This year, she did not wish to wear the used clothes of Xiao Zijin again. During this time of the year, Xiao Zijin would always pass her unwanted clothes to Xiao Zijin. At the thought of this, Xiaonan felt sorry for herself. Good. Xiao Dongliang was surprised for a while. Then he agreed. After you finished your exams, during your vacation, Dad will take you shopping. You can choose what you like. Okay? Yes. Yes, what yes? Don't buy. There's so many clothes at home. Don't waste money unnecessarily. Ding Jai was a spoilsport when she opened her mouth. Your sister has so many clothes, all good, if you really want. I'll take a few out to let you choose too. Having said that, Ding Jai felt the pinch. Thereafter, she would have to think carefully about which were the clothes that Zijin disliked wearing over the recent years. If she gave those that Zijin liked to Xiaonan, Zijin would most likely throw a fit. I'm buying and not using your money. Nan's matters, you don't need to bother. Although he knew what Ding Jai was thinking, Xiao Dongliang found it embarrassing to scold Ding Jai in front of Xiaonan. The elder daughter had new clothes to wear every year. The younger daughter could only pick up the unwanted clothes of the elder one. At the thought of what Elder Li told him before, Xiao Dongliang's face was burning a little with embarrassment. No, you can't waste money like that. Ding was unhappy. Zijin is studying in high school now. The students in her school are either smart or has good family background. If you're buying one more set of clothes for Zijin, I can understand. It's not that Xiaonan does not have any clothes to wear. Why care about this when we are so poor? Do you mean that Zijin should wear new clothes, whereas when Nan does so, she is asking for too much? Xiao Dongliang was angered. I have said, I will take care of Nan's matters. You stand aside. You don't allow me to buy. Nan, let's go. Dad will take you to buy now. We picked 2 sets instead of 1. You can wear them interchangeably during the Lunar New Year. As for dinner, Dad will take you to the restaurant. Okay, I listened to Dad. Xiaonan stood near Xiao Dongliang. She intentionally picked a place that was further away from Ding Jai. After being hit by Ding Jai numerous times, Xiaonan was accustomed to this type of situations. Her mother would definitely be the first to bash her during such times. True enough, when she heard that Xiaonan was such a spendthrift and refused to listen to advice, Ding Jai raised her hand and wanted to hit Xiaonan a few times, but she could not as Xiaonan avoided her too well. Nan, let's go. Dad happens to have money in the pocket today. Moving away from Ding Jai and avoiding her ugly expression, Xiao Dongliang left immediately as he pulled Xiaonan along to buy her new clothes. Xiaonan was not sure if this was because Xiao Dongliang was delighted as she assured Xiao Dongliang that Zhu Baoguo would pass the coming examination. He really led Xiaonan shopping and bought her 2 full sets of new clothing, from head and toe. At the sight of so many new clothes, Xiaonan's mind was blank as blinked her big eyes. She dared not believe what she saw. She thought that her father's earlier words were said deliberately to anger her mother. Never did she think that he would really buy her 2 sets of clothing. Why, too happy? Xiaonan looked like she was in awe. This made Xiao Dongliang felt happy yet sour. Ultimately, Xiaonan had been shortchanged so much. Even if he would be taking in a son-in-law for Zijin, Nan was still his daughter. How could he not dote on her? Yes, I finally have new clothes to wear. I don't have to wear those unwanted by sister anymore. This simple comment of Xiaonan was accompanied with sadness. She not only had no chance to wear new clothes, but also had no chance to wear those that Xiao Zijin liked. She could only wear those clothes that Xiao Zijin was sick of and unwilling to wear. There will be new clothes next time. In future, Dad will buy you at least 1 set of new clothes every season. Xiao Dongliang felt very bad. Xiao Dongliang came from the era of poverty and hard life. At that time, the people could not even fill their stomach, not to mention wear good clothes. So, to Xiao Dongliang, he always felt that although the younger daughter was not treated as well as the elder daughter, but she was also clothed and fed, not left hungry or in cold. Hence, he did not feel that he was shortchanging her. However, at this very moment, Xiao Dongliang could no longer maintain this stance. He had made this daughter suffer too much. Nan, all these years, did Dad make you suffer a lot? Dad, if I coax you and said no, would you believe me? Having foolishly lived a lifetime, this time, Xiaonan was not willing to deny and allow herself to continue to suffer. 2 lifetimes, she suffered. She suffered so much. Dad, like sister, I'm also your daughter. Both are born to the same parents, but why was she treated so differently from Xiao Zijin? She did not expect equal treatment, But it should not be the way it was now. Yes, both are my daughters, Xiao Dongliang said. He did not feel good. Let's go to the restaurant. Both father and daughter ended up eating and drinking to their heart's content before going home. Meanwhile, Ding Jiai was at home facing the cold and quiet house alone. She could only hear her own breathing. She felt so depressed and was close to tears. The two of you are so good. Do you still take me seriously? Do you still treat me like family? Don't tell me both of you are biological father and daughter, and I'm not your real mom? Those things that I did, aren't they for the sake of the family? At the sight of Xiao Dongliang and Xiao, and coming back with bags of new stuff, Ding Jiai felt the sting in her heart. This, how much did you all spend? How much did you buy? From the look of it, it did not look like only one set of clothing had been bought. Nan, take them back to your room and put them away properly. Right, remember to cut away the labels. Knowing his wife's character, Xiao Dongliang advised Xiao Nan. Actually, Xiao Nan intended to do this even if Xiao Dongliang did not remind her. If her mother went to return all the new clothes, she would have none to wear. Also, the money from the refund would go into her mother's pocket, benefiting Xiao Zijin. Xiao Nan took a pair of scissors and removed the labels to remove the means for Ding Jiai to make a refund. She then happily held the clothes in front of herself and even ran to Xiao Dongliang and asked, "Dad, do I look good in it?" "Nice," Xiao Dongliang said as he laughed. "If you like it, you can wear one set to school tomorrow and leave the other for the Lunar New Year." "Okay, I'll listen to Dad." Although Xiao Nan was not a real 15-year-old, she could not help feeling as happy as a kid as she held the new clothes. Her small face was all red and rosy. The more happy Xiao Nan was, the more jealous Ding Jiai felt. Her eyes were extremely fierce. "You actually bought 2 sets of new clothing for Xiao Nan. Then you must buy for Zijin too, buy 3 for her." Ding Jiai made a request. "No," Xiao Dongliang rejected flatly. "We agreed before that you will take care of Zijin's matters, and I will take care of Xiao Nan's matters. If you wish to buy 3 sets of clothing for Zijin, sure, I will not stop you. You pay for them yourself." After the depletion of the family savings, Xiao Dongliang had a phobia. He must guard his own money. His wife was too daring. She had spent all the family savings without telling him a thing. He was the head of the family, but he only knew about it 1 to 2 months after the savings were gone. If she dared to do it once, she would dare to do it again. Their family was already not wealthy and definitely could not afford to spend in this manner. Xiao Dongliang was a little machismo. If not for Ding Jiai's spendthrift ways, he would not want to let Ding Jiai work outside. It would be good enough if she stayed at home and managed the domestic affairs properly. Xiao Dongliang did not interfere in how Ding Jiai managed her earnings at all, but he must guard his own money. Xiao Dongliang also did not interfere in how Ding Jiai wanted to dote on Xiao Zijin. He would not bother about whatever Ding Jiai spent her money on. However, if Ding Jiai would like to have his money, Xiao Dongliang was not willing. "Then can you do the same? Zijin is studying in high school and needs to spend a lot more than Xiao Nan. You earn more than me, don't talk about 3 sets of clothing. I wanted to buy her 10. You don't have money?" Ding Jiai was unhappy. Since old Xiao found out that she spent all the family savings, although she was also working, old Xiao had not given her a cent since. Used to managing the household finances, understandably, Ding Jiai did not feel good when Xiao Dongliang suddenly stopped giving her money. Since she could not get any money, she was hoping that Xiao Dongliang would spend on Xiao Zijin in case he squandered it all on Xiao Nan. But Xiao Dongliang refused. Ding Jiai was so furious that she wanted to quarrel with Xiao Dongliang. "That I don't care. Anyway, we have agreed before. I know how much you earn. Save a little every month, and it would not be difficult for you to pay for Zijin's tuition fees. You manage your own money and take care of Zijin's matters. You decide for yourself." Xiao Dongliang was very shrewd and had it all planned. The younger daughter never had any new clothes, but the elder daughter never stopped having them. At this time, Xiao Dongliang realized one thing. His elder daughter was too extravagant. Previously, old Ding said that new clothes could last for 9 years, and that was the norm for all families, so she was not buying any for Xiao Nan. However, her actions were contrary to her words when it came to Zijin. Xiao Dongliang had done an estimation for Ding Jiai. Her earnings are not more than his, but they were sufficient for Xiao Zijin's living expenses and a set of new clothes per season. With proper savings and management, it would not be a problem to support Zijin till she completed the high school education. Ding Jai thought she could have the cake and eat it, but Xiao Dongliang had done his calculations. How can that be the same? Ding Jai was dumbfounded with anger. Why should Zijin and Xiao Nan be treated equally? Was Xiao Nan fit to receive the same treatment? How is it different? Xiao Dongliang sneered. You tell me, what exactly is the difference? You, old Xiao. Why are you so unreasonable? Ding Jai did not know what to say. Righteousness will see you through all difficulties, whereas without it, your progress will be hampered from the very start. Why am I unreasonable? You tell me? Who is the one being unreasonable? Xiao Dongliang was also lightheaded. Clearly old Ding was the unreasonable one, but she blamed it on others. How could she do that? Because of this matter, Xiao Dongliang and Ding Jai nearly quarreled. Xiao Nan did not say a word and simply went back to her bedroom. She held the principle of not getting involved and not watching, while she carried on quietly with her own matters. You still treat her so well. She saw both of us quarreling, but she just left without a care. She's a heartless thing. You still bought her so many new clothes. Ding Jai pointed at Xiao Nan's room and yelled at the top of her voice. Ding Jai deliberately shouted these words for Xiao Nan's ears. She hoped that Xiao Nan could come out to mitigate and expel the anger between Xiao Dongliang and her. There was only silence from Xiao Nan's room as Ding Jai's words fell on deaf ears. There is nothing wrong with Nan. The two of us are quarreling. She's just a kid and should not interfere. Are you hoping that she will help you, or are you willing to see her help me to deal with you? Xiao Dongliang was both amused and angry. To Xiao Dongliang, Xiao Nan was undoubtedly doing the right thing by returning to her bedroom. If Xiao Nan helped him, she would be unfilial to old Ding. If she helped old Ding to persuade him, then she was not differentiating what was right from wrong. A child would not be able to interfere in the matters relating to adults. He felt that Nan's way of handling the matter was appropriate. Yes. To you, whatever Nan does is always right and whatever I do is always wrong. You no longer care about Zijin. You only have Nan in your eyes. Don't forget, Zijin is the one who will remain in the family in future. What's the use of treating Nan so well? Ding Jai said with much anger and anxiety. Why can't you get this clear? Xiao Nan would eventually be married to another family. Zijin was the one who would stay in this family forever. Giving Xiao Nan more would only benefit others. By doing all these, old Xiao was favoring an outsider instead of someone of his own? Utter nonsense. Xiao Dongliang gasped. Save your breath. Nan is also my daughter. Why can't I be good to her? You don't need to quarrel with me too. Anyway, I will not give you money. You better save more. When the school reopens next year, don't tell me you are unable to pay for Zijin's tuition fees. I can tell you with certainty now, if that really happens, you have to think of a way out yourself. I will not fork out a single cent. Xiao Dongliang was afraid that Ding Jai would not take his words seriously, that she would say one thing and do another by spending all her money on Xiao Zijin during the Lunar New Year, and then expect Xiao Dongliang to pay Xiao Zijin's tuition fees. He might as well give Ding Jai a warning in advance. By doing this, if Zijin knows about this, she will be so hurt. Don't tell me you don't want Zijin to continue with her studies? Ding Jai was dumbfounded. When had old Xiao become so heartless and indifferent towards Zijin? Zijin still has you. As long as you are able to take proper care of the finances, I believe Zijin can definitely continue in her studies. Furthermore, the school will not make the student drop out immediately when the school fees are not paid. You can just think of a way to resolve this. But knowing Zijin, she is usually concerned about her face. She will not have any mood to study if the school fees are owing. Heed my advice. Manage your money properly and don't let Zijin be in a difficult position. What happened during the essay competition has already left the teachers with a bad impression of her. Having said this, you should think about what you need to do. In the past, he had really indulged old Ding too much and allowed her to spoil Zijin. Although he would be taking in a son-in-law for Zijin and Nan would be married to another family. Both were his own daughters. There was no reason that Zijin could have a few sets of new clothes in a year while Nan could not get any. Uncle Lee was right. He was too muddle-headed in the past. If he continued to let old Ding manage the household, the family would be in a mess. Xiao Dongliang had made up his mind to suppress Ding Jai's bad temper. Even though the 5 fingers on one hand are of different length, and favoritism is inevitable in parent-child relationship. Old Ding was too extreme in her treatment towards Nan Nan. Leaving Ding Jai behind, Xiao Dongliang washed up and went to bed. He did not bother about Ding Jai. This time, Ding Jai was really furious and heartbroken. She sat in the living room alone, slouching and wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes from time to time, crying silently. For some time, only the sounds of Ding Jai's sobbing and breathing could be heard intermittently from the living room. Ding Jai sat alone until she was cold and numb. Then she slowly got up and went to the bedroom without even washing her face. Although the person lying next to her had a high body temperature and she should feel the warmth, Ding Jai felt so bitterly disappointed that she was chilled to the bone. She was married to this man for more than a decade. For the sake of him, she managed the household affairs and was busy all the time. Didn't she do all these for the family and this man? Ding Jai sobbed a few times and gave a long sigh before she closed her eyes and slept. One semester had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiang had finished her exams earlier than Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin's exam ended 2 days later and also reached home late. She finally had a good night's sleep. Mom, we finished our exams. Today's weather is good. Shall we go shopping for new clothes? On the next day, Xiao Zijin's mind was all on shopping for new clothes when she woke up. Mom, the newly arrived clothes for the Lunar New Year are so beautiful. My classmates are all so well dressed and they have so many clothes, Mom. Xiao Zijin stretched her tone and spoke like a spoiled child. In fact, Xiao Zijin already knew what she wanted to buy. She had her eyes on 4 sets of clothes that she liked very much. Xiao Zijin was not confident that her mother would buy all 4 sets of clothing, but she was sure that she could get at least 3 sets if she tried hard enough. How many sets did you have your eyes on? Of course, Ding Jai understood Xiao Zijin well. She knew what Xiao Zijin was thinking when Xiao Zijin behaved this way. Not a lot, just 4 sets. Ding Jai was asking for the number of pieces, but Xiao Zijin signaled that she was keen on 4 sets of clothing. Ding Jai gasped. When they had savings at home previously, she also did not have the habit of buying 4 sets of new clothes for Zijin at once. Zijin, I need to let you know a situation. You then consider for yourself how many new clothes to buy this year. Because of Xiao Dongliang's words, Ding Jai was compelled to do some calculations on how much money she had on hand. Ding Jai doted on Xiao Zijin very much. Whenever Xiao Zijin made a request, she would always accede to them if they were within her means to provide. As such, during the past 4 months, Ding Jai did not save a lot. If she hoped to pay off Xiao Zijin's tuition fees for the next semester, she would have to work longer, and she dared not even take a break from work early to celebrate the Lunar New Year. Hence, Ding Jai could not afford to buy any new clothes for Xiao Zijin. Ding Jai's words stunned Xiao Zijin. No money, you can ask from Dad. Her father, not her mother, earned the most in the family. You pay for my clothes and then ask Dad for my tuition fees. In this way, we could have the best of both worlds. Your dad already said, I will take care of your matters, and he will not interfere. If I am not able to cough up your tuition fees, he will not help and I have to think of a way to settle it myself. Dad really said that? Impossible. You told me last time that he wanted to take in a son-in-law for me. As such, how could her father be so heartless and really not care about her? If she knew that this would be the case, she would rather swap with Xiao than to let her father manage her affairs while her mother managed that of Xiao Nan. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that earlier? If she was taken care of by her dad, she need not worry about having no money to spend. If Xiao Nan was managed by her mother would spend all the money on her anyway. I heard this from the horse's mouth. I don't know what drugs Xiao Nan gave your dad. Your dad only has one daughter in his heart now. If I am unable to pay your tuition fees, he asked me to let it be in arrears, while I think of ways to pay gradually. I don't want. Before Ding Jai could finish her words, Xiao Zijin rejected this notion. If that's the case, then I would not be able to face anyone in school. I am already in the bad books of my Chinese teacher. If this really happens, I might as well quit my studies. How can you quit school? If you quit, how are you going to find a good job in future? To put it bluntly, you will have let Xiao and have her wish if you quit your studies, because all the money in the family will then be used to support her education. It's the Lunar New Year period and there are many odd jobs available. I will work for a few more days. It should not be a problem to settle your school fees. But your clothes for Lunar New Year. I probably cannot afford any. Xiao Zijin frowned instantly. Can't we talk about this further? I don't want 4 sets now. Can I have 2 instead? This was 1 set less than what she had expected. Xiao Zijin was extremely unhappy. 2 sets? Ding Jai smiled bitterly. Most likely not even 1 set. Unless you really want to owe the school 1 semester of tuition fees. I don't want. If you can't pay the tuition fees, I will rather not study. Xiao Zijin's face turned stiff and said firmly, what about Xiaonan's tuition fees? There would not be a problem for Xiaonan's tuition fees. Your dad had already prepared it. Mom, this won't do. We still need to buy the clothes, not 2, but at least 1 set for the Lunar New Year? Regarding the tuition fees, how much are you short of? Can we borrow from Dad? If my dad won't lend, then borrow from Xiaonan. Let her pay the tuition fees late. Xiao Zijin did not want to disgrace herself. She had no intention of being late in her school fees payment. But when it was about Xiaonan, she thought it was all right and proper to do that. Xiaonan, that wretched girl, has become so stubborn now. She is no longer as submissive as she used to be. I could bring myself to say this, yet Xiaonan was not willing to obey. Ding Jai was not silly either. She used to dislike this daughter. Of course, she still had no likings for her now. But in comparison, Xiaonan was considered to be a very obedient daughter. If she ordered her to head east, she would not dare to head west. If she ordered her to walk, she would not dare to run. But now, 1 sentence from Ding Jai, and Xiaonan would rebut her with 10 sentences. Even if Xiaonan kept her silence and did not retort, she would not obey her words either. Mom, Xiaonan has changed. She was not like this in the past. Why does she have a change in temperament ever since her fever last time? Xiao Zijin frowned and grunted. Now that you mention it, it really seems like it. Ding Jai puckered her lips. Did she discover something? With that, Ding Jai cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin stomped her feet in anger. Mom, are you referring to the time when Xiaonan mentioned that someone opened her windows in the middle of the night? I have already told you that it has nothing to do with me. All right, it's okay. But since that time, Xiaonan became weird. Is she by any chance possessed? Her temperament is different now. It was unlike who she used to be. That's true. Xiao Zijin nodded. In the past, whenever their parents quarreled, Xiaonan was so foolish that she would believe Xiao Zijin's instigations and try to be the middleman when they were in fierce arguments. She would try ways to maintain her mother's dignity, even if it meant disregarding her own interests. But recently, Xiao Nan did not try to be affectionate to Ding Jai in this half-year. In fact, she was keeping her distance from her. Xiao Zijin found her sister's behavior to be very weird. Mom, what do you think is wrong with Xiaonan? She has changed into a different person. If she was still like who she was used to be previously, everything would be fine for us. Xiao Zijin had absolute confidence in the Xiao Nan who used to be at her beck and call. Back then, Xiao Zijin had never thought highly of Xiaonan, but in retrospect, she missed the times back then. How would I know what's wrong with her? That wretched girl won't listen to me anymore. If you mess with her, she would just go to look for her father. I don't know what to say. Your father is biased towards her now. Ding Jai could not bring herself to tell Xiao Zijin that she had quarreled with Xiao Dongliang for this, and she had cried through the whole night, not being able to sleep at all. Then what should we do? Xiao Zijin grunted. Why did they have to have 2 children when they could not even bring up a single child well? I did not ask for much. I only wanted a new set of clothes. Is that too much to ask for? Ever since Xiao Nan was born, every new year she would have new clothes. Why did this year has to be an exception? Mom, I am not going to be like Xiao Nan who didn't even have a piece of new clothing for New Year. This year I am not going to pass down my clothes to Xiao Nan. She had no idea if she would be able to get her new clothes. If she did not have new clothes for New Year, she would not hand down her old clothes to Xiao Nan either. Xiao Nan would have to suffer with her. She has no use of your new clothes anymore. Your father already went with her to buy 2 sets of new clothes. Ding Jai gritted her teeth. Ding Jai was boiling with anger. She had forgotten to be mindful of Xiao Zijin's feelings. Xiao Zijin turned pale and her eyes reddened. She might not have any new clothes this year, but yet Xiaonan could have 2 sets of new clothes. Tears almost spilled from her eyes. Why should she have 2 new sets of clothes while I don't have any at all? This year, why did it seem like she and Xiao and had reversed their fates? She was being treated unfairly while Xiao Nan was being treated like a princess? Don't ask me about this. It's your father who bought Xiao and her new clothes. Ding Jai had a splitting headache. All right, Zijin. Every year you have quite a lot of new clothes. You bought a few sets this year as well. As for this winter, just give it a miss. They could not possibly not hand in Zijin's school fees for next year, just because they wanted to buy new clothes for her. There was no way she could do this, let alone Zijin. Xiao Zijin could not take it lying down after she was sent away by Ding Jai. She gritted her teeth and knocked on Xiao Nan's door. She had lifted her hand in mid-air when she remembered that Xiao Nan was not at home. Even when she had finished her exams, Xiao Nan still went to the Li family residence to tutor Zhu Baogua. Mom, I'm going over to the Li family residence. Xiao Nan has been intruding on Grandpa Li for such a long time. As her sister, I should thank Grandpa Li on her behalf. She also wanted Grandpa Li to remember that aside from Xiao Nan, her father still had another daughter, and that was her. Fine. Do you remember the way there? Ding Jai was more than happy that Xiao Zijin wanted to build good relations with the Li family. I remember the way. How could I have forgotten the way to Grandpa Li's house? She did not have any excuses in the past, but now she could use Xiao Nan as an excuse to be closer to the Li family. The Li family and the Qiao family all stayed in the same quad. Yet the Li family residence seemed so majestic and grand. Xiao Zijin casted an admiring glance at the Li family residence. It would be wonderful if she could stay there. Who are you looking for? The Li family residence was not a place that Xiao Zijin could come and go as she pleased. She was stopped by the soldiers at the front door. I am Xiao Zijin. I am here to look for Grandpa Li. Xiao Zijin plastered a sweet smile on her face, and the soldier at the door immediately relaxed his demeanor. Please wait here. The soldier could not let her in at once. He would have to notify the owner first. I am Xiao Nan's sister. Xiao Zijin stiffened. She did not know that it would be such a hassle to enter the Li family residence. When she used to pass by the house in the past, she would take a few glances. Now then she realized that they have a lot of rules and regulations. At the mention of Xiao Nan, the soldier quickly ushered her in. Well, okay, please come in with me. The soldier knew Xiao Nan. When she first came to Li house, Elder Li made it a point that all the soldiers must learn to recognize her and instructed them that whenever she came visiting, they should let her in directly. The soldier thought, since Xiao Nan was so close to Chief Li, Xiao Nan's biological sister must be on close terms with the Li family as well. Xiao Nan would drop by every weekend. Why haven't I seen you before? The soldier looked at Xiao Zijin with curiosity. Xiao Zijin gave a forced smile. She never thought that she was allowed entry to Li family residence, all because of Xiao Nan. Nan is in junior high school now. She has much more free time than me. I stay at the school. I could only go home once or twice a month, so I seldom visit the Li house. Seldom? The soldier repeated her words, expressing his doubts. Could it be that before he was stationed here, this sister used to come by often? Since he was on duty here, he only saw Xiao Nan, but he had never seen Xiao Zijin before. But according to what Xiao Zijin said, the soldier was sure that the sisters had a close relationship with the Li family. And so, in a few words, Xiao Zijin had managed to gain the trust of the soldier, and like Xiao Nan, she could enter the Li family residence easily. Xiao Zijin might be young, but she knew how to live by her wits. Then hurry along. The soldier stepped to one side to let Xiao Zijin in. Xiao Zijin lifted her chin, feeling pleased at the soldier's attitude towards her. Once she stepped into this door today, her status would no longer be the same as before. Oh, I just felt that this sister looked weird. She was unlike Xiao Nan. The other soldier frowned in annoyance. Whenever Xiao Nan came to the Li family residence, even though she was very quiet, she would give them a smile with a slight nod of her head. But the sister walked in with her chin lifted high up. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep picking on the young lady? There's nothing wrong with her. Aren't all the young ladies like that? Maybe she had good results in school, and that's why she looked proud. The soldier knew that Xiao Nan was good in her studies. She was among the top in her school. She even came in first place in the provincial essay competition. With such an outstanding sister, the elder sister must be very brilliant as well. Nan, I am here to see you. As soon as she stepped into the front door, she was dumbstruck by the furnishings of the Li family residence. It was 10 times that of Qiao family. The hall was very spacious and brightly lit. There was the majestic genuine leather sofa, a big color television, as well as other furniture. All these were very new to Xiao Zijin and was something that she desperately yearned for. It would be wonderful if her future house was like this, but if she was to depend on the Qiao family, there was no way that she could dream of leading such a life. Xiao Qiao, who is she? Zhu Baoguo had never seen Xiao Zijin before. He liked her attitude, since she was so affectionate to Xiao Nan, my elder sister. Xiao Nan puckered her lips. What was Xiao Zijin doing here? Nan, this is Baoguo? Xiao Zijin looked at Zhu Baoguo in surprise. Xiao Zijin heard that he was a bully. She always thought that he must be quite ugly looking, or if not, fierce looking, definitely someone not to be trifled with. But when she saw him today, she realized that he was quite good looking. He was just a junior high student, but he was taller than some of the boys in her class. Zhu Baoguo used to spend his days playing under the sun, and as such his complexion was dark. But after staying indoors to recuperate from his injuries for about half a semester, he became much fairer. With his fiery eyes and looks, he would be considered as a hunk. At her high school, Xiao Zijin already had some admirers who were pursuing her. She could not help but blush when she saw Zhu Baoguo. Oh, so it's De Qiao, then in the future we will. Zhu Baoguo was about to say in the future we will be one family, but he stopped in mid-sentence. Xiao Nan was right about something. Zhu Baoguo was quite smart. Zhu Baoguo thought for a while. He had been spending time with Xiao Nan for half a semester, and she had never brought up this sister of hers, be it praises or complaints. Zhu Baoguo had also heard about the rumors regarding the Qiao family. One minute he was smiling at Xiao Zijin. The next minute his countenance changed. What are you doing here? Zhu Baoguo was all smiles when he saw her, but he had a change of attitude all of a sudden. Xiao Nan must have spoken ill of her in front of Zhu Baoguo. Xiao Zijin shot Xiao Nan an angry stare and said, I am here to see Nan. You could look at Xiao Qiao when she is back at home. Why did you come to Li House? Zhu Baoguo had seen all types of people. In particular, when he was messing around outside school, there were always a bunch of people who followed him around. Xiao Zijin had the same expression in her eyes as them. Nan has been imposing on Li family for such a long time. She must have caused Li family quite a lot of troubles. As her elder sister, I should express my gratitude and my New Year greetings to Grandpa Li in advance. Where is Grandpa Li? Xiao Zijin looked around. She did not come looking for Zhu Baoguo. Her target was Grandpa Li. No matter how the Zhu family and Li family pampered Zhu Baoguo, he still had to obey Grandpa Li's words to study and do what he disliked. Xiao Nan and Zhu Baoguo were classmates and desk mates. She must have spoken ill of her in front of Zhu Baoguo. But Grandpa Li was different. Even if Xiao Nan badmouthed her, Grandpa Li might not believe her. Maybe she should build relations with Grandpa first. Zhu Baoguo gave a cold smile at Xiao Zijin for overrating her own abilities. I have no idea where Grandpa Li is. But let me warn you, this is Li House. This is not Xiao House. You had better not wander around. It would not be nice if other people misunderstood your intentions here. Elder Li was in the study room, but Zhu Baoguo refused to tell her. He disliked Xiao Zijin's attitude. Xiao, how do we solve this question? The knowledge point to this question could be found at the example question on page 38 of the first volume of Secondary 2 textbook. Look through the example question once before you ask me. Xiao Nan took a glance at the question and could tell where the knowledge point of this question was. She then continued with her revision. Zhu Baoguo gasped in astonishment. Xiao Qiao knew the mathematics lessons like the back of her hand. Zhu Baoguo was awed by Xiao Nan's consciousness. She was really dedicated to her studies. Zhu Baoguo did not go after Xiao Nan for the solution. After hearing her reply, he took out Secondary 2 mathematics textbooks and started to flip through them. He searched for the page that Xiao Nan mentioned and finally found the example question of the knowledge point. This was after all a foundation question. Zhu Baoguo studied it and knew how to tackle the question that he had trouble with. Zhu Baoguo went on to the next question after finishing with the current question. Xiao Zijin dared not wander around at Zhu Baoguo's stern warning. She sat down quietly by the side, watching the two of them while they did their revision. Xiao Zijin could not help but grit her teeth in frustration when she saw that Zhu Baoguo always did as what Xiao Nan said. He was not the unruly and bad-tempered boy that he was known as. If she had known that Zhu Baoguo was so easy to deal with, she would have snatched the task of tutoring Zhu Baoguo for herself. Zhu Baoguo was not good in his studies. With her standard, it was more than enough to tutor him. Who was the one who spread the rumor and made it sound like he was an evil monster? If Zhu Baoguo would listen to her words, it would be easy to tutor him. After all, Li family and Zhu family did not have high expectation of Zhu Baoguo. Baoguo, Nan has lagged behind in her studies recently. I am in high school now, and I am studying in the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. If you have any questions, you can ask me too.